glowing white. That figure, in the future, some lucky guy is definitely going to benefit. But for now, it's mine first. Ha ha. If I could touch it, that would be even better. Those curves, that elasticity, must be amazing. On the roof of the women's bathhouse in Konoha village, an 11 or 12-year-old boy named Shinai was lying by a small hole, peeking in, his face flushed, heart racing, and mouth dry. Although Shinai looked like a child now, his mind was far more mature. Because he had transmigrated from Earth. On Earth, he was 18 years old, already an adult, but while watching the Naruto anime, he suddenly transmigrated. And he landed directly on the roof of the women's bathhouse. His body had turned into that of a child. At first, Shinai complained, but when he saw the scenes inside that were never shown in the anime, he immediately got excited. This transmigration was worth it. The female ninjas in the Naruto world had amazing figures, slim with toned abs, tight and elastic skin. Just looking at them made Shinya's heart race. Among them were a few beautiful ninjas he was very familiar with. For example, Hinata Hyuga's mother, Tsukihoshi Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha's mother, Makoto Uchiha, and the voluptuous yet pure Tsunade. Shinai had transmigrated to an earlier era, so these beauties were all still young. Especially Makoto Uchiha, who was about the same age as him, with a lowly face, goddess-like features, and smooth, radiant skin. As he was watching, Makoto suddenly sensed something unusual, frowned, and looked up at the roof. Her face instantly turned terrified, cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly covered her flat chest, exclaiming, "Someone's peeking." As soon as these words were spoken, the women in the bathhouse panicked, covering their chests, blushing, and screaming. Who's peeping? Bastard! I'll gouge out his eyes. Most of the female ninjas, upon hearing this, quickly wrapped themselves in towels, furious and ready to catch the peeper. At this moment, the commotion also reached the men's bathhouse. The male ninjas were both angry and resentful, filled with jealousy. They hadn't even seen these female ninjas before, so why should someone else get to? Their hearts were filled with imbalance. Someone dares to peep at the women's bathhouse? Bastard! My goddess is bathing there. This kind of peeping scum must not be allowed to live. Let's go. Catch him. The men in the bathhouse quickly got dressed, ready to head out and capture Shinai. It's over, I've been discovered. Shinya's face turned pale, his heart racing. If he got caught, he was surely done for. It's so high, I can't get down. He looked distressed. The roof was so high that ninjas could easily jump down, but he couldn't. After all, he was just an ordinary person without any special abilities. This transmigration is such a scam. Am I going to die as soon as I arrive? And possibly be beaten to death with sticks? Oh heavens, can you not mess with me like this? Shinai was on the verge of tears. Ding! Transmigrator detected, Divine Theft System successfully bound. A cold system voice rang out. Divine Theft System? I have a cheat ability now? Shinya's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "System, get me out of here, or I'm going to be beaten to death." Ding! This system can only assist the host and cannot act directly. Then what abilities can you give me? Help me escape. Shinai asked anxiously. Ding! This system grants the host the ability of divine theft, allowing the theft of others' ninjutsu, kekkei genkai, and other skills. Damn, you can steal skills? That's amazing. Shinyi was thrilled. With this ability, who could he possibly fear? Ding! Reminder to the host, the ability is limited. Physical contact is required to steal, with only a 3% success rate. After a successful attempt, there is a 12-hour cooldown before it can be used again. Success rate and usage frequency will increase as the ability improves. Hearing this, Shinyi immediately calmed down. Isn't this a scam? Without encountering some god-tier skill, I can't survive at all. And I have to get close? They beat me to death first. Shinyi felt helpless. This system had transported him to the women's bathhouse and given him such a weak ability it was pure torment. Ding! System successfully bound. Please fend for yourself. If the host dies, this system will seek a new host. Shenyi gave a bitter smile. This system really had no compassion. But since he was here, he had to face it calmly. After all, he was a promising young man of the 20th century. Stay calm, don't panic. He reminded himself silently. At that moment, the ninjas had already arrived, armed with kunai and shuriken, glaring coldly at Shinyi. Stay calm, my ass. I'm about to die here. Shinyi almost burst into tears and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. These ninjas were even more ruthless than the thugs on Earth. Bastard! He asked the one peeping. Someone shouted angrily. So young, and already learning to peep. Another scolded. This brat can't be allowed to live. Let us deal with him here. Otherwise, he'll keep doing such filthy things, and even our goddess will be defiled by him. The crowd glared coldly at Shinyi, shouting angrily. Everyone, quiet down. At this moment, the pure Tsunade stepped forward. Although only 19, she was already an elite jonin and known as one of the legendary Sannin. With her status as a member of the Senju clan, the crowd immediately fell silent when she spoke. Was it you peeping? Tsunade stared coldly at Shinyi, clenching her fists, veins bulging. If it weren't for the fact that he was still a child, she would have already taken action. Yes, Lady Tsunade. This trash was peeping. I suggest we blind him and cripple his legs. Otherwise, he'll do it again. A 15 or 16-year-old male ninja said coldly. Shinyi recognized him as Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's eyes were blood red as he glared at Shinyi. Because the woman he admired, Uchiha Makoto, was in the women's bathhouse, if Shinyi had really been peeping, then Makoto would have been seen too. He had to cripple Shinyi to vent his anger. This guy is ruthless. I'll remember this. Shinyi glared angrily at Fugaku, thinking, when I get stronger, I'll beat you up and even win over your Makoto. Was it you? Tsunade asked again, her tone heavier. She was reluctant to harm a child, but that didn't mean she wouldn't. Shinyi took a deep breath, pretending to look innocent and panicked. He threw himself into Tsunade's arms, pressing his face against her ample chest, while faking tears and acting cute. Big sister, I don't know anything. I really don't know. At this moment, the 11-year-old child realized his advantage due to his age and tried to use it to escape. Tsunade was momentarily at a loss. She initially wanted to push him away but then thought of her sacrificed younger brother, who would have been about the same age. Her heart softened a bit. After all, he was just a child and might not have done it. He has very little chakra in his body, he's not a ninja, and he couldn't have climbed up there on his own. I don't think it was him, Tsunade explained to the kunoichi. Sisters, I really didn't do anything bad, Shinai put on a pitiful look and pleaded. The 11-year-old Shinai had a pair of bright black eyes that looked very innocent, with a delicate and flawless face. Seeing him like this, the kunoichi felt compassion and couldn't bear to blame him, deciding to believe him. All right. We believe you, it's okay. Don't worry, we will definitely find the real culprit. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The beautiful kunoichi surrounded Shinai, comforting him. He was openly enjoying the attention, basking in the feeling of being surrounded by beauties. But the male ninjas nearby didn't believe him at all. After all, they were men who hadn't been 11 years old before. It wasn't that easy to fool them. Besides, even if he didn't understand much, sneaking a peek was something that couldn't be hidden. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened as he stepped forward and said, Lady Tsunade, we absolutely cannot trust this child. Why was he on the roof? There's even a small hole up there. I'm sure he was peeping. He must be dealt with. Tsunade frowned slightly and said softly, don't scare the child. Let me ask him. She squatted down, looked at Shinai gently, and smiled as she said, little brother, who put you up there? She thought that as long as she found that person, she could find the real culprit. However, Shinai was deeply distracted by the deep cleavage beside him, his eyes almost popping out. That thing was big, white, and full, making it hard for him not to take a few more glances. He quickly averted his gaze and pretended to answer innocently, it was a white-haired brother wearing a blue shirt and a red vest. He said he had something good to show me and told me not to tell anyone. But before I could see it, he disappeared, and then you all came. White hair, blue shirt, red vest? Tsunade's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Isn't that Jiraiya? She knew that guy loved to peep, and it was definitely something he would do. Shinai also knew that by saying this, he could shift all the blame onto Jiraiya. After all, that old guy often did such things, so blaming him wouldn't be unjust. Shinai secretly chuckled to himself but outwardly maintained a timid and innocent expression, looking at Tsunade with his bright black eyes. Sister, did I say something wrong? I think I accidentally revealed the brother's identity. Tsunade gently patted his head and said, don't be afraid, you did nothing wrong. The one at fault is that bastard Jiraiya. Her eyes flashed with anger, and her fists clenched tightly. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Jiraiya, using a child as a scapegoat, he's simply inhuman. If you encounter Jiraiya, make sure to break 5 of his ribs. The other women were all furious. No wonder. I was wondering how a little kid could be peeping. Humph. So it was Jiraiya. That scoundrel, always spying on us. Even if he's one of the Sannin, he can't be so brazen. We almost wronged the little boy because of him. Little boy, I'm so sorry. did I scare you? Don't be afraid, let me give you a kiss. The female ninjas believed Shinya's words, angrily cursing Jiraiya while comforting Shinai. Shinai, surrounded by women, took full advantage of his identity as a child to act without restraint. He quietly activated divine theft, intending to steal Tsunade's skills. But he wasn't in a hurry. As a child, there would be plenty of opportunities to take advantage. Ha ha! This time traveling here was totally worth it. Shinai was extremely excited, his heart bursting with joy, enjoying both taking advantage and growing stronger. Meanwhile, the male ninjas, seeing Shinai surrounded and comforted by so many female ninjas, were grinding their teeth in jealousy. At this moment, Tsunade was both beautiful and young, with immense strength. Countless people admired her. Unexpectedly, Shinai had already taken advantage of her. The other female ninjas were also stunningly beautiful, and Shinai took advantage of them all. Little boy, what's your name? Whose child are you? Let me take you home. Tsunade squatted down, looking at Shinai gently. My name is Shinai, but I don't have a home. My mom and dad are gone. Shinai put on a pitiful expression. No home? This child looks so nice, how could he not have a home? With the current war, many people have lost their homes. There are many without families. Sigh, this child is so pitiful. The kunoichis sighed one after another, looking at Shinai with pity. Tsunade's heart tightened, as if pierced. She herself no longer had a home. Ever since her family, lover, and younger brother sacrificed themselves, her home ceased to exist. Then you can stay at my place. I happen to have a vacant spot. Tsunade suddenly said. She felt this child was like her younger brother and had an obligation to take him in. Ha! I can stay at your place? Shinai was initially excited but then pretended to be sensible. That wouldn't be good. It would trouble you, so I won't go. No way. You must stay here. Tsunade was firm. I will explain your identity to Lord Hokage. If you're willing, you can even attend the Ninja Academy. Really? I can go to school? Shinai pretended to be excited, but in reality, he was just looking for an excuse to stay at Tsunade's place. He was currently homeless, and without a place to stay, he would have to wander. Yes. Tsunade smiled and ruffled his hair. Alright then. Then I'll stay at your place. Shinai nodded excitedly. Tsunade looked at everyone and said, you all can leave now. I'll take this little brother to register with Lord Hokage. As for that Jiraiya, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson for you. Understood, Lady Tsunade. If you meet Jiraiya, you must teach him a harsh lesson. We can't let this little brother suffer. The beautiful kunoichis clenched their fists, their tone resolute. Let's go. Tsunade squatted down and hugged Shinai. Don't be afraid, sister will take you to see Lord Hokage. Okay. I'm not afraid. Shinai was overjoyed inside. With Tsunade holding him, how could he be scared? He even secretly activated the divine theft skill, hoping to steal some of Tsunade's divine abilities. Tsunade felt Shinai clinging tightly to her, her face slightly flushed, but since he was just a child, she didn't think much of it. In an instant, Tsunade landed steadily, holding his hand and said, let's go, we'll meet Lord Hokage. She explained Shinya's situation to the third Hokage. Seeing that he was adorable and confirming he wasn't a spy, the third Hokage agreed to adopt him and even allowed him to join the Ninja Academy as a transfer student. Afterward, Tsunade took Shinai home to rest. In the early morning, Shinai stretched and yawned as he woke up. So comfortable. He rubbed his eyes. Last night, he had slept while hugging Tsunade, feeling warm and sweet. Suddenly, he felt his body had become significantly stronger, with a strange power surging within him. System, did I manage to capture a skill? Shinai asked in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Tsunade's skill Super Strength. Divine Theft cooldown, 3 hours. Super Strength. Amazing! Shinai was overjoyed. This skill was perfect for him right now. Being a taijutsu type, it didn't consume chakra, making it both efficient and practical. At that moment, Tsunade walked in with a smile. Shinai, time to get up. Quickly wash up and we'll go eat. After that, you need to report to the Ninja Academy. Okay. Shinai got up quickly. After washing up, he followed Tsunade to a Chirako ramen and had a bowl of steaming hot ramen. After eating his fill, Shinai headed to the Ninja Academy on his own. He arrived early, and the teacher hadn't come yet. As soon as he entered the classroom, unfriendly gazes were cast his way. I heard that new kid peeked into the women's bathhouse yesterday. What? This guy is so shameless. Yeah. I heard that my goddess, Hinata Tsukihoshi, was spied on by him while she was bathing in the bathhouse yesterday. My goddess Makoto was also seen by him. Even Princess Tsunade was completely seen by him. Boss Fugaku has already given the order to teach him a good lesson. If anything happens, he'll take responsibility. He's a genius of the Uchiha clan, so nothing will happen to him. I heard he's actually a loser, can't even do ninjutsu, and has no chakra. Perfect chance to teach him a lesson. The boys whispered among themselves but didn't avoid Shinai, even deliberately letting him hear. Shinai raised an eyebrow, not taking them seriously at all. These guys from the Ninja Academy weren't even at the level of Genin. Now that he had monstrous strength, why would he fear these little brats? Shinai glanced around and noticed Uchiha Makoto sitting alone in the corner, silently staring at him. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he strode toward Makoto. What are you coming over here for? Makoto, shy and a little scared, was shorter than Shinai. Seeing him approach, she panicked. Don't be afraid, little girl. I'm just looking for a place to sit. My name is Shinai. What's your name? Shinai said with a friendly smile. Seeing his kind demeanor, Makoto felt a bit relieved and softly replied, My name is Uchiha Makoto. Please take care of me. Makoto? What a beautiful name. Shinye's eyes darted around as he smiled and said, I heard you're the genius of the class. You should be the one teaching me. I can't even do ninjutsu right now. Can you teach me? Makoto sought his sincerity and couldn't refuse, so she nodded. Just as she was about to speak, a few boys walked over with unfriendly expressions. Hey, kid, get lost. This isn't a place for you to sit. Is this your spot? Shinyi asked irritably. He was chatting with Makoto when this group suddenly interrupted, making him furious. No, the group arrogantly replied. If it's not your spot, then why are you yapping? Go cool off somewhere else. Shinyi waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away trash. The boys were enraged. This loser dared to not take them seriously. They had been studying at the Ninja Academy for a long time, while Shinyi hadn't even attended a single day, yet he dared to talk like this? Kid, are you looking for a beating? One of them blared angrily, clenching his fist, ready to make a move. Shinyi raised an eyebrow slightly. If the other party dared to strike, he wouldn't hold back. At that moment, the classroom door suddenly opened. A man dressed in a Chunin uniform with a friendly expression walked into the classroom and said, All right, class is starting. Everyone, return to your seats and stop causing trouble. This man was none other than the homeroom teacher, Kaizu Ichikaku, the father of Kaizu Iraka. It's Teacher Ichikaku? One of the boys lowered his fist and glared coldly at Shinyi. You're lucky this time. But let me warn you, Miss Makoto is the fiancée of our boss, Uchiha Fugaku. They're going to get married. If a nobody like you dares to have feelings for her, you're dead. With that, the group shot Shinyi a fierce glare before reluctantly returning to their seats. Shinyi smirked indifferently. If Makoto weren't Uchiha Fugaku's fiancée, he wouldn't even bother with her. After all, that guy was vicious yesterday and even wanted to gouge out his eyes. Shinyi, you're here. Kaizu Ichikaku immediately recognized Shinyi, knowing he was the new student. He smiled and called out, Shinyi, come over here. All right, Teacher Ichikaku. Shinyi nodded obediently and walked over. Let me introduce you all. This is our new classmate, Shinyi. He doesn't know any ninjutsu and hasn't attended the Ninja Academy before, so please take good care of him, Teacher Ichikaku said warmly. Don't worry, we'll take good care of him. A few boys glared at Shinyi maliciously, deliberately emphasizing the words good care. Shinyi ignored them. After returning to his seat, Kaizu Ichikaku began the lesson. The content covers basic ninja knowledge, reconnaissance, codes, and beginner chakra usage, which are standard courses at the Ninja Academy. To accommodate Shinai, the teacher repeatedly confirmed whether he understood, explaining in detail if he didn't. But Shinai still couldn't make sense of it. He wasn't originally from this world, and many things were completely unfamiliar to him. Forget it, I can steal other people's skills. What's the point of learning these basics? Power is the ultimate truth. Shinai stopped paying attention and slumped over the desk. What's wrong? Not listening anymore? Makoto tilted her head and asked. I don't understand, and I'm not interested, Shinai sighed, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Smiling, he said to Makoto, Why don't you teach me instead? Me teach you? Makoto's face turned slightly red as she shyly said, I'm afraid I won't teach you well. It's fine, I trust you, Shinai said with a smile. Makoto looked at him for a moment and then nodded in agreement. She was very familiar with this knowledge, having learned a lot at home, and school was just a formality for her. Thus, Makoto patiently began tutoring Shinai. On the surface, Shinai pretended to be asking Makoto for guidance, but in reality, he kept secretly touching her. Now that the cooldown for his stealing ability had ended, he thought to himself, if I could steal the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, that would be amazing. However, the reality was that his current strength was too low, and the chances of a successful theft were almost zero. By the end of the class, he hadn't stolen any ninja abilities but had taken plenty of liberties with Makoto. Makoto, the little girl, was blushing furiously, overwhelmed with shyness. The boys nearby watched, their eyes burning with anger. This guy is such a scoundrel. If it weren't for Fugaku being a chunin already and hard to mess with, we would beaten him to death by now. After school, we need to teach him a lesson. The boys discussed fiercely. By the end of the day, under Makoto's patient guidance, Shinai had learned a bit about the ninja world, such as chakra control. Although it wasn't much, it was still some progress. At least, it made his monstrous strength flow more smoothly. Thank you, little Makoto, Shinai said sincerely. Makoto blushed and replied with a smile, no need to thank me, see you tomorrow. Shinai waved to her and left the ninja academy first. He was eager to find a place to practice controlling chakra, then unleash his monstrous strength to see just how powerful he could be. He hadn't walked far when a few boys blocked his way with fierce expressions. Stop! What do you want? Shinai stopped in his tracks. You punk, offended big sis Makoto. Don't think you can leave today. The boys glared at Shinai, ready to make a move. Get lost. Don't block my way, or I won't be polite, Shinai said irritably. These little brats, he didn't want to actually fight them, afraid he might lose control of his strength and cause a fatal accident. What did you say? Dare to be impolite to us? The boys laughed. This kid just joined the school, doesn't even know how to use chakra, can't do ninjutsu or taijutsu, and still dares to act cocky? If you can hurt me, not only will I let you go, but I'll even call you dad. A tall, skinny boy, a head taller than Shinai, said arrogantly. He was a senior student at the Ninja Academy, hanging out with Fugaku, and was quite skilled. In his eyes, Shinai was like a newborn baby, completely incapable of hurting him. Shinai smiled, raising an eyebrow as he looked at him. Are you serious? I, Miyamoto Izumi, never go back on my word. The tall, skinny boy replied proudly. Then let's see. Shinai grinned and suddenly swung a slap. Miyamoto Izumi, full of confidence, didn't dodge at all, standing there with his head held high and chest out. 1 second he was full of arrogance, the next his face twisted in pain. He didn't even have time to scream before his entire body was violently flung away. Bang! With a dull thud, he crashed into a nearby tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood before coming to a stop. How is this possible? Miyamoto Izumi spat blood from his mouth, his face full of shock, unable to speak clearly. This kid never attended the Ninja Academy, how could he possess such immense strength? I still couldn't hold back. Kamiyo sighed, then smiled, and said to Miyamoto Izumi, sorry, son. The word son was emphasized. Hearing this, Miyamoto Izumi's emotions were instantly ignited with humiliation and rage. Bastard! Everyone, get him! Kill him for me, he roared. Kamiyo frowned and said, this son of mine not only breaks promises but also disrespects his father. Kill him! Miyamoto Izumi roared again. His companions beside him charged at Kamiyo with fierce determination. If you don't want to be sent flying, get lost. Kamiyo's expression turned cold as he stomped heavily on the ground. Crack, crack. The ground split into spiderweb-like cracks. The boys who were about to charge turned pale. This kid never attended the Ninja Academy? Doesn't know ninjutsu or taijutsu? Yet he possesses such monstrous strength. This level of power is at least at the genin level, while they haven't even graduated and are nowhere near this capability. Several boys' legs went weak, and they froze in place. Scram! Kamiyo shouted again. The group immediately panicked and fled in disarray. Miyamoto Izumizo, seeing that his teammates were gone and fearing Shinai, hurriedly dragged his injured leg and ran away. These little brats, do I have to deal with them myself? Shinai pouted in displeasure. Fighting such weak kids, he had to hold back, which was completely unsatisfying. He needed to find a real expert. With a strong push, he leapt onto a tree, ready to leave. A shout from behind almost scared him off the tree. Shinai! Ha? Makoto? Why are you here? Shinai was startled and smiled awkwardly. He had previously told this little girl that he didn't know anything, and now showing his strength was quite embarrassing. You know taijutsu? Makoto looked at him with a complicated expression. No, it's because you taught me chakra control today, so I became this strong. I should thank you. Shinai grinned obsequiously. Makoto's gaze sent a chill down his spine. I can control chakra too, but I can't shatter the ground with one kick. Have you always been this good at taijutsu? She clenched her fists, her emotions stirred. Well, maybe I'm a taijutsu genius. Shinai scratched his head, puzzled by her agitation. The one who was peeping yesterday wasn't he, Lord Jiraiya, it was you, wasn't he it? Makoto suddenly said, her cheeks slightly red. Ha? Shinai was startled by her words. What on earth was this girl thinking? He had just shown a bit of his strength, and she concluded that he was the one peeping yesterday? This girl, not becoming Detective Conan is such a waste. It's not me. Shinyi hurriedly waved his hands. He absolutely couldn't admit to this. I recognize your eyes. It was definitely you peeking yesterday. Makoto blushed, frowned, and stared at Shinyi. Yesterday, you didn't show any taijutsu, so I wasn't sure. But just now, you jumped onto the tree so easily. It must have been you who jumped onto the roof of the women's bathhouse yesterday, right? Are you hiding your strength? Who exactly are you? It really wasn't me. I didn't have that ability yesterday. Shinyi was almost in tears. Makoto's eyes were too sharp. She actually remembered his eyes when he jumped on the roof? But he wasn't entirely lying. If he had that ability yesterday, he would have run away long ago. Why would he wait to get caught? What did you see? Makoto asked, her face red. Did you see me? What did you see of me? I didn't see anything. Shinyi broke out in a sweat and hurriedly waved his hands. I really didn't see anything. That little red birthmark on your butt, I didn't see it at all, and I don't know about it. You really did see it. Makoto's face turned even redder. Her big black eyes were brimming with tears. Since she was young, her family had warned her not to let boys see her body easily. But now Shinyi had seen it, and it was such a private place. Even the birthmark on her butt had been seen. How could she face anyone in the future? Makoto's lips quivered, and tears almost fell. Shinyi's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, no, this was something Lord Jiraiya told me. He had been too nervous just now and accidentally let it slip. The scene from yesterday was too vivid, and he had blurted it out unconsciously. You're still lying. Makoto's eyes reddened, and her fists clenched tightly. I didn't. Shinai weakly tried to defend himself, looking at Makoto's angry yet aggrieved expression, feeling guilty inside. Right, I have something to do, gotta go. Bye. After saying that, he didn't dare to stay, kicked off the tree trunk, and with a whoosh, ran far away. It's over, this is bad. Shinyi's mind was in chaos as he ran. If Makoto were to reveal this, he would be absolutely doomed. Not only would the Uchiha clan want to kill him, but even Tsunade might want him dead. Could it be that just as I've settled in Konoha, I have to find another place to live? Shinai was on the verge of tears. In this era, apart from Konoha being relatively safe, everywhere else was dangerously deadly. Right now, he only had brute strength. Leaving Konoha would be a dead end. But he couldn't kill Makoto to silence her either. After all, Makoto was very beautiful, and he was planning to win her over and marry her as his wife. Damn it! What should I do? Shinyi's face was full of distress. As he was running and thinking of ways to solve the current trouble, he suddenly heard a scream. Shinai frowned tightly, feeling a bit puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Originally, he wanted to avoid the awkwardness of being discovered by Makoto, but unexpectedly, he encountered such a situation. The voice was very familiar, seemingly the same little girl who had screamed in the women's bathhouse that day. The thought flashed through his mind, and Shinai decided to go and see what was happening. Without hesitation, he moved swiftly and ran in that direction. From a distance, he saw two figures in the corner of the forest. A masked man was cornering a little girl, seemingly about to do something bad. Bastard! Is there no justice in broad daylight? The masked man was drawn by the sudden shout and turned to see it was a child. Where did this wild kid come from? Shinai shook his head helplessly, clasped his hands behind his back, and sighed twice. He still wasn't sure about this guy's strength, and acting rashly might put him at a disadvantage. So he decided to observe first and act when the time was right. Judging by your outfit, you're from Konoha Esambu, right? Laying hands on one of your own village's girls, aren't you afraid of the Hokage's punishment? Punish me? As long as you two die here, who would know it was me? The masked man was clearly ready to act, aiming to finish things cleanly without leaving evidence. Shinai knew that since he had stumbled upon this, the only outcome was to play the hero and save the beauty. If he had enough strength, he would have already struck with a palm. The Ambu guy didn't take Shinai seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, he cast a spell, trapping the little girl in a barrier and preparing to rise. The masked man slowly stood upright, and only then did Shinai clearly see the little girl's face. She had a naturally beautiful face, and her eyes were a pale white. She is the mother of the stunning beauty Hinata. No wonder Hinata is so pretty, Shinai muttered to himself. At this moment, the masked man was already preparing to attack Shinai. Chakra erupted from his body, and the air was filled with tension. Hiding in the corner, Hyuga Tsukiyuki widened her eyes, staring at Shinai. She recognized Shinai. It was the guy who had been peeping at everyone bathing on the rooftop that day. But she didn't understand why this sleazy man decided to show up now. Go to hell, you brat! The masked man roared, his eyes full of contempt. He was just a child, there was no need to go all out. A single shuriken was enough to solve the problem. 2 shurikens whistled through the air, slicing through it. Shinye's lips curved slightly upward. Just as the masked man stood up, he was already prepared. Anyone in this small body would let their guard down, and this was the perfect moment to counterattack. Super strength, activate! Shinai clenched his fist tightly, gathering all his strength, and struck fiercely at the airborne shuriken. With a loud boom, it was as if a sonic blast exploded next to the masked man's ears. Didn't expect you to have some skills. I'll let you off today, but you won't be so lucky next time. The masked man threw out a harsh remark and quickly fled the scene. Shinai snorted coldly, jumped to Hinata Tsukihoshi's side, and helped her up. Looking at his own fist, he secretly admired Tsunade's innate super strength. Are you okay? I'm fine. Why did you suddenly show up here? Weren't you with Makoto earlier? Shinai scratched his head awkwardly. He had just had an unpleasant moment with Makoto and absolutely couldn't let Tsukihoshi find out. Though Tsukihoshi was young, her sharp eyes had already begun to suspect something. By the way, why did that guy stop you? From his outfit, he looks like a Konoha ninja. Tsukihoshi nodded. That man was indeed from the village and held an extraordinary status. He is a member of the Ambu, that place is mysterious and dangerous, hiding many greedy individuals. So, I think I understand his purpose now. Shinai spoke, his gaze slowly falling on Yueshing's white eyes. Their eyes met, and a wave of heat surged through. Yueshing instinctively averted her gaze. Shinai smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. He looked Yueshing up and down, memories of her flooding his mind. At this moment, she was 14 years old, the least talented ninja in her clan. Even so, she was still one of the top students at the Ninja Academy. What? Haven't seen enough? Shinai froze, not understanding the meaning behind Yueshing's words. Yueshing waved her hand. I'm just curious how you suddenly became so strong. You were clearly weak and frail before. To be honest, I can only use this move right now, and I can only use it once in a while. Yueshing nodded. With her Byakugan, she could see Shinya's current state. His chakra reserves and meridians were extremely strained. Anyway, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't appeared suddenly, that despicable person might have succeeded. As if seeing through Shinya's thoughts, Hyuga Yueshing suddenly took a step forward, moving closer to him. Their eyes met again, and this time Shinai seemed a bit flustered. Why are you suddenly so close? Tell me, was it you spying on the rooftop that day? Yueshing's gaze was firm, leaving no room for denial, as she stared intently at Shinai. Shinya's face immediately turned red. He hadn't expected Yueshing to know about this. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. You don't need to lie. My eyes are even sharper than Makoto's. The moment I saw you, I knew it was you. Shinai scratched his head awkwardly, unable to argue. After all, the special eye techniques of the ninja world were all in Konoha village, and he had encountered them one by one. Actually, I have my own difficulties. I wasn't intentionally spying on you. Yueshing rolled her eyes at him. Although this matter should have been unforgivable, having just been saved by him, her anger dissipated. No matter what, she had to help him keep his secret. Shinai looked at Yueshing, feeling increasingly embarrassed, his face slightly red. What? Blushing? Don't worry, I won't reveal your secret. We should leave here quickly. If that guy finds out, it'll be big trouble. Yueshing nodded. Staying any longer was unwise. The matter regarding the Ambu needed to be reported to the Hokage immediately. Shinai, worried she might be scared, held her hand. Yueshing was momentarily stunned but did not refuse. As they passed through the forest, Yueshing's opinion of Shinai gradually changed. No matter what, she couldn't associate him with a peeping Tom. Subconsciously, she hoped that the guy from that day was Jiraiya instead. Before long, the two entered the village and headed straight for the Hokage's office without hesitation. In the distance, Tsunade saw their hand-in-hand figures and felt puzzled. Why are they holding hands? I need to follow and see. Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she quietly followed Shinai. Shinai and Yueshing were fully focused and didn't notice Tsunade behind them. Shinai, Yueshing? Why are you two together? A voice suddenly came from the side, startling Yueshing, who quickly withdrew her hand. Shinai smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Turning his head, he saw it was the third Hokage. Lord Third Hokage, we have something important to report. We didn't expect to meet you here. Oh? Tell me, what happened? The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, not believing these two kids could have anything significant to report, as they were still just students at the ninja academy. Shinai let out a long sigh and looked up at Yueshing. Tsunade, who had been following them, sensed something was off and quickly walked to Shinya's side. Just now, outside the village, Yueshing was ambushed by an Umbu member who tried to steal her Byakugan. Tsunade frowned, surprised to hear such news right after arriving. She looked up at the third Hokage and found his face expressionless, as if he had anticipated this. The third Hokage already knows. You two go back, I'll handle this. After speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and walked toward his office, leaving the three of them staring at each other. Shinai frowned. He had once believed Hiruzen Sarutobi was wholeheartedly devoted to the village, but now he saw him as selfishly prioritizing the village's interests. I don't believe that old man will take this seriously. Let's go find Danzo. Shinai grabbed Tsunade and Yueshing and headed straight toward the Umbu's location, unconcerned about the consequences. Tsunade and Yueshing exchanged glances, feeling that Shinya's actions were too impulsive. They believed only the third Hokage could handle this properly. I think we'll run into the third Hokage there, Yueshing said with a frown. That old man is probably already in his office enjoying the show. The Umbu was crucial to the village, he wouldn't let us stir up trouble there. The Umbu was an organization that operated outside the Hokage's direct control but served the village. Shinai said nothing more and continued walking. Before long, the three arrived at the Umbu's location. Shinai sensed the tense atmosphere around them, with pressure mounting. Danzo suddenly appeared, striding up to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The two locked eyes. Danzo, furious, said, "Why accuse my Umbu of harboring a traitor? Just based on the words of two kids?" Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and used his chakra to surround Shinai and Yueshing, easing the pressure on them. Stop arguing, you're scaring the children. Danzo blared at Shinai. It must be you who brought the enemy into the village. There was no trouble before. Nonsense. Shinai is just a child, how could he bring bad people here? Tsunade retorted. The atmosphere grew tense, and the conflict continued. Having heard about what happened to Yueshing, Tsunade was already worried about Shinya's safety. Now, being slandered by Danzo made her furious. The third Hokage, however, remained calm, smiling as he stepped between Shinai and Danzo. Since I agreed to let him stay in the village, I won't doubt him. Besides, he just saved the Hyuga clan's little princess. Yueshing nodded and quickly stepped forward to testify for Shinai. Shinai almost got hurt saving me just now. That guy admitted himself that he was an Umbu member from the village. Danzo was momentarily speechless, though he already knew the truth in his heart. He just didn't want to lose to this child. Shinya's lips curled into a slight smirk as he provocatively looked at Danzo, knowing that a confrontation with him was inevitable. The outcome would depend on Danzo's actions. You brat, one day I'll crush you to death. With many people present, Danzo could only swallow his anger. The matter was temporarily resolved, and Shinai bid farewell to the third Hokage, preparing to go home. You all need to be careful recently. I've already arranged for someone to handle the rogue ninja issue, and there will be results soon. Tsunade picked up Shinai and walked in the direction of home, dropping Yueshing off along the way. The warmth in her hands made Shinai feel that everything was worth it. Tsunade's soft embrace, something everyone dreamed of, had now become his reliance. Tsunade was used to Shinya's little antics and accepted them calmly without any reaction. Yueshing, watching this, rolled her eyes, thinking how Tsunade could tolerate Shinai being so mischievous. But on second thought, in Tsunade's eyes, Shinai was just a child. Fair skin that anyone would find appealing. What am I even thinking? He just saved me, that's all. Yueshing shook her head, interrupting her own wild thoughts. Yueshing, we're at your doorstep. Don't let your guard down recently. The rogue ninja hasn't been caught yet, and you're still in danger. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. I won't let that guy succeed a second time. See you next time, then. Shinai leaned on Tsunade's shoulder, waving his hand. Yueshing nodded and skipped into her house. While the atmosphere here was warm, in the shadows, Danzo was suppressing his anger. Though Shinai was young, he had already made it onto Danzo's blacklist, destined to be eliminated one day. Shinai was unaware of this, only feeling the warmth in his hands, becoming increasingly bold in his actions. Tsunade frowned slightly but said nothing, thinking it was just a child's willfulness. Just then, a hurried figure rushed over. Tsunade looked up and saw that it was Jiraiya. "Hey! You peeping maniac, what's the rush? Planning to sneak into the women's bathhouse again?" Tsunade mocked. Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, quickly waving his hands to explain. "The third Hokage said there are rogue ninjas in the village and has assigned me to catch them. I'm on my way to get more details now." Tsunade pursed her lips, put Shinai down, and, taking advantage of Jiraiya's lack of defense, landed a heavy punch on his face. The punch unleashed astonishing power, causing Jiraiya to stagger, tumble a few times, and then look up with a swollen face, staring at Tsunade in confusion. "Why did you suddenly hit me?" he asked. "Still dare to ask? Take this." Tsunade ignored him, swinging her fist again, the sound of punches echoing in Shinya's ears. Shinai sighed helplessly. This time, Jiraiya was truly out of luck. After several rounds of punches, Jiraiya's face was swollen like a pig's head. But in Shinya's eyes, his body seemed fine, as if he had developed an iron face. "Your face is so tough now, it's no fun hitting you," Tsunade said, shaking her hand as she walked away, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Shinai looked around and decided to comfort Jiraiya's wounded heart. This beating could be considered as taking it on his behalf. "Brother Jiraiya, I believe you. Sister Tsunade must have made a mistake. You're so upright, how could you possibly peep?" "Exactly, I've been at home recently writing Make Out Paradise. Even if I did sneak a peek, Tsunade wouldn't have caught me." Jiraiya stroked his chin, full of confidence. Shinai looked at him and thought to himself that the beating was worth it. At this moment, a system voice echoed in his mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jiraiya's skill Sage Mode. Cooldown time for Divine Theft, 3 hours remaining. Brother Jiraiya, you should head to the office first. I have something to do. Bye-bye." Shinai didn't say much and quickly ran back home. He was well aware of how powerful Sage Mode was. Even with his small body, he could unleash immense power. After returning home, the first thing he did was lock himself in his room, completely ignoring Tsunade's calls. What is that kid up to? Could it be that Jiraiya gave him one of his little books? Tsunade muttered to herself in confusion. "Sister Tsunade, eat dinner by yourself. I have something important to do." Shinya's voice came from the room. Tsunade, helpless, could only agree. Looking at the food on the table, Tsunade suddenly lost her appetite and leaned on the sofa, dozing off. In the room, Shinai followed the techniques in his mind to channel chakra, and the natural energy around him gradually flowed into his body. After several rounds of practice, Shinai wiped the sweat off his forehead and marveled at the wonders of Sage Mode. Although he couldn't fully unleash Sage Mode like Jiraiya, he was already able to continuously absorb natural energy to enhance his chakra reserves. The moon hung high outside the window. Shinai stretched lazily, lay on the bed, and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Shinai opened his drowsy eyes and found Tsunade's clear gaze just a few centimeters away. "Sister Tsunade, why are you suddenly in front of my bed? I've been here for a while. You were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you. But I have to go to school today. I'm going to be late." Shinai leapt up, skipped breakfast, and rushed to school. On the way, he worried that Makoto might tell everyone about him peeping at the women's bathhouse. After arriving at the Ninja Academy, Shinai found that everyone's gaze toward him was relatively friendly, as if the matter hadn't been exposed. Taking advantage of the fact that no one knew, he quickly found Makoto to explain. When Makoto saw him approaching, her face was full of disdain, and she didn't want to pay him any attention. However, in front of her classmates, she couldn't directly expose him and could only wait silently for him to come closer. "About the incident of peeping that day, I want to clarify things with you. Faced with ironclad evidence, do you still have something to say?" Makoto responded coldly. Shinai shook his head and looked toward Yueshing, who was sitting at the back of the classroom. Her training experience was shallow, so her seat was also at the back. Although Konoha village was kind, there was a clear hierarchy of status, respect for the strong and disdain for the weak. This was also evident in the Ninja Academy. "I swear it wasn't me who was peeping that day. Hyuga Yueshing can testify she has the Byakugan. I don't want to argue about this anymore." Makoto lightly pushed Shinai and returned to her seat. She didn't expose Shinai in public, which was already the greatest leniency she could offer him. Makoto was certain that Shinai was the one peeping. First, she had seen his injuries, and second, she had confirmed it with Jiraiya. On the day of the peeping incident, Jiraiya had been busy seeking inspiration for Makeout Paradise. Between a newly born child in the village and a renowned ninja, Makoto chose to believe the latter. Shinai knew that continuing to explain was useless, so he decided to let things develop naturally and slowly find an opportunity to make amends. He still clung to Makoto, which could very well anger her and lead her to publicly declare him a peeping maniac. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The urgent sound of the class bell rang. Shinai gave Makoto a deep look before quickly returning to his seat, waiting for the teacher to arrive. A few minutes later, a stranger walked into the classroom, accompanied by someone from the Uchiha clan. His eyes scanned the room as if searching for something. Shinai was stunned. Wasn't he that Uchiha Fugaku? Why would he come to the ninja academy for no reason, facing a group of children? Everyone, don't move. Today we will have an outdoor combat class. Shinai, since you're new, you won't participate. Looking down on me, huh? No one here is my match, Shinai thought disdainfully but didn't show it, nodding to indicate acceptance. However, Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand to oppose the teacher. I have received approval from the third Hokage to check on everyone's training progress, and more importantly, to guide the new student. Fugaku smiled at Shinai, and Shinai immediately realized this was a trap. Fugaku was clearly targeting Shinai. Why would a genius like him come here? Because Shinai bullied Uchiha Makoto. Fugaku won't let him off. Doesn't matter. The disaster won't fall on us. Let's just watch him make a fool of himself. The teacher shook his head helplessly. Fugaku was acting against the third Hokage's orders, and he couldn't stop him. Moreover, the teacher, being straightforward, hadn't realized Fugaku was here to cause trouble. For these kids who hadn't graduated yet, outdoor activity classes were just shuriken practice. The teacher led everyone into the training field. Various wooden stakes were arranged in the field. Shinai stared intently. He had only seen this in anime before, but now it was presented in reality. Fugaku sneered at Shinai, as if looking at a country bumpkin. Someone whispered. Shinya's first time here. Look at how clueless he looks. If it weren't for Lady Tsunade, he wouldn't even have the chance to be here. He's just a pretty face. Strength is what truly matters. The teacher sighed. Although the voices were low, he heard them all. He wouldn't allow discrimination and quickly interrupted everyone's chatter. Today's training is the same as usual. Pair up in groups of 2 to practice shuriken throwing. Everyone skillfully found their partners. Shinai stood still for a moment, thinking, and decided to approach Yueshing. In the crowd, only Yueshing was somewhat familiar to him. If he went to find Makoto, they would definitely end up arguing again. But beside Yueshing stood another girl, and Shinai hesitated in his steps. At this moment, a genin walked up to him, looking a bit impatient. Let's team up. It seems no one wants to train with you, but I do have some insights on shuriken. Shinai shrugged, completely indifferent. Shuriken were of no importance to him, no battle had ever been won relying on them. The training ended quickly, during which Shinai barely touched the shuriken, which annoyed his teammate. Are you too arrogant? Shuriken are the basics for a ninja, and you don't even glance at them. I don't use them. Shinai candidly admitted his reason for not wanting to touch shuriken, feeling no shame, but it drew a wave of ridicule. Not using shuriken and still thinking of graduating? Dream on. It's the first time I've seen someone who can't even use shuriken, huh? Do you really think shuriken are everything to a ninja? Shinai crossed his arms, looking at the mocking crowd around him, completely unable to understand their mindset. As his words fell, the ridicule grew louder, and everyone stared at him like he was a freak. In their eyes, Shinai was just a useless kid with no combat ability at all. They mocked him without restraint, and some even seemed eager to provoke him, but they held back because the teacher was present. How can you mock a child with dreams? Uchiha Fugaku walked over with feigned sincerity, patting Shinai on the shoulder as if to comfort him. Shinai sneered, seeing through the scheme in his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as Fugaku finished speaking, that genin suddenly stepped forward. If you have a dream, let me see if you, who can't use shuriken, can make it. The teacher understood this genin was under Fugaku's command. Originally, he thought it was to motivate Shinai to train, but it turned out to be a covert attempt to cause trouble. Shinai is in trouble now. Although not very strong, he is already a genin. That's right, it's hard for anyone to win in a one-on-one fight with him. Those who had just mocked Shinai instantly became nervous. After all, Shinya's victory or defeat was tied to the reputation of the Ninja Academy, and everyone shared in the honor and disgrace. If he won, the fighting spirit of the yet-to-graduate children would be instantly ignited. Shinai shook his head helplessly. Trouble had already come knocking, and if he didn't teach them a harsh lesson, no one would be convinced. A perfectly good outdoor training session has turned into a ring match. Interesting. He stretched his body, walked to the center of the training ground, and lightly beckoned with his finger. The genin was furious, not expecting to be provoked. After all, he was already a genin, and the forehead protector was a clear distinction. Kid, I'm serious now. He formed hand seals, and chakras surged into his palms. Wind release, gale palm. 2 gusts of wind rapidly attacked Shinai. Genin are indeed strong, just one move is so fierce. Shinai might not be able to block it. But I think Shinai might have some unexpected tricks. Shinai frowned slightly. Although he had mastered Tsunade's monstrous strength and Jiraiya's sage mode, he couldn't perform advanced ninjutsu and could only rely on these 2 techniques to intimidate. But against this genin, he was confident he could easily win. Monstrous strength. He lightly shifted his right foot, bent his body slightly, and concentrated all his power into his right fist, punching the air ahead with full force. Boom! The gusts of wind shattered, leaving everyone stunned. Shinai easily neutralized the genin's attack and still had energy to spare. Impossible. You're just a kid. How can your chakra reserves be so strong? Who said this is about chakra reserves? A genin can't even distinguish between taijutsu and ninjutsu? Innate monstrous strength? The test is over. Today's lesson ends here. Everyone, stand down. Alright, teacher, if there's nothing else, I'm heading home. Sister Tsunade must be missing me right now. Everyone was shocked by Shinai and angered by his words. Tsunade was the idol of the village boys, yet he casually mentioned her. The teacher coughed lightly, also respecting Tsunade in his heart, but his position made it inappropriate to say more. Lord Fugaku, do you have anything else to add? The teacher quickly pushed this matter onto Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku took a deep breath. Shinya's actions today had completely enraged him, but he could only suppress his anger. The task assigned by the 3rd Hokage has been completed, but I look forward to meeting Shinai again next time. On the surface, Fugaku appeared kind, but his words were full of hostility, even harboring the urge to kill him. Shinai didn't take these threats to heart at all. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I don't want to listen to the useless roars of a weakling. You. Fugaku forcibly suppressed his anger. If he were to fight Shinai now, he would still be at a disadvantage. Tsunade was one of the Sannin, and no one in the village dared to provoke her, Fugaku included. Shinai ignored the gazes of others, left the training ground directly, and wandered aimlessly around the village. Based on his understanding, Tsunade was definitely not at home at this time. As he walked, he arrived in front of an imposing mansion. Looking up, he saw it was the Hyuga clan's grand estate. As expected of one of the top clans in the village, even the Hokage's office isn't this luxurious. In the clan, Shinai only knew one girl, Ueshing. Suddenly, a rough scolding voice came from within. Is this the extent of your ability? As a member of the main family, this is far from enough. Shinai scratched his head helplessly. The troubles of a big clan were truly beyond the understanding of outsiders. He was about to ignore it when a familiar voice rang out again. I know I'm still far from it, but I will keep working hard. It's my responsibility to bring honor to the clan. Curious, Shinai followed the voice to a large open area behind the estate and saw Ueshing practicing with another Hyuga member. Ueshing seemed to be at a disadvantage. Shinai leaned against a large tree to observe, wanting to gauge Ueshing's strength. Gradually, he noticed something unusual. Ueshing's opponent was striking without holding back, each move potentially fatal. Hey! You have no sense of pity for the fairer sex. Shinya's voice interrupted their fight. The two turned to look at him. Seeing it was Shinai, Ueshing's face lit up with a smile. She wanted to run over but hesitated for a moment. I heard you guys training here this morning, so I thought I'd sneak a look. That day, I was kidnapped and disgraced the clan, so I have to train desperately to become stronger. You're insane. Even if you want to improve your strength, you can't torture your body like this. Who do you think you are, daring to meddle in the Hyuga clan's affairs? Shinai gave the man a cold glance, then pulled Ueshing to a shady spot, intending to let her rest before continuing her training. This, however, only angered the man further. He jumped in front of them, spreading his arms to block their way. Shinai sighed, understanding the situation from their expressions and conversation. The man was from the Hyuga clan's branch family, with a low status, only tasked with protecting the main family. Although Ueshing's strength was average, her status as a main family member made her inherently different. After that incident, the branch family members reacted strongly, even more upset than if they had failed themselves. To the branch family, the clan's honor was more important than anything else. So, when training Yu Eshing, he deliberately increased the intensity, leaving her covered in injuries. I won't interfere much in clan matters, but if you bully Yu Eshing, I won't let it slide. Shinai flung him aside and pulled Yu Eshing to sit on a shady bench. How are you feeling? Are your injuries serious? Yu Eshing shook her head, her eyes still filled with a desire to train, clearly haunted by the incident of being kidnapped. Hey, White Eyes, you're from the branch family, right? Who are you calling White Eyes? It's just you and Yu Eshing here. Do you think I was talking to her? The man's mouth twitched, not expecting Shinai to call him that. Alright, you've pissed me off. Time to teach you a lesson. The Byakugan user clenched his fists but suppressed his anger due to the difference in status. Fighting is not allowed in the village, but I'll give you a chance. The Byakugan user's eyes lit up, eager to seize the opportunity to vent his anger with a beating. Go ahead. Let's make a bet. If I win, Yu Eshing can take a break for a while. If I lose, you can deal with me however you like. Alright. The Byakugan user agreed without hesitation, not even considering the possibility of losing. Yu Eshing widened her eyes, looking at Shinai. She was well aware of the difference in their strengths. Based on Shinye's performance that day, he absolutely couldn't defeat the Byakugan user. Several times, she wanted to stand up and stop Shinai, but his gaze intimidated her into retreating. For some reason, whenever she met Shinye's eyes, an inexplicable sense of security surged through her. Shinai made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. The Byakugan user, without any courtesy, strode to the center of the clearing, positioning his hands and ready to strike at any moment. Byakugan, begin. Go ahead and make your move. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Today, I'll show you the true meaning of the word branch family. Shinai stood firmly with his feet slightly apart, his gaze fixed intently on the Byakugan user. Currently, Shinai only mastered brute force techniques, which put him at a disadvantage against the Hyuga clan. His opponent could easily evade. To win, he had to rely on gathering chakra to enter Sage mode. The Byakugan user, consumed with rage, couldn't hold back and charged at Shinai, his fists brimming with immense power. The Hyuga clan's greatest strength lay in their Byakugan abilities, all of which served their taijutsu. The Byakugan user's power was not to be underestimated. Shinai grinned and suddenly threw a punch, hiding brute force within it. The Byakugan user immediately noticed something different. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he would never allow himself to dodge an opponent's attack. The two fists collided, causing ripples in the air. Yu Eshing, sitting nearby, stared unblinkingly at the clashing fists. Who are you? Why do you have such immense strength? In the village, I've only seen one person use this technique. Are you talking about Sister Tsunade? I'm currently staying at her house. Shinai shook his fist. Although the outcome of the clash wasn't immediately apparent, both of them knew the result in their hearts. I lost. The training for the past few days ends here. The Byakugan user, looking dejected, turned and walked back into the residence. The battle had left a heavy blow on him. Shinai jumped to Yu Eshing's side, gathered chakra, and gently massaged her palm. Yu Eshing's gaze was dazed. Although Shinai had saved her, deep down she still thought of him as the pervert who had spied on girls bathing. She never expected him to have such a gentle side, completely overturning her perception of him. I always thought you were an uneducated little rascal, but I didn't expect you to be so gentle with girls. That day's peeping was beyond my control, and it's already irreversible. I've never seen you before. How did you suddenly appear on the roof of the women's bathhouse? Shinai was momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain why he was on that roof. His fair complexion might fool Tsunade, but it clearly wouldn't work on Yu Eshing from the Hyuga clan. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had transmigrated here. Even if he wasn't afraid of becoming a village experiment, Yu Eshing wouldn't believe such an absurd reason. You know how the battles outside the village are constant. That day, I had just narrowly escaped death on the battlefield. Yu Eshing's eyes tightened, and she felt a bit more sympathy for Shinai. He was about her age, yet he had already experienced life and death. You ran into Konoha to avoid the enemy, then climbed onto the roof to hide, right? Shinai nodded repeatedly. Before Yu Eshing could think of how to explain what happened next, images had already formed in her mind. Shinai had saved her life before, and Yu Eshing already had a favorable impression of him, even surpassing her initial curiosity. During their brief interaction, her feelings toward Shinai subtly changed, something even she hadn't noticed. As the two exchanged glances, Tsunade hurriedly ran over. Come with me to the Hokage's office. There's something important you need to confirm. Shinai nodded and bid farewell to Yueshing, following Tsunade toward the office. Physically, he couldn't keep up with Tsunade and was soon left far behind. When he looked back, Tsunade was already out of sight, so she had to stop and wait for him. Tsunade sister, you're running too fast. Just carry me there. Brat, that is certainly the easiest way. Tsunade picked him up and leapt across the rooftops. Feeling the breeze, Shinai was captivated by the warmth of her touch, so much so that he didn't want to get down. When they reached the office door, Tsunade gave him a sideways glance. We're here. Aren't you getting down? Shinai scratched his head, jumped to the ground, and followed her inside. Inside the room were two people, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing a conical hat, and Jiraiya, who had just completed a mission. Shinai frowned slightly, sensing that the situation wasn't so simple. Regarding the recent women's bathhouse peeping incident, I asked Jiraiya. He indeed did not leave his room that day. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in surprise. It turned out he had been wronged all along, and that beating he took was for nothing. Shinya, let me ask you, were you the one peeping from the rooftop that day? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Absolutely not. I accidentally wandered into the hidden leaf village while avoiding the war and was discovered by Sister Tsunade. Shinya replied. Tsunade nodded, as she could vouch for that. Although she didn't recognize the person on the rooftop, she was certain it wasn't Shinya. Such a cute child wouldn't do something like that. The third Hokage was clearly unconvinced and continued to question Shinya. If that is the case, explain in detail the course of the war and how you came to the hidden leaf village. Shinya nodded, quickly thinking about how to respond. The chaos of the ninja world couldn't be concealed, nor could he fabricate a story. That day, I was with my family when countless ninjutsu attacks suddenly rained down from the sky. My parents held me and ran for cover. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Shinya's face, trying to find any flaws in his expression. But Shinya's disguise was flawless, and he appeared to be recounting the truth. Our village was already small, with no ninjas. We could only flee and abandon our home. Tsunade's expression darkened. She had thought Shinya was just a homeless child, but she hadn't expected him to have gone through so much. Where did you originally live? It wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, but it was close to the Hidden Leaf Village, so I fled here. The third Hokage asked, what happened to your parents afterward? A tear slid down Shinya's cheek, the memories clearly painful. They distracted the enemy to protect me. I don't even know if they're still alive. He secretly admired his own acting skills, confident that the three of them would believe him. Lord Third, as long as it's confirmed that it wasn't him that day, let him go for now. Shinya nodded and turned to leave the room, catching a glimpse of the third Hokage's stern expression out of the corner of his eye. The door closed gently. He didn't leave immediately but leaned against the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. His intuition told him that things weren't that simple, and there were secrets he didn't know. Lord Third, why are you suddenly asking about Shinai? He absolutely cannot be an enemy. Now we can confirm he has no connection to the enemy forces. Starting today, everyone needs to stay vigilant and not give the enemy any opportunities. Don't worry, leave this matter to the two of us. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Jiraiya, showing no embarrassment over misunderstanding him the other day. You're enough on your own. I still need to accompany Shinai. After speaking, Tsunade turned to leave. Wait, Tsunade. That guy isn't that simple. He's already investigated the village, otherwise, he wouldn't have impersonated Jiraiya. Tsunade stopped at the door. That means he must have had contact with Shinai. Otherwise, Shinai wouldn't have casually said it was Jiraiya peeping. Outside, Shinai heard everything clearly. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he left the office. Shinai didn't linger outside. He went straight home and locked himself in his room. The skills he currently mastered were limited. For combat, he only had Tsunade's monstrous strength, while Jiraiya's Sage Mode was still just a support. However, continuing to train in Sage Mode and accumulating chakra would be very helpful for extracting skills in the future. Time passed bit by bit. When Tsunade returned home and found Shinai hiding in his room, she thought he was still immersed in sadness. Shinai, can your sister come in? Tsunade asked. Hearing her voice, Shinai immediately stopped his training movements, rolled over, stood by the bedside, and gently pushed the door open. The two locked eyes, and Tsunade was slightly stunned. She noticed that Shinai seemed to have grown a lot taller. It had only been an afternoon, yet the change was so significant. What's wrong, Tsunade's sister? Shinai asked. You seem to have grown taller. I wonder if it's just my imagination. Could it be the effect of Sage Mode training? Shinai muttered to himself. If that's the case, he would have to temporarily stop absorbing chakra. Tsunade pulled Shinai to the mirror. Looking at their reflection, Shinai nodded in surprise. Previously, he could only reach Tsunade's knees, but now he was clearly close to her thighs. I don't know what you've been through, but if anyone asks, just say I helped you, Tsunade said. Shinai nodded repeatedly, feeling touched, knowing that Tsunade was protecting him. The two laughed and played, and the day quickly passed. The next morning, Shinai woke up, raised his hand, and gently waved it in the air, watching his hand move. System, give me some new skills today. Looking at the sun hanging high outside the window, Shinai remembered that he didn't have to go to the Ninja Academy today. The weekly day off had arrived. Tsunade had already gone out, searching the village for the guy impersonating Jiraiya. Whether for the village or the girls who had been peeped on, Tsunade was ready to properly punish that guy. Feeling bored, Shinai got dressed and stepped out the door. The streets were bustling with people, but he didn't see a single familiar face, which felt a bit strange. Shinai, what a coincidence to meet you here. A yellow figure quickly ran over. Shinai looked closely. It was Minato Namikaze. Why is this guy so enthusiastic about seeing me? We never interacted before, Shinai scratched his head. Thinking of Naruto's naturally friendly personality, he felt at ease. How about we go have some steaming hot Ichiraku ramen together? Minato suggested. Just what I had in mind. Shinai agreed with a smile, walking side by side with Minato toward the ramen shop. Along the way, Minato enthusiastically introduced various aspects of Konoha village, truly treating Shinai like a close brother. Shinai did not interrupt Minato Namikaze, quietly listening and occasionally chiming in. However, he had a lingering question in his mind: how could such a naturally naive guy become the fourth Hokage? Minato Namikaze, engrossed in his talk, unconsciously placed his hand on Shinya's shoulder. Shinai secretly activated the system's theft skill. Compared to the Sannin, Minato Namikaze was renowned in the ninja world, with speed rivaled only by the Raikage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique. Divine Theft cooldown, 3 hours. Shinai was ecstatic. This was precisely Minato Namikaze's signature move. However, he also understood that shuriken techniques were not his strong suit and would require diligent practice. Shinai, why are you suddenly so happy? Minato Namikaze asked. I heard Ichiraku ramen in Konoha village is quite famous. Now that I finally get to try it, of course, I'm happy, Shinai replied with a smile. 2 deluxe ramen bowls, the server called out. Minato, long time no see. Have you been out on missions? The Ichiraku owner asked. I'm still at the Ninja Academy, so I can't participate in many missions, Minato Namikaze replied. Shinai sat beside Minato, quietly watching the ramen being made, silently memorizing the steps. Perhaps one day, after leaving this world, opening a ramen shop wouldn't be a bad idea. While waiting, Minato Namikaze continued, although we haven't interacted much, I've been observing you for several days. You easily defeated a genin. Your strength far surpasses ours. Minato Namikaze sincerely admired him, giving a thumbs up. Shinai smiled faintly and said, it was just because the opponent underestimated me. The two chatted while eating when suddenly a gust of wind swept from behind. Watch out! Shinai quickly pushed Minato Namikaze aside as a shuriken landed on the table. Minato Namikaze immediately became alert. Who would dare make a move in the village? It must be an enemy. The two turned their heads, only to see the red-haired Uzumaki Kushina holding another shuriken in her hand. Shinya and Namikaze Minato were stunned, not understanding why she suddenly attacked. You pervert, and you even want to drag others down with you. Kushina roared. What? So many people testified that it wasn't me that day, why are you? Before Shinya could finish his sentence, another shuriken flew toward him. Shinya snorted coldly, leaned forward, and instantly made a move, catching the shuriken mid-air. Using the momentum, he quickly closed the distance to Kushina. So fast. Namikaze Minato considered himself top-notch in speed among his peers, but he didn't expect this guy to be even better. I already said, it wasn't me that day. Don't think just because you're a girl, I'll let you spout nonsense. Shinya's shuriken was already pressed against Kushina's neck. With just a little force, it could leave a mark on her fair skin. Unless you give me real proof, I'll always doubt you. Shinya shot Kushina a glance, not understanding why she was so stubborn. Namikaze Minato quickly ran over, wedging himself between the two, pressing down on Shinya's wrist with one hand and gently pushing Kushina's shoulder with the other. Shinya hadn't intended to actually hurt anyone and took 2 steps back with the momentum. With skills like yours, what is there to explain? That rooftop is nothing for you. Stop talking nonsense, this isn't over yet. Shinya rolled up his sleeves and took 2 steps forward, but Namake's Minato quickly blocked him. Stop arguing. I believe Brother Shinya isn't that kind of person. Kushina, you must have mistaken him. There's no way I mistook him. His back looked exactly like that guy's from that day. Haven't you heard there's someone in the village impersonating Jiraiya? The person you saw that day must have been him. Kushina stared at Shinai with half disbelief, trying to find a trace of guilt in his eyes. But all she saw was clarity, nothing else. The atmosphere was tense, so Minato Namikaze quickly pulled the two of them to sit at Ichirako Ramen, fearing they might argue again. Only good food can resolve grievances. Shinai had no intention of targeting Kushina, he just wanted her to stop talking nonsense. When Kushina started eating the ramen, a smile appeared on her face, and joy was written all over her expression. Minato Namikaze rested his chin on his hand, quietly watching her take bite after bite of ramen. This guy clearly liked Kushina a long time ago. I won't compete with him anymore. Kushina's temper is too fiery, she's not suitable for me. Shinai slightly despised Minato Namikaze in his heart, patted him on the shoulder, and prepared to leave. I have something to do. You stay and keep her company. Minato Namikaze wanted to stop him, but Shinai leapt away in just a few steps. Not long after, Shinai appeared in an open area, clenching his fists. System, what skill did I just steal from Kushina? Host, the skill theft is still on cooldown. Today, you only learned Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique. What? That's way too disappointing. Ding, the cooldown time is 10 minutes. The host can continue stealing skills after 10 minutes. Shinai let out a deep sigh. He had rushed to Kushina's side earlier, intending to steal her abilities, but ended up with nothing. It wasn't entirely his fault, it was all arranged by the Ghost God system. 10 minutes felt like a blink of an eye to him, so he wasn't in a hurry. After all, what attracted Yeshwan to Kushina was only her powerful self-healing ability and vast chakra reserves. These abilities could also be learned from Tsunade and Jiraiya, so it would be more practical to find some offensive skills instead. With that in mind, Shinai immediately ran toward the outskirts of the village. In the forest near the village, countless Konoha ninjas were training. Shinai, leaving the village at this time, what are you planning to do? A guard questioned. Just taking a walk in the nearby forest to learn from the seniors' training, Shinai replied. The guard frowned. Recently, the village had been in constant turmoil, and no one dared to let him out easily. What are you all hesitating for? Tsunade's voice rang out as a graceful figure approached. Lady Tsunade, Shinai wants to take a walk in the forest. I think it's too dangerous and don't want to let him leave. Let him go. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The guard hesitated, but Shinai swiftly turned and quickly ran out of the village gate. He stood outside the gates of Konoha, waved at Tsunade with a smile, and then disappeared into the depths of the forest. Tsunade shook her head helplessly, turned around, and continued her patrol, searching for the person impersonating Jiraiya. This forest is so different from the village. I haven't gone far, yet I can already feel an intense battle aura. Kid, don't wander around recklessly. It's dangerous here. Suddenly, a boy with a forehead protector and Sharingan appeared in front of Shinai. He was a genin from Konoha. Are you from the Uchiha clan? That's right. Today is the annual clan hunt. The entire forest is filled with Uchiha members. Hunt? How come I've never heard of it? You're an outsider. There's no need to explain. You'd better leave quickly. Shinai stroked his chin, an idea forming in his mind. As he turned, he patted the boy on the shoulder. The boy looked puzzled but didn't think much of it. Shinai silently chanted to steal a skill, and the system quietly activated, transferring one of the boy's abilities into his mind. Ding! The host has acquired the Uchiha clan skill Sharingan. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Truly heaven sent. I actually managed to steal the Sharingan at this moment. A smile appeared on Shinya's lips as he chose another path and returned to the village. At this moment, there was no one from the Uchiha clan left in Konoha village, which was convenient for Shinai to take action. He leapt several times and arrived at the Uchiha clan's residence, changing into a suitable outfit. Returning to the forest, Shinai was dressed in Uchiha attire, and outsiders couldn't detect any flaws. In Sage mode, the chakra is sufficient to sustain the Sharingan. Things are about to get interesting. He moved through the forest but still didn't encounter a single member of the Uchiha clan. Could they be lying to me? I've come this far and still haven't seen anyone. Suddenly, the sound of battle reached his ears. Looking in the direction of the noise, 2 Uchiha members were locked in fierce combat. One of them was Uchiha Fugaku, someone Shinai was familiar with. He hesitated. If he rushed over now, Fugaku would definitely recognize him. Wearing Uchiha attire wouldn't fool Fugaku, it could only deceive those who had never seen Yeshuan before. But the desire for battle ignited in Shinya's heart. Since his transmigration, this was the first time he had witnessed a fight with his own eyes. So what if I'm discovered? Fugaku is just a chunin, I can handle him. The corners of Shinya's mouth lifted slightly, full of confidence, as he quickly leapt onto a nearby giant tree. From here, he could clearly observe the moves of both fighters. The other Uchiha also wore a forehead protector but was clearly being suppressed by Fugaku, his strength much weaker. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Fugaku's lips, and his movements sped up. The opponent didn't notice at all that Fugaku already had a shuriken in his hand, aiming it at his forehead. Shinai let out a cold snort. It was the perfect moment to strike as he blocked Fugaku's attack. Super strength. With a stomp, Shinai was propelled to the ground, his fist precisely hitting Fugaku's arm. The shuriken fell to the ground as Fugaku quickly withdrew his strength, his arm sliding away. The force was instantly neutralized, and he leapt back a few steps, creating some distance. Thanks to you for blocking that strike, otherwise, my forehead protector would definitely have been scratched. Shinai? Why are you wearing our clan's clothes and showing up here? You thief! The guy standing behind Shinai frowned. From the earlier fight, he had already realized that Shinai was not a member of the Uchiha clan. Although this is our clan's hunting event to test strength differences, this young man just saved me, so please don't be rude. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, the anger burning in his heart. Clearly, it was Shinai who was being rude, and he was merely questioning him. In that case, enjoy the Uchiha clan's feast. From now on, I will act as if you don't exist. With that, Fugaku turned and walked toward the other side of the forest, leaving Shinai standing in place. Shinai scratched his head, unable to understand what Fugaku meant. Was he planning to have other clan members teach him a lesson? Since he had joined the competition, he wasn't afraid at all, even if the strongest member of the Uchiha clan stood before him. You're Shinai, right? A voice called out. That's right. I'm currently staying at Lady Tsunade's house. If you need help, feel free to find me. Shinai could tell that this person wasn't valued by the clan and might even be ostracized. He didn't linger with him and turned to run in Fugaku's direction, intending to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. As the sky darkened, Shinai didn't encounter any other Uchiha clan members after that. The Uchiha clan's feast? There's not a single person in sight. No wonder they declined overnight. Shaking his head helplessly, Shinai changed his clothes and headed toward the village, ready to end today's thieving journey. At the village entrance, he saw groups of Uchiha clan members moving back and forth, including some familiar faces. Fugaku stood not far from Makoto, his gaze occasionally falling on her. In the corner of the group was the person Shinai had saved, looking completely insignificant. Fugaku and Makoto almost simultaneously noticed Shinai, but the two tacitly remained silent. The annual Uchiha hunt is about to end. Regardless of the results, clan members are forbidden from internal conflict in the future. The clan leader announced from the center of the group. Shinai had no interest and bypassed the group to enter the village. Just as he entered the village, he ran into Jiraiya, who was patrolling. Shinya, it's rare for the Ninja Academy to have a break. Why are you outside the village? I heard today is the Uchiha clan's hunting event, so I wanted to check it out. After all, the Uchiha clan is the oldest family in Konoha village. Jiraiya didn't say anything, but a strange smile appeared on his lips, as if he had something to say but held back. Shinya felt a bit puzzled but didn't press further. Brother Jiraiya, can I ask you something? Shinya leaned closer, exuding a sense of mystery. Jiraiya's interest was piqued, and he listened intently. I want to know, have you ever secretly seen Sister Tsunade's body? Don't worry, I won't tell her. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, completely unable to figure out what was going on in this little guy's head. Judging by his reaction, Shinya immediately concluded that Jiraiya hadn't enjoyed such a privilege. Looking at your expression, I already know the answer, Shinya said. By the way, how did you suddenly grow so tall? Sister Tsunade used me as a test subject and applied a newly learned jutsu on me, Shinya said with a face full of grievance, putting all the blame on Tsunade. Jiraiya's expression changed, and an immature thought flashed through his mind. Brother Jiraiya, stop overthinking. Sister Tsunade has already classified that jutsu is forbidden and swore never to use it again. Disappointment flashed across Jiraiya's face as he waved his hand and turned to leave the village. Watching Jiraiya's departing figure, Shinya shook his head helplessly. He knew what Jiraiya had been thinking just now, but what Jiraiya didn't know was that all of this stemmed from the nourishment of sage mode. Jiraiya had simply passed that age phase. Shinya stood alone for a while, hesitating, before turning to head home. Tsunade wasn't around, and since it wasn't too late yet, he decided to patrol the village. The third Hokage really cares about that guy, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent two of the Sannin to patrol. If I can find him, I can dispel their prejudice against me. Shinya stroked his chin, pondering how to locate that person and make him pay. While thinking, Shinya leaned on the sofa and dozed off. Shinya, why are you sleeping here? Don't catch a cold. Tsunade complained as she gently covered him with a blanket. Despite her light movements, Shinya still opened his eyes. Sister Tsunade, when did you get back? I just came in and saw you sleeping. Go back to your room. Shinya nodded, rubbed his eyes, and returned to his room. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Tsunade left home early to catch that guy. I have to report to the Ninja Academy today. It's such a shame the break was only one day. At the door, Hyuga Tsukihoshi's voice called out, Shinya. Shunya. Let's go to school together. Shinya froze, surprised by her initiative. Since the girl was so enthusiastic, he naturally didn't refuse and walked side by side with Tsukihoshi toward the Ninja Academy. The classroom was already packed with students, and Shinya immediately noticed two particularly striking individuals, red-haired Kushina and blonde-haired Minato Namikaze. Shinya, come sit over here. Shinya looked at Tsukihoshi, wanting to confirm her thoughts. After all, she was shyer than others and might feel embarrassed sitting with everyone. Let's go over. I'm good friends with Kushina, Tsukihoshi said softly. Shinya nodded and, seeing the seat next to Minato was empty, quickly pulled Tsukihoshi over. Tsukihoshi, long time no see. Long time no see, Kushina. Your hair is even redder now. Kushina smiled. Such compliments were rare, but since they were old friends, she didn't mind. By the way, Tsukihoshi, have you heard? Someone's been impersonating Lord Jiraiya in the village recently. Tsukihoshi hadn't heard about it, but upon hearing impersonating and Jiraiya, she instinctively looked at Shinya. Don't you remember? I even mentioned it to you on the way here. That day, Tsunade called me to her office, and it was about this matter. The usually slow-reacting Ueshin understood this time and started chatting with Kushina with a smile. Shinai secretly wiped his sweat, almost giving himself away. He knew about the women's bathhouse incident, and so did Ueshin, almost letting it slip. The two girls chatted and laughed, ignoring him as he leaned against Minato. The teacher hasn't arrived yet. Let me take you to a special place. We still have class today to learn new ninjutsu. Forget it, I'll teach you something even more powerful, definitely better than the teachers. Minato's eyes shifted. Shinya's words were tempting, but he had never skipped class before, leaving him hesitant. Shinai noticed his dilemma, understanding that Minato had never experienced the thrill of skipping class. This is a one-time opportunity. Are you interested in the Flying Thunder God technique? Let's go now. Once the teacher arrives, it'll be too late. Shinai nodded and led Minato out of the classroom, heading straight to the village's training ground. All the students were at the academy today, leaving the training ground completely empty. Minato was beyond excited. When will you teach me? Just hearing about the Flying Thunder God sounds awesome. The foundation is Shuriken. Your basics are solid, so I'll directly teach you chakra application. Minato focused intently, afraid to miss anything. Shinai took out a shuriken and fiercely threw it at a distant tree trunk. With a clang, the shuriken embedded itself into the wood. He then pulled another one from his pocket, clasping his hands together in front of him. Whoosh! Shinya's figure instantly disappeared, reappearing on the tree trunk. Minato's eyes widened. He had never seen this move before, and it wasn't recorded in the village's archives. Seeing Minato's surprise, Shinai couldn't help but laugh. He himself hadn't expected that what he was teaching was actually his own future ability, though he hadn't yet reached that age. Traveling to this era was a rare opportunity for Shinai, allowing him to both teach others and learn for himself. It's actually very simple. With enough practice, you'll master it quickly. But it really looks so difficult. I said you can, so you can. Also, you must promise that no matter what, this ninjutsu must never be passed on to others. Understand? Shinya's face darkened as he coldly stared at Minato. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Minato quickly nodded and promised not to share it. Shinai pulled two kunai from the tree trunk, leaped lightly, and landed beside Minato. Minato looked at the kunai in his hands and noticed they were different from ordinary ones, with intricate markings engraved on them. Could the secret of the Flying Thunder God technique lie in these markings? That's right. Maybe I don't even need to explain further. Take these two kunai back and study them carefully. Minato carefully stored them away, placing them in his ninja tool pouch as if they were treasures. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Not much time had passed, but the sun had already risen to its peak. Shinai was a bit puzzled. 2 people were missing from the classroom. Had the teacher not noticed? Perhaps the teacher didn't care whether they were in class and was only responsible for imparting knowledge. The morning is almost over. We should head back now and avoid making the teacher angry. But there's still one guest here, who's been hiding for quite a while. Minato frowned. During this time, he had been on high alert but hadn't noticed the person Shinai mentioned. Didn't expect your sense of smell to be so sharp. Well, I won't hide anymore. A voice came from the forest. Minato found it somewhat familiar but couldn't recall who it was. Shinya's gaze fixed on the darkness as a small figure slowly emerged, black hair tied at the back. Nara Shikaku, why are you secretly following us? What do you want? I was just curious why you suddenly left the classroom, so I followed. Are you satisfied with the result? From a distance, I couldn't see what you were doing, but your strength impressed me. Before Minato and Shikaku could react, Shinai suddenly stomped on the ground and instantly dashed in front of Shikaku. With a strange smile on his face, he gathered a large amount of chakra in his palm and pressed it forcefully onto Shikaku. By the time Shikaku realized what had happened, the attack was already over. He touched himself but found nothing unusual, as if nothing had happened just now. Don't be surprised. I had no intention of hurting you. As soon as Shinai made contact with Nara Shikaku, he silently activated the system to steal a skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Nara Shikaku's skill, Shadow Imitation Technique. Cooldown time, 3 hours. He patted Shikaku on the shoulder, a smile appearing on his face. After all, this guy might become his teammate, and he didn't want to scare him. Minato quickly walked over and placed a hand on Shikaku's shoulder. Shinai is actually a good person. We'll all be good brothers in the future. Shikaku wasn't nervous about Minato's words, clearly showing that the two had interacted quite a bit before. Since the 3 of us left the classroom together, why don't we go have some Ichiraku ramen? Agreed. The 3 of them walked toward the ramen shop without hesitation. Pedestrians on the street stared at them, as if looking at delinquents. After all, boys of this age were either in the ninja academy, had no training abilities and were considered useless, or were just little troublemakers in the village. The 3 paid no attention, only thinking about eating steaming hot ramen. Suddenly, a strange ninja appeared in the middle of the road, wearing a Konoha forehead protector but giving off an unsettling vibe. Shikaku cautiously stepped in front of Shinya and Minato. Shinya noticed this and felt a warm sensation in his heart. However, the 3 of them together might not be a match for the opponent, so they had to be careful. I have a deal for you, one that will let you eat, drink, and have fun every day. The strange ninja said. Let's hear it. We don't even have money for ramen. There's a scroll in the Hokage's office. If you help me get it, you can eat ramen today and every day after. Shinya sneered. This guy really thinks we're just kids. Before he could react, Minato stepped forward and launched an attack. You traitor of the village, trying to make me steal the Hokage's secrets? Surrender now. The strange ninja shook his head and helplessly waved his hand, setting up a barrier that made all the people on the street disappear. Shinya's heart tightened. His skill-stealing ability was still on cooldown, and it would be hard to win with his current abilities. This guy is impersonating Jiraiya. Let us be careful. Shadow Imitation Technique. Nara Shikaku ignored the opponent, attempting to use his jutsu to quickly restrain him so that Minato and Shinya could strike. But the opponent was far stronger than Shikaku had imagined. Do you think such a petty trick can control me? Look, where is the shadow now? That guy used some unknown ninjutsu, and suddenly a large mass of dark clouds appeared within the barrier, blocking all light. Shikaku's jutsu was completely nullified. Shinya quickly thought of a countermeasure and ultimately decided to use Sage Mode combined with brute strength to forcibly break through the barrier and create an opening. You two, stay close to me. Don't fall behind. Minato and Shikaku nodded, their eyes fixed on Shinya, completely ignoring the strange ninja. The opponent frowned. Although he wanted to eliminate the 3 within the barrier, he dared not act too recklessly on Konoha's territory. Brute strength. Chakra surged within Shinya's body, gathering in his fist. Suddenly, the power spiraled out of control and scattered everywhere. Damn, I didn't expect this small body to be unable to handle such immense power. Hopefully, it will still be of some use. A thunderous roar echoed through the barrier, and sunlight broke through the clouds. Shinya smiled. The plan had succeeded. Although they hadn't captured that guy, it was still a regret. We need to report to the third Hokage immediately. We've encountered someone impersonating Jiraiya. Hopefully, it's really him, but I can't shake the feeling he's hiding something. Minato and Shikaku were equally concerned. As a member of the Nara clan, Shikaku's thinking was sharp, maintaining the family tradition. But they still decided to inform the third Hokage because that guy was becoming increasingly brazen in the village. The three exchanged glances, abandoning their plans to eat ramen, and hurriedly ran toward the Hokage's office. At the door, he happened to bump into Tsunade, who was heading out, and Shinai directly lunged forward. Shikaku and Minato swallowed nervously. If it were any other man getting this close, they would likely face Tsunade's merciless brute strength. But seeing it was Shinai, Tsunade gently crouched down. Did you get hurt, little Shinai? It's not the time for that. The third Hokage has an urgent matter to hear. We need to report immediately. Tsunade's sister, please come with us. Tsunade nodded. Seeing the expressions on Shinai and the others, she knew the situation was serious. The door was pushed open, but there was no sign of Hiruzen Saratobi inside. Tsunade frowned. The third Hokage had only left for a minute, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Before you left, was the third Hokage here? He was, but not long after, he disappeared. We don't know how he left. Is this the power of a Kage-level ninja? I really can't figure it out. Tsunade smiled and lightly tapped Shinya's nose with her finger. Little one, don't overthink it. One day, you'll become an even stronger ninja. By the way, what happened to make the three of you so tense? We encountered that guy impersonating Jiraiya, but he escaped. The smile on Tsunade's face instantly vanished. This matter was crucial to the third Hokage and the entire village. After several days of patrolling, they still hadn't found the man, which showed how powerful he was. As long as he wasn't caught, the village would never truly be at peace. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but danger lurked in the shadows. You three must be careful. Since he came looking for you, he won't let you off easily. Shinai nodded. He understood this, but with his current strength, he still couldn't guarantee capturing him. However, with the help of the Konoha village ninjas, the situation would be different. Lady Tsunade, we're leaving now. Please inform the third Hokage about this matter. Minato tugged at Shikaku and Shinya's sleeves, signaling something. Everyone understood. Waving goodbye to Tsunade, the three headed towards the ninja academy without speaking along the way. Among smart people, a single glance is enough to understand each other's intentions. Although it was just a short battle, their teamwork was seamless. Back in the classroom, the afternoon classes hadn't started yet. That guy doesn't seem to have noticed we weren't here this morning. I really wish he'd come here so our teacher could witness an unexpected battle. Shikaku patted Shinya and Minato on the shoulders, his gaze shifting to the window. There sat a familiar figure, with a different face, but their identity was instantly recognizable. Minato was about to shout it out loud, ready to seize the chance to confront him. Shinya, however, pressed down on his shoulder and gently shook his head. Saying it now would cause panic. Right, he's extremely dangerous. Our classmates wouldn't stand a chance against his attacks. The entire afternoon, Shikaku and Minato kept a close watch on that person, fearing he might suddenly make a move. By the time school ended, he still hadn't acted and even seemed more attentive in class than others. Suddenly, he vanished from his seat. Shinya looked at Shikaku and Minato, noticing they also appeared puzzled. We were watching him the whole time. How did we not see how he left? Maybe we've fallen into his genjutsu, but don't worry, the village will definitely intensify the search. Shinya, what are you guys talking about? School's over, let's go home together. Yueshing appeared in front of the three, pulling Kushina along. Her fiery red hair and pure white eyes made her stand out among the other girls. Shikaku coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness, then walked alone toward the door. Shinya nodded and walked home with Yueshing. To return to the Hyuga clan's residence, they had to pass by Tsunade's house, and the journey seemed smooth. Standing at Tsunade's doorstep, Shinya watched Yueshing's figure disappear around the street corner. I only stole one skill today, it's a bit of a waste of the system's divine abilities. He stroked his chin, pondering where to find his next target to enhance his ninjutsu. While deep in thought, someone with a forehead protector walked by ahead. Shinya's lips curled into a slight smile as he immediately followed, patting the person's shoulder when they weren't paying attention. Steal skill. He activated the system secretly, a smile on his face. Sister Kurenai, where are you headed? Shinya? Alone here? Is Tsunade not home? I was just about to go inside when I saw you passing by, so I came to say hi. I missed you. Kurenai Yuhi rolled her eyes at Shinya. Her fair face paired with his sweet words, no wonder Tsunade liked him. She even felt like picking Shinya up, but his height wouldn't allow it. Seeing Shinya's eager expression, Kurenai finally bent down and patted his head. I missed you too, but I have an important mission this time, so I can't stay with you. Next time, for sure. Although Shinya was reluctant, he secretly wanted to part quickly to see what skill he had stolen. Before leaving, Kurenai gave him a light kiss on the forehead and turned to walk down the street. System, what skill did I steal from Kurenai this time? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Kurenai Yuhi's skill chakra sensing. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Shinya smiled wryly. It was another support ninjutsu, with no improvement to his combat power. But with it, at least he could sense targets in advance. Reflecting on the day, he felt it was the most fulfilling since arriving in this world. Although it wasn't as visually stimulating as the first day, he could better appreciate the charm of this world. No matter what, I still need to train. Support ninjutsu often plays a decisive role. He returned to his room and began training according to the information in his mind. As night fell, he was fully focused. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and he looked toward it warily. If Tsunade had returned home, the door wouldn't have made such a sound. It was clear someone had snuck in. The door slowly opened, and a beam of light shone in. Shinya immediately recognized that the person at the door wasn't Tsunade but a male ninja with a somewhat familiar silhouette. Jiraiya, big bro, why are you sneaking around? Shinya asked. Tsunade is still out on a mission, and I was worried you'd be hungry, so I came to take you out for some food, Jiraiya replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. Shinya followed Jiraiya without hesitation. He had originally planned to eat ramen with Shikaku and Minato, but that guy had delayed him. This was a rare opportunity, and he seized it immediately. Before long, the two were seated in front of Ichiraku. Ichiraku, 2 bowls of the usual ramen, Jiraiya ordered. Shinya, what do you think about that guy in the village? Jiraiya asked. His strength should be about the same as yours. Judging by his appearance, he's an old spy with a lot of experience, Shinya replied. Jiraiya nodded, his eyes showing approval. For someone as young as Shinya to see through such things, he was bound to become a top-tier ninja in the future. Before long, Ichiraku brought out 2 steaming bowls of ramen. The aroma was mouth-watering, and Shinya eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Jiraiya shook his head with a smile and quickly started eating as well. Onlookers watched the two as if they hadn't eaten in ages, devouring the food like starving ghosts. Even Ichiraku was shocked and hurriedly prepared more ramen to place in front of them. There's still plenty here, take your time eating, he said with a smile. Delicious, yeah, we can do this, the two mumbled with their mouths full, barely able to speak clearly. In just a few breaths, the ramen in Shinya's bowl was gone. Jiraiya followed closely, finishing all his noodles as well. The two patted their stomachs in satisfaction. 1 bowl was enough to keep them full for the entire day. I'll introduce you to a new friend. You two should get along, Jiraiya said. Oh? Shinya's eyes lit up. There weren't many people who could pique his interest now, and he was curious to know who it was. Jiraiya placed a few gold coins down, turned, and headed toward the outskirts of the village. Shinai followed closely behind, his brows slightly furrowed. Could Jiraiya really be an imposter? Was he planning to eliminate him when no one was around? Chakra sensing. Shinai silently activated his sensory abilities, scanning Jiraiya's entire body without any concealment. Even if he was discovered, it didn't matter. If Jiraiya was truly an imposter, he would eventually slip up. As one of the Sannin, Jiraiya immediately noticed Shinya's unusual behavior but showed no reaction. Shinai was puzzled. When exactly had Jiraiya learned Kurenai Yui's techniques? After some probing, he confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Jiraiya, with the latest issue of Makeout Paradise hanging at his waist. However, Shinai had no interest in the book. With a beautiful woman at home, why fantasize through a novel? Under the night sky, the gate leading out of the village loomed ahead, but Jiraiya showed no intention of stopping. Jiraiya, where exactly are you taking me? Why all the secrecy? Shinai asked. Jiraiya replied calmly, there's a guy guarding the gate over there. If you want to meet him, you have to step outside the village. Shinya's heart stirred. He knew Jiraiya was referring to that young Uchiha named Yamashiro Aoba. That guy not only knew the fire release, great fireball technique, but could also control crows to attack. Suddenly, a flock of crows appeared in the sky, circling above them. Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, crossed his arms, and smirked. Is this how you welcome old friends and little ones? Jiraiya teased. Coming here so late, it seems you don't have good intentions. Yamashiro Aoba emerged from the crows, standing on a shadowy figure beneath his feet, exuding an intimidating aura. Why did you bring this kid here? The village is rife with rumors targeting Shinai, Yamashiro Aoba questioned. Shinai, surprised, pointed at himself, targeting me? Yamashiro Aoba nodded, pulled out a scroll from behind, and handed it to Shinai before leaping to Jiraiya's side for a chat. Expressionless, Shinai opened the scroll. It stated that he was prohibited from leaving the village until that person was caught. Without finishing it, he tossed the scroll to the ground. Although he had been the one peeping at the women's bathhouse, linking him to that person was too much. Worse still, even though he and Shikaku and Minato had reported the person's appearance, Hiruzen Sarutobi still didn't believe him. It seems Tsunade was unaware of this matter, otherwise, she would have caused a scene in the office. If you throw it so hard, what if you damage my scroll? Yamashiro Aoba picked up the scroll, cleaned it, and put it back in his pocket. Feeling Jiraiya's gaze, Shinai suddenly understood. Jiraiya hadn't brought him here just to welcome him but to test him. With Tsunade away and no one paying attention, they wanted to thoroughly investigate him. If he was a spy, they'd deal with him directly. If not, they could use it as an excuse to keep an informant. Jiraiya, from the look on your face, you don't trust me, Shinai said with a cold smile. For the safety of the village, Tsunade trusts you, but I need some proof. Damn it, do I really need to prove to you whether I'm a good person? If I had the skills of a spy, I would have taken you all out by now. Jiraiya smiled, looking at Shinai. Yamashiro Aoba was equally tense, though even more so than Jiraiya. Shinai was in a tough spot. He couldn't turn against them now. If he was truly seen as a spy, all his previous lies would have been for nothing. Brother Aoba, come over here, I can prove it to you. Aoba glanced at Jiraiya, and Jiraiya nodded, signaling that it was fine. Aoba cautiously approached Shinai, his face full of vigilance. Shinai lightly patted Aoba's shoulder twice and silently activated the skill theft. Ding, successfully stole Yamashiro Aoba's skill, technique of 3000 crows. Cooldown, 3 hours. Shinai nodded in satisfaction and sprinted off in one direction. Aoba was stunned and wanted to chase after him, but Jiraiya stopped him. The ninja guarding the village gate couldn't leave their post casually. Leave chasing him to me, you stay here and guard. Jiraiya turned around, pushed off with his foot, and quickly pursued Shinai, catching up to him in no time. Brother Jiraiya, you're really fast. I thought I could put some distance between us. I believe you're not a spy. Following you now might lead me to him. Shinai shook his head helplessly and kept running, heading toward a small house in the village. He had already sensed Jiraiya hiding there. Brother Jiraiya, when did you start keeping an eye on me? You hid really well. That's a secret, but I've always trusted you. I just had no choice but to use this method to find that guy. Shinai understood. The spy wandering in the village was believed to be impersonating Jiraiya, but only he and Tsukihoshi knew that Jiraiya hadn't done such a thing. The spy had targeted Shinai because of his special identity, with perfect cover. But Shinai still had doubts. If they really wanted to frame him, why would they show up and fight in front of Shikaku and Minato? There was no time to think about it now. Jiraiya was already running alongside him, occasionally turning back to smile. After running for a while, the two stopped in front of a dilapidated small house. The doorway was covered in a layer of dust, as if no one had entered for a long time. Jiraiya began to doubt whether Shinai had really found that guy. Shoo, keep it down, let's sneak in. Shinoya activated his perception but discovered the room was surrounded by a barrier, making it impossible to probe inside. With Jiraiya around, even if they encountered that guy, there was no need to worry too much. Coordinating with Shinoya's attack, victory was assured. The door slowly creaked open, dust swirling in the air. Under the moonlight, the room appeared empty. Shinoya wiped the dust off the floor, concluding that no one had been here for a long time and was no disguise. Looks like we got the wrong place. This isn't that guy's hideout. The opponent is really clever, deliberately leaving a strong scent to lead us on a wild goose chase. Maybe he's nearby watching us, and he'll be even more cautious in the future. Jiraiya nodded, waved away the dust in front of him, and walked out. Shinoya paused for a moment before following. The two stood silently under the moonlight. Finally, Jiraiya broke the silence, reaching out his hand to Shinoya. I'm sorry about today. Not only did I not trust you, but I also tried to use you. I know you're doing all this for the village. That guy, we must face him together. Shinoya also extended his hand, gripping Jiraiya's tightly. In that moment, Jiraiya's inner conflict was resolved. But Shinoya's heart was full of disdain. If the ninja world weren't only safe in Konoha right now, he would have already fallen out with Jiraiya. Idiot, this is the first time in my life I've been treated like this. Once I learn a few ultimate moves, I'll teach you a lesson. Of course, Jiraiya was completely unaware, convinced that there was no rift between them. In truth, Shinoya just wanted to teach him a lesson, not that he disliked him. It's getting late. Tsunade sis is probably back. I should head home. Shinoya turned and left gracefully, leaving Jiraiya standing there. Jiraiya suddenly sensed something was wrong and hurriedly caught up with Shinai. In the entire ninja world, the only person Jiraiya truly revered was Tsunade. Only Tsunade could make him completely submit. Even if he was beaten for no reason, he wouldn't resist. Shinai, don't ever tell Tsunade about this. Shinai burst into laughter, finally seeing Jiraiya's vulnerable side. But at the end of the day, Jiraiya was thinking about the village and wanted to help clear Shinya's name, even if his methods were a bit inappropriate. Don't worry, brother Jiraiya, I'll keep this to myself. Jiraiya nodded, feeling much more at ease after hearing this. The crescent moon hung high in the sky as Shinai made his way home, spotting the light in his room still on from afar. Pushing the door open, he saw Tsunade leaning on the sofa, her eyes hazy, on the verge of falling asleep. You brat, you're finally back. Who knows where Jiraiya took you to mess around? It's late, sister Tsunade. You should go rest, you've been tired all day. Shinai helped Tsunade into her room, then returned to his own and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Shinai used the system to steal skills, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world and becoming someone everyone envied. When he woke up, it was already noon, and Shinai realized he had missed the morning classes. Today, the third Hokage was personally teaching at the Ninja Academy, and he couldn't afford to be late. It's all Jiraiya's fault for wasting so much of my time. Shinai sighed, hurriedly tidied up his clothes, and ran towards the academy. He didn't notice the little girl at the door, and the two bumped into each other. Ouch! The girl cried out in pain, and Shinai quickly helped her up. Seeing her fair face and bright eyes, Shinai was stunned. He had never seen her in the ninja world. You're so beautiful. The words slipped out, even surprising himself. Hello, my name is Nakata Miseo. It's my first day at the academy today. Please take care of me. Miseo wasn't angry. Instead, she bowed politely, appearing humble. Shinai felt a warmth in his heart. I'll take you to the classroom. He instinctively held her hand. Miseo blushed but didn't pull away. The two walked into the classroom, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Tsukihoshi and Makoto's gazes were fixed on Shinai. Minato nudged Shikaku, his expression teasing. Shinai's already getting to know a new girl so quickly. That fair face of his really works wonders. That's the new student, Nakata Miseo. I heard she has a similar background to Shinai. Minato stroked his chin, feeling sympathy for Miseo's circumstances. Shinai led Miseo to Minato's side, and Minato made room for 2 seats. Tsukihoshi, dissatisfied, stood up and walked toward Shinai. Minato's face lit up with anticipation, ready to watch some drama unfold. But Shinai's face remained expressionless, completely indifferent. Shinai, who is this beauty? She is a new classmate. Take this opportunity to get to know her. I haven't gotten to know her yet either. Quiet down, everyone. Today's lesson will be taught by the third Hokage. The classroom immediately fell silent. The usually mischievous children became well-behaved as soon as they heard the name of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, wearing his conical hat, slowly walked to the podium, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Some faces showed envy. The position of Hokage was a dream for many, and Minato was no exception. Only Shinai remained calm, wondering about the purpose of this old man's sudden appearance. Shinai caught the fragrance from Meishang beside him and seemed to understand something. The third Hokage said, "You are the future of the village. I am getting old and cannot protect you forever. You must grow quickly." The third Hokage continued, "Ninjutsu will be taught by specialized instructors. I am here to tell you 2 things. Shinai crossed his arms and curiously stared at the third Hokage, guessing that the first matter was related to the guy impersonating Jiraiya. Sure enough, the third Hokage's gaze stopped on Shinai, and he waved his hand, releasing a burst of chakra. Shinai felt a warm sensation on his back and couldn't help but stand up. All eyes turned to Shinai as the third Hokage slowly began to speak. Previously, everyone misunderstood Shinai, accusing him of being the peeping Tom at the women's bathhouse that day. I have investigated and confirmed that he had nothing to do with it. Shinai looked at Hiruzen Saratobi in surprise, not expecting him to speak up on his behalf. Makoto grew suspicious. If the third Hokage said so, it meant that Shinai really wasn't involved that day. But for her to fully trust Shinai, she would need solid evidence. Yueshing was even more confused, not understanding why the Hokage would lie to protect Shinai when it was clearly him peeping that day. I told you all before that I had nothing to do with it. Do you believe me now? The third Hokage added, recently, dangerous individuals have appeared in the village. If you encounter them, you must escape immediately. After speaking, he turned and left the classroom. Everyone's gaze shifted from Shinai to the third Hokage, and Shinai smoothly sat back in his seat. Minato reacted the fastest, leaning close to Shinya's ear and asking, that day, it really wasn't you? The boys in the class being hostile to you before, that was all unnecessary? Of course not. I don't want to bother with them. The figure of the third Hokage disappeared, and the classroom returned to its noisy state. Some children came over to apologize to Shinai, saying they shouldn't have been hostile to him because of that incident. Shinai waved it off casually and turned to look at Mei-shan. You're not a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, are you? Can you tell me your story? From the third Hokage's gaze, Shinai judged that there must be some kind of secret between him and the girl in front of him, something that couldn't be easily revealed. I'm indeed not a ninja from the Hidden Leaf. I come from a very small country. The war destroyed my home and family, and now I'm the only one left. Mei-shan, do you have a place to stay now? Why not come live with me at the Hyuga household? Yueshing's attitude suddenly changed, warmly inviting Mei-shan, appearing very natural. Shinai also had the thought in his mind but ultimately decided to consult Tsunade first. Thank you, but I already have a place to stay. The third Hokage arranged it for me. Shinai nodded, guessing correctly that Mei-shan had already passed the third Hokage's test and might have known him for a long time. The afternoon passed quickly, and just as Shinai was lost in thought, the school bell rang. A few of them agreed to go to the village's burger shop for dinner, forming a line as they headed toward the classroom door. However, the doorway was blocked by a fat guy, taking up the space of 3 people. You're blocking the way. How are others supposed to get through? The fat guy turned around. It was a little member of the Akimichi clan. I want to move too, but I ate too much this afternoon and need a moment to recover. Shinai was speechless. Everyone in this clan was overweight and extremely sensitive to food. In just one afternoon, they could gain several layers of fat. Let me help you. It's a good chance to try out the new ninjutsu I just learned. Minato took out a marked kunai from his pocket, threw it outside the door, and placed one hand on Choza Akimichi's back. He took a deep breath and began channeling chakra. Since learning the Flying Thunder God technique, this was the first time he was truly using it, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Flying Thunder God technique. Chakra erupted, far exceeding the reserves expected for someone his age. With a whoosh, Minato and Choza Akimichi disappeared. When they reappeared, Minato was already standing next to the kunai. Choza Akimichi, however, was stuck in the doorway, his plump body leaving 2 deep imprints as it was squeezed. Sorry, Choza, I didn't expect this to happen. Shinya shook his head helplessly. For someone as young as Minato, being able to use the Flying Thunder God technique was already impressive. Carrying someone much heavier like Choza was bound to cause issues. Super strength. Shinya suddenly delivered a heavy punch to Choza Akimichi, the immense force traveling through his fist and slamming into Choza's body. With a loud bang, Choza was sent flying through the door, crashing heavily onto the ground. Tsukihoshi and Misaki, the 2 girls, tightly shut their eyes, not daring to witness the aftermath. However, the sounds they heard painted a vivid picture in their minds, and their faces twisted into grimaces. Choza Akimichi, as if nothing had happened, stood up, patted the dust off his body, and walked toward Shinya with a smile. Shinya, my brother, you really helped me out today. My treat, let's all eat to our heart's content. Shinya's eyes lit up. He was just about to eat, and Choza's invitation was naturally irresistible. Without hesitation, Shinya threw an arm around Choza's shoulder and walked out. Minato and the others exchanged glances filled with helplessness. The group entered the restaurant together, and the owner quickly came out to greet them. Since opening the restaurant, it was the first time he'd seen so many people arrive together. Choza Akimichi was a regular, and even other members of his clan were big customers. Simple meals could never satisfy them. Every time the Akimichi clan's ninjas left, the owner would secretly count his earnings with joy. Boss, the usual one of every dish, and put it on the Akimichi clan's tab. The owner nodded and turned to the kitchen to prepare. The group found a spacious spot to sit down, and Shinya's gaze drifted out the window. System, what skill did I just steal from Choza Akimichi? Ding! Successfully stole Choza Akimichi's skill, partial multi-size technique. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Shinya was secretly pleased. Although the jutsu wasn't particularly strong, it was sufficient for now. Combined with the super strength he had stolen from Tsunade, the effect would be remarkable. Shinya, what are you smirking about? Tsukihoshi patted his shoulder, pulling Shinya out of his thoughts. Facing everyone's curious gazes, Shinya scratched his head awkwardly. I'm just really happy to have become friends with you all, so I couldn't help but smile. He silently thanked his teacher from his previous life for teaching him how to make up nonsense to handle questions. After a while, the owner came over, pushing a cart. So many dishes, can you usually finish all this by yourself? That's a bit of an exaggeration, but I can finish it. Everyone gasped. It was their first time seeing someone with such an appetite. Choza could eat in one sitting what others would consume in a week. Let's dig in. Choza Akimichi clasped his hands together, looked reverently at the food before him, and then began devouring it. Within seconds, the dishes on the table rapidly disappeared. Seeing this, Shinya didn't hesitate to grab the nearest drumstick and stuff it into his mouth, afraid there wouldn't be any left if he waited. Shikaku and Minato also began eating heartily, while Tsukihoshi and Misaki, the two girls, ate slowly and gracefully, appearing particularly composed. A few kids, it must be fate to meet you here. A Cloud Village ninja with a forehead protector walked into view. When Shinai saw him, memories flashed through his mind. These were the very people who had abducted Uzumaki Kushina from them back then. Now that they appeared, they definitely had ulterior motives. We don't know you, whereas the fate in that? Shinai responded coldly. Our boss wants Miss Meishon to come with us. It's best if you don't interfere, the Cloud Ninja said. Namake's Minato frowned, stood up, and blocked Meishon. This is the territory of the Leaf Village. Don't be so arrogant. The Cloud Ninja ignored him, reaching out to push Minato aside with one hand while grabbing at Meishon with the other. Shinai snorted coldly and instantly rushed in front of the Cloud Ninja, his fist gathering chakra. Partial expansion jutsu combined with super strength. His arm instantly swelled as thick as a tree trunk, his strength surging, and he punched the opponent in the stomach. Boom! The man was sent flying out of the house by the heavy blow, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The patrolling leaf ninjas nearby immediately rushed over, surrounding the Cloud Ninja. At the same time, a leaf ninja approached Shinai. Did you hit him? The ninja asked. You saw it right. Shinai responded with a cold smile. The ninja looked Shinai up and down, finding it hard to believe that such a small body could possess such strength. Akimichi Choza, with a drumstick still hanging from his mouth, stared in surprise at the partial expansion jutsu Shinai had just used. It was a secret technique unique to their clan. Before they could ask more questions, the patrolling ninjas took everyone to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat at his desk, his gaze scrutinizing the group before him, finding it hard to believe they had caused such a commotion. Sarutobi-sama, shouldn't you explain Meishong's situation in detail? That Cloud Ninja came straight in trying to take her away, Shinai said bluntly, leaning on the desk with both hands, meeting the Hokage's gaze without backing down. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly and said, Meishong was originally a child of the Cloud Village. But if she stayed there, she would have faced inhuman suffering, so we brought her here to protect her. Shinai thought carefully, realizing there was deeper meaning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. On one hand, it was to protect Meishong, but on the other, it hinted that she had research value, making her a focal point not just for the Cloud Village. As for what the Leaf Village would decide, it would depend on Meishong's future performance. Shinai turned to look at Meishong, but her face showed no signs of threat or danger. I hope the village is truly protecting her and not treating her as a test subject, Shinai muttered to himself. The third Hokage heard the doubts but showed no unusual expression on his face. However, Minato was extremely anxious, trying several times to step forward and stop Shinai. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage, and such disrespect was not tolerated in the village. Shinai asked again, how did you perform the jutsu just now? Was it brute strength combined with the Akimichi clan's secret technique? Feeling a sudden tightness in his chest, Shinai realized that his unique jutsu had already caught someone's attention. Perhaps failing to protect Meishong had turned him into a lab rat. His eyes darted around, and he quickly jumped to Akimichi Choza's side. The brute strength comes from the chakra control method taught by Sister Tsunade, and the multi-size technique was taught by Choza. Shinai blinked, and Choza immediately understood his intention. The third Hokage smiled but did not expose their lie. Thanks to you little ones today. If you want a reward, just say so. Contributing to the village is our duty. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Minato hurriedly pulled Shinai and the others out of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage stood by the window, watching the group of children run off, his gaze fixed on Shinai. Only after they disappeared did he sit back in his chair. After running all the way, Akimichi Choza was gasping for breath, leaning against a tree and panting heavily. Minato pulled Shinai along at a quick pace. Why didn't we take the reward? We missed a chance to train this time, Choza complained. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The atmosphere in the office was strange today, Shinai reminded everyone. We need to be extra careful these days. After speaking, Shinai headed home. Tsukihoshi glanced at everyone, then quickly caught up with Shinai to walk home together. Shikaku and Minato exchanged glances, discussing sending Meishong home before parting ways, but Meishong refused. Don't worry about me. Choza needs you more. I'll be fine on my own. After the group split up, Shinai pushed open the door to his house, lay directly on the bed, and slowly closed his eyes. His mind replayed Hiruzen Sarutobi's various actions in the office today. Shinai faintly felt that there was a conspiracy hidden behind it all. This world was far more complicated than he had imagined. At dawn, before he even opened his eyes, a series of shouts came from outside. Shinai, the sun's already up and you're still not out of bed? Yeah, we've all been waiting for you. Hurry up and get up. Shinai rubbed his eyes, feeling annoyed at being woken up so suddenly. But seeing that it was his friends, he couldn't lose his temper. After quickly tidying up, he got dressed and stepped outside. Coming to find me so early, what's the matter? He asked. The Ninja Academy is on break today, so we wanted to invite you to the training grounds to practice, the two said with a smile. Shinai rolled his eyes helplessly at them. You guys are unbelievable. Since you insist on tormenting me, I'll oblige. He stretched lazily and walked toward the training ground. Shikaku and Minato exchanged a glance, shrugged, and followed. Before meeting Shinai, the two had already agreed that no matter how tough the fight was today, they would learn from him. Minato even told Shikaku that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two planned to take the opportunity to give Shinai a good beating to improve themselves. Before long, the three arrived at the training ground, which was packed with people, making it hard to find a place to train. Shinai, over here. Choza Akimichi waved from afar. Beside him was an open space, right next to the woods. You three planned this in advance, didn't you? Shinai said with a smile. Hee, this is a rare opportunity, of course we have to make the most of it, Minato said with a sheepish grin. Having already tasted the benefits of improvement, he cherished this chance even more. As they approached Choza, they suddenly punched him in unison, landing precise blows on his stomach. Choza didn't have time to react as the force penetrated his entire body. Although Choza didn't move, it felt as if all the meridians in his body were sealed, leaving him completely powerless. What just happened? Such strong power, yet there was no commotion? Choza asked in astonishment. I get it now, why Shinai can easily defeat Genin, Shikaku and Minato said, their eyes gleaming with desire as they imagined reaching such a level themselves. A few seconds later, Choza's body recovered. He moved his arms in surprise, his expression incredulous. Such precise chakra control, even the strongest of the Hyuga clan would struggle to achieve it. This demonstrated just how terrifying Shinya's strength was. Since you trust me so much, I'll teach you some ninjutsu, Shinai said with a smile. Shinai cracked his neck and walked over to Shikaku, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. Shikaku's shocked expression gradually turned into joy. Without saying a word to anyone, he dashed into the forest to start training. Choza Akimichi and Minato Namikaze watched with envy. Shinai then walked over to Choza and said, I don't know much about your clan's techniques, but I can help you refine your chakra control. Choza nodded, and Shinai transmitted the flow of chakra to him. Choza felt subtle changes in his body and sat down to focus on sensing them. Minato asked anxiously, Shinai, is it my turn now? I can't wait. Shinai shook his head. You should focus on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique first. Minato was disappointed but obediently went into the woods to train. This place was better suited for practice than the Ninja Academy, offering a real combat experience and the chance to adapt to life and death challenges. Seeing everyone around him busy training, Shinai felt bored. At that moment, Jiraiya approached him. Shinya's eyes lit up with an idea. Jiraiya, big bro, let's play a game of chase. Jiraiya looked puzzled. What kind of game? Shinai grinned. If you catch me, I'll give you all my money so you can go indulge yourself. At the mention of indulgence, Jiraiya's interest peaked, and he readily agreed. Shinai chuckled mischievously and suddenly turned to run, leaving Jiraiya stunned in place. By the time Jiraiya realized it, Shinai was already out of sight in the training ground. Jiraiya stretched and began to chase leisurely. The chase lasted a long time, but Jiraiya wasn't in a hurry. Gradually, the surroundings changed from buildings to dense forest. Shinai stood atop a tall tree, looking back, but there was no sign of Jiraiya. Why is this guy so slow? He doesn't seem to be taking this seriously. Suddenly, Jiraiya's voice came from behind. Shinai, what are you hesitating for? I'm right behind you. Shinai frowned. He hadn't seen Jiraiya catch up along the way. Shinai shrugged. You win, but I didn't bring any coins with me, so the bet's off. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, silently cursing Shinya's shamelessness. Suddenly, the sound of wind picked up around them. The two exchanged a glance and instinctively moved closer together. This commotion, it doesn't seem like an easy opponent. Could it be the one you've been searching for all along? Do you have the confidence to take him down? Kid, don't hold us back. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he pushed off with his foot, detaching himself from the tree trunk. In a flash, he disappeared into the jungle, leaving Shinai standing alone. Shinai silently released his chakra perception, but he still couldn't locate Jiraiya's trace. Using me as bait, not a bad idea. He let out a cold laugh, remaining motionless on the tree trunk. The surrounding sounds gradually grew louder, approaching him. Suddenly, two shurikens flew out from between the leaves, heading straight for Shinya's face. Shinai snorted coldly and slightly twisted his body. The shuriken sliced through the air, grazing past his cheek. That actually stings. This guy didn't hold back on his strength. He rubbed his slightly warm cheek, his gaze locking onto a spot in the forest where he could sense the opponent hiding. Come out, sneaking around like that won't do you any good. You noticed me? What a pity the other one got away. Otherwise, taking down two Konoha ninjas would have been a great achievement to report back. A burly man slowly revealed himself, wearing a forehead protector from the Hidden Cloud Village. Shinai frowned. Lately, people from the Hidden Cloud Village had been appearing one after another. Could it be that the two villages were about to go to war? But according to the original story, all the ninja villages were holding back at this time. No one wanted to make the first move. The other one is here. Letting him escape would truly be a pity. Jiraiya leapt behind the man, the two of them flanking the Cloud Ninja from front and back. We just need to stall him for a while. I've already sent out a signal, reinforcements will arrive soon. Shinai nodded, understanding that Jiraiya's words were meant for the opponent to hear. After all, in this remote wilderness, Jiraiya had no way to send a signal over long distances. The Cloud Ninja sneered, as if hearing a joke. He knew Jiraiya's identity, one of the Sannin, with immense strength. But he was confident that even if he couldn't win, he could escape safely, completely disregarding Shinai. Out of respect for a ninja, I want to know your name. Me? Never changed my name, Cloud Chunin, Bulyoya. Shinya's expression turned strange. The name Bulyoya left no impression on him. This person was never mentioned in the original story. Bulyoya was just an ordinary Chunin, yet his behavior was more arrogant than a Kage-level ninja. Water style, water bullet technique. He formed hand seals while quickly sidestepping, gathering chakra in his mouth. Before he could complete his move, Shinai had already leapt beside him, punching him in the stomach. Bulyoya, too focused on forming seals, couldn't dodge and took the punch head-on. Unexpectedly, the punch was incredibly powerful, causing him to retch bitterly as his body was knocked back a considerable distance. Well done, Shinai. Finish him off with the next strike, Jiraiya said with a smile. Bulyoya wiped the blood off and stood up, his eyes wild. The kids from Konoha are really fierce. Shinai frowned. That punch had been his full strength, yet it hadn't hurt him at all. Shinai said, I'll rest for now. Leave the rest to me. Jiraiya landed on a tree branch, throwing shuriken at Bulyoya's head. Bulyoya slapped the ground with one hand, standing up in a strange posture. With skills like that, you want to ambush me? Go back to your village and train for a few more years. Water style, water bullet. The unfinished jutsu spewed from his mouth, a massive water column shooting skyward. Jiraiya was hit directly, his shoulders clothing torn. Seeing this, Shinai flashed behind Jiraiya and suddenly struck him, pushing him toward Bulyoya. The two clashed with shuriken, sparks flying, as Bulyoya gripped a long blade. Shinai shook his head, realizing it would be difficult to defeat Bulyoya for now, and decided to assist. Jiraiya, I'll help you. He avoided Bulyoya's line of sight, lightly touching him with his palm, silently chanting to steal a skill. The system prompted, congratulations to the host for stealing Bulyoya's skill water style, water bullet technique, cooldown 3 hours. After learning it, Shinya's hand seal speed increased significantly. A water dragon roared into the air behind him, pouncing fiercely at Bulyoya. Bulyoya froze. The water style he had trained for over a decade was no match for this child before him. Having roamed the ninja world for so long, it was the first time he had seen such a powerful jutsu. How is this possible? You're just a kid. How can you use such a jutsu? You've seen far too little. Next, you can reflect on it slowly in Konoha's prison. Taking advantage of Bulyoya's shock, Shinai and Jiraiya rushed forward simultaneously, throwing two ropes that tightly bound him. Bulyoya reacted too slowly. He tried to mobilize the chakra in his body but found it completely useless. The ropes binding him seemed to seal his acupoints, preventing chakra from flowing. Shinai clapped his hands and nodded toward Jiraiya. He's all yours. Remember to tell the third Hokage that all the credit is yours. Although Jiraiya didn't understand the reason, he agreed. He tied Bulyoya tightly, biting the corner of his mouth with one hand, forming seals, and slapping the ground. Summoning jutsu. A small toad jumped out and swallowed Bulyoya in one gulp. No time to waste, I'll hand him over to the third Hokage now and check if the person impersonating me is him. Shinai nodded, glanced at the late sky, and walked in the opposite direction of Jiraiya. Although this matter couldn't be made public, Tsunade still needed to know to facilitate future actions. He didn't stop, crossed the rooftops, and arrived at his doorstep. At the door, a sneaky figure was pacing back and forth. At first, Shinai didn't pay attention because there were many people on the street. Shinai, you're finally back. A familiar voice sounded. It was Uchiha Makoto, the person he least wanted to see. What do you want from me? I have some questions for you. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shinai shrugged. Although Makoto had a sweet appearance, he always felt she was like a voyeur and didn't want to deal with her for now. If the misunderstanding was cleared up, the situation would be different. Just say it quickly, don't let others see you hanging around with a voyeur. He teased her on purpose, but Makoto suddenly fell silent. I want to know if Minato and Shikaku's rapid progress in ninjutsu has anything to do with you. So what if it does? And so what if it doesn't? The Uchiha clan has a competition coming up. I want to achieve a good ranking and would like to ask you to train me for a while. Shinai glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes had passed since he used the stealing skill, so he couldn't use it again for now. Come find me here early tomorrow morning. He finished speaking, pushed the door open, and went back inside, just in time to see Tsunade organizing some documents. Seeing her younger brother Shinai return, Tsunade put down what she was holding, turned around, and opened her arms, ready to give him a big hug. However, Shinai coldly pushed her away, leaving Tsunade puzzled. Normally, Shinai was always clinging to her, but this time he actually rejected her hug. What happened, Shinai? Tsunade asked. Today, Jiraiya and I encountered some ninjas from the hidden cloud village in the village, and we captured both of them, Shinai said. Tsunade nodded and affectionately patted Shinya's head. She knew that if Jiraiya had encountered those guys alone, he might have let them go. The fact that Shinai managed to capture the enemy ninja showed that he had been a great help and had provided critical input. This is a good experience for you, being able to engage in combat even before officially becoming a ninja. But I'm not sure if those guys were impersonating Jiraiya. Could it be that Konoha has gained more enemies? Tsunade paused for a moment, realizing that Shinya's earlier coldness was actually due to his concern for the village's safety. She quickly hugged Shinai tightly and said, "Don't worry, no matter how many enemies there are, I will protect you." Shinai nodded, leaning into Tsunade's embrace, feeling the warmth. The next morning, the voice of Uchiha Makoto sounded outside the room, waking Shinai up. Makoto was always punctual, and Shinai thought to himself not to keep the girl waiting too long. Today's target is the training ground. If you get there first, I'll teach you a powerful ninjutsu, Makoto said. Really? Shinai exclaimed in surprise and dashed out. Makoto was not to be outdone and chased after him. However, as time went on, the distance between them gradually widened. This guy holds grudges but isn't familiar with the village yet. Makoto suddenly stopped, took a detour through the streets, and quickly arrived at the center of the training ground. Shinai stood at the entrance, staring at her in shock, unable to understand how she had caught up. You lost the bet. You know what to do now, right? Makoto said. Shinai reluctantly walked over and lightly patted her shoulder. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Uchiha Makoto's skill fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Shinai was very satisfied with the result. The Great Fireball Jutsu was not only a source of pride for the Uchiha clan but also a widely recognized and powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world. Today, I'll teach you the fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, but whether you can successfully perform it depends entirely on your own effort. Makoto nodded repeatedly. She knew that activating the Sharingan during the competition was unrealistic, so the Great Fireball Jutsu was her only hope for victory. Shinai led her to the riverbank beside the training ground, forming hand seals with both hands and demonstrating each move to her. Makoto watched Shinye's actions intently, wishing she could take notes. These are the hand seal techniques for the Great Fireball. I believe you've already grasped them. The key lies in the chakra control techniques. Makoto nodded. She had tried forming the seals before but failed the jutsu due to errors in chakra manipulation. As long as the chakra issue was resolved, not only the Great Fireball but other jutsu could also be easily mastered. The difference between a genius and an ordinary ninja lies here: some learn effortlessly, while others struggle with little reward. Time flew by, and the Uchiha clan competition began. Makoto advanced to the finals with her Great Fireball. Shinai, wandering around, passed by and saw Makoto fiercely battling Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the final showdown. Fugaku clearly did not want to face Makoto, his expression revealing a hint of surrender, but the Uchiha clan leader's gaze firmly suppressed him. Makoto, I'm sorry, but I can't let you win this match. The Uchiha clan has always been a man's world. Today, I will show everyone the strength of a kunoichi. Well said, one should live with such arrogance. Shinai clapped his hands as he walked to the edge of the arena, quietly observing. Fugaku's mouth twitched, and a surge of impulse to act rose in his heart, but this was an important match, and he couldn't act rashly. Carry on, I'll just be a quiet spectator and see how Fugaku loses to Makoto. The head of the Uchiha clan frowned but said nothing more. After all, with his noble status, arguing with a child would be beneath him. Shinye's presence didn't disrupt Makoto's state, but Fugaku wasn't so fortunate. Every time he mobilized his chakra, Shinye's figure and voice would flash in his mind. Damn it, his presence has completely thrown off my rhythm. Fugaku, stay focused. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Makoto seized the flaw in Fugaku's movements, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, gathering most of her chakra in her mouth. If this strike succeeded, the match would end immediately. If it missed, Makoto wouldn't have enough chakra left to continue fighting. Shinai stood at the edge of the arena, a faint smile on his lips, already seeing the outcome in his mind. Normally, Makoto wouldn't stand a chance against Fugaku. After all, the forehead protector on Fugaku's head signified that he was already a genin. How could someone who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy defeat a genin? However, what happened next shocked everyone, except for Shinai, who had anticipated it. That small flame hit Fugaku at an unbelievable angle, a result even the clan head hadn't expected. It seems the match is over, no need to keep watching. Shinai shrugged and turned to leave. He had come to watch the match partly to put pressure on Fugaku and partly to observe everyone's reactions to the outcome. Shock and disbelief were written all over everyone's faces. Facing the glaring gazes from outside, Shinai instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. Shinai, so you came to watch the Uchiha clan's match too? The match is over, Minato, you're late. I rushed here as fast as I could, but I still missed it. What was the result? Makoto won. Don't forget, she went through my devilish training. Minato's face showed a gratified smile. The duel between Makoto and Fugaku indirectly demonstrated the gap between the Ninja Academy students and genin. Moreover, Fugaku was not only a genius within the Uchiha clan but also in the entire village. Let's celebrate and go have some Ichiraku ramen. Ramen? Forget it, I still have a mission to complete. Mission? What mission? Minato leaned closer to Shinai, asking curiously. Shinai didn't reveal the truth, casually made up an excuse, and turned to leave. Watching Shinye's departing figure, Minato shook his head helplessly. He knew Shinai must be hiding something, but as a friend, he wouldn't pry. After parting ways with Minato, Shinai wandered aimlessly through the village streets, looking for a suitable target. But all he saw were ordinary people and children. It seemed the ninjas were not in the village today. Stealing skills was pointless. After some thought, Shinai locked onto a target. Even though the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had left the village, that guy still stayed in place, eyeing the Hokage's position. He walked toward the Hokage's office and went straight into the Umbu's location. Danzo was lazily sleeping, appearing completely indifferent to the outside world. Now, the Umbu had only him left. Danzo, you're really enjoying yourself here all alone. Danzo opened his drowsy eyes and carefully examined Shinai in front of him. Shinai? You've grown so tall? It's only been a few days since we last met. Danzo was extremely surprised. In just a few days, Shinye's height had reached the level of several years into the future, and his chakra had become extraordinarily powerful. What kind of monster was he? However, Danzo quickly calmed down. Why did you suddenly come here? Even the third Hokage wouldn't casually enter this place. His face grew darker, and he was already calculating in his mind. If Shinai said anything wrong, he would strike immediately. This was the Umbu, the most secretive organization in the village, and no one could interfere. If someone died here, no one would know. Shinai sensed the killing intent but remained calm, slowly approaching. I missed you, brother Danzo, so I came to see you. He placed a hand on Danzo's shoulder, and Danzo didn't notice anything unusual. Unable to find an excuse to act, he could only force a smile. When you say things like that, it always feels insincere. What do you really want? Actually, I do need your help. You're the only suitable person in the village. Danzo rolled his eyes at him, knowing this guy was no simple character. You've heard, right? There's a guy in the village pretending to be Jiraiya, and it's driving me crazy. He's harassing you? Nonsense. Only by catching him can I prove I'm not a peeping Tom. I want to ask for your help. Jiraiya has been looking for him all along. I can't help you, Danzo said helplessly, spreading his hands with a troubled expression. In fact, Danzo had no intention of helping Shinai. As long as they couldn't catch that guy, the misunderstanding would always fall on Shinai. To him, this was the best revenge. Shinai sighed, pretended to be regretful, and shook his head as he walked out. Danzo sat by the bed, quietly watching until Shinai disappeared, then revealed a sinister smile. A devious thought emerged: there were plenty of members in the Umbu. Finding someone trustworthy to frame Shinai and ruin his reputation wouldn't require him to act personally. Destroying someone was far more effective than killing them. Shinai walked back into the light and glanced back at Danzo mockingly. Trying to cause me trouble? I'll let you off this time, but next time, I'll take you out directly. He clenched his fist, feeling his strength grow and his blood circulation accelerate. He hurriedly asked the system what skill he had stolen from Danzo. If his guess was correct, only the first Hokages would release could rival such powerful vitality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Danzo's skill. Would release, Root Burial. Skill cooldown time, 3 hours. Shinai nodded to himself. This time, not only had he stolen a powerful ninjutsu, but he had also strengthened his body. He was particularly interested in the power of Danzo's ninjutsu, which was enhanced by the implantation of the first Hokage's cells. Looking around, Shinai leaped lightly onto a rooftop and ran toward the forest, eager to test his new ninjutsu. He seemed to forget that the system could unleash the full power of a ninjutsu without requiring long-term training. With no one around, Shinai took a deep breath. Would release, Root Burial. As chakra flowed, he thrust his right arm forward. His fair arm instantly transformed into a thick tree trunk. Countless plants in front of him were mercilessly crushed and destroyed by the tree trunk. The tree trunk slowly fell to the ground, and his fair arm returned to normal, even smoother and more flawless. However, at this moment, Shinai could only use chakra to activate the technique once and couldn't perform it again in a short time. Even the chakra absorption of Sage Mode takes a few hours to recharge. It seems this move must be used cautiously. At that moment, a masked figure appeared before him, leaning against a tree with arms crossed. Shinai focused his gaze and realized it was the same person who had held Yu Ling hostage that day. As expected, Danzo harbored ill intentions. As a Konoha ninja, do you still intend to serve Danzo? Danzo only ordered me to observe you. Now it seems keeping you alive is meaningless. Since I'm about to die, can you show me your true face? The masked man nodded, slowly removing his mask to reveal his true appearance. Shinai quickly analyzed his weaknesses, unwilling to waste any time. Having just used Would Release, Root Burial Explosion, his chakra had somewhat recovered but was not at its peak. Aside from Danzo, you're the second person to see my true face. You can die in peace now. White Dull, do you really think I know nothing about the Umbu? Shinai sneered, his expression relaxed, which only made the other party more tense. In the village, he only had an Umbu codename. The name White Dull had long been sealed away and never mentioned. Who are you? How do you know these secrets? Go ask the dead shinobi down below. Maybe they can give you the answer. Shinai stepped back with his right foot, gathering power in his left fist, and struck fiercely at White Dull. Super Strength Amplification Technique. A massive fist hung in midair, creating a strong gust of wind as it rushed toward White Dull. His hair was blown back by the wind, and he squinted slightly. Having suffered once, I won't be scared by the same move a second time. Water Release, Water Wall Technique. White Dull formed hand seals and slammed the ground, raising a tall wall in front of him to block the gust. Shinai nodded. It seemed that last time he had only scared him off with a sneak attack. This time, White Dull had been watching him closely. Moments later, cracks appeared on the water wall, and the second strike of the super strength took effect. White Dull was caught off guard and forced back several steps. In such a short time, your strength has grown so much. I absolutely cannot let you leave this forest alive today. You too, my secret has been discovered by you. Go die obediently. Shinai showed no mercy, holding a shuriken and charging forward. The clash of blades echoed through the air. The not yet graduated Shinai engaged in a fierce battle with the Chunin, Baidun. If it were anyone else, they would never believe this was Shinye's attack, as every move forced Baidun to fight with all his strength. Baidun suddenly exerted force, using the shuriken to push Shinai back, then threw the weapon to the ground and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Shinai couldn't discern the movements and had to retreat. Shinai channeled chakra under his feet to block the offensive. Wind release, gale palm. A whirlwind formed in Baidun's palm, instantly expanding and sweeping toward Shinai. He can actually use 2 elemental ninjutsu. No wonder he could join the Umbu. Shinai frowned deeply, realizing he had underestimated Baidun. Now, he wasn't confident he could take him down. But at this point, letting Baidun go would surely expose the secret of the wood release. The third Hokage, that old schemer, was unpredictable. If he found out Shinai was a lab experiment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chakra sensing. Shinai extended his sensing range to the limit, and a tornado's image and trajectory appeared in his mind. The tornado still existed in its chakra form, allowing him to predict Baidun's next move. However, merely dodging was futile. He had to take the initiative to keep Baidun from escaping. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shinai swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the tornado, and unleashed flames toward Baidun. The fire surged out instantly, and Baidun's eyes were filled with an endless sea of flames. To be able to easily perform the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, is this guy a freak, or is he deliberately hiding his strength? Baidun quickly retreated, trying to create distance, but was still surrounded by the flames. The nearby trees caught fire, and the blaze encircled Baidun, forming a ring of fire. Water release, waterfall technique. Suddenly, a massive waterfall descended from the sky. Water and fire collided, creating a dense white mist. Shinya's vision became hazy, as if he were in a celestial realm. Partial expansion jutsu. Shinya's arms suddenly enlarged, swinging forcefully and generating a gust of wind that gradually dispersed the mist. Baidun reappeared, his clothes covered in burn marks, clearly having been severely injured by the flames earlier. Shinai activated chakra sensing and discovered that Baidun's chakra had been halved. In contrast, Shinya's Sage mode continued to absorb chakra. Although the consumption was significant, it was also being replenished. Even so, Baidun's chakra still far exceeded Shinya's, as he was an experienced Chunin, while Shinai had yet to graduate. Attrition is not the solution. This guy has far more tricks than I imagined. If I fail to defend against just one move, it could be trouble. Shinya's eyes darted around as he pondered how to defeat his opponent in one strike and end this entanglement. Baidun's lips curled into a faint smile as he began to take Shinyi seriously, a hint of caution appearing in his gaze. Suddenly, Baidun's figure flickered and appeared behind Shinyi. The shuriken in his hand reflected light as it shot straight toward the tree trunk. Shinyi tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Shinyi immediately raised his foot for a powerful kick, channeling immense strength into his soul, but unexpectedly missed, nearly losing his balance from the force. Turning his head, he saw Baidun already perched on a tree trunk, his gaze mocking. "Little brother, I am a ninja who has faced life and death. You are just a flower in a greenhouse, no match for me. Your experiences are ones I will never have. Don't use ignorant experiences to belittle me." Shinyi closed in on Baidun, his movements rough and devoid of finesse. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of technique could make a difference. Baidun could only barely dodge. If Shinya's punch landed, it would likely result in severe injury. He finally understood why the villagers were all afraid of Tsunade. This monstrous strength was unbearable for anyone. Except for Jiraiya. At Shinya's age, he had already been beaten by Tsunade enough to adapt to such power. Shinyi kept swinging his fists, breaking countless tree trunks, yet never landing a hit on Baidun. A Chunin who only knows how to dodge? Like a rat? These words ignited Baidun's fighting spirit. He stood his ground, ready to face Shinya's punch. The punch, carrying a gust of wind, aimed for his stomach. Baidun crossed his shuriken to block it. Boom! He was sent flying, crashing through countless trees, and even his shuriken bent. This punch is brutal. Luckily, I used chakra to block it, Baidun panted. Can you block a second punch? How long can your chakra last? Such precise control would even tire Tsunade. Shinyi nodded inwardly. Baidun had been calculating his chakra. But once Shinya's monstrous strength erupted, it was at its peak, consuming very little chakra. Bai Dun's words, instead, gave Xinyi an opportunity. He feigned exhaustion, luring Bai Dun to attack, preparing for a fatal strike. You've seen through me? But can you defeat me without chakra? Sweat beaded on Xinyi's forehead as he acted convincingly, hoping Bai Dun would make a move. However, Bai Dun acted unexpectedly. Sensing Xinyi's fatigue, he turned and ran toward the village, abandoning the dignity of a Chunin. Xinyi was stunned for a moment. As Bai Dun's figure was about to disappear, he finally reacted. A Chunin actually running away, how shameful. Xinyi immediately gave chase. If Bai Dun escaped, the secret would be exposed. He threw 2 shurikens with marks in quick succession, the whizzing sound echoing in his ears. This guy is so clumsy with shurikens, no wonder his classmates make fun of him. Flying Thunder God technique. Xinyi clasped his hands together, channeled his chakra, and teleported to the marked shuriken's location. Before Bai Dun could react, Xinyi had already appeared in front of him, a smile playing on his lips. Planning to run away? Why did you end up right in front of me? Before Bai Dun could speak, Xinyi's hand suddenly grew enormous, grabbing him tightly and hurling him fiercely toward a thorn-covered tree trunk in the distance. The gruesome scene unfolded before Xinyi's eyes. He took a deep breath and turned to leave the forest. On the way back, the image of Bai Dun's death lingered in Xinyi's mind. After crossing into this world, he had prepared himself for life and death battles, but actually killing a ninja with his own hands was still hard for him to accept. Back home, Xinyi was absent-minded. After briefly greeting Tsunade, he went straight to his room and shut the door. Tsunade looked in the direction of his room, shaking her head in confusion. What has this kid been through? Why is he suddenly in such a bad mood? Forget it, I'll leave him be. A few days passed, and Xinyi gradually returned to normal. He attended classes as usual in the Ninja Academy. Sunlight streamed into the classroom as he lazily leaned by the window, his eyelids heavy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Xinyi shook his head and saw a familiar figure burst in. Xinyi, get out here. Don't think I don't know it was you who caused trouble. Danzo roared as he stormed into the classroom, only to be stopped by the teacher. Although the leader of the Yambu was powerful, he couldn't T-barge into the Ninja Academy at will. Xinyi scratched his head. Bai Dun's death had been discovered quickly, and Danzo immediately suspected him. After all, Bai Dun's mission was to secretly monitor Xinyi, and his death was inevitably linked to him. Teacher, I'll go out. What can he do to me in broad daylight? Kill me. Xinyi said. The teacher reminded him to come back if anything happened and assured him of protection. Xinyi nodded and left the classroom nonchalantly. His classmates cast surprised glances at him. The fact that the Ambu leader was so furious meant Xinyi must have gotten into serious trouble. Shikaku and Minato exchanged a glance, ready to respond at any moment. Xinyi, you've got some nerve, daring to kill an Ambu member. I'll take you back right now. Danzo blared angrily. Don't be ridiculous. What does an Ambu member's death have to do with me? Xinyi sneered. You? Danzo was momentarily speechless. He couldn't reveal the fact that Bai Dun had been sent to monitor Xinyi. There was no evidence to connect them. Bai Dun's death couldn't be linked to Xinyi, and he couldn't take Xinyi away either. Just you wait. Danzo left a harsh remark, departed from the Ninja Academy, and headed straight to the Hokage's office. Xinyi wasn't worried at all. The third Hokage was deeply calculating. Even if he suspected something, he wouldn't act rashly. After Danzo left, Xinyi didn't return to the classroom but chose to stay outside. He had planned to take a good nap under the sunshine but was interrupted by Danzo. Teacher, I'm feeling a bit shaken. Can I go home and rest? Shikaku and Minato, you two accompany Xinyi home. I'm worried there might be danger on the way. Danzo, being a vengeful person, specifically arranged for Shikaku and Minato to escort Xinyi home. After leaving the academy, Shikaku and Minato couldn't help but ask what had happened. Xinyi briefly mentioned the incident of the Ambu member being killed but didn't bring up his entanglement with that person, clarifying his own involvement. Looks like it was that guy. These old stubborn folks in the village don't understand it could have been resolved so easily. Yeah, that enemy hasn't been caught yet, and now even an Ambu member has been killed. This might actually be a good thing. Danzo will personally join the search, saving time. Xinyi nodded but was still pondering who exactly that person he encountered that day was. He had seen him multiple times in his memory. Aside from that one real confrontation, the man was always quiet, his gaze fixed on him. Could the system have been discovered? There shouldn't be such a person in this world. You two be careful. That person hasn't been caught yet. I'm heading back now. Watching Shikaku and Minato walk away, Xinyi didn't go home but instead headed toward the forest. The news of the Umbu member's death had already spread. The third Hokage had sent ninjas to search for clues, and Shinai intended to guide them a bit. The forest's outskirts were surrounded by Umbu ninjas, their faces hidden behind masks. Shinai watched from a distance, not daring to get too close. Danzo regarded Shinai as his number one enemy. While he couldn't act recklessly in the village, poor treatment was inevitable. It seems I need to find another way to guide him. What is the third Hokage even doing? Leaving the forest, Shinai headed straight to the office, intending to test the third Hokage's attitude. Pushing the door open, he saw the third Hokage standing by the window, deep in thought, unaware of Shinya's arrival. Lord Third, what are you thinking about? Oh, it's you, Shinai. The third Hokage turned around with a smile, his gaze calm, as if nothing had happened. Shinai approached and sat down at the desk. Danzo suddenly came to the academy today, saying that an ANBU member was killed, and all the evidence points to me. Is that so? It seems I need to personally have a talk with that guy. Lord Third, are you saying you weren't aware of this? I've already sent people to surround the scene and collect evidence. Have they found anything? The third Hokage hesitated, then shook his head. Shinai felt a secret joy in his heart. Even if evidence was found, it wouldn't point to him. After all, the traces of the jutsu were solely from wood release. Almost all the ninjas capable of using wood release were in the ANBU, so everyone would only suspect internal issues within the ANBU. That guy is becoming more and more brazen, not only appearing openly but also starting to assassinate the village's ninjas. The third Hokage nodded. For now, the deaths of the ANBU members could only be attributed to that elusive individual. Shinya's goal was achieved. Other than Danzo, no one suspected him. To everyone else, he was just a child. Even though he had defeated the Genin Uchiha during training, it wasn't enough to prove he could kill a Chunin above his rank. In history, no one had ever been able to fight across two ranks. Jiraiya has already intensified the search efforts. I believe we'll catch him soon. Hope so, no one in the village should get hurt again. After speaking, Shinai stood up, ready to leave. His purpose was achieved, and there was no need to stay. Just as he stepped out of the office, a familiar figure flashed by. Daring to eavesdrop here, is the village's defense just for show? He initially wanted to chase after and see, but on second thought, acting rashly would only expose himself. Only by staying calm could he make it harder for Danzo to confirm his identity. Shinai shook his head and slowly walked home, coincidentally running into Choza. Shinai, Danzo didn't do anything to you, did he? You've heard about it too? Has it spread throughout the village? Yeah, the Umbu has already investigated your house, and traces of ninjutsu were found in the forest. Shinai waved his hand. Unexpectedly, Danzo cared so much about this incident. It seemed he truly wanted to target him. If it weren't for their grudge, Danzo wouldn't have fixated on this kid at all. That was a Chunin. If I had taken him down, I wouldn't have hidden it. Choza stroked his chin, agreeing with Shinai. To defeat a Chunin while still in the ninja academy, truly a genius among geniuses. The village wouldn't target a talented ninja just because an Umbu member died. Such is the cruel rule of the ninja world. The two walked side by side, with only one thought in their minds: Ichiraku ramen. Worried about Shinai's mental burden, Choza took the initiative to invite him for a meal, believing there was no problem a good meal couldn't solve. Shinai, feeling a bit hungry, silently agreed. Looking at the steaming bowl of ramen in front of him, Shinai initially wanted to compete with Choza to see who could eat faster. But when he turned his head, Choza had already patted his stomach in satisfaction. Noticing Shinai's gaze, Choza scratched his head a bit sheepishly and then grabbed another bowl of ramen and set it down. Don't be surprised by my speed. I'm always like this. I'll eat this bowl slowly with you. It doesn't matter, eat as fast as you like, I'm pretty quick too. Shinai took a deep breath and quickly ate the ramen, chewing it carefully. Ding's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. It was the first time he'd seen someone eat almost as fast as he did, and he felt a newfound respect for Shinai. The way the two ate ramen was bizarre, like two bandits. If it weren't for Ichiraku's broad experience, he might have already kicked them out as weirdos. Dingzwa, have you been keeping up with your training lately? Chakra control can't be neglected for even a day. Don't worry, Shinai, I train hard every day. The Akimichi clan will flourish under my leadership. Shinai nodded. In the original story, the Akimichi clan's ninjutsu wasn't particularly powerful, but upon closer examination, he realized he hadn't fully understood it. When used properly, the body expansion jutsu could have extraordinary effects. Shinai planned to teach Dingzhou little by little, helping him strengthen his clan and the village, while also gaining a reliable ally for himself. At that moment, a stranger not dressed as a ninja approached them and greeted them proactively. Dingzhou glanced at Shinai, thinking he didn't recognize this person, so the stranger must be talking to Shinai. Shinai frowned. Although he hadn't seen this person before, he knew who he was. Showing up with a different face. Do you know how much the village wants to catch you? Kid, what are you talking about? I'm just passing by and thought you two looked familiar. Really? We've never even met you. Shinai shrugged, his eyes fixed on the man, wanting to see how long he could keep up the act. The village was full of ninjas, both regular ones and members of the Umbu, tasked with capturing that enemy and, on the other hand, observing Shinai under Danzo's orders. The man in front of them clearly didn't know what was happening in the village and looked visibly nervous. Dingzhou, do you think if we started fighting now, the surrounding ninjas would catch us? Dingzhou scratched his head, not understanding why Shinai suddenly asked this, but he still nodded. Kid, are you trying to warn me about something? Thank you for your kindness. The man patted Shinai's head, straightened his body, and walked toward a sparsely populated area, preparing to assume a new identity to continue observing the village. Shinai's expression changed, cursing inwardly. If someone discovered this, he would be done for. After all, the act of patting someone's head was too intimate. Dingzhou curiously asked what had happened, but Shinai shook his head and said nothing. Dingzhou trusted Shinai and did not press further. Shinai gave some instructions. As the sky darkened, he prepared to go home, believing that Tsunade must already know about the Umbu member being killed. When he got home, Tsunade was sitting at the table, flipping through scrolls. Tsunade, Danzo almost caught me today. Are you okay? Tsunade quickly stood up to check on Shinai. I'm fine, but someone in the village was killed by the Umbu. Is a war about to start? As Shinai spoke, his body trembled slightly, as if recalling something terrifying. Tsunade hugged him tightly, knowing what war meant to him, and wanted to comfort him. I'm fine, Tsunade. I've become stronger. I believe in you. Our Shinai is the strongest. Big sister will protect you. No longer discussing matters of the village, Tsunade carried him to his room and gently kissed his forehead. Moonlight spilled into the room. Shinai soon fell asleep, breathing softly, needing time to process the day's events. A few days later, that man was finally exposed, and the third Hokage sent many ninjas to capture him. Shinai immediately joined the team. As long as they caught him, the misunderstandings in the village could be resolved. Shinai, the Ninja Academy said we don't need to go for the next few days. They're afraid we'll hold them back. For us, this is a great opportunity to prove ourselves. Minato looked at Shinai, who was eager to try, and seemed to understand something. Shinoya and Minato went straight to the Hokage's office, where many ninjas had already gathered. Familiar faces like Jiraiya and Tsunade were also present. That guy is in the forest not far from the village. I order you to form a temporary ninja alliance and go capture him. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone responded in unison and leapt away from the office, leaving only Shinoya and Minato standing there, looking at each other. The third Hokage turned to them and said, Do you have something to say? At a time like this, it's better to go home. Shinoya said firmly, How can we miss out on the battle? I request Lord Hokage's permission to join. The third Hokage shook his head. It's too dangerous. That guy is very powerful. Being able to hide in the village for so long is not something you can handle. Shinoya spread his hands helplessly, having expected this response. He had brought Minato along to show his determination to participate, and if he could personally deal with that guy, even better. Patting Minato on the shoulder, he turned and left. They followed the trail out of the village but were stopped by Yamashiro Aoba. It's dangerous outside. Don't go out recklessly. Aoba frowned. He had previously tested Shinoya with Jiraiya and knew the situation. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped aside. The two didn't stop and rushed into the depths of the forest, striving to find that guy first. Shinoya felt that the opponent always appeared just ahead of him. The forest was full of hidden dangers, and they proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, a shuriken flew from the side, aiming straight for Shinoya's head. Minato snorted coldly, leapt up, and kicked the shuriken away, embedding it into a tree trunk. Here so soon, Shinoya said, stopping and staring in the direction the shuriken had come from. A masked figure slowly emerged, their face indistinguishable. The Konoha forehead protector on their head indicated they were a village ninja. Minato froze. An Umbu? Or is it that guy in disguise? Don't overthink it. Stay sharp, or we won't see tomorrow. Minato nodded and, taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness, charged forward, throwing several shurikens. Don't embarrass yourself with such tricks. The opponent didn't move, and the shuriken stopped mid-air, unable to advance. Shinoya frowned deeply and quickly pulled Minato back. Don't act rashly. Going any further might get you hurt. What happened? What's going on here? That guy was emitting a powerful chakra magnetic field, completely controlling the surrounding space. So, does that mean we can't get close to him at all? Minato asked. Shinoya didn't answer directly but walked to within a centimeter of the magnetic field, crossed his arms, and stared at the enemy in front of him. He now just wanted to confirm the other party's identity. If it was a member of the Anbu, Shinai would immediately pull Minato away and report to the third Hokage. If it was that guy hiding in the village, the two of them would have to go all out. You've been watching me. You appeared as soon as I entered the forest earlier. Of course, to complete Danzo's mission, my eyes have never left you. Shinai frowned deeply. These words couldn't convince him. It was well known that his relationship with Danzo in the village was tense. Don't you know it was your teammate who was killed by the hidden enemy in the village? Why are you putting all the blame on me? I'm just following Lord Danzo's orders. What do other people's deaths have to do with me? Shinye's lips curled slightly into a smile. He nodded, turned, and rushed in another direction. Although Minato was confused, he followed closely behind. The Anbu member was stunned, unable to understand why Shinai suddenly fled. They ran in silence until they saw Konoha ninjas, at which point Shinai and Minato slowed their pace. Shinai, what happened? Someone asked. He's one of Danzo's men. Fighting him won't do us any good. It seems I'll have to let the third Hokage seek justice for me. The two quickened their pace and arrived in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. What are you doing here? The third clearly told you not to get involved in this battle. Sister Tsunade, this battle not only concerns the village but also my and Jiraiya's honor. I must participate. Tsunade shook her head helplessly, knowing Shinye's stubbornness. Telling him to return to the village would be useless. Leaving the main group, the two little ones were in even greater danger. Don't fall behind. Tsunade reminded, then led the team forward. According to the intel, that guy was not far ahead. Time passed second by second. Everyone was on edge, ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around them, and Tsunade raised her hand to signal a stop. The team spread out, surrounding Minato and Shinai in the center. It seems this is a barrier. That guy was well prepared. I'll handle the barrier. As long as we find the core, it can be easily broken. A plain-looking ninja stepped out from the crowd. Shinai had no impression of him, but the large pack on his back caught Shinya's attention. After a few leaps, he reached the edge of the barrier and took out several small devices from his backpack, arranging them neatly. Ninja art, barrier destruction technique. The air rippled slightly, and the barrier began to gradually disappear. Tsunade and Jiraiya kept a close watch on their surroundings, their expressions remaining calm as the barrier dissipated. This is the true composure of a ninja, staying unshaken in the face of change. We still have much to learn. It's not just about seeking credit. Learning is the most important thing. Minato nodded. At first, he thought Shinai just wanted to prove his innocence, but now it seemed Shinai was far more capable than he had imagined. The ninja packed up his backpack and returned to the team. With the barrier completely gone, Tsunade led the team forward. Based on Shinye's judgment, they would soon leave the forest and enter the territory of another faction, which would make the capture mission even more challenging. At the edge of the forest, a figure stood silently on a treetop, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the Konoha ninjas. After hiding for so long, you've finally been discovered. There's no conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure. Are you trying to provoke a war? I've already left that useless village. Remember my name, Wu Tian. Tsunade frowned. The judgment of such a rogue ninja should rightfully be handled by Iwagakure. Wu Tian? I haven't heard of him before, and Iwagakure hasn't announced his defection. I see. He must be just an ordinary ninja. No need to worry. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing with Shinye's perspective. Underestimating the enemy is unacceptable, but there's no need to overestimate them either. Everything should be judged based on facts. Shinai believed that Wu Tian had no chance of winning at all. Facing a team composed of numerous ninjas, let alone Wu Tian, even the Tsuchikage could put up a fight. Earth release, earth flow river. Wu Tian quickly formed hand seals, and a swamp suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Shinai slipped and almost fell. Fortunately, Minato caught him in time, and the two steadied themselves while swaying. Tsunade and Jiraiya leapt onto a tree branch, looking down at the spot where Shinai had just been standing. Decisive attack. Looks like this time we've encountered a tough opponent. After working together for so long and facing all kinds of opponents, there's nothing to be afraid of. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and suddenly charged toward Wutian. Shinai stroked his chin. The ninjas of Iwagakure didn't particularly like fighting in forests, but Wutian had chosen this location, so he must have his reasons. We're just in the way. Charge! Minato nodded and distanced himself from Shinai, rushing toward Wutian. Tsunade and Minato flanked Wutian from the left and right, leaving no escape in the middle, forcing him to flee either forward or backward. Shinai crouched on a tree branch, staring at Wutian, ready to strike at any moment. Wutian shrugged, suddenly collapsing to the ground as chakra surged within him, reaching its limit. Shinai noticed something unusual. Wutian must have had a unique experience, otherwise, his chakra couldn't possibly be this abundant. Minato and Tsunade approached almost simultaneously, their fists aiming straight for Wutian's head. Wutian smirked slightly, suddenly looking up at Shinai. His lips moved, but no sound came out, and in an instant, he disappeared. He said everything will end with him? What does that mean? Shinai deciphered Wutian's lip movements. Their fists nearly collided. Sister Tsunade, ease up. Otherwise, Minato will be sent flying by your punch. Got it. Tsunade quickly pulled back her fist. The collision of fists was silent. Minato let out a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping disaster. If it had been a full-force punch, half of his body would have been shattered and sent flying. Brat! Lady Tsunade, now's not the time to argue. The most important thing is to take down that guy. Shinya and I will help you. Don't get in the way. We don't have time to protect you. An Umbu member suddenly interjected. Shinya glanced at him, shook his head, and sighed. The death of Hakuden had strained his relationship with the Umbu. Even though Hakuden was killed by Wu Tian, with Danzo still around, Shinya's reputation within the Umbu was poor. Then go catch him already, stop standing here arguing. Tsunade glared at the Umbu member and turned to dash into the forest. Although Umbu members are not bound by village rules, Tsunade was not someone to mess with. He said nothing in response. Shinya smirked and followed Tsunade deeper into the forest. Passing through rows of tree trunks, he spotted Wu Tian's figure. At this moment, Wu Tian's entire body was glowing with a faint blue light, appearing eerily strange. Could he have used some forbidden technique? Why has this guy suddenly become like this, as if he's about to explode at any moment? Shinya thought to himself. His chakra is in complete disarray. He must have used a forbidden technique to drastically enhance his power in a short time. He nodded, assuming a combat stance, and fixed his gaze on Wu Tian. Minato stood nearby, throwing 2 marked kunai in quick succession, but Wu Tian easily dodged them, and the kunai embedded themselves into the tree trunks behind him. Monster strength. Shinya suddenly stomped the ground and charged at Wu Tian. Tsunade tried to stop him but was too late. In the blink of an eye, Shinya was already in front of Wu Tian, throwing a powerful punch at his chest. Wu Tian let out a cold snort, showing no reaction, allowing the punch to land on him. Even Tsunade's immense strength had no effect on the blue glow surrounding him. Suddenly, Shinya's fist was caught by a suction force. He tried to pull his arm back but found himself powerless. Seeing this, Tsunade leapt to Wu Tian's side and attacked in the same manner, attempting to divert Wu Tian's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Minato rushed behind Shinya and forcefully pulled him out of the predicament. Shinya crouched to recover his strength, as a significant amount of his chakra had been drained, leaving his body weakened. Fortunately, Sage Mode continued to absorb natural energy, helping him replenish his chakra. Watching Tsunade and Wu Tian's fierce battle, Shinya finally understood how terrifyingly strong elite ninjas could be. If he were to face Wu Tian alone and the latter decided to kill him, there would be no escape. I need to find an opening to strike, or I'm done for, he thought to himself. There are only 3 of us here. The Konoha ninjas haven't arrived for reinforcements yet. It's going to be tough. Who said they haven't arrived? Leave the rest to us. Jiraiya suddenly appeared on the treetop, carrying a large scroll on his back, arms crossed, quietly watching Wu Tian and Tsunade. Shinai rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, thinking, since you're here, stop showing off and get into action. Brother Jiraiya, Tsunade can't hold on much longer, Shinai reminded. Jiraiya scratched his head and suddenly dove down from the treetop, standing between Wu Tian and Tsunade in the blink of an eye. A faint blue light burned fiercely around them. Jiraiya understood that this tough battle would be resolved quickly. More and more Konoha ninjas arrived, and over a dozen of them surrounded Wu Tian. Shinai and Minato exchanged a glance, leaned against a wooden stake, and while watching the intense battle, etched the techniques into their minds. Suddenly, Wu Tian broke through Tsunade and Jiraiya's encirclement and charged rapidly toward them. Shinai, watch out. He's coming your way. Let him come. We're not so easy to catch. Flying Thunder God Technique. Shinai placed a hand on Minato's shoulder, activated the Flying Thunder God Technique, and their figures vanished instantly. Wu Tian and Tsunade were both stunned. Tsunade had never seen Shinai use such a jutsu before, only the second Hokage had. Although it was recorded in ancient texts in later generations, no one had ever truly succeeded in mastering it. What kind of jutsu is this? Directly traversing space? The surrounding Konoha ninjas exclaimed in shock, but their questions were quickly interrupted by Wu Tian's furious roar. Two useless cowards. If I can't leave here alive today, I'll take you down with me. Wu Tian stomped the ground, spun his body, and continued chasing toward the spot where Shinai had appeared. This gave Tsunade and Jiraiya enough time to react, completely preventing him from getting close to Shinai and Minato. Once again besieged, Wu Tian appeared somewhat strained, as the prolonged burning of chakra left him powerless. Earth release, rock lodging destruction. Wu Tian formed hand seals, the ground trembled, and massive rocks rose, hurling toward the Konoha ninjas. Sage Art, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair instantly expanded, transforming into a shield to protect everyone. The rocks collided with the hair shield, shattering into small fragments. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Tian turned and charged toward Xinyi. Xinyi burned with rage, glaring at the oncoming Wu Tian. You really think I'm easy to bully? Let me show you the wrath of a king. Minato sensed Xinyi's determination, his fighting spirit ignited. He pulled out a kunai and hurled it at Wu Tian to buy time. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Xinyi gathered chakra, spewing a massive flame from his mouth that exploded almost instantly. The sky was illuminated by the firelight, and the flames roared fiercely. Wu Tian raised a blue shield, inching his way out of the flames. Seeing this, Jiraiya exhaled a gust of wind to combine with the flames, completely encircling Wu Tian. Earth release, Earth Prison Hall no Jutsu. Scattered stones from the sky fell and converged into a protective shell, tightly enclosing Wu Tian. Xinyi furrowed his brows, astonished that Wu Tian's chakra outburst could perform ninjutsu far beyond his own. He secretly resolved to find an opportunity to seize this power. Time seemed to freeze as everyone fixed their gaze on the flames until they gradually died down. Wu Tian leaped out of the protective shell, lunging straight at Xinyi. Xinyi's fist rapidly swelled as he used the partial multi-size technique, swinging a punch at the airborne Wu Tian, the force tearing through the air. Tsunade's gaze was complex. She hadn't expected her younger brother, whom she had always protected, to have grown so powerful. The partial multi-size technique was a secret skill mastered only after long practice by the Akimichi clan, yet Xinyi wielded it with ease. Wu Tian had nowhere to evade and was struck heavily by Xinyi's massive fist. Xinyi felt a surge of joy. If this blow can seriously injure him, it would be best to resolve the trouble in one strike. You are too naive. Wu Tian roared. I won't be defeated so easily. Do you think I defected from Iwagakure just to lie low? Impossible. These words deepened Xinyi's doubts. Since he was a rogue ninja, what was his purpose in infiltrating Konoha village? Could it be to pass on information? Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, silently withdrawing their hands, and stared at Wu Tian. Since you're a rogue ninja, what exactly are you after in Konoha? What secret here has made you endure for so long? Wu Tian sneered, that's my secret. If I told you, I'm afraid you would also betray Konoha to seek that truth. The truth? Jiraiya asked. Find out for yourselves, ha ha ha. Wu Tian's attitude was resolute, refusing to yield an inch. Shinai said coldly, capture him. Ibiki has ways to pry open his mouth, and all secrets will be exposed. Wu Tian showed no fear, go ahead and try. Shinai, Minato, prepare to deliver a fatal blow. Tsunade commanded. Understood, the two responded in unison. Tsunade and Jiraiya closed in on Wu Tian, while the other ninjas took their positions, ready to close the net. Wu Tian was already exhausted, relying solely on his willpower to hold on. Shinai expanded his chakra perception, slowing down everyone's movements in his mind, predicting their next steps. Tsunade launched the first attack, engaging Wu Tian in close combat and gradually forcing him to the ground. Jiraiya coordinated seamlessly, slowly pushing Wu Tian into the trap that had been set up in advance. Wu Tian had no intention of following their plans, but he realized he had already lost the initiative in the battle. Shinai, now's the time, someone shouted. Partial expansion jutsu. Shinya's arms suddenly grew enormous, firmly grabbing Wu Tian, who was about to hit the ground. At this moment, the blue glow on Wu Tian's body was nearly depleted, unable to resist Shinya's grasp, and he could only struggle desperately. Well done, we can finally take him back. Tsunade and Jiraiya both showed relieved smiles. Minato took a deep breath, thinking about going home to rest for a few days and process everything he had witnessed in this battle. Jiraiya unrolled the massive scroll on his back onto the ground, bit his finger, and pressed it against the scroll. Sealing Jutsu. A suction force emanated from the scroll, twisting Wu Tian's body as it was drawn inside. Jiraiya closed the scroll and slung it over his back. We can return and report to the third Hokage now. You two deserve the most credit for this. Shinai nodded, determined not to let go of this title, as it was crucial to his reputation. Everyone returned along the path they came from, heading straight back to the Hokage's office to hand the scroll to the third Hokage. The third Hokage said, "The hidden danger in the village has finally been resolved. This time, your contributions are indispensable. Feel free to ask for any reward you want." Several jonin, including Jiraiya and Tsunade, shook their heads and left, leaving only Minato, Shinai, and the third Hokage. Minato tugged at Shinya's sleeve, wanting to leave quickly and forget about the reward. But Shinai had already decided what reward he wanted, and he knew the third Hokage wouldn't find it excessive. Then I won't hold back. I hope Lord Third can grant me the opportunity to meet Wu Tian alone. The third Hokage frowned, not understanding why Shinai would want such a reward, as it wouldn't even count as a reward for others. Hiruzen Sarutobi had many guesses in his heart but didn't show any of them on his face. I can grant your request. Minato, what reward do you want? I'll answer for him. Minato wants to view the ninjutsu sealed by the first Hokage and take a good look at them. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment, understanding Minato's talent. Perhaps those dangerous jutsu could indeed be passed down to him. I agree to your requests, but the village needs to handle some matters first before proceeding. Although Shinai wanted to meet Wu Tian alone before the village's trial, the third Hokage clearly wouldn't allow it, as it might even arouse suspicion. After leaving the Hokage's office, Minato and Shinai went home separately, while Shinai wandered aimlessly through the streets. The Ninja Academy had suspended classes due to the recent turmoil, and it was unclear when they would resume. After Wu Tian was captured, Shinai finally shed the reputation of being a peeping Tom. The kunoichi from the women's bathhouse that day were filled with guilt toward him. When he returned home, Shinai saw piles of food and small gifts by his window, each accompanied by an apology note. Shinai read through them one by one but didn't find a letter from Uchiha Makoto. What's with her? I taught her ninjutsu for free and even helped her win first place in the clan competition, yet she forgot to apologize to me? Shinai pouted but didn't take it to heart. The bad guy impersonating Jiraiya had been caught, and his false reputation had turned into a real one. Just as he was about to push the door open and enter, Shinai noticed a familiar figure standing under a street lamp, arms crossed and leaning against the lamp post. Uchiha Makoto, what are you doing here daydreaming? Shinai, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Is there something you need? That day, it was my mistake. I mistook you for someone else and shouldn't have kept suspecting you of being the peeping guy. It's been so long, there's no need to bring it up again. I didn't blame you anyway, or I wouldn't have taught you how to cultivate. Makoto nodded, a weight lifted from her heart, and she looked at Shinai with innocent eyes. If there's nothing else, you should head home. The village hasn't completely settled down yet. She waved and hopped away toward the Uchiha clan. Watching her cheerful figure, Shinai shook his head helplessly. His reputation was finally cleared. After returning home, Shinai lounged comfortably on the sofa, thinking about Wu Tian's situation. A few days later, Tsunade informed him of the latest news. Wu Tian had confessed to all charges. Not only had he impersonated Jiraiya to peep, but he was also accused of killing an Umbu member. Shinai couldn't understand. Wu Tian clearly hadn't done those things, so why would he confess? By the way, Shinai, the third Hokage asked you to find time to meet him. He might want to ask you about Wu Tian. I'll go right now. Shinai leapt off the bed, opened the window, and flipped down to the street, strolling leisurely toward the Hokage's office. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. The third Hokage's face was cold as his figure flickered and disappeared from the office. Shinai, over here. The third's voice came from above. Shinai looked around and saw the third standing on the Hokage rock, stepping on his own nose. Shinai sighed and jumped a few steps to the third's side. Following the third statue's nose, he walked into the statue's eye. It was only then that Shinai realized the Hokage rock held secrets. Behind each statue's eyes was an independent secret chamber. Perhaps other chambers also held important enemies. He walked through a dark corridor and saw Wu Tian under dim lighting, his hands bound by iron chains, his body barely able to move. Covered in wounds, it was clear he had endured severe torture. The third Hokage cast a glance at Shinai, then turned and left, standing guard nearby to prevent Wu Tian from escaping. Not being able to get rid of a little guy like you is truly regrettable. Now you've been given the chance to humiliate me here. Wu Tian sneered, there are some questions I really want to ask you. I hope you can give me answers. A mocking laugh escaped his lips, while Shinai remained expressionless. Those things clearly weren't done by you, so why admit to them? Shen Yi asked. The methods of Konoha village have convinced me. I never expected to encounter such cruel punishment, but I didn't endure it for your sake, Wu Tian said coldly. Shen Yi frowned. This guy clearly knew those things were done by Shen Yi, yet he stubbornly admitted to them under torture. If it were the usual third Hokage, Wu Tian wouldn't have been so severely injured. It must have been Danzo using the Yambu to coerce him, torturing him to the brink of collapse. Shen Yi knew well that among Danzo's subordinates, there was an expert specialized in using torture to break down ninjas. Regardless, thank you for helping me clear my name. I'll definitely rescue you when I get the chance. Shen Yi stepped closer, placing a hand on Wu Tian's shoulder, silently activating the system to steal a skill. Ding, successfully stole Wu Tian's skill, Chakra Turbulence. Steal cooldown, 3 hours. The system notification sounded, and Shen Yi smiled. Wu Tian's chakra turbulence had an inherent flaw, consuming a massive amount of energy and only lasting for a short time. After being stolen by the system, the side effects disappeared, and the technique now consumed almost no chakra. Combined with Sage Mode, Shen Yi was confident he could quickly and cleanly defeat Bai Dun without leaving any trace. Having obtained what he wanted, Shen Yi turned to leave the dark cave, the air making it hard for him to breathe. Watching Shen Yi's figure gradually disappear, Wu Tian's lips moved slightly. Tomorrow, I'll be sent back to Iwagakure. Forget about rescuing me. If you have a conscience, burn me some little secrets. Shen Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. Since he promised to rescue him, he would fulfill it no matter where. After all, Shen Yi's heart wasn't solely in Konoha. This place was just a stepping stone. One day, he would dominate the ninja world. Seeing Shen Yi's high spirits, the third Hokage knew he had gained a significant advantage. As the Hokage, the village's supreme leader, seeking confirmation from a child was undoubtedly a blow to his status and image. After leaving the third Hokage's sight, Shen Yi couldn't wait to test the power of chakra turbulence. Unlike Wu Tian, his body's surface showed no changes, but the flow of chakra within him had clearly accelerated, stimulating every meridian. Truly an incredible jutsu. This monstrous strength might already surpass Tsunade's. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense energy within. Looking around the streets, there was no place to unleash this power. He calculated the benefits he had gained and wondered how things were going on Minato's side. After putting away the jutsu, Shen Yi rushed to Minato's house, knocking repeatedly but receiving no response. Could he have been bewitched by a forbidden technique? He grew worried, kicking the door open, only to see Minato intently focused on the scroll in his hands, not even reacting as door fragments flew onto his face. Shen Yi shook his head helplessly. Minato, you're way too absorbed. Don't forget, you'll have plenty of time to study in the future. Shen Yi, you're here. I didn't even notice. You've already got the scroll. Don't rush into training. Go have a bowl of hot ramen first to relieve some stress. Shen Yi noticed Minato's fatigue and demeanor, unchanged since last night. Stretching, Minato hid the scroll in a corner, preparing to leave with Shen Yi. But after taking a few steps, he turned back to the room, picked up the scroll, and looked around nervously, afraid someone might be watching. Shinya sighed and snatched the scroll from his hand. Leave it with me, you should feel more at ease. How can you be Hokage if you're always so suspicious? You're right, then let's just put it openly on the table. Minato replied. Shinya smiled helplessly. This guy's way of thinking was really strange. As if he'd leave the scroll on the table after eating ramen. The forbidden technique created by the second Hokage was the dream of countless ninjas, yet unattainable. The two discussed in the room for a long time and finally decided that Shinya would keep the scroll and Minato would retrieve it when he was ready to train. Ichiraku ramen isn't enough for today's vibe, let's invite Choza to join us. Good idea, let's call everyone along. It's been a while since we gathered. How about we split into 2 groups? The two quickly agreed, and Shinya was tasked with taking 2 girls to meet at the small bridge. Minato gathered Shikaku and Choza, and everyone planned to have a good meal and relax. Shinya followed the familiar path, climbed over the wall, and entered the Hyuga clan's courtyard, where he found Tsukihoshi practicing in the open space. Tsukihoshi, come hang out with us. Meishang is here with me too, let's go together. Shinya nodded, saving himself some effort. The three left the Hyuga residence and headed straight for the small bridge. When they arrived, 3 people were already waiting. You guys are a bit slow, we've been waiting for a while. Judging by the snack bags on the ground, I knew you had arrived. Choza scratched his head awkwardly, having finished all the snacks he brought within minutes. The group strolled slowly along the village streets, their eyes scanning the shops on both sides. Takoyaki. Let's go there. Meishang's eyes lit up as she spotted a poster by the window, practically drooling. Shinya chuckled to himself, surprised that Meishang, who seemed so quiet on the surface, was actually a foodie at heart. Before Shinya could respond, Tsukihoshi had already jumped up, raising her hand. Shinai suspected that the two of them had colluded long ago. A group of people entered the shop in grand fashion. Upon seeing the owner and his wife, Shinai felt a sense of familiarity. Dingzhua, the little friend is here, the usual. Dingzhua was a regular here and was very familiar with the owner. I'll come more often. I'm especially hungry today. The owner led them into a cozy little room, just enough for them to sit down. The door closed, leaving only their group inside. Dingzhua, you're quite familiar with this place, aren't you? Of course, not just here. I've been to every good eatery in the village. Shinai gave a thumbs up. As expected, members of the Akimichi clan had a special love for food. These owners look familiar. Do you know them? Yes, they are from the Uchiha clan. They can't practice ninjutsu, so they opened this takoyaki shop. Shinai suddenly understood. No wonder they had a unique aura about them. They couldn't practice ninjutsu, but their Uchiha lineage was still evident. Minato seemed distracted, his mind preoccupied with the forbidden techniques on the scroll. The village's crisis has been temporarily resolved. Next up is the graduation from the Ninja Academy. Everyone has to work hard. Don't worry, Shinai. With your help, graduation won't be a problem. As they were speaking, the owner gently pushed the door open, bringing in a cart full of delicious food. Meishang and Yueshing's eyes were fixed on the small octopus on the cart, unable to look away. Before the octopus was even set down, they had already grabbed it and placed it in their bowls. Dingzhua's eyes also sparkled. Anything edible was of utmost importance to him. The simple gathering lasted until nighttime. Everyone patted their stomachs and laughed contentedly. The streets gradually emptied, leaving only a few hurried ninjas passing by. Shinya's large group became the most eye-catching presence on the street. It's them. A whisper came from the dark corner, unnoticed by anyone. What should we do? Rush in now to grab Minato's scroll? Are you crazy? There are experts from the Hyuga and Akimichi clans there, and Shinai isn't easy to deal with either. Even if we fought Minato Namikaze one-on-one, we might not win. Don't act recklessly. After hesitating, the three disappeared into the darkness, planning to find another opportunity to seize the forbidden scroll. At this moment, Minato had no idea he was being targeted. Except during training, the scroll was usually entrusted to Shinai for safekeeping, so there was nothing to worry about. As night deepened, Shinai escorted 2 girls home. Suddenly, 3 masked men blocked their path, each holding a shuriken. Going somewhere? Hand over the forbidden scroll, or don't blame us for being rude. How impressive. If you can't attract the attention of all the girls in the village, I won't believe it. Shinya's words left the 3 stunned. In fact, he had recognized them at a glance as classmates who had been blinded by their obsession with forbidden techniques. He didn't intend to escalate the situation, only to teach them a lesson. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A burst of red flames exploded in the night sky. The 3, having never seen such a display, froze in place. The flames dissipated just a few centimeters in front of them, and the heat wave made them break out in a sweat. Train properly from now on. Forbidden techniques aren't something you can mess with casually. With that, Shinai leapt into the night, disappearing as he bounded back home. Forbidden scrolls were rare to come by. With the system's support, Shinai unhesitatingly unfurled the scroll. It was as if a new world had opened before him. The second Hokage's complete record of ninjutsu was contained within, and Shinai committed each one to memory. Time passed unknowingly, and dawn began to break. Shinai stretched lazily, snapping out of his focus on the scroll. Strangely, he felt no fatigue at all. The Sage mode activated automatically, and the natural energy continuously relieved my physical exhaustion. Truly an excellent technique. What are you mumbling about? Did you forget what day it is today? Today? Oh no! Shinai hurriedly stuffed the scroll into his pocket, quickly dressed, and leapt out the window, rushing toward the Ninja Academy. The comfortable holiday was over, and now it was back to the boring academy life. He ran nonstop and managed to arrive just a second before the bell rang. Makoto Uchiha appeared leisurely beside him, completely unconcerned about being late. Shinai, you're late too. Why are you so calm? Aren't you afraid the teacher will suddenly assign extra tasks to those who are late? Shinai asked. I already found out. Today's teacher is also a chronic latecomer, so there's nothing to worry about, Makoto replied. Shinya's mouth twitched. As expected, people from big clans always get the news first. He was really curious about who this teacher, known as the King of Tardiness, was. The two walked into the classroom side by side, and a sharp gaze instantly locked onto Shinai. In the distance, Uchiha Fugaku saw them, and anger surged in his heart. Minato called out to Shinai, Shinai, over here. Coming. Shinai waved goodbye to Makoto and walked toward Minato and Shikaku. Everyone was curious about today's teacher. I heard it's a special ninja. We're very familiar with him. The title of King of Tardiness is no joke. It's so late, and he's still not here. Shinai helplessly lay on the desk. Although sage mode alleviated his fatigue, he was still so tired that he was about to fall asleep. In a daze, he drifted into a dream. Suddenly, someone shook his arm vigorously. Shinai opened his blurry eyes. Minato, full of surprise, shook him even harder. Stop shaking, I'm awake. Look quickly, the teacher is indeed someone we know. I never expected it to be him. Minato excitedly pointed toward the podium. Shinya looked and saw that it was Jiraiya. This guy, could it be that today he's going to teach us how to peep on girls bathing? Jiraiya is one of the top ninjas in the village. He must be here to teach us some powerful ninjutsu. Shinya and Minato spoke in unison, looking at each other. After the previous battle, Minato had started to admire Jiraiya and even wanted to become his apprentice. In the original story, Namake's Minato was indeed Jiraiya's disciple, and it seemed that Shinya's presence wouldn't change that fact. A few minutes later, Shinya was fully awake. Since it's Jiraiya, I might as well listen carefully to what he has to teach. Minato nodded repeatedly, focusing intently on the podium, waiting for Jiraiya to speak. Jiraiya stood on the podium with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the classroom before finally landing on Shinya. Hello, everyone. The third Hokage asked me to give you a lecture, but I'll need one of you to assist me over the next few days. Shinya's heart tightened, knowing he couldn't escape this. Although reluctant, he resigned himself to his fate under the expectant gazes of those around him. Minato cast an envious glance, thinking, if only it were me. But Shinya isn't a bad choice either. Jiraiya walked over to Shinya and smiled, saying, You have extraordinary potential, you're a great candidate for training. Feeling awkward, Shinya followed Jiraiya to the podium and waved to his classmates. As their eyes met, Shinya had a premonition that things wouldn't be easy. Jiraiya, big bro, I advise you not to mess with me. If Tsunade finds out, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't worry, you'll definitely gain a lot today. Let's hope so. Jiraiya pulled out a few unknown objects and scattered them around the classroom. Barrier, activate. A purple light flashed, and the classroom was enveloped in a barrier, leaving only a mist visible from the outside. Jiraiya and Shinya were also surrounded by a pale blue barrier, isolating them from the others. Yueshing, worried about Shinya, mustered her courage and asked, Lord Jiraiya, why did you suddenly set up so many barriers? Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling not to worry. These are specifically set up for your lesson. Ninjas outside the barrier can't see in, ensuring your learning is protected. Then isn't the barrier around the two of us unnecessary? Or are you planning to fight me and want to avoid hurting others? Congratulations, Shinya, you're absolutely correct. Shinya's mouth twitched. To be so blunt about potentially hurting someone, this guy really had a thick skin. The two spoke without controlling their volume, but nothing could be heard outside, only their lips moved slightly. Ahem, as a ninja, the most important thing is chakra control. Next, you all need to watch carefully. Jiraiya's voice echoed through the classroom, as if it was right next to everyone's ears. Shinai crossed his arms and quietly watched Jiraiya, wanting to see what tricks he could pull off. He had already decided that once this was over, he would give Jiraiya a good lesson. His naturally calm demeanor was not to be trifled with, yet Jiraiya had made him lose face in front of Tsunade. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiraiya, eagerly anticipating his next move. Rasengan. Suddenly, a spinning blue chakra sphere appeared in Jiraiya's hand. Shinya's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Jiraiya had actually brought out such a powerful jutsu to deal with him. He was just a kid, this was way too much. Damn, Jiraiya bro, this is too harsh. If that ball hits me, I'll lose half my life. Hee hee, I'll control my strength. Shinai looked at the mischievous smile on Jiraiya's face, swallowed nervously, and quickly assumed a fighting stance. The aura of chakra filled the entire barrier, but Shinai noticed that the blue sphere had no chakra fluctuations at all. It was completely an illusion. Come on, bro, I'll cooperate with you. Shinai spread his arms, closed his eyes, and waited for Jiraiya to throw the Rasengan at his chest. Jiraiya, expressionless, pushed the Rasengan toward Shinya's chest. Yueshing let out a startled cry and quickly closed her eyes. Everyone held their breath for Shinai, fearing something might go wrong. However, the Rasengan made no sound and slowly disappeared into Shinya's chest. Everyone, don't panic. I won't hurt you. I just wanted to show you how important chakra control is. That's right, Jiraiya-sama's personal teaching made me realize that every jutsu requires precise chakra control. Jiraiya secretly gave a thumbs up to Shinai. He had always been worried that Shinai wouldn't cooperate and had even prepared for the worst-case scenario. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and murmured softly, "Release." The barrier at the edge of the classroom slowly disappeared, and the barrier surrounding the two of them also shattered. Jiraiya turned his head and nodded to Shinai in acknowledgement. Thank you for your cooperation, classmate. The lessons for the past few days end here. I look forward to the day you graduate from the Ninja Academy. What? That's it? It's over? I still don't understand what's going on. Right now, the one who feels it the most is Shinai. We need to ask him properly. Forget it. Jiraiya's purpose was obviously aimed at Shinai. We were just extras. The murmurs and discussions around him flooded into Shinya's mind, and he shook his head helplessly. Jiraiya really knows how to stir up trouble. Just when his positive image was finally established, it all crumbled again. Not only did the male ninjas harbor hostility toward Shinai, but even many of the female ninjas also disliked him. Only those close to Shinai knew that the techniques Jiraiya taught today were far less profound than what Shinai had personally taught before. The arguments continued, and the day quickly passed. Shinai, let's grab something to eat after school. No need, I have something to do. Before the bell even rang, Shinai had already leaped out of the window, landing steadily. He waved to Minato and the others before turning and leaving. The classroom instantly erupted, and Shinai became the target of everyone's criticism. That guy must have gained a lot and doesn't want to share it with us. He ran off. Someone wanted to follow him out but was scared off by the teacher's stern glare. Walking out of the academy, Shinai sprinted in one direction. Based on his understanding of Jiraiya, he was certain he could find him at this time and properly ask about what exactly the Rasengan was. In the original story, Minato Namikaze took 3 years to create the Rasengan, but Jiraiya learned it in just a few days. However, the current Minato had not yet become a genin, nor had he interacted with Jiraiya. Shinai followed a familiar path to the bathhouse near where he had landed when he crossed over. Circling the bathhouse a few times, he finally saw Jiraiya with his butt sticking out, lying against the wall and peeking inside, occasionally laughing out loud. I knew you'd be here. Shinai silently stood behind him. Jiraiya was so focused that he didn't notice someone approaching. Super strength concentration. Shinai quickly gathered chakra into his right foot and delivered a heavy kick to Jiraiya's backside. Ouch! Who kicked me? Jiraiya jumped up, clutching his rear. The people inside the bathhouse, hearing the commotion, hurriedly started putting on their clothes. There's a pervert peeping. Sisters, charge out. The bathhouse owner rushed out with a broom, and Jiraiya fled in a panic. Shinai couldn't help but chuckle. He took the opportunity to teach this guy a lesson, especially since he had been pranked quite a bit in the Ninja Academy. Hey, kid, did you see who was peeping here? He ran that way. Looked like he wasn't from Konoha. A group of people chased in the direction Shinai pointed. Jiraiya leaned against a tree, letting out a long sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped. Once the surroundings quieted down, Jiraiya jumped down from the tree and walked over to Shinai. Little brother Shinai, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten away unscathed this time. I just happened to have something important to ask you. Let us find a quiet place to sit. Jiraiya nodded. Seeing Shinai's serious expression, he knew it wasn't a simple matter and decided to answer earnestly. The two walked in silence until they reached a secluded corner. How did you learn the Rasengan? Shinai asked. Oh? You mean that little blue ball? I've known how to use it for a long time, Jiraiya shrugged, not expecting Shinai to be so serious. During a mission long ago, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he created the Rasengan. Shinai frowned and thought to himself, could my appearance have changed the rules of the ninja world? I can't figure it out. Jiraiya recalled the process of creating the Rasengan and unexpectedly discovered clues related to Shinai. How coincidental, on the day you came to the village, that thought popped into my head. Could it be that you're my lucky star? Shinai rolled his eyes at him, uninterested in continuing the conversation. However, Jiraiya's words confirmed Shinya's suspicion his appearance had indeed changed the ninja world. Shinai waved his hand, stood up, and prepared to leave. Jiraiya scratched his head, still unable to understand why Shinai suddenly asked about these things. Could it be that he wanted to learn? After leaving, Shinai slowly walked home. Shinai, what are you thinking about? You look so absent-minded. At this moment, the Ninja Academy had just finished for the day. Two girls, Yueshing and Mei Shang, were walking home together and saw Shinai. Shinai snapped out of his thoughts and realized he had almost walked into a street lamp. Fortunately, Yueshing called out to him in time. School's out? Shinai asked. Yeah, you almost hit the lamp. Good thing I called you. Were you thinking about Lord Jiraiya? Shinai smiled and shook his head. In truth, his mind had been occupied with Namake's Minato. By the way, how are those people doing? They're all eager to find you and hear about Lord Jiraiya's teachings today. Shinai sighed deeply and patted his forehead. At the time, he had been so focused on the Rasengan that he forgot Jiraiya had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped him escape from the women's bathhouse. Since he had run into the girls, Shinai decided to escort them home like a gentleman. As the sky darkened, he suddenly felt uneasy and hurried back home. The room was brightly lit. Shinai frowned, gently pushed the door open, and quietly walked inside. The place where the light couldn't reach, Tsunade was nowhere to be seen, and the room showed no abnormalities. Shinya felt something was off. If Tsunade had come home early, she would never go straight into his room. He quietly approached and heard someone rummaging inside. Damn it, where did that guy hide it? Someone muttered. Could he be carrying it with him all the time? Maybe Minato Namake's has some clues. No way, I've been observing for days. The scroll has always been with Shinya. Shinya touched his chin. So it was those guys who had cornered him before, trying to snatch the forbidden jutsu scroll. How stupid, they didn't even leave someone to stand guard at the door. He had already recognized them, they were classmates, and dealing with them wouldn't be difficult. He cleared his throat, and the room immediately descended into chaos. The three of them hurriedly escaped through the window but landed unsteadily, their painful groans abruptly cut off. Shinya chuckled wryly. They were in pain but dared not make a sound, afraid of being discovered. Pushing the door open, he saw the room in complete disarray. Clothes were thrown into a corner, the cabinet was half open, and everything bore signs of being ransacked. But Shinya wasn't angry at all. If they stop now, I can let it go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he tidied up, he silently resolved not to back down anymore. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in the corner. Shinya frowned and walked over, rummaging through a pile of clothes, and found a scroll. He picked up the scroll and flipped through it but couldn't make out its contents. He wanted to break the seal, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability yet. He could only put it into his ninja tool pouch and wait for an opportunity to study it later. This scroll must have been dropped by those guys. Such repeat offenders, and I still don't know which family they're from. Shinya shook his head helplessly and continued cleaning up. Not long after, the door creaked, and Tsunade slowly walked in. The house was robbed? It looks so messy. Sis Tsunade, this is your house. Who would dare to steal from here? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I'm violent? Tsunade raised her fist and shook it, her face serious, as if she was about to lose her temper the next second. Shinai swallowed hard and quickly shook his head, thinking that even if he got disciplined by Tsunade, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He dared not provoke her lightly, as no one in the village could surpass Tsunade in chakra control. Leave the room to me. You boys are so clumsy. Tsunade snatched the task from Shinya's hands. Shinai spread his arms, hugged Tsunade around the neck, and gently kissed her on the forehead. Tsunade-ne-san is the best to me. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door from outside. Shinai frowned and quickened his steps toward the door. When he opened the door, it was an out-of-breath Shikaku, clearly in a hurry. Shinai tried to pull him inside, but Shikaku refused. The third Hokage has assigned a sudden mission. Minato is already waiting for us at the village gate. Shinai nodded, turned back to say something to Tsunade, and then followed Shikaku toward the village gate. He quietly spread out his chakra and sensed that Shikaku's chakra was chaotic, clearly exhausted from rushing over. As a ninja, if you're already out of breath just from traveling, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage in battle. It's because the third Hokage's notice was so sudden. I had just finished chakra training, Shikaku replied helplessly. Before long, the three of them met at the village gate, where Minato was anxiously waiting for Shinai and Shikaku. Shinai didn't have high expectations for this mission. After all, the third Hokage only saw them as kids who hadn't graduated yet, so the mission wouldn't be too difficult. You're finally here. Let's move out quickly, Minato urged. Slow down. Shikaku needs to recover first, or he'll be at a disadvantage in battle, Shinai advised. We don't have much time. The third Hokage is in a hurry, Minato said. What is the mission? Shinai asked. Just reconnaissance, Shikaku answered. A wasteland outside the village was found to have human activity, confirming no ninja presence. The third Hokage ordered them to investigate thoroughly and return to the village with people before dawn. Shinai listened and glanced at Shikaku, feeling that such a mission didn't require full recovery. This time, follow my command. It's unclear if there will be any unexpected situations, Shinai said. Minato and Shikaku didn't object, having long regarded Shinai as the leader and their target. After preparations were complete, the three headed toward the destination, leaping through the forest. To save time, Minato used chakra to perform the Flying Thunder God technique, and the three traveled farther and farther. However, that unknown place concealed uncertainties, and only through battle could they grow. Sensing changes in Minato's chakra, Shinai quickly stopped him from continuing to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Next, we need to try to restore the chakra within our bodies. We're only responsible for bringing those people back to the village. The rest of the journey will rely on chakra. Things aren't as simple as you think. For now, just follow my command. Have you forgotten the promise we made when leaving the village? Shinai's expression was stern, like a majestic king, leaving no room for Minato and Shikaku to argue. The two knew it was for their own good and could only nod in agreement. The three slowed their pace as Shinai activated Sage Mode, absorbing the surrounding natural energy and channeling it into himself and his companions. A few hours later, they finally reached their destination. With Shinai's help, Minato and Shikaku had recovered most of their chakra, enough to handle unexpected situations. In the middle of a forest, there was only a small wooden cabin surrounded by trees. Shinai observed from within the forest but didn't detect any chakra fluctuations. Move out. At his command, Shikaku and Minato jumped to the side of the cabin, while Shinai landed directly on the roof. The three exchanged glances and acted almost simultaneously. Minato pushed the window open and jumped into the room. Shikaku entered through the door, and Shinya forcefully broke through the roof and landed inside. The room was empty. The three of them scanned their surroundings, searching for any traces. There's not a single sign of anyone here, and the dust on the table has been accumulating for years. Could the information the ninja relayed be false? The third Hokage wouldn't deceive us, right? No, we've been tricked. Shinya crouched down and discovered an unusual stone in the center of the floor, a type of stone rarely seen in the forest. Shikaku and Minato exchanged glances, not understanding why Shinya was so certain. Shinya finally understood. The disappearance of chakra and the dust-covered floor were because this place had been sealed. Take this stone back to the village and hand it over to the third Hokage. Perhaps the truth will be revealed. There's no one here. Does that mean the mission has failed? After all, this is our first mission. Shinya shook his head. The mission had just begun. Leaving the cabin, Shinya dashed deeper into the forest. Although Shikaku and Minato were puzzled, they followed. Sure enough, there were other houses nearby, and people could be seen moving in the distance. This is the place we're looking for. That other spot was just a decoy. Judging by the looks of it, they're not simple. The people entering and exiting the houses were all burly and robust, not a single one appeared weak. Although they couldn't use chakra to practice ninjutsu, the power contained within their bodies was still formidable, far from something Shinya and the others could easily handle. Shikaku, it's up to you next. Shikaku nodded. The short time they had spent together had already built a sense of teamwork. Shadow imitation technique. Shikaku leaped over the tree trunk, stopping close to the enemies, extending the shadow beneath his feet to firmly control the two outermost individuals. Minato and Shinya exchanged a glance, lightly tapped the ground, and swiftly dashed into the house. The burly men inside had no time to react before Shinya unleashed monstrous strength, entangling several of them together. Minato pulled out a rope and quickly tied them all into a bundle. The three formed a perimeter, trapping the group in the middle. How many of you are there? Everyone's been caught by you. Who are you? What do you want? Let me ask you instead, why have you suddenly intruded into the territory of the Hidden Leaf Village? What are you after? Hearing Hidden Leaf Village, the leader's expression subtly shifted but quickly regained composure. We don't know where this is. We were just being pursued and hid here. Save your words for when we return to the village. After all, we're just a bunch of kids. Shinya's lips curled slightly, deliberately emphasizing that they were just kids. On one hand, this was to lower the enemy's guard. On the other, he had already seen through their thoughts of escape and ambition, despite their well-crafted facade. A new problem arose. These 5 burly men clearly had no intention of cooperating, making it impossible to bring them back to the village. Minato marked them with the Flying Thunder God seal. The 2 of us will take turns teleporting, while Shikaka handles the guarding. Minato nodded, took out a kunai, attached it to the rope, and threw another kunai forcefully in the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the group disappeared, reappearing several miles away in a forest, where Minato's kunai was embedded in a tree trunk. Without pausing, Shinya and Minato continued to use teleportation techniques, drawing closer and closer to the village. Suddenly, the leader roared furiously, unleashing astonishing strength to break free from the ropes. The 5 men scattered in different directions. Minato and Shikaku prepared to give chase, but Shinya stopped them. Return to the village. There are 5 of them, but only 3 of us. We can't capture them all. But the village's ninjas will handle it. They are our seniors. We haven't officially become genin yet, so we won't be blamed. Minato hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed Shinya's arrangement, trusting that he wouldn't deceive or harm him. By the way, do you still have the small stone we brought back from there? I've kept it in my pocket the whole time. Take it to the 3rd Hokage now. There will be results before dawn. We'll wait in the office. Without those 5 burly men, Shinai and the others traveled quickly and returned to the village within minutes. The village was pitch black, and no one was walking on the streets. The 3 of them rushed into the Hokage's office, where the 3rd Hokage was anxiously gazing out the window. The door was pushed open, and the 3rd Hokage looked at Shinai and the others with anticipation, only to find their hands empty. You didn't bring those people back? Those burly men escaped, but we have another discovery. The 3rd Hokage frowned. Another discovery? Shinai nodded, and Shikaku took a small stone out of his ninja tool pouch and placed it on the table. The 3rd Hokage's gaze was drawn to it, and he frowned in thought. This has a powerful seal on it, something an ordinary person couldn't achieve. Precisely because of this anomaly, we brought it back for you. The 3rd Hokage sighed and said, this mission requires Chunin to complete. It's not an easy task. Shinai suddenly changed his mind and turned to walk outside. Minato and Shikaku knew the situation was complicated and followed to leave. They were not deemed to have failed. Everything needed to be planned slowly. The 3 of them went their separate ways home. A few hours later, dawn arrived as expected, and Shinya stretched lazily. Shinya, you're awake. Someone's looking for you. Tsunade appeared with a mischievous smile, her expression ambiguous. Shinya scratched his head in confusion. Who could make Tsunade show such an expression? After tidying up his clothes, he walked out of the room. In the living room, Makoto was sitting on the sofa. Makoto, looking for me this early, what's the matter? Can we talk outside? Makoto pointed to the door, her eyes filled with anticipation. Shinya was even more puzzled. The usually arrogant and domineering Makoto seemed timid now. He nodded and led Makoto to a secluded corner before stopping. Makoto lowered her head, staring at her toes, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, her body slightly twisting, looking very shy. If there's something, just say it now. No one can hear us. I'm sorry, Shinya. I've always misunderstood you. Haven't I already apologized? Besides, I never blamed you. But. Makoto's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Shinya. Shinya shook his head helplessly, unable to understand what she was thinking. Stop saying but, just speak your mind, or I'll leave. Please don't tell anyone about the mark on my butt, that's my secret. Shinai slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking it was something serious. Even if Makoto didn't bring it up, he wouldn't spread such things around. He had always been a gentleman, and besides, Makoto was his friend. He would never betray her. I promise you. Thank you, Shinai. Tonight, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Shinai nodded, knowing Makoto still had training to focus on, so he didn't stay long. Watching her bouncing away, he knew her heart was now at ease. Neither of them noticed the short figure hiding in the corner, listening to everything clearly. Shinai walked in the opposite direction of Makoto, heading straight to the Hokage's office. Although the 3rd Hokage had assigned higher-ranking ninjas to the mission, Shinai was very interested in that small stone. He stopped by the window, meeting the 3rd Hokage's gaze. The 3rd Hokage smiled, opened the window, and walked to the desk. Shinai bent down, gathered chakra, and leapt to land by the window. The office was empty except for the third Hokage, and the small stone was placed on the desk. Any discoveries about the small stone? The third Hokage shook his head. The seal on the stone is strong, but after breaking it, it's just an ordinary rock. Maybe the seal is just a diversion. We've been deceived for too long. What exactly is going on? It requires further observation. Ninja have already been sent to track those people. Shinai nodded, picked up the stone, and examined it closely, finding nothing special about it. I thought there might be a world hidden inside this little stone, but it turns out to be nothing special. Even the first Hokage wouldn't dare claim to accomplish this easily. Meanwhile, the eavesdropper had already run to the Uchiha clan's gate, pacing anxiously. Not long after, Fugaku stepped out of the house, dressed casually. Lord Fugaku, you finally came out. I just overheard Shinai and Makoto's conversation. He actually knows about the mark on Makoto's butt. Fugaku frowned. Even he didn't know about this. If it weren't for the person in front of him mentioning it, he would never have thought Makoto had such a mark on her butt. Already indifferent to Shinai, Fugaku's expression turned grim, and his fists clenched tightly. The tattletale trembled in fear, not daring to say another word, afraid Fugaku might lose his temper and act out. Fugaku suppressed his anger with effort, took a deep breath, and said, "Thanks to you, consider this a reward." He pulled a small gray pill from his pocket and handed it to the man, whose eyes immediately lit up. Back home, the more Fugaku thought about it, the angrier he became. The girl he had always liked had been seen naked by Shinai first. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. However, the children at the Ninja Academy were under the village's special protection, and acting rashly would cause dissatisfaction. Fugaku understood that even with Shinya's help in catching enemies, he was still a useless person. I'll let you be arrogant for now. When you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson, maybe even cause your accidental death. His face twisted with malice, as if he could already see Shinai lying on the ground, unaware that he himself was being watched. A few days passed, and there was no news from the village about capturing the 5 men. Shinai gradually forgot about the mission. One day, a new student arrived at the Ninja Academy, his white hair striking. This new guy looks tough. I'd never heard of him before, others whispered, and Shinai understood. Though young, his face was sharp and defined. It was Tsukumo Hatake, the future ninja known as the White Fang of Konoha, who would ultimately abandon a mission to save his comrades and die in despair. Minato, though he seems aloof, he's similar to you deep down. I can't see any approachable side to him, Minato replied. Shinai shook his head silently, walked over to Tsukumo, and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Shinai. Hello, I'm Tsukumo Hatake, striving to become Hokage. What? You want to take my Hokage position? I won't allow it. Minato charged forward, throwing a punch to provoke Tsukumo. To Minato, anyone vying for the Hokage title was a rival. Luckily, Shinai and Shikaku had no such ambitions. Shinai brought Tsukumo into their group, sitting not far from the window. The teacher appeared, interrupting the chatter, briefly introduced Tsukumo, and began the day's lessons. Shinai, Minato, and the others had no interest in staying in the classroom. Their eyes were already fixed on the window, itching to act. Are you planning to skip class? Tsukumo asked with a smile. Want to join? Since you've already seen through our intentions. He stroked his chin, pretending to think seriously, then nodded solemnly. Shinya's impression of Tsukumo improved even more. Joining the truancy squad on his first day at the Ninja Academy was no small feat. Minato and Shikaku also gave Tsukumo a thumbs up, confirming he wasn't as honest as he seemed. Taking advantage of the teacher's turn back, the 4 quickly climbed out the window and jumped onto the playground. But Tsukumo's movements were noticeably clumsy, stumbling a few steps and almost falling. Looks like you need more practice. This kind of thing happens almost every day. Without the Academy's guidance, how will your ninjutsu improve? Shikaku and Minato looked at Shinai, their eyes full of understanding. Kakashi shook his head in confusion but showed no concern about missing lessons and not learning anything. You'll understand sooner or later. Today, we have an important mission. Do you still remember those 5 guys who escaped? Of course, I've been wanting to catch them and bring them back. There's been no news, and the village is about to forget about it. Now it's our turn to act. The group quickly reached a consensus and sped along the streets outside the village. Kakashi curiously followed behind. Although he didn't understand their urgency, he felt a strange familiarity with Shinai at first sight and couldn't help but tag along. If Shinai hadn't appeared first, Kakashi might have sat down next to him the very next second. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the forest outside the village. It's been too long, tracking won't work. We'll have to go back and observe. Minato nodded, taking the lead as a guide, leaping forward along the route in his mind. Shinai carefully observed the surroundings and noticed something unusual. In the dim light, the trees along the roadside were damaged to varying degrees, and the destruction extended along the path they were following. This path led directly to their destination, as if some signal was guiding them forward. Slow down, the road ahead won't be easy. Minato stopped on a tree trunk, cautiously scanning the area before continuing slowly. Following the trail of destruction, the group finally arrived at an empty house deep in the forest, but there was no one inside. Those burly men had not returned. There's no one here. We've already checked. Those guys probably won't come back. Observe carefully. There might be unexpected discoveries. Let's leave this matter to Tsukumo Hatake to handle. Kakashi Tsukumo nodded, crouched down, and began carefully searching for clues. He had heard about this mission before entering the Ninja Academy but hadn't paid much attention to it. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, he became interested in this matter and grew even more curious about Shinai. Although everyone was in the Ninja Academy, Shinya's performance far surpassed his peers. Entering the house, Tsukumo immediately noticed that there had been a fight here, but it was one-sided suppression with no resistance. While everyone was focused on the house, a mysterious figure in the distant shadows was watching them. Those blind fools are here again, ruining my plans and almost taking away my sacrifice. The words were filled with resentment, squeezed out through gritted teeth. Shinai and his group expanded their search range, deciding to look around. Shinai, I found a new clue. Minato jumped onto a treetop, waving in all directions. The others heard the call and rushed over, soon gathering in one place. The altar was surrounded by dense bushes, and Shinai frowned. If it weren't for this indiscriminate search, the altar would never have been discovered, showing how well it was hidden. Since it's hidden here, it means the creator didn't want it to be found. Perhaps those 5 people were just tools. I have some knowledge about altars. Let me take a closer look. Kakashi Tsukumo crouched down, gathered chakra into his palm, and gently tapped the altar. The altar emitted a faint glow, creating a suction force in the center that caused Minato and Shikaku to stumble. Shinai, however, felt nothing, only sensing gusts of wind by his ears. Kakashi Tsukumo quickly stopped and turned to Shinai. Looking at Shinya's expression, he understood that trouble had arrived. The altar was beyond everyone's comprehension. This altar requires 5 sacrifices to enhance its power. The Hidden Leaf Village would never allow it, and the entire ninja world would condemn it. We should hurry back to the village and report to the 3rd Hokage. We can't handle this right now. I'm afraid you no longer have the chance to leave. Since you've discovered the secret, staying behind as sacrifices isn't a bad idea. For little brats are barely acceptable. The figure who had been hiding in the shadows couldn't resist stepping out when the altar was exposed, appearing before everyone. Shinyi shook his head helplessly. It seemed a battle was inevitable. This mission was indeed not simple. Staying behind? Let's see if you have the strength for that. You're alone, and there are 4 of us. Minato shouted. You 4 don't even qualify as genin, and you want to fight me? What a joke. Shinyi crossed his arms and sneered coldly. Minato wanted to step forward to confront him but was pulled back by Shinyi. Shinyi walked to the front of the group, raised his head, and stared at the man opposite him, his lips moving slightly. Who are you? I am an enemy of the Hidden Leaf, here today to end your lives. My name is Zalabi, the man replied coldly. I've never heard of that name. Shinyi scratched his head, finding no recollection in his mind. Whether in the original story or after his transmigration, the name Zalabi was unfamiliar. He didn't rush to attack, wanting to test the opponent's strength first. But Zalabi grew impatient and suddenly charged at Shinyi. Shinyi, watch out! Minato shouted as he chased after, but he was still a step too late. Zalabi's hand, like a claw, reached straight for Shinya's neck. Shinyi simply tilted his head slightly, easily dodging. This kid's reaction was surprisingly fast. Minato arrived behind Shinyi and swung a punch fiercely at Zalabi. The opponent had no choice but to retreat to avoid the attack. The punch landed in the air. Shinyi patted Minato's shoulder and signaled to Shikaku and Hatake. Tsukumo understood the intent and, along with Shikaku, spread out to encircle Zalabi. The 4-man encirclement only made Zalabi more excited. For little brats, spreading out made it easier to take them down one by one. Earth style, earth collapse technique. Zalabi formed hand seals, and the ground began to tremble, splitting into massive cracks. The ground beneath Shinyi and the others slowly rose, drawing closer together. Super strength. Shinyi swung his fist at the earth, the force of his punch quickly spreading outward. With a loud rumble, the rocks shattered into countless small fragments, and Shinyi flipped midair, landing steadily on the ground. The other three didn't have Shinya's skillful control over power, so they all jumped away, avoiding the range of the stones. Humph! Grisaby snorted coldly and quickened his movements. The stones didn't make a loud noise upon collision but merged into a larger rock, smashing toward Shinai. He observed secretly, confirming that Shinai was the leader. Attacking the leader was the key. Shinya's lips curled slightly. So Grisaby's target had always been him, and the earlier actions were just a setup. Even with brute strength and partial magnification techniques, this giant rock would be hard to block. He could only dodge for now. Minato! Got it! Minato responded, throwing the marked chakra to the side. Flying Thunder God technique. Shinya's figure flashed, grabbing the shuriken Minato had thrown, landing steadily. The giant rock hit the ground, shaking the surroundings. Didn't expect you to escape so quickly, but don't think it'll be so easy to dodge next time. My sacrifice was taken by you, right? That's right, it was us. So what? Shinya stood with hands on her hips, staring at Zalabi. Although the opponent was strong, there was still a chance of victory. Looks like I need to change tactics. Minato nodded. Ordinary attacks were ineffective. Super strength partial multiplication technique. Shinya leaped up, her right arm suddenly enlarging, smashing fiercely toward Zalabi. Such a petty trick. Zalabi underestimated Shinya's strength, did not dodge, and collided head-on. A small fist clashed with a giant fist, and Zalabi was forcefully knocked back, flying like a bullet back to the ground. With a loud crash, the ground split into a deep trench, and Zalabi lay motionless within it. It can't end this easily, that's too boring. Shinya stood at the edge of the trench, staring at Zalabi. Zalabi struggled to stand, his eyes burning with rage. He hadn't expected to be defeated, feeling both furious and incredulous. Looks like you all need to take this seriously. To think you could unleash such powerful strength. 1,000 years of death. Kakashi Hatake silently appeared behind Zalabi, hands clasped together, with only 2 fingers extended. In an instant, Zalabi's expression changed dramatically. In Shinya's eyes, Zalabi looked as if he had been scalded by boiling oil, his face turning bright red, ready to explode at any moment. Ah! Zalabi let out a scream, leaping up suddenly and landing again. In the trench, only Kakashi Hatake remained, his face full of smugness, crouching and still maintaining the 1,000 years of death pose. Grisaby clutched his buttocks and paced back and forth, the pain was so intense that tears almost came out. You're done for. How dare you humiliate me like this? Being able to experience the pinnacle of taijutsu is your honor. This is my first time using the 1,000 years of death in actual combat. Not bad, right? Although everyone considered Grisaby an enemy, Shinai and the others couldn't help but hide their own buttocks behind their backs when they saw Hatake Tsukumo use the 1,000 years of death. Shinai grinned, not expecting Hatake to strike at this moment. Hatake, nicely done. Piece of cake. Not defeating him directly makes the pain even worse. Minato and Shikaku both gave a thumbs up, their hearts filled with admiration for Hatake. They also silently warned themselves not to provoke Hatake Tsukumo after all, their buttocks were too fragile. After a while, Grisaby finally regained his senses, rubbed his buttocks, and pointed at Hatake, saying, "Kid, you've caught my attention." Originally, he planned to take out the leader first, but after being humiliated, he had no choice but to change his target. Water style, water bullet. Grisaby formed hand seals, chakra gathering in his mouth. His movements were peculiar, with his legs pressed tightly together, resembling a woman. Suddenly, a column of water shot out, rushing straight toward Hatake Tsukumo in the ravine. The speed was incredibly fast, leaving Hatake no time to dodge. He could only watch as the water column surged toward him. Earth style, earth wall. Hatake crouched slightly, slapping the ground with both hands, causing the earth to rise and form a wall several centimeters thick. The water column struck the earth wall with immense force, almost breaking through, but it was ultimately blocked. Not bad, but you won't be so lucky next time. This is exactly what we wanted to tell you. Shinya and Minato exchanged a glance and charged at Zalabi from different directions, reaching his side within a few breaths. The two punched simultaneously, striking Zalabi's head heavily. Zalabi snorted coldly, retreating swiftly to dodge while grabbing both of their arms. Shinya felt a sharp pain in his arm from the grip, realizing that if he didn't break free quickly, it might be crushed. The three formed a triangular stance, with only the strength in their hands still clashing. Kid, if you don't want to die, obediently become my sacrifice. You're more useful alive than dead. Naive. Shinya firmly planted his foot on the ground and kicked towards Zalabi's stomach. Ultimately, two fists couldn't match four hands. After a few exchanges, Zalabi realized he was at a disadvantage and decided to create some distance. Taking advantage of the moment he threw a punch, Zalabi retreated entirely, not realizing he had already fallen into a trap. Shadow binding technique. Shikaku had been waiting for an opportunity to use his jutsu, and this was his one chance to succeed. The shadow on the ground extended rapidly, wrapping around Zalabi's arms and body. Damn it, to think I was outsmarted by you brats. I'm not willing to accept this. Not willing? So what? Break free from the binding and continue fighting? Give it up, you'll only get hurt. Shinya mockingly tapped his head. The formidable Chunin-level opponent before them was now easily subdued by four young ninjas who hadn't even graduated yet, an unbelievable sight. Zalabi's eyes shifted, and his attitude suddenly changed. I know you're strong, so young, and with limitless potential for the future. Mapai, are you trying to trick us into letting you go and teaching us how to use the altar? How do you know? A glimmer of hope appeared on Zalabi's face. He wanted to seize the opportunity to gain freedom by revealing the secret of the altar and profiting in secret. Unexpectedly, what greeted him was a fierce flick on the forehead from Shinai, the sound echoing through the forest. Dream on. You think such underhanded tricks can tempt us? Underhanded tricks? The power of the altar can make me instantly ascend to Jonin, do you understand? Shinai sneered. A ninja who relied on the altar to advance was nothing but trash. Zalabi's strength was destined to stagnate, and he would never have another chance to activate the altar. Those 5 burly men who escaped turned out to be lucky, otherwise, they would have already become sacrifices for the altar. Take him back to the village and let the third Hokage decide his fate. What he's done has already crossed the ninja's bottom line. Dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Shinai deliberately tried to scare him, though he wasn't sure how the third Hokage would actually handle it. Most likely, after obtaining the information, Zalabi would spend the rest of his life in prison. The problem is, how do we take him back? No one can use sealing techniques to restrain his chakra. Yeah, we can't keep using shadow bind. We need to think of another way. Shinai rubbed his chin, realizing he had to come up with a foolproof plan. After pondering for a moment, he decided to use the most primitive and violent method to prevent Zalabi from escaping. With a mischievous grin, Shinai approached him. Zalabi swallowed nervously, sensing something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Shinai raised his fist high, skillfully controlling his chakra to increase the force, and slammed it hard onto Zalabi's head. With a clang, Zalabi writhed in pain and slowly leaned against the shadow that bound him. You can release the jutsu now. This guy probably won't wake up until we reach the Hokage's office. Super strength really is amazing. Shinai shook his fist, looking satisfied. Minato seemed a bit flustered. Both Shinai and Tsukumo Hatake looked incredibly intimidating, definitely not opponents to provoke lightly. Fortunately, they were teammates. If they were enemies, he would have surely died miserably. Let's go, Shinyi said. There's still something to do before we leave. The altar can't be left behind. Minato nodded, jumped to the altar, and stared at the faintly glowing structure, momentarily stunned. Kakashi Tsukumo, I'll leave the destruction to you. I have no experience with this, Minato said. Kakashi Tsukumo rolled his eyes at him, picked up a stone, and accurately threw it into the center of the altar. A rumbling sound echoed as the altar's light disappeared, and cracks spread outward from the center. Clapping his hands, Kakashi Tsukumo turned and walked back to the village with Shinyi, while Minato followed behind. After walking for a while, an explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the altar. Kakashi Tsukumo's lips curled into a slight smile. A real man never looks back at explosions. You guys should admire me now, right? Shinya's mouth twitched, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Kakashi Tsukumo was becoming as familiar as Namake's Minato. The atmosphere lightened considerably. The heavy mission was finally over, and it was completed by their own hands. Looking at Shikaku's shoulder where Hylabai rested, Shinyi felt a strange sensation in his heart, as if he had truly integrated into this world. After traveling for some time, the group finally returned to the village. Yamashiro Aoba stood at the village entrance, staring at the group of youngsters with a complicated expression, especially at the stranger on Minato's shoulder. Why weren't you at the ninja academy? Where did you go outside the village? Brother Yamashiro, just look at the guy Minato's carrying. Isn't it obvious? We completed an important mission. Yamashiro Aoba nodded, scanning Hylabai from head to toe and noticing the obvious wound on his head, his expression turning peculiar. Without wasting words, Shinyi and the others headed straight to the Hokage's office to hand Hylabai over to the third Hokage. Several ninjas were gathered in the office, clearly summoned by the third Hokage for a meeting. Pushing the door open, all eyes instantly focused on Shinyi. He awkwardly scratched his head and stepped aside, saying, "I'm not the main character today. Everyone should look at this guy instead." Minato placed the unconscious Hailabai on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Carrying Hailabai back had taken a lot of his strength. "What is going on? And who is this guy?" someone asked. "The 5 big men who escaped earlier were all sacrifices for this guy," someone replied. "Sacrifices?" The third Hokage frowned deeply, not expecting the situation to be so severe. Human sacrifices were absolutely intolerable in the ninja world. Shinai nodded and explained the events in detail. The people in the room gave him a thumbs up, their faces full of relief. Although the children were young, they managed to work together to subdue enemies several times stronger than themselves. The future of Konoha looked promising. But the third Hokage did not smile. His eyes carried reproach as he said, "Do you know how dangerous this was? If you had encountered a stronger enemy, you might not have made it back to the village today." "Don't worry, third Hokage, we know our limits. It's our honor to contribute to the village," the children replied. "We'll handle this guy." Although it was risky, the mission was completed beautifully and deserves a reward, Minato said, his eyes shining as he began planning the rewards in his mind. The third Hokage took out 4 scrolls from a corner and handed them to Shinai. "These are custom-made jutsu for you. Consider them a reward. From now on, without the village's orders, do not take such risks again. Understood?" "Understood, Lord Third. We will follow orders," the children promised. After they left, the room was filled with laughter. The third Hokage's stern expression finally softened. "These kids did not disappoint me. Brilliant. Sending Tsukumo Hatake to the Ninja Academy was truly part of your foresight," someone praised. The third Hokage nodded, his gaze shifting to Hirabi, full of disdain. Shinai was still unaware that this operation had been closely monitored by many. If the battle had taken a turn for the worse, Konoha's ninjas would have rushed in to provide rescue immediately. At the street corner, the 4 of them dispersed in different directions, each embarking on their own path. When he got home, Tsunade had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. She smiled and asked, "Shinai, you're back. Did you gain anything?" Shinai slapped his forehead. The scrolls given by the third Hokage were still in his pocket, and he had forgotten to distribute them. Since everyone had gone home, he decided to share them the next time they met. "At least we gained something. I just don't know what kind of jutsu the third Hokage included in the scrolls." "Don't worry. They must be specially designed for you all, suitable for each of you to train with." Shinai nodded. After a whole day of work, he was already starving and began eating heartily. Tsunade watched Shinai devour his food, and her mind wandered. Images of her younger brother surfaced in her thoughts. As she thought about it, her eyes unknowingly grew moist. Even she didn't realize her emotions had gotten the better of her. Shinai looked up and noticed Tsunade's unusual expression. He quickly walked over and wiped away her tears. "Tsunade sister, did you remember something sad? Don't be upset, I'm here." "It's nothing, I just feel happy seeing you so cheerful." Time passed quickly, and as the sky darkened, Shinai pushed the door open, entered the room, and lay on the bed, closing his eyes. Not long after, faint snores came from the room. Early the next morning, Tsukumo Hatake squatted by the window of Shinya's room and gently knocked on it. "Shinai, it's time to get up and go to school." Shinai opened his drowsy eyes, and upon seeing the figure outside the window, his spirits lifted. Realizing it was Tsukumo Hatake, he shook his head helplessly. This was the first time he'd experienced such a wake-up call. Probably only Tsukumo would do something like this. Looking at Tsukumo Hatake's agile movements, a thought popped into Shinya's mind, perfectly aligning with the original storyline. Tsukumo Hatake was the village's genius ninja who had been promoted to Jonin at a young age, becoming an Umbu squad leader and completing countless missions. But now, he had been sent to the Ninja Academy by the third Hokage, which limited his growth. On the way, Shinai tentatively asked him, "What are your plans for the future? Are you going to follow the steps to become Hokage?" "Being Hokage is my dream, but I know it won't be me. Minato is more suitable." Shinai nodded. It seems Tsukumo was well aware that he wasn't the right fit and didn't want to compete with Minato for the position. "You're strong. If you leave the Ninja Academy, you'll have better opportunities for development. Don't you want to learn about the village's secret organizations? You mean the Umbu, right?" Shinai nodded, though he had his own motives. He hoped Tsukumo would join the Umbu, as it could limit Danzo's actions against him, even though he wasn't afraid of those people. Sakumo suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked toward the Hokage's office. Besides the Hokage, the Umbu base was also located there. My comings and goings aren't up to me. Being sent to the Ninja Academy was also arranged by the third Hokage. Lord Third? Shinai frowned, hearing this name from Sakumo for the first time. That's right. Everyone actually knew about Zalabi's existence long ago, which is why I was sent to the Ninja Academy to get close to you and carry out missions together. Shinai became even more puzzled. That old guy, the third Hokage, had clearly said that the mission was beyond his jurisdiction and required higher-level ninjas to handle. Yet, behind the scenes, he was pulling these little tricks. Thinking carefully, all the actions ultimately benefited their group. Shinai found it hard to understand the third Hokage. So everyone knew all along. And you too? Sakumo Hatake nodded without hiding anything. He had initially thought this was just a task assigned to him by the third Hokage. But after spending time together, Sakumo had come to regard these people as his closest friends. That morning, he appeared outside Shinya's window, wanting to go to the Ninja Academy with him alone. Even though Shinai hadn't asked, he still revealed everything, unwilling to hide anything from him. I've been really happy spending time with you all. Maybe this will be our last mission together. Shinai couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, but deep down, he also considered him a friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have carried out missions together. Don't say such discouraging things. Friends shouldn't act like that. You should also personally tell Minato and Shikaku this news. Shinai put his arm around Sakumo's shoulder, giving him a few light punches, which warmed Sakumo's heart and made him feel valued. As they entered the academy gates, they saw Minato and Shikaku waving from afar. The two exchanged a glance and quickened their pace toward them. After regrouping, Shinai took out the scrolls given by the third Hokage and spread them out on the ground. I haven't looked at these scrolls yet. Everyone pick the ninjutsu you think suits you best to take back. Then I won't hold back. Minato flipped through a few pages, selected one, and put it into his ninja tool pouch. Shikaku and Sakumo Hatake also each made their choices. Sakumo Hatake told Minato and Shikaku about his decision to leave the academy. Although the two were reluctant, they also felt that one person's fate shouldn't affect another's. They had planned to spend the last day peacefully and happily, but unexpectedly, they encountered a strange guy in the teacher's area. The moment Sakumo Hatake saw him, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Shinai could sense the surging chakra within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Shinai was curious about what kind of person could provoke such a reaction from Sakumo Hatake. He looked over and saw a guy in green clothing standing blankly at the classroom door, gazing inside with a lost expression. Is that Might Due? Shinai, you know him too? The two of us are very good partners. Shinya's mouth twitched slightly. Sakumo Hatake's gritted teeth expression didn't look like that of someone talking about a friend. Shinai knew that their relationship was more like that of life and death rivals, as clearly explained in the original story. Before Shinai could react, Sakumo Hatake rushed forward and immediately started grappling with Might Due. Shinai quietly watched the two engage in an intense fight, only then realizing Sakumo Hatake's incredible strength, almost on par with the taijutsu specialized Might Due. Just as their fight was heating up, a masked ninja jumped in between them and separated them. Stop it. Lord Danzo has ordered me to take you back. The mission at the Ninja Academy is complete. Sakumo Hatake gave Shinai a reluctant glance before following the Umbu member and leaving. Might Due was stunned, not understanding why he was suddenly taken away. Shinai walked over, gently shook his head, and stood beside Might Due. You two are good friends. From now on, you're our friend too. It doesn't matter if you can't master ninjutsu. You know me? Might Due asked in surprise, pointing at himself, as he had never met Shinai before. Of course, you will become an outstanding ninja in the future. I'm just a dead last, unable to master ninjutsu, forced to leave, and only came back to graduate. But your strength is far greater than many still in the academy. Be more confident. Might Due nodded repeatedly, fully aware that he was different from others. Since he couldn't master ninjutsu, he decided to specialize in taijutsu, proving that taijutsu could also make one a top-tier ninja. At this moment, Minato and Shikaku walked into the classroom, unaware that a new member had joined. Shinoya patted Might Due on the shoulder, signaling him to follow into the classroom. At the same time, Shinoya silently activated the system in his mind to steal a skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Might Due's skill, 8 Gates Technique. Cooldown time, 3 hours. During the long 3 hours, Shinoya muttered to himself, wondering when the cooldown time could be shortened. Classroom life was dull and monotonous, with only Might Due listening attentively and occasionally taking notes on paper. The three of them, Shinoya, Minato, and Shikaku, gazed out the window, unable to resist the urge to run outside and play. Suddenly, 3 pieces of chalk flew over, landing precisely on each of their foreheads, leaving a white mark. You 3, behave yourselves. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. There's no way you're skipping class. Don't worry, teacher, we won't leave. Shinoya raised his hand to promise, but his eyes remained fixed on the window, thinking about when he could graduate and officially become a genin. At that time, missions would come one after another, and that would be true freedom. Shinoya, I think we should take today seriously. Maybe starting today, we can leave the academy carefree, Minato said with a mysterious smile, having already learned that today's lesson was the shadow clone technique. Mastering the shadow clone technique would allow them to create clones to attend school while they enjoyed themselves outside. Why not? Shinoya slapped his forehead, wondering why he hadn't thought of this earlier. However, he had just used the system to steal a skill and had to wait a while, hoping to steal the shadow clone technique. Graduation isn't far off. The assessment will require you to fully perform the shadow clone technique. Today, I'll teach you all about it, the teacher said from the podium, explaining the technique in detail. Might Due swallowed nervously. He had no talent for ninjutsu, and the shadow clone technique seemed utterly impossible for him. Shadow clone. Does this mean I'll never become a genin? It's so unfair. I'll help you solve this problem. The shadow clone technique doesn't define a person's strength, Shinoya said with a serious expression, standing up and walking toward the podium. Might Due was mocked a lot for not being able to perform jutsu. Shinai didn't want him to continue suffering, so he spoke softly to the teacher to avoid being overheard and ridiculed by others. Shinai, if you have something to say, just say it from your seat. There's no need to come over, the teacher said. I have to say it close to your ear, or I might lose my temper, Shinai replied with a smile, though his tone was firm. The teacher sighed and waited for him to approach, curious about what he wanted to say. Teacher, do you know Might Due? Shinai asked softly. The classroom was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The others could only see Shinye's lips moving but couldn't hear what he was saying. The teacher's expression changed, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to Might Due, who was wearing a green combat suit. Shadow Clone Jutsu 1T be the only assessment standard. There are many other ways to evaluate. You don't need to worry. Shinai nodded, feeling much more at ease. This way, Might Due's graduation wouldn't be a problem. His strength was more than enough to easily become a genin. The day passed quickly. Shinai shook his head, unexpectedly feeling a bit tired. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang. Minato and Shikaku dashed out of the classroom like wild horses, running to the playground and waiting for quite a while, but they didn't see Shinai. The two were puzzled since Shinai was usually the first to rush out. What's up with Shinai today? He's like a completely different person. Let us go back and check. Maybe he's waiting for Might Due, who hasn't come out either. They followed the path back, weaving through the crowd, and returned to the village. There, they saw Shinai leaning back in a chair with his eyes closed, while Might Due was intently focused on something. Minato walked closer and heard Shinai lightly snoring. He hadn't expected him to fall asleep so quickly. Might Due, what are you looking at? The content the teacher taught. There's still a lot I don't understand. I wanted to ask Shinai, but he fell asleep. Tell me what you don't understand, and I'll help you. I wasn't paying full attention, but I got the gist of it. Might Due nodded and handed his notes to Minato. The unclear parts were all circled on the pages. Minato looked at the notes, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He had thought it was a difficult problem, but unexpectedly, Might Due had circled all the content in the middle with one big loop. He really couldn't understand how Might Due could be so unfamiliar with ninjutsu. But as a friend, Minato patiently helped him solve the problem without any sign of impatience. As the sky darkened, the three of them simultaneously heard their stomachs growling. Might Due rubbed his belly. I'm a bit hungry. Should we wake up Shinai to eat? He's amazing, being able to sleep in one position for so long. Minato shook his head and gently nudged Shinai. Shinai opened his eyes, groggily looking at everyone, surprised that he had fallen asleep. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? We just helped Might Due with his studies. Everyone got hungry, so we decided to wake you. Shinai stretched lazily, and the group headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. Just as they left the academy, Might Due leapt onto the rooftop, flipped a few times, and stood firmly on his hands in a handstand. Not a single second can be wasted on training. I still have 5,000 handstands left to complete today's task. See you at Ichiraku Ramen. Shinai knew how hard-working Might Due was and said nothing, continuing to walk forward. Minato and Shikaku, on the other hand, were full of admiration, silently questioning whether they could reach such a level. The answer was clear: Might Due wasn't actually that disciplined, nor was he that relentless in his efforts. Amid laughter, the figures of the group gradually disappeared into the dark streets. Early the next morning, Shinai was awakened by urgent knocking at the door. When he opened it, he saw an out-of-breath Tsukumo Hatake standing there. "Why are you in such a rush? Did someone bully you in the umbu?" Shinai rolled up his sleeves, ready to stand up for Tsukumo. "No, it's not like that. There's an urgent mission that needs your help. As an umbu member, I need Danzo's orders to take action." Shinai nodded, and after understanding the mission details, he headed out. Actually, this was not an umbu mission, nor was it assigned by the third Hokage. It was something Tsukumo Hatake stumbled upon by chance. The reward was a never-before-seen ninjutsu, at least one that Tsukumo Hatake had never encountered. Shinya called Minato and Shikaku over, and the three of them went to Might Due's house, only to find it completely empty. The sun had just risen, and if Shinya hadn't come looking, Minato and Shikaku would still be asleep. Might Due has already gone out to train? With such perseverance, he is bound to become a powerful ninja. Hurry up and find him. If someone else takes the mission, there won't be any reward. The three nodded and split up to search for Might Due in different directions. Compared to monotonous training, real combat is what truly fosters growth. This was also why Shinya insisted on bringing Might Due along. After searching for a long time without any results, the three regrouped. We checked the rooftops and the training grounds, but still no sign of him. Where on earth did this guy run off to? Suddenly, a figure in dark green swayed into view from a distance, entering their line of sight. Finding him wasn't hard at all, he just appeared out of nowhere. Minato frowned. He had already searched in that direction and hadn't seen anyone. "Minato, did you check the Ninja Academy? It feels like this guy just came from there, walking as if he'd just been hit by something." Minato shook his head. He hadn't paid attention to the Ninja Academy during the search. Who would go there so early in the morning? The three of them marveled at how strange Might Due was, becoming even more curious about him. "Shinya, you're here too? What a coincidence." Shinya's lips curled into a slight smile. He clapped his hands lightly and slowly walked toward Might Due. Might Due still didn't understand what was happening and hurriedly quickened his pace to meet him, only to be greeted by a flick to the forehead from Shinya. "Don!" Minato and Shikaku reflexively raised their hands to protect their heads when they saw Might Due getting hit. "You went to the Ninja Academy early in the morning. I don't know whether to praise your effort or call you stupid," Kamiyo mocked. Might Due scratched his head, looking confused. They had just met, and he hadn't caused any trouble, so why was he getting hit? Seeing this, Minato quickly explained, "Really? Youthful passion is right in front of me, yet I was foolishly studying alone. What a pity." Kamiyo laughed along with Might Due's actions, but the laughter was genuine. "Alright, let's go quickly and reach the destination before dark. Hold on to me. I've already marked a flying thunder god seal outside the village, so we can teleport a long distance," Minato said. Kamiyo couldn't help but admire him, thinking that with such foresight, Minato was destined to become Hokage. Flying thunder god technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, Minato disappeared and reappeared in the forest outside the village. This place was unfamiliar to Yi Xian. It was his first time in this forest since crossing over. "You're more familiar with the terrain of the ninja world, so lead the way." Minato handed over a map with the route carefully marked. A day later, the four of them arrived at a small, unfamiliar village. The words Shaoshan Village on the gate were faded and old. The village was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere, which lifted everyone's spirits. After a day of traveling without seeing anyone or interacting, they had been conserving their energy. Instead of rushing to find the client, they first looked for a place to eat. Find somewhere less crowded. After all, this isn't our territory, so it's better to keep a low profile, Shikaku suggested with a nod. Somewhere more crowded is better. We can protect ourselves and also gather some information, Kamiyo said, pointing to a spot and leading the way. After hesitating, Minato followed, thinking Kamiyo had a point. Being more conspicuous might actually be the better approach. Their attire was similar to the villagers here, and they weren't wearing Konoha headbands, so no one paid them any special attention. "One order of your signature dish for the four of us," one of them said to the owner. The food was served quickly, and after a whole day of hunger, they devoured it all within minutes. "Have you heard? Strange things keep happening in the small mountain village recently." "Yeah, there are always weird noises at the Shijiao family's house at night, but no matter how much they investigate, they can't figure it out." "Don't even mention it. If those strange things come to your house at night, would you still be able to laugh? They'll definitely go to your house, it has nothing to do with me. Shinai and Minato exchanged a glance. Shijiao was the one who had sought help from Konoha village. It seemed they needed to investigate this strange matter. Let's go. It's getting late, just the right time to take a look. They paid the bill and walked deeper into the village along the small path. Shinai planned to visit Shijiao in the morning and spend the night scouting at the edge of the village. The sky suddenly turned gloomy. People on the street hurried by, as if something major was about to happen. Feels like we're being played. Why not just go straight to Shijiao? Don't rush. I know a bit about this place. Nothing will happen tonight. Minato and Shikako trusted Shinai, and Mike Dewey didn't care at all, only wanting to unleash his passion. Raindrops suddenly began to fall, and they quickened their pace to reach the edge of the village. At the edge of the village, there was a place to take shelter from the rain. The four of them rushed inside and quietly watched as the village gradually fell silent. As the heavy rain approached, the village was empty except for them. This village is strange. Even ordinary rain can make everyone go back indoors. Shinai shook his head, thinking that perhaps tonight they could solve the mystery. The rain grew heavier, and a banging sound reached their ears. Doesn't seem like someone from this village, brothers. The window was pushed open, and a man with a full beard poked his head in and asked. There was a protruding rock above the window, so the man's head didn't get wet. Uncle, how did you know we're not from the village? When it rains, no one is on the streets. Only outsiders would come out to avoid the rain. There must be something important. Uncle, can we take shelter from the rain in your house? It's our first time here, and we have no idea about the situation. The bearded uncle nodded and gently pushed open the door. Shinyi and the others exchanged glances, rushed inside, and shook the rainwater off their heads. Brothers, why did you suddenly come here? This village is unnoticed in the ninja world, and passers-by never stop. To be honest with you, we came here because of a mission. Judging by your appearance, you don't seem like a local, do you? The bearded uncle's laughter suddenly turned cold. His expression darkened as he stared intently at Shinyi. How did you figure out I'm not a local? It's your aura, an innate aura that can't be hidden. I'm certain you don't belong here. The bearded man patted Shinyi on the shoulder, his expression hard to read whether it was approval or disdain, but he didn't make a move. First, the kids who took on the mission weren't simple, and acting rashly wouldn't end well. Second, he had been in hiding for years and didn't want to expose himself, especially since Shinyi and his group weren't targeting him. The sound of rain thundered outside, pounding against the house. Shinyi looked out through the blurry window, his heart filled with more questions. This village wasn't as simple as it seemed. Since you figured it out, I'll tell you my story. Shinyi nodded, listening intently, while Minato and Shikako also focused. At that moment, Mike Dewey's stomach suddenly growled. He scratched his head awkwardly and looked apologetically at the uncle. The bearded man shook his head helplessly, stood up, and rummaged for food to hand to him. Over a decade ago, I came here when I was about your age and have settled here ever since. But I'm curious, what's the secret of this village, and why did you stay? Being hunted, those people don't dare to enter the village, so I can only hide here. Shinai stroked his chin, growing increasingly curious about the truth of the village and looking forward to what would happen next. The rain outside gradually lessened, and after the downpour, the village became quiet. The rain has stopped, but the village at night is not easy to deal with. I suggest you stay a bit longer. The mission still needs to be completed. We have to go. Shinai clasped his hands in thanks, turned around, and walked out of the room. Stepping on the wet ground, the four of them ran in the direction indicated by the bearded man towards Grandma Shijiao's house. They leaned against the corner of the wall, hiding in the darkness, quietly waiting for that strange sound to appear. Howl, howl, it's late at night. Could it be that all my little ones have fallen asleep? A tall figure slowly appeared in Shinai and the others' line of sight, swaying as it walked towards Grandma Shijiao's house. Shinai and Minato exchanged a glance and disappeared in an instant, reappearing behind the figure. The figure seemed unaware as the two silently approached. We can't wait until dawn, we have to act now. Minato nodded, suddenly rushing forward and drawing a shuriken from the ninja tool pouch on his back. The shuriken stabbed into the figure's back, but no blood was seen. Shinai, something's off about this guy. I think so too. He's a puppet. Let's take him down first, then check out Grandma Shijiao's house. Minato jumped down, standing in front of the puppet, the two facing each other. Truly hideous. Stop wasting time, take him down. Minato swung his sword, the shuriken stabbing straight into the puppet's head. With a loud boom, the puppet's body instantly shattered, fragments scattering across the wetland, leaving only a single talisman floating in midair. The talisman glowed faintly blue, exactly the same color as chakra. Should we keep this talisman? Forget it. Someone's definitely controlling it from behind the scenes. Let's not alert them. The four watched the talisman drift away, then followed the small path by the village and knocked decisively on Granny Ishikaku's door. Knock, 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 knock. Granny Ishikaku opened her drowsy eyes, pulled the door open, and, upon seeing four unfamiliar faces, immediately perked up. Out in the village this late? Come in quickly and take shelter. Shinya and the others exchanged glances, stepped inside, and looked around. The house contained only Granny Ishikaku, simple and unadorned, with nothing out of the ordinary. Granny Ishikaku, we are ninjas from Konoha village. We received your request and came here specifically. You've arrived. It must have been a hard journey. Nothing unusual happened tonight, so rest well. Shinya nodded without saying much, knowing they might have to stay here for the next few days. Granny Ishikaku slowly stood up, and Shinya noticed her slightly hunched back, the marks of time evident on her. After tidying up the bedding, Shinya lay down, closed his eyes, and soon drifted into sleep. Everyone, get some rest. We don't know what we'll face tomorrow, so save your energy. My tasks for today aren't done yet. Don't mind me. Might Due stretched his arms and waist, walked straight out of the room, and found a secluded corner to begin his daily intense training. 1, 2, 3, 171. The night passed quickly. Shinya opened his eyes to find it already bright outside, the sun high in the sky, as if it were noon. The room was empty. Shinya rubbed his eyes and walked out, seeing Minato and Shikaku helping Granny Ishikaku clear weeds in the yard, but Might Due was nowhere to be seen. Shinya, you're awake. Why didn't you call me? I was just sleeping soundly in the room. We can handle these small tasks ourselves. Why bother you? Shinya shook his head helplessly and joined Minato and Shikaku, quietly helping Grandma with weeding. Not long after, Might Due came back to the yard carrying a bucket and walked toward the large water tank. The heavy rain last night dirted the water in the tank. I'm helping Grandma replace it with fresh water and training at the same time. Watching everyone busy, Grandma sat on the rocking chair enjoying the sunlight. Shinya suddenly felt a sense of days. Wasn't this the life he had dreamed of before crossing over? But good times never last long. The ninja world is ultimately filled with battles and bloodshed, with conflict everywhere. Grandma Ishikaku stood up with her cane and went into the house. A few minutes later, a delicious aroma wafted out of the window, and Shinya couldn't help but take a deep breath. Kids, it's time to eat. I'll take you to the village to play this afternoon. Got it. Shinya was the first to rush into the house, followed closely by Minato and Shikaku, while Might Due was still fetching water. Just as they were about to start eating, Grandma Ishikaku swung her cane and smacked Shinya's hand with a loud snap. Shinya looked at her with grievance, but Grandma's face was stern. There's still one more friend who hasn't returned. You all have to wait for him before eating. Shinya shrugged, realizing he had been so tempted by the delicious food that he forgot about Might Due. He could only rest his chin on his hand and wait. Why isn't Might Due back yet? If he takes any longer, the aroma will fade. Yeah, I'm eager to taste Grandma's cooking. Seeing how anxious you all are, I'll count to 3 and he'll be here. Shinya closed his eyes and counted silently. Sure enough, he heard Might Due's voice. What is that smell? It smells amazing. Might Due's pace suddenly quickened. He swiftly poured the water from the bucket into the large tank and rushed into the house with all his might. After a few deep breaths, Might Due sat down in front of Shinya, ready to pick up his chopsticks and eat, only to find everyone staring at him with strange expressions. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me like that? He asked. Never mind, let's all start eating. Grandma Ishikaku took the cane away from Shinya's hand, and the group finally began enjoying the meal. It didn't take long. Grandma Ishikaku felt as if she had only blinked a few times, and the table was already empty. That was so satisfying. You can't find this flavor in Konoha village. Minato patted his slightly rounded belly and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Shikaku and Might Due did the same, while only Shinya remained with a serious expression, silent, as if waiting for something. After a while, the sound of snoring came from the room. Shinya's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Grandma Ishikaku. Isn't it time to explain what's going on? Those 3 have already been knocked out by your sleeping drug. Little one, why are you completely unharmed? Grandma Shijiao shook her head helplessly. I've always been wary of you, not trusting you, even though you brought us here to carry out this mission. In fact, Grandma Sergio had long been aware of puppet masters who controlled giant monsters, and she was terrified. That puppet master had made a demand: hand over a few children from the village to him, and he would stop harassing the small mountain village. These children were like her own grandchildren, and she couldn't bear to give them up. She chose to entrust the matter to Konoha village, hoping to rely on the strength of legitimate ninjas to defeat the puppet master and restore peace to the village. The appearance of Shinai and the other children disrupted her plan, leaving her no choice but to use them to achieve peace. Grandma feels heartbroken, but for the sake of the village, there's no other way. I can only wrong you all. This isn't just about being wronged, it could cost lives. Sergio shrugged. At this point, she could only hold on. But she was old and no match for Shinai. Shinai slowly stood up, his gaze like a torch fixed on Sergio. I don't blame you. You were thinking of the village. Give me the antidote, and we'll take care of the puppet master for you. With just you kids? That's absolutely impossible. Besides, you're not even considered ninjas yet. Shinai revealed a mocking smile. Although he hadn't graduated from the ninja academy, the elderly woman before him had no understanding of his and his teammates' abilities. Even when facing a formidable enemy, as long as they worked together, they could easily defeat them. They had already gained practical combat experience before, though there had been people watching nearby, ready to step in if danger arose. Leave it to us. I know you're a kind-hearted grandma. Sergio sighed. She had no choice but to trust the pale-skinned boy in front of her. She was too old to kidnap Shinai. Even if she tried, she wouldn't be able to control him and might end up hurting herself instead. Returning to the inner part of the house, Sergio handed the antidote to Shinai and then leaned back on the long bench, closing her eyes to rest, ready to leave everything in Shinya's hands. Shinai walked to the table, dissolved the antidote in water, and gave it to the three one by one to drink. Cough, cough. The three gradually opened their eyes but felt discomfort in their throats. What happened? Why did we suddenly fall asleep? It's nothing. You were just too tired and accidentally fell asleep. Grandma Sergio still wants to take us around the village. Shinai didn't tell them the truth, fearing that knowing it would change their thoughts. His feelings toward Grandma Sergio were complicated. Stretching lazily, Mato stood up, ready to head out. Today's training mission isn't finished yet. You guys can go wander around on your own. Shinai shook his head helplessly, turning to call Grandma Sergio to join them, only to find her already asleep on the chair. Minato tugged at Shinya's sleeve, signaling toward the window with his eyes. Let's go out and investigate on our own. Don't disturb Grandma's rest. The three walked out of Grandma Sergio's yard and headed toward the village center, passing by the door of the bearded uncle's house. The middle-aged man stood at the door, his body gently swaying, eyes slightly closed, basking in the sunlight with a leisurely expression. Shinai ignored him, knowing that the man had no useful information to offer. The man stayed here to escape, and apart from the village natives, he was very wary of outsiders. The small mountain village was peaceful during the day, with no sign that anything strange might happen at night. Last night's rainy night didn't bring any strange events. How odd, someone said. Yeah, rainy nights are supposed to be when monsters are active, but... People on the street chatted idly, filled with curiosity about the quietness of the night. In just a short walk, Shinai had already gathered a lot of information. The puppet that Minato destroyed last night had been seen by many in the village, but no one had been attacked by it. After circling the village, Shinai decided to return to Grandma Sergio's house and quietly wait for nightfall to use the talisman to track down the person controlling it. Time passed bit by bit, the sky gradually darkened, and the clear sky was once again covered by clouds. Grandma Sergio, has it been raining every night these past 2 days? The clouds always gather at this time. I don't know. It's been especially frequent these past 2 days. It hadn't rained for months before. Shinai stroked his chin. Could it be that their arrival had caused the frequent rain? This small mountain village was indeed a bit mysterious. Thunder rumbled, and raindrops began to fall. It's time to move out. Might Due, stay here to protect Grandma Sergio. Might Due nodded, stayed close to Grandma, and began physical training on the spot. As Shinai and the others stepped out of the yard, they saw that familiar massive figure slowly approaching them. But this guy didn't seem to notice them at all, walking forward on its own. This guy seems like a mindless machine under control, without thought or vision. Let's deal with him first. Minato and Shikaku nodded, tossing their kunai and charging forward. Based on their previous experience, Minato unhesitatingly stabbed his kunai into the massive figure's chest, while Shikaku flipped onto its back and drove his kunai in hard. The sound of rain gradually lessened as the massive figure collapsed to the ground, with a faint blue talisman floating in the air. Following it will lead us to the person controlling this thing, and the mission can be completed smoothly. The three quietly followed the talisman out of the village. The rain continued to fall, but the talisman emitted a faint glow. Almost out of the village, keep your distance, don't let it notice us. They slowed down simultaneously, talismans floating at the edge of their vision. Gradually, Shinai felt something was off. They were so far from the village, yet the talismans hadn't stopped. The rain had ceased, the night was unusually quiet, the talismans floated, and the atmosphere was eerie. Where is this thing hiding? It still hasn't stopped. Almost there, I can sense it, just ahead in the cave. Shinai had already fully unleashed his chakra perception, staying alert to his surroundings, and finally noticed something unusual in the cave. Minato and Shikaku immediately tensed up and quickened their pace. Not long after, the three arrived at the cave entrance, bypassed the talisman, and waited quietly. The moment the talisman flew into the cave, Shinai and the others rushed in swiftly, intending to subdue the guy directly to avoid trouble. Back so soon? Since when did this small village have someone capable of defeating Dezhuang? Looks like I need to have a chat with that old lady. Shinai was the first to charge into the cave, but he was stunned speechless by the sight before him. It was nothing like a dark and damp cave, instead, it was unexpectedly spacious and bright. Minato and Shikaku also walked in, their faces full of astonishment. The walls were intricately decorated, making it impossible to tell it was a cave. Minato, this place is even more luxurious than your house. Even in Konoha village, I've never seen anything this grand. It's a shame to destroy it. If we could lure that guy out to fight, he probably wouldn't want to ruin this place either. The three continued deeper into the cave in silent agreement. Who dares to intrude into this cave? We were entrusted to protect Granny Sergio and have come to take your life. Surrender now. The old lady doesn't trust me? Then you can stay and play with me. Suddenly, a powerful suction force appeared in the cave, pulling Shinai and the others deeper inside like talismans, leaving them unable to control their bodies. Shinai nodded at Minato, assuming a battle stance, ready to fight. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they finally saw the one threatening Granny Sergio. He had blue hair and fair skin, about the same age as Jiraiya, and it was hard to believe he was the one behind those disgusting creatures. Since the kids from the village won't play with me, you can stay and keep me company. The puppeteer smiled warmly, but his tone was resolute, as if he had already decided Shinai and his team's fate. Shinai shook his head helplessly, wondering how to make this guy come to his senses. Take action. At Shinya's command, Minato and Shikaku simultaneously threw their shurikens, aiming straight for the puppeteer's face. He frowned, not expecting the attack to come so quickly, his body unable to react in time. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side, using its body to block the shuriken, and fell heavily to the ground. Ah Fei, don't scare me. The puppeteer sorrowfully picked up the fallen puppet, his gaze fixed on it. Shinya's lips curled slightly. This guy was young, yet his reaction was strange. A puppet falling down made him so alarmed. Clearly, the puppet could be repaired in the next moment, but he had to make a big deal out of it. Sure enough, the puppeteer's voice abruptly stopped, his face returning to a fake smile as he stared at Shinai. You broke my toy, so you have to stay and play with me. In your dreams. Shinai snorted coldly, taking a few quick steps forward, his fist gathering strength, and punched fiercely into the air. The immense force stirred the air, creating waves that surged toward the puppeteer. The puppeteer immediately stood upright, stomped heavily, and waved his hand, summoning a puppet to block in front of him. The airwave struck the puppet, shattering it instantly into pieces scattered on the ground, leaving only a talisman floating in the air. Shinai frowned. Just how many talismans did this guy have? The puppets were merely vessels, the real trouble was those talismans. Minato also noticed this, flicking his hand to throw a marked shuriken. After consecutively destroying two puppets, the puppeteer sidestepped to avoid the shuriken. Clang! The shuriken struck the wall and bounced off. Minato was stunned. This wall could actually withstand the shuriken, and this was just an inconspicuous little cave. This place must have undergone special treatment. Ordinary force can't leave a mark, but this is enough. Shinya's lips curled slightly. Minato threw the shuriken to leave a teleportation mark. Next, it's up to you. Minato and Shikaku nodded and charged toward the puppeteer. Shadow imitation technique. The shadow beneath Shikaku's feet slithered toward the puppeteer. The puppeteer sneered, a mocking glint in his eyes. Trying to control me with shadows? What a pipe dream. He stomped on the shadow without a care. Prepare to face judgment. You can't escape. Shikaku's shadow climbed up the puppeteer's body, quickly wrapping tightly around him, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Minato dashed forward, his fist aiming straight for the puppeteer's face. Dezhuang! The puppeteer suddenly shouted, and the shattered puppet reassembled, encasing him tightly. Shinya sensed a massive chakra flow between the puppet and its controller, his brows furrowing deeply. Be careful, this guy's up to something. Run! The puppeteer's ethereal voice echoed all around. Dezhuang and the puppeteer's position swapped, leaving Dezhuang bound while the puppeteer easily broke free, unscathed. In the entire ninja world, no jutsu can trap me. Stop wasting your energy and stay here to play with me. Shinya carefully pondered the puppeteer's words. He kept emphasizing play with me. Those puppets seemed to lack offensive power, as if they were meant to accompany him. Moreover, Dezhuang had stayed in the small village for so long without harming anyone. Partial expansion jutsu, super strength. Shinya's right fist swelled, monstrous strength continuously pouring into it as he launched a fierce punch at the puppeteer. A blue talisman flew out, and Xiaobai immediately appeared to block the punch, landing steadily. This guy is different from the ones we encountered before. His goal isn't to kill the enemy in front of him. I think so too. What he needs more is companionship. A plan flashed through Shinya's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The puppeteer's behavior indicated that he was like a lonely child, longing for playmates. Grandma Shurjiao was too old to handle his antics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened her to steal children from the village just so they could play with him. I have a suggestion that could avoid the upcoming fight. I know what you're thinking, but the small mountain village doesn't welcome outsiders. I don't even know how that bearded uncle got in back then. Shenyi stroked his chin, thinking carefully. He felt that sending the puppeteer into the village was unreliable. The villagers were already terrified. If they found out the strange occurrences at night were caused by him, he probably wouldn't survive the first night. Shenyi and the others stopped their actions, and the puppeteer calmly stared at them, his eyes filled with curiosity, like a child just beginning to understand the world. What is your name? My name is Ji. Do you really want to find friends to play with? Ji nodded repeatedly. He had long lived a lonely life in the cave, accompanied only by 2 puppets. Those puppets wouldn't harm people on their own, even if ordered by Ji. Until recently, he discovered a small mountain village nearby, where there were many children like him. He wanted them to come and play with him. But every time they saw him, the children screamed in fear and ran away. Only Grandma Shurjiao would comfort him. Ji once tried to use his puppets to create panic and force Grandma to hand over the children. However, not only did he fail, but he also earned her resentment and never saw her again. As long as you behave, I'll give you lots of friends. I'll listen to you. Minato exchanged a glance with Shikaku, and the 2 of them followed Shinya's lead, slowly retreating out of the cave, with Ji closely following behind. Once outside the cave, Ji instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, clearly not used to the outside world after so long. Shinyi couldn't help but feel curious about how Ji had survived all this time and how he spent each day. Seeing the 2 talismans floating behind him, Shinyi instantly understood. Perhaps this was the only warmth his parents had left him. You stay here with Ji, I'll go bring Might Due back, and we'll prepare to return to the village, Shinyi said. Following the path they came from, it wasn't long before they returned to Grandma Shurjiao's house. Grandma Shurjiao, the danger in the village has been resolved. There won't be any more strange occurrences starting tonight. We're heading back now. Grandma Shurjiao quickly got up, took out an old scroll from a cabinet in the corner, and handed it to Shinyi. Something I came across by chance. No one in the village understands it. Consider the contents a reward for you. Shinyi didn't say much, put the scroll into his pocket, and turned to give Might Due a signal with his eyes. After bidding farewell to Grandma Shurjiao, the 2 went to find Minato and Shikaku. Did you deal with that guy so quickly? I haven't even made a move yet. Strictly speaking, it hasn't been resolved. There are still issues troubling us. You'll understand when you see Minato and Shikaku. Might Due scratched his head, unable to make sense of Shinya's words, but these complicated matters weren't his concern. Minato and Shikaku were both reliable people. Following the 3 of them was definitely the right choice. Seeing a new member added to the 4-person team, Might Due was stunned for a moment before realizing that this guy had countless connections to the puppet they encountered that night. Let's head back to the village. Ji, stay close to us, or you'll fall behind. Understood. Minato took the lead, while Shikaku and Might Due guarded Ji on either side to prevent him from lagging behind or getting lost. In their eyes, Ji, having left the cave, was like a child new to the world. Shinyi was particularly worried about him. After a day's journey, Ji finally arrived at the gates of Konoha village under Shinyi and the others' guidance. Staring at the massive village entrance, GE looked dazed. It was his first time seeing such a large village and so many people. What shocked him even more was that everyone he sensed seemed extraordinarily strong, making his own abilities feel utterly insignificant. Yamashiro Aoba appeared in front of Shinyi as usual, his gaze fixed on GE, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It's rare to be able to carry out missions while still in the ninja academy. Brother Yamashiro, why are you always staring at me instead of properly guarding the gate? Ha, I make sure to greet everyone entering and leaving the village. Yamashiro Aoba awkwardly scratched his head, smiled, and turned back to his post without stopping Shinai and the others from entering the village. At the same time, he had already reported the situation here to the Hokage's office. After all, a strange child had appeared, looking very timid. The streets were bustling with people, and the child clung tightly to Minato's leg, looking anxious. Shinai didn't linger on the road and directly led the group to push open the door of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat upright, his hands placed on the desk. Did you gain anything from this mission? So Grandpa Third already knew we were secretly carrying out a mission. I thought we had kept it from everyone. The third Hokage shook his head helplessly. For the mission manual to end up in Shinya's hands, it couldn't have happened without his approval. Judging by your confident demeanor, the mission went well? We resolved the crisis in that village and even had an unexpected gain. I wonder what Grandpa Third thinks about it. You're referring to this little one beside you, aren't you? Shinai nodded and explained everything about the small mountain village in detail, without hiding anything. It was a small village in the land of fire, and the third Hokage was familiar with it. Lies wouldn't deceive him. I want the village to take him in. He's a pitiful yet kind-hearted child. The third Hokage stroked his chin, his expression suddenly turning serious. The village already has you and Meishan. That guy Danzo has already started to grow suspicious. Adding one more, Danzo might explode. Shinai understood the third Hokage's dilemma. It was unrealistic for the village to take in the child. If others discovered he was a puppet, there would undoubtedly be strange looks directed at him. I know what to do. If the village doesn't accept GE, I'll think of another way. Shinai shrugged, pretending to leave, showing a sinister smile with his back to the third Hokage. The third Hokage shook his head repeatedly, releasing chakra to close the door tightly. This matter still needs discussion. Don't rush to leave. GE has nowhere else to go. Then give me a satisfactory answer. Shinai turned around, shrugged, walked to a chair, sat down, crossed his arms, and waited for the third Hokage's response. GE will stay in the village from now on, but must join the Anbu. Otherwise, the village won't accept him. Shinai nodded. Although he wanted a perfect solution, he knew his abilities were limited. In the future, you must listen to this old man. We might not see each other for a while. GE obediently nodded, already considering Shinai the closest person to him and firmly remembering his words. After leaving the Hokage's office, Shinai bid farewell to a few people and went home separately. Tsukumo Hatake had long known that the reward for this mission was good, but he didn't expect it to be a scroll. For a ninja, obtaining a ninjutsu scroll is considered a significant step in mastering ninjutsu, except for a few extremely difficult ones. Shinai curled up in his room, spreading the scroll out on the bed, silently reading its contents word by word. Chakra slowly flowed with the movement of his lips, forming a faint blue chakra coat on the surface of his body. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a system upgrade opportunity. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, interrupting his focused thoughts. Shinai was stunned, not understanding what had happened. System, what did you just say? Can you repeat it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a system upgrade opportunity. Only one chance? Shinai asked. That's right, but a small trial is required to complete the upgrade. Can't you make it clearer? Do I have to keep asking? This system is just too dumb. Shinai pouted, worried that this artificial idiot would make him cry out of frustration. Host, you need to have a passionate and youthful competition with Might Due. Only by winning can you level up. What kind of competition is this? Shinai patted his forehead, completely unprepared for the system to make him participate in such a ridiculous competition. The term passionate and youthful was something only Might Due would say, yet it naturally came out of the system's mouth. Although he didn't want to participate in this competition, the temptation of the system upgrade was too great for Shinai to resist. A few days passed, and Shinai didn't rush to challenge Might Due, as he still had new ninjutsu to study. At the Ninja Academy, Shinai hadn't shown up for several days, causing Yueshing and Meishan to feel a vague sense of worry. Minato, we haven't seen Shinai these past few days. How is he doing? I haven't seen him either. How about we go check on him after school? The two nodded repeatedly, their thoughts already drifting to Shinye's house, unable to focus for the entire afternoon. Time passed slowly, and finally, school was over. Yueshing and Meishan found Minato and prepared to visit Shinye's house. Pushing open the door, they found Shinai sound asleep on his bed, completely unaware that the room was now filled with people. Yueshing turned to look at Minato, at a loss for what to do next. Minato let out a deep sigh and gently nudged the sleeping Shinai. Shinai remained unresponsive, causing Minato's heart to tighten. Could something have happened to him? When did you little ones get here? Tsunade's voice came from behind them. Lady Tsunade, we haven't seen Shinai for a few days, so we came to check on him, someone replied. He just fell asleep not long ago. Even if there were an explosion outside, he wouldn't wake up, Tsunade said with a smile. Minato nodded and turned to leave the room. In that case, let's not disturb his rest. Tsunade escorted the children to the door, then turned back to look at the sleeping Shinai, shaking her head helplessly. Only Tsunade knew what Shinai had been through these past few days. He had been tirelessly studying scrolls day and night, all to improve his ninjutsu. As night passed, the next morning, Shinai woke up and looked out the window. The sun had just risen. Stretching his neck, he got up and headed toward the ninja academy. Haven't seen those little guys for a few days, I wonder if they miss me. It's a good chance to test the power of ninjutsu without relying on the system, Shinai thought. Over the past few days, he had deciphered the scroll given by Shijiao's nanny, repeatedly practicing the chakra flow in his mind. However, without actually releasing the ninjutsu, he couldn't be certain of a 100% success rate. If he failed, the system would still be there as a backup, allowing him to steal the ninjutsu from the scroll. At the Ninja Academy, only one figure was busy running back and forth. Might Due compensated for his lack of talent with hard work, laying the strongest foundation for taijutsu through sheer sweat and effort. Might Due, you're still so diligent, training early in the morning, Shinai said with a smile. A clumsy bird has to start flying early. I have to make the most of every second, or I'll fall behind, Might Due replied. In terms of taijutsu, no one dared to claim they surpassed Might Due. Shinai shook his head. Since no one else is here yet, let me test your strength. Then you have to let me win. Might Due said timidly, but his body had already assumed a combat stance, ready to strike at any moment. Shinai shook his head. This wasn't the place for a fight, they needed to go to the training ground to test new ninjutsu. If you can catch up to me, you've already won half the battle, Shinai said, turning and running toward the training ground. Might Due froze for a moment before suddenly reacting, bursting with chakra to chase after him. The distance between them gradually closed. Shinai frowned. Might Due was indeed no ordinary opponent. He needed to take this seriously. Super strength. Shinai concentrated the chakra in his body into his legs, instantly boosting his speed to another level. He was like a gust of wind, flattening all the weeds in his path as he ran. In just a few minutes, Shinai arrived precisely at the center of the training ground, while Might Due was still far behind. Shinai crossed his arms over his chest, quietly waiting for Might Due to arrive. Shinai, I hardly ever see you train, yet your strength is enough to easily defeat me. How do you do it? Might Due asked. Strength doesn't come from the length of training time but from precise control of chakra, Shinai replied. Might Due nodded repeatedly, earnestly absorbing Shinya's words. He knew that the battle before him was not just a contest but also an opportunity to learn. Just as Might Due was deep in thought, Shinai suddenly threw a punch at him. Caught off guard, Might Due was knocked down by the punch and fell heavily to the ground. This is today's first lesson. As a ninja, you must never let your guard down at any time, Shinai said coldly. Might Due took a deep breath, flipped himself up, and stepped back a few paces to create some distance. The surrounding wind gusted, blowing at Shinya's clothing. Might Due closed his eyes, sensing the changes in the air. Watch out! Shinai suddenly appeared in front of Might Due, delivering a kick mid-air toward his shoulder. Might Due sidestepped to dodge, Shinya's foot grazing past him and landing heavily on the ground, leaving a deep imprint. Seizing the opportunity, Might Due counterattacked, clenching his fist and charging fiercely toward Shinya's abdomen. The fist was only a centimeter away from Shinai. If it landed, it would surely cause severe damage. As a taijutsu ninja, Might Due's strength was not to be underestimated. Shinai had to respond with full force. Wind release, technique of lightness. Shinya's hands quickly formed seals, and his chakra circulation accelerated to the limit. Time seemed to slow down before his eyes as Shinai dodged the punch at an uncanny angle. The punch missed, producing a deafening sonic boom. Might Due is ruthless. This punch was meant to take me down. Shinai wiped his sweat, grateful that the past few days of training hadn't been in vain, finally mastering the jutsu from the scroll. Panting heavily, Might Due admitted defeat, saying, "I lost, Shinai." Shinai was about to continue the fight but froze, looking at Might Due in confusion. The battle had just begun, and Might Due, after seeing his attack neutralized by Shinya's jutsu, declared his own defeat. Shinai couldn't understand the reasoning behind this. Seeing Shinyo's confusion, Might Due shook his head helplessly. "This time, I released all my chakra. I can't fight anymore." "I see, so this match is my victory." Youth? Passion? Might Due repeatedly questioned in his mind. The air trembled slightly. Shinyo sensed something was wrong and quickly released chakra perception. The chakra within Might Due's body boiled like magma, and the chakra he had just lost surged back rapidly. Shinyo swallowed hard, realizing the best way to motivate Might Due, unleashing youthful passion to sustain his entire ninja career. A splash of cold water to wake you up. Partial expansion jutsu. Shinyo's hand suddenly enlarged, grabbing Might Due and throwing him toward a nearby pond. With 2 splashes, Might Due sank into the water, and his arrogant demeanor instantly dissipated. Standing in the pond, Might Due, drenched like a wet chicken, quietly looked at Shinyo, knowing he had already lost. This was just a struggle. Shinyo is indeed Shinyo. Even if I unleash my inner cosmos, I'm no match for you. Change your clothes. Let's head back. They should all be in the classroom by now. Might Due nodded, jumped out of the pond, and walked into the woods to change into his green battlesuit. Shinyo closed his eyes, conversing with the system in his mind. "System, I won the match. Now tell me, what is the upgraded system like?" Ding, congratulations to the host for earning an upgrade opportunity, but the new features require your own exploration. The classroom was already filled with people. Shinyo saw familiar figures by the window: Minato, Shikaku, and Makoto. Shinyo was surprised. Makoto, who always acted alone, had joined the group and was getting along well with Tsukihoshi and Misaki. "Shinyo, come quickly. There's big news here." "Big news?" "That's right, today someone will be selected to graduate directly and become a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village." Shinai stroked his chin. This was indeed big news, but it held no appeal to him. During this period before graduation, Shinai wanted to enjoy himself to the fullest. After all, he was still just a child. Who will this opportunity fall to, he wondered to himself. Shinai originally planned to take a good nap after testing out his new ninjutsu, but he couldn't help his curiosity about who in the room would get this rare opportunity. Time passed bit by bit, and the 3rd Hokage quietly appeared before everyone. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the 3rd Hokage, their eyes filled with anticipation. "If the lucky one is me, then I'll be one step closer to becoming Hokage," Shinai teased Minato, giving him a playful knock on the head. "To become a true ninja, you have to be down to earth." "I wouldn't agree to you taking shortcuts," Minato said with a hint of grievance, nodding as he gave up his fantasy, his expression gradually becoming indifferent. If the lucky one turned out to be someone else, Minato had already decided in his heart to immediately reject the 3rd Hokage's proposal and ask him to reconsider. Shikaka had the same thought. His family had taught him not to value titles, as long as he could contribute to the village. The 3rd Hokage's gaze slowly swept across the classroom, finally stopping on Shinai. "No way, this old guy is targeting me again," Shinai thought to himself. "3rd Hokage, who do you think is suitable?" someone asked Shinai. "Of course, it's Might Due," Shinai said without hesitation. Might Due looked at Shinai in surprise, not expecting him to recommend him as the lucky one to become a true genin earlier. "Shinai, you. It's just a recommendation. The decision lies with the 3rd Hokage," Shinai interrupted. The 3rd Hokage gave Might Due a meaningful look, stroked his chin, and instead of making an immediate decision, proposed holding a competition. "Since Shinai recommended it, whoever wants this spot, come and challenge." Shinai snorted coldly, stood up, and walked to the front of the classroom. His small figure stood beside the 3rd Hokage, staring ahead with a serious expression. "Whoever can defeat me can directly advance. Such arrogance, I'll challenge you." A sturdy boy stood up, seemingly dissatisfied with Shinai for a long time, and this was his moment to erupt. Shinai shrugged and looked up at the 3rd Hokage. "Third Lord, what do you think? Let's head to the training ground now." The classroom instantly erupted in excitement. Not only were the boys preparing to challenge thrilled, but even those just there to watch were equally excited, as if they were the protagonists of the battle. The bustling crowd attracted attention from the surroundings, with people whispering and speculating about what major event might have happened in Konoha village. Within minutes, the classroom was empty. One by one would be too much of a waste of time. Why not all come at once? "Shinai, stop being so arrogant. Today, Wei Lingtai, will show you what a true ninja is. Shinai shrugged, clearly not taking Wei Lingtai seriously. Dealing with you, one hand is enough. Wei Lingtai, right? Wei Lingtai's mouth twitched in anger, his chakra surging restlessly within. Strong collapse. He suddenly stepped forward, his body as steady as a mountain, yet his strength was restrained. The third Hokage's eyes lit up, surprised to see such a strong young boy. Wei Lingtai's strength was enough to qualify as a genin, just waiting to graduate from the ninja academy. Shinai yawned, lazily watching the tense Kurai Ryota, raising his hand to gather power. Super strength. A stronger force surged forward, making Kurai Ryota feel as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His whole body trembled, and sweat covered his forehead. Before the real clash even began, Kurai Ryota was already at a disadvantage. This guy is still so arrogant, not hiding his strength at all. The pressure is overwhelming. Although the third Hokage acknowledged Shinai, he knew Shinai wouldn't graduate early, so he didn't make an announcement. Usually, the third Hokage wasn't familiar with these children, so he let Shinai choose suitable candidates for recommendation. Kurai Ryota took a deep breath, suppressing his nervousness, and charged toward Shinai. However, his movements were full of flaws. Shinai lightly punched him, knocking him down. I've said it before, you only stand a chance if you all come at me together. Coming one by one won't work. Shinya's arrogance soared, and the people around him were itching to step forward and teach him a lesson. But no one dared to step up after Kurai Ryota. Everyone was well aware of Kurai Ryota's strength. Feeling the gazes around him, Shinai turned to the third Hokage, as if victory was already in his grasp, and Might Due could finally step onto the path of a genin. He's just one person, and he even said for everyone to come at him together. What are you all waiting for? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the crowd. Shinai looked over and saw that it was Minato. That guy, Minato, who loved to watch the commotion, actively stirred up the surrounding crowd, also revealing his disdain for Shinya's blind confidence. In Minato's mind, even if all these people attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Shinai. Even if he and Shikaku joined the fight, it still wouldn't pose a threat. Alright. Minato shouted, let's do it and see just how strong he really is. More and more people responded to Minato's words, slowly gathering toward the center of the field. Minato and Shikaku exchanged glances and quickly pulled Tsukihoshi and Asami back, afraid of being caught in Shinya's attacks. Makoto, observing from a distance, rolled her eyes and gradually distanced herself from the crowd as well. Finally, here it comes super strength. Shinai raised his fist and slammed it hard into the ground. A rumbling sound spread outward as his fist struck the earth. Suddenly, the ground collapsed violently, and the children rushing forward all fell into the pit, losing their chance to continue fighting. The third Hokage frowned. Such precise chakra control far exceeded the level expected at this age. As expected, he was a rare genius. But geniuses always have their own ideas, and Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't control Shinai. I won. Might Due can be directly promoted to genin, right? Yes, but since you destroyed the training ground like this, shouldn't you compensate for it somehow? Shinya's eye twitched. The dignified third Hokage of Konoha village was actually asking him to compensate for the training ground. Wasn't the real culprit him? Looking at the third Hokage's mischievous smile, Shinai suddenly felt like he had been tricked. Nowadays, anyone could qualify to become a genin. The third Hokage was merely using this as an excuse to renovate the training ground. Lord Third, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. I'll leave the repair of the training ground to you. Shinai cupped his hands toward the third Hokage, turned around, and ran off without giving him a chance to say more. The people around automatically made way for him. Without looking sideways, he left and headed toward Ichirako Ramen, his stomach faintly rumbling. From a distance, he saw a guy in a green combat suit sitting in Ichirako Ramen. Shinai rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering that he hadn't seen this guy in the classroom or the training ground earlier. How did he end up here sneaking a meal? Might Due, why didn't I see you in the classroom? I realized the classroom wasn't suitable for me. Only by persisting in training can I improve my taijutsu bit by bit, so I was outside practicing the whole time. I have good news for you. While you were away from the classroom, you missed something important. Shinai, are you confused? When Lord Third asked you to make a choice, I was right beside you. Shinai grew even more puzzled, completely unable to figure out when Might Due had left the group to train alone. Was it on the way to the training ground? He shook his head, not wanting to think too much about it. After all, Might Due was now a bona fide genin. Report to the third Hokage's office tomorrow. You're a genin now. I knew you would win. You're too confident, not even watching my match. You and Minato, you both need to be taught a lesson. Shinai clenched his fist and walked toward Might Due with a mischievous grin. Might Due let out a series of wails, clearly having been given a small lesson by Shinai. Shinai was in a great mood, though the bump on Might Due's head looked quite pitiful. At this moment, Might Due looked a bit like Jiraiya, his appearance ridiculously funny. Shinai, you're becoming more and more like Lady Tsunade. Even your punches are so steady. Might Due trembled as he gave a thumbs up, affirming Shinai, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating ramen. Suddenly, the surroundings became noisy. Shinai frowned and looked over. This was a recognized quiet zone in the village. No one would make a commotion near Ichiraku Ramen. A few people with Cloud Village forehead protectors were laughing together. Around them, only Shinai and Might Due were present, so they were clearly laughing at the bump on Might Due's head. Hey, you guys, keep it down. What are you yelling about, kid? Even if you're a ninja from your village, you shouldn't talk to us like that. Shinai pursed his lips and ignored them. After all, this was Konoha Village, and he had to maintain some decorum. Seeing Shinai ignore them, the Cloud Village group became even more arrogant. Hey, move aside. I heard the ramen here at Ichiraku is amazing. Finally, I get to try it today. One of the Rain Village guys pushed Shinai, but to his surprise, Shinai didn't budge an inch, sitting there like an iron board. The leader, seeing he couldn't move Shinai, turned his attention to Might Due. He thought this guy with a head full of bumps would be easy to bully, otherwise, why would he have been beaten up like that? Before he could touch Might Due's shoulder, Might Due had already flashed behind them. Leaf Whirlwind. With a light leap and a sweeping kick, Might Due knocked all the Cloud Village ninjas to the ground. The passionate and youthful me is not someone you can mess with. Causing trouble in Konoha Village, are you looking to die? Just as he was about to continue attacking, Yamashiro Aoba's figure appeared in front of Shinai, waving his hands frantically. Spare them. Their envoys from Cloud Village, don't hurt them. Yamashiro Aoba leaned against a big tree, panting heavily. He had just run over from the village gate and was out of breath, gasping repeatedly. Shinai waved his hand to stop Might Due, watching Yamashiro Aoba with great interest. Unexpectedly, these reckless guys turned out to be guests of the Hidden Leaf Village. They were invited by the third Hokage. There is some interaction between the two villages. Got it. Quickly take them away. Otherwise, I might not be able to hold back Might Due. Yamashiro Aoba wiped the sweat off his forehead, worried that if something happened to these guys, he would definitely be punished. Such a buzzkill. I'm leaving first. Shinai stood up and walked along the village streets toward Minato's house, calculating the purpose of the Cloud Village ninjas in his mind. On the surface, it was said to be a friendly exchange, but in reality, they had long set their sights on Uzumaki Kushina. This matter couldn't be made too public, otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't agree and it would alert the enemy. The sound of knocking came, and Minato quickly went to open the door. Shinai, it's you. Hurry up, here's your chance to play the hero and save the beauty. Minato was puzzled but still followed Shinai. The two quietly arrived near the Hokage's office and hid to observe. What exactly is going on? There are a few people from the Cloud Village in the village. Their intentions aren't pure, we need to keep a close watch. Minato nodded, understanding that he was protecting the village's safety. Shinai didn't mention anything about Kushina, wanting Minato to discover the issue himself. As night fell, those people still hadn't left the office. Staying this late, are they really here for an exchange? Shinai grew suspicious. These people didn't seem simple at all. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, they finally left, heading out of the village. Minato and Shinai followed from a distance, staying hidden and keeping track of their movements. They quickly exited the village, and Shinai frowned at the village entrance. Yamashiro Aoba stood at the village gate, watching the emissaries from the Hidden Cloud Village leave. If anyone tried to follow, they would surely be stopped. Shinai, you're overthinking it. They're preparing to leave. Hopefully, but we must remain vigilant at all times. Minato nodded. The two agreed to regroup immediately if anything happened, then parted ways. As Shinai walked, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He turned toward Kushina's residence. Finding a hidden spot, he saw Minato leaning against a dark corner of the wall. Shinai shook his head helplessly. This guy says everything's fine, but he's worried inside and still came. He quietly approached and patted Minato on the shoulder. Feeling the touch, Minato immediately turned and assumed a combat stance. Seeing it was Shinai, he breathed a sigh of relief. You didn't go back. Why are you here too? Shinai asked. Afraid those guys might harm Kushina. I thought it would be safer to guard here overnight, Minato said. You're not enough to handle them alone. I'll stay with you, Shinai said. Minato nodded without further argument, knowing he couldn't dissuade Shinye's determination. As the night deepened, the village was silent, and the two observed from the shadows. Suddenly, amidst the sound of the wind, several figures appeared silently and approached Kushina's house. Shinai frowned. They were the same people from the hidden cloud village he had seen during the day, but now dressed in black, with their headbands removed and heavily disguised so no one could recognize them. Don't act here, it'll alert the village's ninjas. Shinai sneered, wait until they leave the village to make a move. Minato looked at Shinai in surprise, noticing his attitude toward the enemy had become ruthless, aiming to eliminate them completely rather than just defeat them. The black-clad figures silently opened the door, and surprisingly, there was no resistance from Kushina. A burly man directly carried her away. Minato panicked, but Shinai held him back. Don't rush. Keep your distance and follow them. Wait until they're far away to act. Once the black-clad figures disappeared from sight, the two followed. However, as soon as they left the village, Shinai realized their tracks had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Damn, it seems they were prepared and disappeared easily, Shinai said in a deep voice. Shinai, look at this, Minato suddenly pointed into the distance. Minato leaped to the ground, his gaze fixed on a short shrub where a strand of bright red hair was caught. Looking closer, it was the distinctive red hair of the Uzumaki clan. This is a mark left by Kushina. Following these strands of red hair will lead us to them. Minato nodded, his eyes resolute, as if sensing the imminent battle ahead. The two did not rush to climb the tree but instead followed the trail of red hair to track the escape route. The sky began to brighten, but they still hadn't caught up with their target. Continuing the chase will take us out of the village, and fighting there would be disadvantageous for us. We need to hurry, Minato frowned. Searching while walking is too slow. If only there was a way to shorten the distance, Shinye's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. He pulled out a marked kunai from his ninja tool pouch and wrapped the red hair around it. Minato stroked his chin, guessing that Shinai intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique. But could the red hair really speed things up? He took the kunai, closed his eyes to sense, and visualized the nearby red hair markers in his mind. The range was limited, but it was enough to significantly reduce the tracking time. Flying Thunder God technique. Selecting the farthest marker, the two instantly teleported to the edge of a bush, where they indeed found a strand of Kushina's red hair at their feet. More red hair markers flashed in Minato's mind, but the range had become smaller. It seems we're getting close. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato grabbed Shinai, and the two disappeared again, reappearing in front of the Cloud Village ninjas in an instant. The Cloud ninjas froze, staring warily at Minato and Shinai. At this moment, Kushina woke up, looking at the two excitedly. The markers she had left behind had finally been discovered. You sneaky lot, we knew from the start you weren't just here to talk about friendship, one ninja sneered. Shinai squinted and replied, it seems the last lesson wasn't enough. You even dare to meddle in our affairs. The 5 Cloud ninjas exchanged glances, a plan already forming in their minds. Four stayed behind to block Shinai and Minato, while another carried Kushina back toward the village. They only needed to delay for a moment. Shinai saw through their plan at a glance and sidestepped to block all escape routes. Leave the task of rescuing Kushina to me. These 5 aren't worth worrying about, Shinai said, cracking his neck. It had been a long time since he had a proper fight, and now he could finally let loose. They were far enough from the village that no one would interrupt their battle. Although they hadn't yet gauged the strength of these 5, it was possible they had been hiding their true abilities back in Konoha. Minato nodded, throwing several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, ready to teleport at any moment to rescue Kushina. Just the 2 of you think you can stop us? How naive, one of the Cloud ninjas scoffed. Shinai shrugged, not intending to stop them at all. He planned to leave them all in this forest. Super strength. Shinai gathered strength under his feet, charging toward the crowd, intending to take one down first. The 5 became alert and reacted quickly. Formation. They spread out, forming a pentagram formation to fend off the attack. Shinya's fist struck the stomach of the person in front, but it felt like hitting a sponge, having no effect. He frowned. These 5, though seemingly ordinary, had combined their chakra, greatly enhancing their power. Be careful, Shinai, their strength has suddenly increased significantly, Minato warned. Shinai nodded. So it was chakra fusion weak individually, strong together. Even so, he still didn't take them seriously. Defeating them was just a matter of time. The 5 joined forces, while Minato took the opportunity to rescue Kushina. Once the 2 completed their mission, it would be over. You alone against the 5 of us? Don't think you can win. You won't withstand the chakra consumption. Then let's see who has more chakra. Shinai casually shook his wrist, his face full of disdain. To the nameless Cloud Village ninjas, this was an utter humiliation. With mocking smiles, they seemed to already envision Shinya's downfall. The five of us, hand seals. Lightning style, ground walk. Their movements were synchronized. Your hand seals are so slow. Against another opponent, you'd already be done for. Perfect, I'll play along with you. Shinai crossed his arms, calmly waiting for the jutsu to be unleashed. Faint lightning suddenly emerged from the five, and they slammed their palms onto the ground. Countless bolts of lightning surged rapidly along the ground toward Shinai. This time, the speed of the lightning suddenly increased, reaching Shinya's feet in an instant. Chakra perception. Shinai squinted, releasing his chakra perception to its maximum range. The speed of the lightning immediately slowed within his vision. He took 2 steps back, easily dodging the ground lightning. The leader frowned. The jutsu he prided himself on had been effortlessly neutralized, rendering its attack power useless. Super strength, partial multiplication jutsu. Shinai decided to scatter them and take them down one by one. Without warning, he struck one of them with a palm, effortlessly grabbing him in his hand. The others were shocked. This guy, who wasn't even wearing a forehead protector, possessed such immense strength. The one being grabbed struggled with all his might but couldn't break free, feeling utterly hopeless. Boss, save me. I can't move, I can barely breathe. Shut up. If you die, we won't escape either. The leader was well aware of their own and their companions' weaknesses. They could only rely on the combined strength of the five. Losing one would cause them to fall apart. Individually, their strength wasn't even on par with an average genin. They had formed a team out of fear of having no place in the future ninja world. Still want to save someone? Take care of yourself first. At this moment, Minato had already sent Kushina to a safe place and returned here to support Shinai. Seeing the situation, he couldn't help but sigh. He quickly moved through the crowd, landing behind the leader, with a kunai pressed against his neck. Make another sound, and I'll kill you. The man swallowed hard, not daring to make a sound, fearing that Minato would end his life with a single move. Your leader is under my control now. I hope you understand the situation. Shinai shook his head helplessly. The fun was over. He released the person in his grasp. Speak. What is your purpose in taking Kushina? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't even think about leaving here alive. I'll talk. We value the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. We took Kushina for research, hoping to gain that power for ourselves. Minato let out a cold snort, and the kunai in his hand slashed across the man's throat. Blood flowed down his body. Shinai sighed. When the one you love is in danger, who can remain calm? Among the five, Minato had already dealt with one, and the remaining four were no match for him, all quickly taken down. Looking at his blood-stained hands, Minato was a bit dazed, unable to believe what he had done. Shinai stepped forward, patted Minato on the shoulder, and understood his feelings. The first time he killed someone was also during a confrontation with the Umbu, and his heart was equally shocked. It's all settled. Let's take Kushina back. Minato nodded blankly, following behind Shinai, but he didn't immediately go to find Kushina. Shinai led him to a stream and told him to wash off the blood. Minato took a deep breath, jumped into the water, and stayed submerged for a few minutes before surfacing. That's enough. Let's go back. Minato asked, is this what the ninja world is like? Can it ever be complete without killing? Shinai didn't answer, only handed him a set of clean clothes and turned to head toward where Kushina was hiding. Before nightfall, the three returned to the village. Kushina stood at the entrance, her face full of gratitude. Thanks to you, otherwise, I might have died. Actually, it was Minato's credit. He was the one who found the hair you left behind. You should thank him properly. Shinai winked and turned to leave. Minato scratched his head, unable to figure out why Shinai gave him all the credit. Shinai thought to himself, Minato better seize this opportunity and not waste the conditions I created for him. As night deepened, Shinai didn't go home but headed toward the Hokage's office. He didn't believe the third Hokage was unaware of this incident. Without his tacit approval, it would have been impossible for the five to infiltrate the village. Pushing the door open, the third Hokage was already waiting at the desk, quietly watching him. Lord Third, did you already anticipate I would come? Staying up so late? Of course. I saw you're in Minato's performance. I'm very pleased. Shinai frowned. Could it be that the old man had calculated everything again? Everything happened right under his nose. So you allowed them to abduct Kushina? Letting outsiders run rampant, do you even deserve to be the third Hokage? Isn't the result good? For the sake of the village, sacrificing small matters is nothing. Shinai, I have high hopes for you. I don't need your approval. Shinai left those words behind and turned to leave. Although he had anticipated it, Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm admission still left him very upset, making him feel like a tool once again. He was still just a child, unqualified to argue with the third Hokage. In the future, he vowed to make the ninja world fair, where no one could be bullied like this again. Shinai, where are you going so late? Going home to sleep. Who else would wander around at night? Shinai didn't look up, just waved dismissively. But the other person directly blocked his way, not letting him pass. Helpless, Shinai stopped and looked clearly at the person. It was Uchiha Makoto, standing in front of him with her hands on her hips. Shinya's face was cold and expressionless, extremely intimidating. However, Makoto wasn't scared at all and stared straight at him. Shinai, why the face? Did someone upset you? I'll go teach them a lesson for you. As she spoke, Makoto waved her fist, as if she was really about to take action. Shinai sighed. Being shaken with a fist when in a bad mood, anyone else would have retaliated long ago. But since Makoto was a girl, he had to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor and be patient. Makoto, why are you wandering around so late instead of going home? Judging by the direction, are you heading to the Hokage's office? Makoto shook her head, her face suddenly turning red as she shyly lowered her head. Because I saw you walking this way and wanted to try my luck to see if I could run into you. And what if you did run into me? I wanted you to walk me home. Shinya's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected this. He shook his head helplessly, placed a hand on Makoto's shoulder, and started walking toward the Uchiha clan's residence. The streets were empty, leaving only the two of them. However, in the shadows, a pair of eyes had been watching them the entire time. Hidden in the darkness, someone was stealthily following them. Shinai had already noticed but chose not to react. Using chakra sensing, Shinai confirmed that the person was one of Uchiha Fugaka's lackeys, someone who often lurked around and spied on him at the ninja academy. They didn't talk much along the way, and before long, they arrived at Makoto's house and parted ways. A few days passed, and Might Due had been busy preparing for his promotion to genin, so Shinai hadn't seen him for a while. That day, Shinai arrived at the ninja academy early as usual, found a good spot, and even occupied a few seats around him. Might Due, dressed in his green combat suit, appeared in front of him, puffing out his chest and pointing to the forehead protector on his head. Shinai, I'm officially a genin now and can take on missions by myself, he said with a smile. How about we leave this boring classroom today and go complete a mission together? Shinai immediately understood Might Due had a mission and wanted his help. Shinai had been itching to leave the village and stretch his muscles. This time, let's bring Minato along, Might Due said. He's already waiting at the village gate. I ran into him last night and explained everything. Shinai nodded, got up, and headed toward the village gate. Minato was leaning against a stone pillar, yawning and swaying as if he was about to fall asleep. Time to get to work, perk up. Shinai said with a smile. You two are pretty quick. Let's head out right away. I'm eager to get started too. After experiencing real combat, Shinai felt that the Ninja Academy's theories were overly naive and not worth mentioning. Might Due led the way, with Minato and Shinai following behind. What's the mission this time? Where are we going? Shinai asked. Amage Cure, Might Due replied. There's a giant water monster there that no one can deal with, so they asked Konoha for help. Shinai stroked his chin. Amage Cure had many strong ninjas, all skilled in assassination. If they couldn't handle the water monster, could Konoha's ninjas really succeed? Might Due had just become a genin. To be of any help, he would need someone with Jiraiya's level of strength. The question flashed through his mind, but since they had already set out, he decided to see just how formidable this water monster was. After traveling for a while, the group arrived outside the hidden rain village. It's sunny outside, but it's completely different once you enter the village. This place is really strange, Shinai said. It's said to be a special phenomenon caused by some kind of ninjutsu, Might Due added. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's head straight into the village, Shinai said. The three exchanged glances and walked directly into the village. The damp air made Shinai feel gloomy, and the continuous drizzle made it hard to like this place. Shinai silently felt fortunate that he hadn't ended up in this place when he transmigrated. As they appeared, an old man hobbled over and stopped in front of Might Due. You must be the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, right? That's right. Take us to see what this water monster looks like, Shinai said. I've been sent by the village to assist you. I'll stay with you until the mission is completed, the old man introduced himself. Shinai scrutinized the seemingly frail old man but sensed a powerful chakra hidden within him. If it erupted, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Grandpa, I'm a bit curious. Although the Hidden Rain Village isn't as strong as the Hidden Leaf Village, it still has plenty of ninjas. If even you can't handle it, why do you believe the Hidden Leaf Village can? To be honest, it's not that we're not capable, but the village has a tradition that forbids us from approaching that body of water. There's such a rule? Shinai asked in confusion. The old man nodded and began recounting the village's legend. Listening to those absurd stories, Shinai couldn't help but sneer. Only a village like Hanzo the Salamanders would believe in such nonsense. The ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village were no different from ordinary ones, yet they couldn't freely enter and exit that body of water like others. Just tell us the general location of the water. You don't need to lead the way yourself, Shinai said. The old man looked at them gratefully, having mentally prepared himself to die, but he hadn't expected the Hidden Leaf ninjas to be so understanding. He took out a scroll from behind him, handed it to Shinai, nodded, and then turned to leave. They're just leaving the task to us like this? Aren't they afraid we'll get lost? Shinai shook his head, spread the scroll out on the ground, and saw several locations marked in red. These markings were clearly made on different days. The scroll is older than we are, Minato nodded, glanced around to confirm their position, and then marked a few spots on the map with a shuriken. Here it is. Let's head out now. Shinai put away the scroll and walked deeper into the village. To reach that body of water, they had to pass through the entire village. Minato felt somewhat resistant, not only because of the constant drizzle but also because of the strange looks from the villagers, which made him very uncomfortable. Although the journey wasn't long, Minato felt as if it took centuries. Finally, under Shinya's lead, they arrived at the legendary body of water. The lake's surface was calm like a mirror, with no trace of the water monster. This place doesn't look like it has a water monster at all. Shinya, look over there. Might Due pointed toward the distant lake surface. A blurry figure floated above the water, locking eyes through the air. Shinya squinted but still couldn't see clearly. A layer of white mist gradually rose over the lake. Partial expansion jutsu of super strength. Shinya snorted coldly, his palm suddenly enlarging as he stirred the lake's surface forcefully, quickly dispersing the mist. Before them appeared a lifelike dragon-shaped statue, standing in the center of the lake. Its eyes were vivid, as if it could break free at any moment and unleash a storm. So it really is a giant creature. Could the water monster from the village legend be this? If that's the case, the mission just got a lot easier. We can return to the village and claim the reward right away. Shinya shrugged, turning to look at Might Due, curious about the reward for this mission. It seemed to be more than just gold coins. Feeling Shinya's gaze, Might Due looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he pulled a scroll from his pocket and handed it over. The scroll had a large fire character written on it, clearly a mission scroll from the Hidden Leaf Village. Shinya recognized the contents of the scroll, which detailed the mission and its rewards. Mission reward, 1 advanced taijutsu scroll. Shinya nodded. No wonder Might Due was eager to complete it. He wanted to further his own training. During this mission, I'll teach you a brand new jutsu. I guarantee you'll like it, but use it cautiously, understand? Might Due nodded repeatedly. It had been a long time since he'd seen Shinya so serious, and he knew this was no trivial matter. Don't worry, Shinya. I'll do everything you say. Feel the flow of chakra within your body and observe my chakra. Might Due followed the instructions carefully, his eyes fixed on Shinai, not daring to miss a single change. The 8 gates release formation, open. Shinai stimulated his body's acupoints with chakra, one after another. As the acupoints were activated, a faint chakra cloak gradually appeared on Shinya's surface. Even an ordinary person standing here could feel his power increasing. Might Due sensed the changes in Shinai, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Minato observed the chakra flow and realized that this ninjutsu was not suitable for him. His body wasn't strong enough, and using the 8 gates release formation would only lead to trouble. Shinai demonstrated the opening and closing of the 8 gates release formation and then withdrew from the state. His current physical condition could barely support these actions. Continuing further would cause severe damage to his body, outweighing the benefits. If I had known such a powerful technique existed, I wouldn't have dragged you two along for this mission. Executing missions is also a form of training. This place is definitely not as simple as it seems. It may appear calm now, but that's just on the surface. Minato nodded, sharing the same sentiment. The water monster might be a symbol of the Hidden Rain Village, but the real danger had yet to reveal itself. Since they were already here, leaving empty-handed would be too dull and completely unproductive. Both Shinai and Minato felt a sense of frustration building up inside them, eager to be released. I'll search more carefully here. Maybe I'll find something, Shinai said, separating from Minato and walking along the shore in the opposite direction. Might Due stayed where he was, focusing on recalling the training methods Shinai had taught him. Time quietly passed, and the environment subtly changed without anyone noticing. As the sky darkened, Shinya's stomach began to growl. It had been a whole day since he last ate grilled fish. Shinai shouted. Agreed. Minato echoed. Might Due, it's your test now. Quickly, get into the water and catch a few fish. Might Guy placed the items on the shore, stretched his muscles, and then dived into the water. The school of fish scattered in panic as he barged in. The water was not Might Guy's domain, and a few fish teased him. Even after a long time, he couldn't catch a single one. What did I just teach you? Why aren't you using it? Shinai shouted. Might Guy surfaced, took a deep breath, and pondered the techniques Shinai had taught him. Suddenly, his movements in the water became agile, and he swam as swiftly as a small fish, easily catching a big fish and tossing it onto the shore. Shinai nodded in satisfaction. Minato had already prepared the firewood and set up a grill. However, since he didn't know fire release jutsu, he could only try to start a fire by rubbing two sticks together. Shinai shook his head helplessly and pushed him aside. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Shinai precisely controlled his chakra and spewed flames from his mouth, igniting the pile of firewood. The flames gradually rose. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. Might Guy returned with a few more fish, ready to feast. At that moment, a strange voice rang out. It's been a long time since I've smelled something this delicious. I wonder if I could have a share. Shinai turned to look and saw a middle-aged man, his expression displeased. No one paid him any attention, but he acted as if he were an old acquaintance, sitting directly next to Shinai and taking out seasonings from his pocket to sprinkle on the fish. Grilled fish tastes better with some seasoning. It's been ages since anyone here managed to catch fish. Uncle, you're quite straightforward. Aren't you afraid my fish might be poisonous? You should be more worried about my seasoning. I wonder how you little ones ended up here. You're not from Amigakure, are you? Shinai nodded slightly. After all, this place had ancient legends, and the people of Amigakure dared not come here lightly. The uncle's eyes flickered, as if he understood their purpose. They were probably commissioned to investigate the recent strange occurrences. There are no water monsters here. You've come for nothing. Uncle, you seem to know this place well. You're not from Amigakure, are you? The uncle froze for a moment. No one had ever asked him that before, and he almost forgot the answer himself. Shinoya saw that he didn't answer, so he had to shake his head and hand over the grilled fish. In fact, from the beginning, Shinoya had used chakra sensing to confirm that this uncle had no malicious intent. No matter how strong he was, he didn't show any aggression. Instead, he was kind and gentle. The uncle unceremoniously took the fish and started eating in big bites, devouring it as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. Time passed little by little, and both Shinoya and the uncle patted their stomachs in satisfaction. Since I've eaten your fish, I'll tell you the story of this place. It might be useful. Shinoya looked up at the uncle. His words seemed more trustworthy than those of the people from the Hidden Rain village, as he had been living here all along. Minato and Might Due also perked up their ears, afraid to miss anything. A long time ago, this was just an ordinary pond. The people of the Hidden Rain village used to come here to fish, but everything changed when that guy appeared. Which guy? Hanzo of the Salamander. His arrival changed the face of the Hidden Rain village. Shinoya stroked his chin. That guy had always guarded the Hidden Rain village, never invading others, yet he had experienced countless battles and won them all. Minato didn't understand what Hanzo of the Salamander had to do with this forbidden area. It seemed unrelated. Surrounded by deadly poison, no one can approach here, so the villagers are forbidden from coming. How domineering. That's just the surface. The recent water monster incidents are inseparable from Hanzo of the Salamander. It's his summoned beast causing trouble. As they were speaking, the calm surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent, with violent changes. The uncle sighed lightly, propped himself up with one hand, and slowly stood up, turning to walk back the way he came, clearly not wanting to get involved in this turmoil. Shinoya didn't force him to stay, nodded to Minato and Might Due, and then leaped up. The wind surged, but the source of the storm was still nowhere to be seen. How could Hanzo's summoned beast appear in this water area? I think that uncle is lying to us. Who cares, anyone blocking the way must be taken down. Minato assumed a combat stance, staring intently at the lake's surface. Might Due also tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. Focus your strength and balance, the next battle might take place on the water. A single misstep and you'll fall in. We practiced this back in the Ninja Academy. There's nothing to worry about. The three of them leapt onto the water's surface, wobbling unsteadily with the waves. Moments later, the lake calmed, and Shinai frowned. What's going on? Over there. Minato pointed into the distance as a massive shadow suddenly flashed beneath the water. Shinai rushed over, trying to get a clear look at what it was, but the shadow had already vanished. In just a few minutes, it was as if nothing had happened. Shinai felt puzzled. Could it be that old man playing tricks? Everything he said earlier was a lie. The real cause of the lake monster phenomenon was him. Approaching us while eating grilled fish was just a test. We've been tricked. I know where to go to solve this problem. Shinai quickly returned to the shore, chasing in the direction where the old man had disappeared. Minato and Might Due exchanged glances and followed. After passing through a dense forest, Shinai finally spotted a small cabin. A familiar aura greeted him. Chakra sensing revealed that the old man from earlier was inside, showing no hostility. Charge in! Shinai commanded. The three surrounded the cabin, sealing off all the windows and doors. Almost simultaneously, they burst into the room. The old man was leisurely reclining in a chair, smiling as if unaware of their arrival, continuing to enjoy himself. Shinai raised his hand, grabbed a chair, and sat across from the old man. The two faced each other. Minato and Might Due shrugged helplessly, the earlier tension dissipating, leaving them feeling slightly out of place. Old man, why did you trick us? Shinai asked. I just wanted to make you give up. I don't want to harm you kids, the old man replied with a smile. Hanzo of the salamander trying to scare me off? You underestimate the resolve of Konoha's ninjas. In that case, let me show you what true terror is, so you can die without lingering attachments to this place. Shinai shrugged indifferently and turned to leave the room, determined not to let the battle erupt there. Within seconds, the four people in the room had appeared in a clearing in the forest. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Shinai wasted no time, gathering chakra in his mouth and spewing out a massive flame. The power of this flame far surpassed Fugaku Uchiha's great fireball, showcasing the strength of Shinya's technique. But the man remained unfazed, crossing his arms as the flames engulfed him. As the flames gradually dissipated, the man was completely unharmed, without even a trace left behind. You still haven't realized the gap between us, it's utterly insurmountable. Shinai sneered. Through chakra sensing, he noticed the man's chakra surging violently within, and sweat had already formed on his forehead. Not that simple, is it? He smiled, stepping back 2 paces. The man frowned, sensing he had been outmaneuvered, yet unable to find any flaws. In the next moment, Minato and Might Due appeared simultaneously on both sides of the man, their fists fiercely smashing toward his face. The man, realizing the danger of the situation, hurriedly dodged. After evading the attack, he finally understood that these three were not easy to deal with. A slight misstep could cost him his life here. The man formed hand seals with both hands, gathering chakra in his mouth, and spat a water bullet in Shinya's direction. He knew Shinai was the leader. If he could kill Shinai, the battle would become much easier. Shinai possessed extraordinary strength, capable of holding his own even in a one-on-one fight, let alone with Minato and Might Due assisting him. The water column instantly reached Shinai, and the corners of Shinya's mouth lifted slightly. Unlike the man, who took attacks head-on, Shinai responded with clever tactics. Partial expansion jutsu. Shinai enlarged his arm to block in front of him. The powerful impact struck his arm, pushing him far back. After stabilizing himself, Shinai shook his arm. Although unharmed, the pain was undeniably real. Taking advantage of the man's attack opening, Might Due quickly closed in and engaged him in a taijutsu battle. The man was no match for Might Due. Within a few moves, he was at a disadvantage, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly be subdued with ease. Water style, water prison cage. He fiercely kicked Might Due while swiftly forming hand seals. A pale blue light appeared in his palms, which he suddenly thrust toward Might Due. Unfamiliar with ninjutsu, Might Due directly raised his hand to touch the light. The light instantly expanded into a massive water sphere, trapping Might Due tightly inside. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. Minato frowned. This advanced ninjutsu wasn't something an ordinary genin could perform, it was at least at the level of a jonin. Shinai, this is trouble. His strength far surpasses ours. Find an opportunity to rescue Might Due. Minato nodded, distancing himself from the man and preparing to act at any moment, while Shinai stayed at the front to hold the man off. Mighty strength. A powerful force erupted beneath Shinye's feet as he shot toward the man like a bullet, his fist aiming straight for the stomach. If it hit, the man would absolutely lose his combat ability for a short time. The man squinted, sensing the power behind the punch. Water style, water barrier. He clasped his hands together, creating a water curtain to block Shinye's fist, causing a massive splash. Taking advantage of the moment, the man dodged the attack and prepared to counter. Hey, what is the deal with bullying kids? Aren't you ashamed, being such a grown man? A familiar voice came from behind Shinai. Without turning around, Shinai already knew it was Jiraiya, though he couldn't understand why he was here. The man turned his head to avoid Shinye's gaze and saw a man with a large scroll on his back standing on a tree, looking down at them. The forehead protector bore a large oil character, making it unclear which village this ninja belonged to. Jiraiya, big bro, what are you doing here at this time? The village made a misjudgment. Luckily, you're all fine, otherwise, the third Hokage would feel guilty for a lifetime. Good thing you came. I almost couldn't handle him. Shinai rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. Thankfully, he was here this time, otherwise, the ordinary genin from the village wouldn't have been a match for the man. Jiraiya shrugged, saying he rushed over as soon as possible, afraid something might happen if he were late. Looking at the situation now, it seemed fine. Aside from Might Due looking a bit disheveled, no one was injured. Jiraiya, big bro, I'll leave this to you. I'm taking them back to the village to claim the reward. Do your best. Jiraiya nodded in farewell. When the third Hokage left the village, he specifically instructed Jiraiya to ensure that once he met up with Might Due's group, they were to return to the village directly. Regardless of the mission's outcome, the reward must be given to Might Due. The group from the pond in Amagakure hurried back to Konoha village within half a day. The third Hokage stood anxiously at the village gate, and upon seeing Shinai and the others, a smile finally appeared on his face. Shinai, over here, someone called out. They quickened their pace and soon stood beside the third Hokage. Lord Third, why are you waiting for us here? Shen Yi asked. The third is worried about your safety. Identifying problems in time is crucial, otherwise, Konoha would suffer great losses. If 3 genius ninjas were to fall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Yi glanced coldly at the third, feeling unconvinced. Why did he think he would be defeated by that man? The third didn't truly care about them, only the village's interests. The goodwill he had just felt instantly vanished, and he waved his hand and left. The third shook his head helplessly, handed the scroll to Might Due, and slowly walked toward the office, leaving Minato and Might Due standing there in a daze. You've already learned more advanced ninjutsu. Train well. Next time we meet, let me see how much you've improved. I'll be waiting for that. The two bid farewell. Shinyi went home, ate a simple meal, and lay on his bed, thinking about that man from the Hidden Rain village. Such strength would be formidable even in the village, yet he remained hidden in a small house in the woods, seemingly not having ventured out for a long time. Thinking about it, he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already late at night. However, there were rustling sounds outside the door. Curious, he got up and approached the door to listen. This task must not be given to Shinyi. There are so many ninjas in the village, why choose Shinyi? Only he is suitable for the role. Although the journey is long, it will be a valuable experience for growth. Why are you against it? He's my brother. Have you forgotten that I've already lost one brother? As Tsunade spoke, tears streamed down her face. The outside fell silent instantly, with only the sound of her sobbing. Shinyi frowned, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Tsunade and the person she was speaking to were shocked, thinking he was still out on a mission. The other person was a member of the Ambu, wearing a mask with floral patterns. Explain clearly what's going on, or don't think about leaving easily. Shinyi sat down dominantly, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring intently at the Ambu member. For some reason, upon meeting Shinye's gaze, the masked man felt a chill and even wanted to retreat. Lord Danzo has ordered you to infiltrate an enemy village as a spy. No one will know you're a ninja from Konoha. How about I recommend someone more suitable for the task? That way, you can report back without getting scolded by Danzo. The masked man nodded repeatedly, not expecting Shinyi to not only remain calm but also help him find a candidate, sparing him from Danzo's wrath upon his return. Tsunade wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Since Shinai already knew, she no longer needed to worry about the follow-up. If he really wanted to leave, Tsunade couldn't stop him. If he didn't want to go, he wouldn't need her interference. She was curious about who Shinai would recommend to join the Ambu. Just pick anyone from your Ambu. They've already been brainwashed by Danzo and would never betray. The man with the painted face was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. Letting Shinai act as a spy was too risky. If he saw the beauty of other villages, he might defect. After all, Shinai wasn't he truly a Konoha native, he was merely exiled here. I'll go back and report. The man with the painted face nodded, turned around, and left without saying much. Tsunade, if they bother you again, I'll definitely help drive them away. Consider today a lesson for them. Tsunade smiled and pulled Shinai into her arms without saying a word, just quietly holding him. Shinai patted Tsunade's back, not resisting, and felt her warmth. Time passed little by little, and the two of them stayed in an embrace the entire night. Unknowingly, Shinai realized Tsunade had fallen asleep, but he didn't move, afraid of waking her. Early the next morning, Tsunade woke up and found herself having fallen asleep in such an embrace, her face slightly flushed. You're finally awake, Tsunade. Last night was really exhausting. Shinai released her shoulders and stretched his body. A creaking sound like a rusty machine echoed, but it felt very satisfying. Shinai, there is nothing going on today. Why don't we go out and have some fun? It's been a long time since we relaxed. Shinai smiled, unwilling to expose that Tsunade was only suggesting this because her hands were itching to gamble. Following this guy who always loses at gambling, Shinai worried he might end up being pawned somewhere, but to make Tsunade happy, he reluctantly agreed. To prepare for the trip, Tsunade turned the room upside down, packing everything she could into her bag, which then became Shinya's burden. After leaving the village, Tsunade took Shinai to various local casinos. In less than half a day, Tsunade lost all the gold coins she had brought, leaving only the small change in Shinya's pocket for meals. Seeing Tsunade still eager to continue, Shinai felt a bit worried. Sister Tsunade, we've lost all the gold coins we brought. We can't gamble anymore. Tsunade shrugged, still in high spirits, and said they could just borrow money. Shinai rolled his eyes helplessly, wondering how this could be considered fun. When they reached a small village, Tsunade stopped. I know the owner of the casino here well. Borrowing money won't be a problem. She strode confidently toward the village's only casino, exuding an imposing aura. The casino owner, upon seeing Tsunade, put down what he was doing and greeted her warmly. The big spender is finally here. It's been a while since you brought us some warmth. Tsunade smiled and said, the boss is so polite. The owner replied, Tsunade, you're one of our best customers. Of course, we have to treat you well. Shinai observed their exchange and realized that Tsunade was being treated as a cash cow. Unfortunately, Tsunade had already lost all her gold coins. As long as the owner didn't lend her money, it would be fine. Tsunade said, I've had bad luck and lost everything on the way here. Boss, lend me some money so I can make a comeback. The owner rubbed his hands together, already imagining the money flowing into his pocket. Shinai stepped forward to remind him, she wants to borrow money. What if she loses? The owner, full of confidence, replied, Tsunade has a great reputation. She won't lose. I have full faith in her. Shinai sighed helplessly. A gambler's determination was hard to stop, so he could only pray for good luck. He had no interest in gambling at all. Sister Tsunade, I'll take a walk around the village. You enjoy yourself. Tsunade, engrossed in her gambling mood, waved him off casually and followed the owner into the casino to begin her joyful life. Shinai left the bag at the casino and wandered around the village alone, taking in the scenery and passing the time. Although the village was small, it would take quite a bit of time to explore it thoroughly. If I couldn't return to my own world, retiring here wouldn't be so bad, Shinai sighed. Your own world? Even a handsome little kid has his own world? A girl in a black robe, holding a small piglet in her arms, walked up to Shinai. She looked about the same age as Tsunade. Compared to Tsunade, she lacked much of the gentle aura. Shinai stared at her face, feeling it was very familiar, and moved closer to take a better look. Shizune? Shinai asked tentatively. You know me? Shizune pointed to her nose, clearly not recognizing Shinai and just teasing him casually. Shinai stroked his chin. It wasn't surprising that Shizune didn't recognize him, but he wondered if she knew Tsunade. I'll take you to meet someone, and you'll understand, he said, pulling Shizune's hand and heading toward the casino. Shizune had a vague suspicion in her heart. At the entrance of the casino, the noise inside was loud and intense. Shizune confirmed that it was her. Shinai frowned and quickly rushed into the casino, worried that Tsunade might be bullied. But it was clearly unnecessary, it was just the sound of intense gambling. Tsunade was rolling up her sleeves, desperately gambling with others. Shinai looked at the gold coins on the table and understood that Tsunade hadn't won at all during this time. Tsunade-sama, didn't you promise me not to come to the casino again? Shizen looked at Tsunade with a face full of disappointment. Shinya's expression became amused. It seemed that Shizen and Tsunade had already made an agreement long ago. However, Tsunade didn't keep her promise. Her gambling addiction had taken over, and she completely ignored Shizen and Shinai, continuing to gamble non-stop. Everyone, quiet down. Shinai jumped onto the table and shouted. The room instantly fell silent, and everyone stared at him. Tsunade frowned, about to lose her temper, but when she saw it was Shinai, her anger subsided a bit. You brat, stop making noise. I'm almost done, she said coldly. Why don't you take a look at who's standing at the door? Compared to me, I think you'd rather not see her. Shinai pointed toward the entrance. Tsunade followed his finger and was instantly stunned. She hadn't expected to see Shizen here and immediately wanted to find a hole to crawl into, completely unwilling to face her. Tsunade-sama, long time no see. Shizen spoke coldly. Shizen's face carried a smile, but it was laced with scheming intent, which was obvious to everyone. Long time no see. I really didn't expect to run into you here. After we parted last time, I was worried you'd come here to gamble again, so I stayed behind. I didn't expect we'd meet again. Tsunade kept waving to the people in the casino, pulling Shinai and Shizen out the door, leaving the gold coins on the table behind. They followed Shizen to her small cottage. The cottage was surrounded by flowers and plants, exuding elegance, perfectly matching Shizen's temperament. Shizun, since Tsunade promised you not to gamble, what happened before? Tsunade quickly shook her head, signaling to Shizen with her eyes, not wanting her to bring up the past. But since Tsunade had already broken the agreement, Shizen wouldn't hide it. After all, they had agreed that Shizen would keep the secret, and Tsunade would refrain from gambling. A few years ago, when I was traveling the ninja world with Lady Tsunade, she was already famous for her gambling. Unexpectedly, someone here tried to cheat. Tsunade got angry and beat those people up. No one but you knows about it, and the ones who got beaten didn't dare to speak out. Shizen glanced at Shinai, surprised that he had already guessed most of it without her needing to elaborate. Tsunade lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Harming ordinary people was something no village would tolerate. Later, Tsunade felt very guilty and gave Shizen a lot of gold coins, even encouraging her to go out and train. Shizun, from today on, stay with Tsunade. Otherwise, she'll just keep gambling. Shizen looked up at Tsunade. Deep down, she had always wanted to stay with her. After all, her medical ninjutsu was still immature and needed improvement. Moreover, Tsunade was the only family she had left. Only by staying with her could she feel a bit of warmth. Half a day passed and they had planned to hang out together, but Tsunade went off to gamble alone. Shinai regretted being tricked by Tsunade in the morning. Otherwise, he would now be sitting at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, waiting to eat ramen. Let us head back. Your mindset is almost ready. From now on, follow me and learn medical ninjutsu properly. Shizen nodded repeatedly. She had finally waited for the day she could return, though she hadn't expected it to happen like this. It's getting late. We should leave, Tsunade. Shinai smiled helplessly, looking at Tsunade. He had been used as a laborer all day and almost lost all the gold coins in his pocket. Tsunade touched her chin, glancing awkwardly at Shizun. Shizun shook her head helplessly. She had seen this expression years ago and immediately understood the situation. She rummaged through the room for a while and took out a bag of gold coins. Shinai widened his eyes, staring at the bag of gold coins. Even Tsunade couldn't find this much after searching the entire room. The seemingly gentle Shizun turned out to be a rich woman. Shinai thought to himself, if he had known earlier, he should have tricked some gold coins for himself first and left the rest for Tsunade to pay off her debts. Seeing the look in Shinya's eyes, Shizen sighed. Since they were about to leave anyway, and the gold coins would be useless, she took out another bag. This bag is for you, stop being envious. Shinai quickly took it. Who would refuse money? After packing their luggage, the three of them set off on the road back to the village. It wasn't until they entered Konoha village that Shinai fully realized that Tsunade not only lost all the gold coins she brought but also left the casino with debts unpaid. At every casino they passed, Tsunade used gold coins to pay off debts, and in the end, even Shinya's were emptied, leaving them with empty pockets as they returned to the village. As ninjas, we must understand that strength is the most important thing. Money is just an external possession, don't value it too much. Shinai smiled bitterly. It was the first time he had seen Tsunade so shameless, spouting such twisted logic. A stranger appeared in Konoha village, and Tsunade immediately went to the Hokage's office to confirm Shizun's identity. Shinai, already fed up with Tsunade, waved her off and headed to Ichiraku Ramen on his own. Shinai, haven't seen you in 2 days. Were you out on a mission again? Yamashiro Aoba leaned against the doorpost, a straw dangling from his mouth. Not at all. If only I could be as carefree as you. Shinai scratched his head. After being tormented by Tsunade all day, how could he not look exhausted? Aoba shook his head. Everyone envied his idle position, but he also wished for a chance to prove himself. How long would he have to guard the gate before he got an opportunity to fight? Only when the village was attacked did he have something to do. Go have some ramen. Don't look so worn out, Shinai said. But he suddenly changed his mind and decided to go home to rest. He wasn't actually hungry. When he reached his doorstep, he found it surrounded by villagers, packed so tightly that not even water could pass through. What happened? Why are you all gathered at my door? Shinai, you're finally back. We don't know what you and Tsunade have been busy with, but something big happened at your house. The crowd quickly made way for Shinai, but to outsiders, the house seemed perfectly normal, leaving them puzzled about what the fuss was about. What exactly happened? I don't see anything unusual inside. Just open the door, and you'll know. Frowning, Shinai gently pushed the door open. Inside, the house was a mess, as if it had been ransacked, with things scattered all over the floor. Someone actually dared to break into Tsunade's sister's house and steal? More and more people gathered, finding it hard to believe that anyone would dare provoke Tsunade. No one in Konoha village would underestimate her, let alone sneak into her house. Looking at the chaos in the room, Shinai furrowed his brows tightly, pondering who could have done such a thing. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Everyone disperse, don't gather here anymore. Shinai waved his hand to disperse the crowd, his eyes scanning each person, trying to recognize the culprit through their expressions, but everyone appeared innocent. At this moment, Tsunade entered the office with Shizune, unaware of what had happened at home. Otherwise, she would not have remained calm. Third Hokage, Shizune has been training outside for a long time. She can now continue to follow me. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with helplessness, but he dared not say more. After leaving the office, Tsunade prepared to take Shizune home, only to see Shinai hesitating at the door, not inside the house. Shinai, what's wrong? Why aren't you in the room? Tsunade's sister, you might not believe it, but something major happened at home. You should see for yourself. Tsunade pushed the door open in confusion, seeing the chaos inside, and froze for 2 seconds. Then, the entire village could hear her earth-shaking roar. Who did this? Shinai swallowed nervously, vaguely seeing flames seemingly ignite above Tsunade's head, her anger reaching its peak. The passers-by seemed accustomed to Tsunade's outbursts, merely glancing indifferently before continuing with their own tasks. Lady Tsunade, I think I might know who did it. Shizune spoke softly, worried that Tsunade might erupt again, and she wouldn't be able to handle it. Who? Judging by these marks, I think Orochimaru is back. This is his welcome gift for you. Orochimaru? That despicable guy. Tsunade stormed off toward the office in a fury, with Shinai blinking innocently and following closely behind, worried she might act impulsively out of anger. Shizune sighed helplessly, stepping into the room and beginning to clean up methodically. Without delay, Tsunade and Shinai entered the office one after the other, just in time to see Orochimaru standing pale-faced in front of the third Hokage. Orochimaru, you bastard! Tsunade gathered a large amount of chakra into her fist and fiercely swung it at Orochimaru. Orochimaru had already anticipated her attack, easily dodging with a swift turn of his body. At the same time, countless small snakes shot out from his sleeve, quickly wrapping around Tsunade's arm. In the blink of an eye, their exchange ended without a clear winner. The third Hokage's face carried a smile. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru were his disciples, and he had a particular fondness for Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru had returned, how could the third Hokage not be pleased? Third Hokage-sama, Orochimaru has been training hard these past years and is penniless. The losses at his home should be covered by you, Shinai said with a smile, seizing the opportunity to speak, knowing the third Hokage would not refuse and might even offer more. The third Hokage was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, whatever you need, just make a request to the village, and it will be provided. Shinai shrugged, having achieved his goal, and no longer involved himself. He turned to leave, planning to go home and organize the room with Shizune. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the system ability he hadn't used in a long time and decided to test it on Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, it's my first time meeting you since you returned to the village. The legendary Sannin truly live up to their reputation, Shinai said as he walked toward Orochimaru. To Orochimaru, Shinai was just a kid riding on the fame of the Sannin, something he had long grown accustomed to. Countless children in the village looked up to them as role models. This kid is Tsunade's little brother, huh? He seems quite suitable for training. How about joining Orochimaru Nii-san for some practice? Shinai asked with a smile. Forget it. Tsunade-ne-san wouldn't let you train with me, Orochimaru replied coldly. Shinai walked up to him and lightly patted Orochimaru, secretly activating the system to steal an ability. Orochimaru froze for a moment, wondering if the child's curiosity had led him to such an action. Ding! Successfully stole Orochimaru's skill Serpentine Subtle Hand. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Shinai nodded in satisfaction. This skill, which could both attack and control, was perfect for him. After the system upgrade, the cooldown for stealing jutsu had been reduced to 1 hour, which greatly delighted Shinai. Sister Tsunade, I'm going to help Sister Shizen tidy up her room. After saying this, Shinai left the office and soon returned home. Shizen cleaned up quickly, and the room looked completely new, with no trace of having been ransacked. Sister Shizun, it seems I can't be of much help. Who said that? Take this bag of trash and deal with it. Shinai nodded, picked up the trash by the door, and walked outside. The sun was high in the sky, and the road ahead was still long. Shinai, how's everything at home? I heard there might have been a thief. What thief? It was Sister Tsunade's friend Orochimaru playing a prank. Minato scratched his head. He had long heard that the great ninja had defected and become a rogue ninja. He didn't expect him to suddenly appear. It seemed the information was inaccurate. By the way, don't go out unnecessarily these days. Why? Word has it that with graduation approaching, it's safer to stay in the village. Shinai nodded. Finally, he was about to leave the dull ninja academy and truly step into the world of ninjas, facing life and death. A few days later, the village held a grand graduation ceremony, with many ninjas gathering at the ninja academy. As the main characters, Shinai and his companions naturally attended. Many classmates waited in the center of the training ground for the third Hokage to make his announcement. Wasn't it said that we had to pass the Shadow Clone Technique test to graduate? Now it seems unnecessary. Those who passed are here. Those who didn't can only watch enviously from the side. Minato looked around. Many familiar faces were filled with envy. Being in the same class as them but having his graduation delayed made him feel uncomfortable. The ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner, but in the crowd, a pair of eyes were fixed on Shinai. Uchiha Fugaku had always disliked Shinai. His anger had been building up, just waiting for Shinai to graduate so he could find an opportunity to act. The third Hokage announced, "From today onward, you are Konoha's genin. The road ahead is perilous, filled with challenges and opportunities." Shinai didn't want to listen to the third Hokage's rambling. He just hoped to quickly receive his forehead protector and officially become a genin. The ceremony lasted a long time, and as the sky darkened, night was approaching. Children, come up and receive your forehead protectors. Once you wear them, you are no longer kids. Shinai was the first to rush forward, grabbed a forehead protector, and quickly left the training ground, ready to go home and rest. On the way home, a familiar figure blocked his path. In such a hurry to go home, have you already forgotten about me? Looking up, it turned out to be Uchiha Fugaku standing in front of him. Shinai shook his head helplessly. This guy had been pestering him endlessly, which was truly annoying. Back in the ninja academy, he was already causing trouble, and now that both of them had become genin, Fugaku had only intensified his antics. Previously, he would just send his subordinates to pick fights, but now he was personally stepping in. This time, he actively challenged Shinai, hoping to defeat him and openly prove to Uchiha Makoto who the real man worth approaching was. Shinai found it boring. When it came to fighting, Fugaku was no match at all. He was just setting himself up for humiliation. What do you want from me? I'm busy, Shinai said coldly. I, Uchiha Fugaku, challenge you. See you at the training ground in 5 days. Life or death, it's fate. Fugaku declared with great bravado. The corner of Shinya's mouth lifted slightly. He hadn't expected Fugaku to be so dramatic, even bringing up life or death as a condition. Even if he agreed, the village would never actually let them fight to the death. To the village, both Shinai and Fugaku were important, and losing either of them would be a loss. I accept, but life or death has nothing to do with me, Shinai sneered. Fugaku's face turned red with anger and embarrassment, but he could only endure it. He secretly vowed to teach Shinai a lesson during the duel and show him who was superior. After leaving Shinai, Fugaku headed straight to the third Hokage's office. Even though no one was there, he left the challenge letter on the desk, knowing the third Hokage would see it. Shinai, however, was still a bit worried. He feared that if Fugaku lost, he might have a mental breakdown or even take his own life to atone. On the bright side, that would mean he wouldn't have to deal with Fugaku pestering him anymore, saving him a lot of trouble. Perhaps Fugaku was just born to seek punishment. Only by giving him a harsh lesson would he understand the gap between him and Shinai. Always being called a genius, he looked down on his peers, especially Shinai, who was younger. Time flew by, and the duel was approaching. Fugaku trained at the training ground almost every night until late, despite looking down on Shinai, wanting to face him in his best condition. In contrast, Shinai was much more relaxed. Having just become a genin, he had no missions and no longer needed to attend the ninja academy, leaving him with nothing to do every day. One day, Minato heard about the duel between Shinai and Uchiha Fugaku and hurried to Shinya's house to find out more. "Shinai, how's your preparation going? That guy is really strong." Back in the ninja academy, he was already a famous genius in the village. "I haven't prepared much, but I believe he's no match for me." "Don't you have faith in me?" Shinai said confidently. Minato quickly shook his head. He had complete confidence in Shinai. Over the past few days, whenever he saw Uchiha Fugaku, Shinai always appeared confident of victory. Apart from the few people around Shinai, no one believed he could defeat Fugaku. Some of his former classmates, who had once studied alongside him, were secretly pleased, looking forward to Fugaku teaching him a harsh lesson and knocking down his arrogance. "I heard that guy trains hard until late at night every day, desperately trying to improve his strength." Shinai shrugged indifferently. He didn't believe Fugaku could leap from a genin to a jonin level in such a short time. 2 more days passed, and more people gathered at the training ground. Elite ninjas, chunin, and genin from the village all came to watch. Uchiha Fugaku's reputation was almost universally known. For him to personally issue a challenge, and to someone who had just become a genin like Shinai, everyone was curious about how strong Shinai really was. Only a few people knew that Fugaku's challenge was driven by personal motives. He wanted to teach this overconfident guy a good lesson. "Shinai, wake up. Didn't you agree to duel with that Uchiha kid today?" Tsunade shook the still sleeping Shinai, feeling anxious. With so many people in the village watching, being late was not an option. Shinai ignored her and continued to sleep soundly. "You little brat, how dare you ignore me?" Tsunade grabbed Shinai's ear and gave it a hard twist. The pain made Shinai immediately open his eyes, jump out of bed, and look at Tsunade with an innocent expression. "Tsunade sis, that really hurt." Tsunade sighed. Seeing Shinai's innocent look, her anger dissipated. She hugged him warmly and said, "This duel is very important to the village. You must do your best and show the Uchiha clan how amazing my little brother is." Don't worry, Fugaku was nothing to worry about. Shinai was awake now. After a quick preparation, he headed to the training ground. The crowd was bustling, and there was no way to squeeze through. Shinai scratched his head, not expecting the scene to be even livelier than his genin promotion ceremony. "Shinai is here." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, and the previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. The crowd slowly parted, forming a clear path in front of Shinai. All eyes were focused on him. Although Shinai had long mastered the art of thick-skinned behavior, daring to act recklessly wherever he went with his harmless appearance, being stared at by so many people still made him a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head. Fortunately, Minato appeared in time, surrounding Shinai with himself, Might Due, and Shikaku, gradually advancing toward the center of the training ground. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha was already waiting in the center of the field, his eyes full of battle intent and mockery. Shinai glanced around and saw mostly familiar faces, former classmates and members of the Uchiha clan standing in the innermost circle. Both duelists have arrived at the battlefield. This is your space to freely showcase your abilities. Please take the match seriously. A person Shinai had never seen before stepped between him and Fugaku to announce the rules, but Shinai wasn't listening at all. "Shinai, with so many people watching you, you know exactly what you're about to face. Let loose and enjoy yourself. Don't lose too miserably, and don't give up on yourself because of failure. After all, you're a member of the Uchiha clan. Both the clan S and your pride rest on this battle. Cut the nonsense. I can't wait to crush you under my feet." Shinai curled his lips and ignored Fugaku, turning instead to nod at Tsunade in the distance, signaling her not to worry. Tsunade felt slightly relieved but still harbored a faint sense of unease. Suddenly, a light screen appeared around the two of them, like a barrier, preventing outsiders from entering and protecting the spectators from being affected. The third Hokage declares, "The battle begins. It will only end when one side falls and admits defeat. Otherwise, regardless of life or death, the fight will continue." The third Hokage stood at the highest point of the training ground and announced loudly. Everyone knew that if it truly came to a life or death moment, the third Hokage would intervene immediately to save them. Shinai, prepare to die. Fugaku's eyes sharpened as he charged at Shinai in an instant, already pulling out shuriken. Shinai smiled faintly, crossing his arms in front of his chest, quietly waiting for Fugaku to approach. The shuriken flew rapidly, almost grazing Shinai's neck. The onlookers held their breath, fearing the battle would end just like that. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared around Shinai, and his figure vanished. No one could see what had happened. Even the third Hokage was shocked, shaking his head. He had never seen such a jutsu before. It seemed like an advanced spacetime ninjutsu. Do you think such petty tricks can make me admit defeat? Shinya's voice came from behind Fugaku, his face calm and composed, showing no concern for what had just happened. What kind of ninjutsu are you using? It doesn't resemble Konoha's techniques at all. How can you use it so skillfully? Fugaku questioned. There are countless things in the world you've never seen. Does everyone who creates a new ninjutsu need to report to you first? Shinai responded with a cold sneer. Innovative ninjutsu? Those outside who heard this couldn't help but gasp. To create such a powerful spacetime ninjutsu at such a young age was truly shocking. They finally understood why Fugaku had chosen to challenge Shinai. This was a battle of geniuses, neither willing to concede. Fugaku frowned and stopped arguing. Just 4 words had put him at a disadvantage. Though hailed as a genius and on the verge of becoming a chunin, Fugaku had yet to create a ninjutsu of his own. Unable to outmatch Shinai verbally, he decided to prove the consequences of provoking him through action. With 2 swift sounds, Fugaku threw 2 shurikens. He had long known that Shinai was not skilled in using shurikens. Logically, Shinai could only dodge or counter with chakra-draining ninjutsu. But Shinai merely smiled faintly, moving faster than Fugaku, effortlessly drawing a shuriken and throwing it into the air. With 2 crisp clangs, the shurikens collided precisely, altering their trajectory and eventually landing on the barrier, sliding down slowly. Fugaku was stunned. Such reaction speed and precision could only be achieved with the Sharingan activated. Shinai is too strong. He just became a genin, yet he can fight Fugaku so fiercely. None of us are his match. Yeah, with this level of skill right after graduation, it will be even harder to stop his growth in the future. Tsunade listened to the admiration around her, a proud smile appearing on her face. After all, Shinai was her younger brother. Did you think my shuriken skills had stagnated? If you want to challenge me, you should first understand me better. Fugaku said coldly. He frowned, recalling that over the years, all the information about Shinai had come from subordinates reporting from the Ninja Academy. He had never observed him personally. His gaze shifted to his subordinate, who avoided eye contact, not daring to meet Fugaku's eyes. At this moment, there was no turning back. Regardless of the outcome, Fugaku decided to fight Shinya to the end. Although Shinya had solid fundamentals, he had just been promoted to genin and had limited chakra reserves. Fugaku believed he could gain the upper hand in ninjutsu. The warm-up is about done. Now comes the main event. You better enjoy it. Shinya didn't say much, beckoning Fugaku with his finger to come at him. Fugaku's expression changed drastically. He quickly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his mouth. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, he shouted. Watching his movements, Shinya already knew what ninjutsu would appear and had thought of a countermeasure. Fire style was restrained by water style, but since he hadn't learned water style, he had to think of another way. While Fugaku was forming hand seals, Shinya pulled out 2 marked shurikens, throwing one directly at Fugaku and the other in a different direction. Fugaku snorted coldly, mistakenly thinking Shinya was trying to interrupt his hand seals, and dodged left and right. A fireball spewed from Fugaku's mouth, and the rolling heat waves surged toward Shinya, making his cheeks feel hot. Shinya softly chanted an incantation under his breath, but his hands remained still, quietly waiting for the flames to approach. The flames were only a few centimeters away from him, and everyone thought he couldn't avoid them. Flying Thunder God technique. Shinya's figure instantly disappeared, leaving only the roaring flames. Apart from the third Hokage, no one saw his movements. Fugaku was smug. Did you really think the fight would end just as it started? This kind of ninjutsu can't hurt me. Shinya's voice suddenly sounded in Fugaku's ear. Fugaku turned around in shock, only to see Shinya standing not far away, precisely where he had dodged the shuriken earlier. The shuriken on the ground was different from ordinary ones. Spacetime ninjutsu is something I can use too. There's nothing strange about teleportation. Stay alert. Shinya raised his fist and swung it fiercely toward Fugaku's face. As an Uchiha prodigy, Fugaku reacted swiftly, sidestepping and raising one arm to block his face while striking at Shinya's abdomen with the other. Shinya smirked, his punch speeding up suddenly, while his other hand blocked Fugaku's attack point. The two exchanged punches, the impacts echoing loudly. Neither gained the upper hand, but Fugaku was clearly struggling more. Shinya precisely and silently injected chakra into Uchiha Fugaku's meridians, and Fugaku remained completely unaware. To have such strength at such a young age, challenging you was indeed a wise choice, Shinya sneered. Putting on a show and causing such a commotion for your selfish desires, yet others think you're magnanimous. He knew exactly what kind of person stood before him and decided to teach him a harsh lesson, ensuring he would never have a chance to rise again. A genius ninja also needs a reality check to recognize themselves. Although Fugaku is despicable, Shinai is unwilling to be as petty as him. However, after the battle, he is happy to annoy him and already has a plan in mind. Don't flatter yourself, take this. The two were very close, and Fugaku swung his fist fiercely at Shinai, instantly engaging in an intense melee. Outside, the crowd watched the battle closely, afraid to miss any exciting moments. Time passed, and neither side relented. Their taijutsu was evenly matched, making it hard to determine a winner. Shinai isn't as simple as we thought. He can fight Fugaku for so long without showing fatigue. Of course, he's my brother, trained by me. How could he be weak? Jiraiya rolled his eyes at Tsunade, who hadn't actually trained him at all. No way, Shinai is actually holding his own against Fugaku. The audience was shocked, having assumed Fugaku would win quickly. Most of them had only come to witness the Sharingan and didn't think much of Shinai, who had just graduated 5 days ago. Reality hit hard. The battle was deadlocked, Fugaku's face was heavy, and he was clearly struggling, while Shinai remained relaxed and at ease. This kid just graduated a few days ago. It's unbelievable. And his opponent is from the Uchiha clan, with Fugaku's Sharingan already activated. The crowd quickly noticed Fugaku's single Tomo Sharingan, famous throughout the village. A single Tomo Sharingan is already highly intimidating in close combat, yet Fugaku seemed unusually strained. Big brother, I didn't even have breakfast, and I'm stronger than you. Did you skip dinner yesterday? Shinai teased effortlessly. You bastard, stop pretending. Bow down to the great Uchiha Fugaku already. Fugaku clearly knew his taijutsu wasn't advantageous. After delivering an uppercut, he quickly widened the distance between them, his fingers forming seals rapidly as he prepared to unleash a ninjutsu he had been practicing for days. Ha, keeping your distance and using fire release again? This time, I won't fall for it so easily. Shinai sneered inwardly. Fugaku, bearing the name of the Uchiha clan, indeed had high combat intelligence. In a short time, he had identified Shinya's weakness and focused on the fire release domain. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Shinai. As Fugaku retreated to prepare a fire release, Shinai did not back away but instead charged in close. Fire release was powerful but difficult to control, and maintaining distance was necessary to avoid self-inflicted harm. Shinai exploited this by closing the gap. He gambled that Fugaku wouldn't dare to risk it all, as releasing a fire release at close range would result in mutual destruction. But Shinai gambled wrong. Even as he saw Shinai rapidly closing in, Fugaku's hand seals did not stop. In fact, they became even faster. Shinai was startled. Is this guy insane? He didn't want to end up crippled here, but it was too late to retreat. He quickly grabbed the ninja belt behind him and hurled 4 kunai fiercely to the sides. At that moment, Fugaku completed his hand seals. Shinai frowned as he sensed Fugaku's chakra had doubled compared to last time, but there was no time to think further. He had to retreat quickly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball larger than Shinya's body came hurtling toward him, the heat wave overwhelming. He's really going all out. Fugaku's fireball didn't head straight for Shinai but was slightly angled toward the ground. This trajectory allowed Shinai to dodge, and the great fireball grazed his clothing before hitting the ground. The explosion scattered dust everywhere, and the hard ground cracked with fine lines. Impressive power, but the aim is a bit off. Shinai rolled to extinguish the flames on his body, a disdainful smirk on his lips. Oh? Is that so? Fugaku sneered, his tone laced with mockery. Damn it! Shinya's heart tightened. The great fireball just now was merely a diversion. Amid the swirling dust, several red lights suddenly lit up, flying toward Shinai as if alive. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Sparks surrounded Shinai from all directions. With Shinya's current strength, breaking out seemed almost impossible. Well played. Shinai silently admired Fugaku's cunning, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The spectators outside couldn't see Shinya's expression, they only saw him about to be engulfed by the Phoenix Sage fire. The third Hokage waved his hand, and the Hokage's hat fell to the ground. Tsunade, hurry! Tsunade froze. She hadn't expected the third Hokage to be so agitated. She thought Fugaku was merely teaching Shinai a lesson, but as the flames grew larger, the situation turned dangerous. Third Hokage, stop that kid. But the technique had already been unleashed. The third Hokage didn't have time to use water release, and 4 or 5 fireballs landed where Shinai was. Third Hokage, water release, water formation wall. A jet of water shot toward the flames, instantly extinguishing the fire. The third Hokage and Tsunade rushed over, but Shinai was nowhere to be seen. No! Tsunade was the first to break down. Having already lost her brother, she was deeply attached to Shinai. His disappearance this time left her in such pain that she could hardly breathe. Bastard, pay with your life for Shinai. Tsunade, don't act rashly, the third Hokage shouted, but Tsunade, consumed by rage, unleashed her chakra and charged at Fugaku. However, as she approached Fugaku, she was struck speechless. The mist created by the fusion of water and fire obscured her vision. She thought Shinai had been burned to ashes, but instead, she saw Shinai standing right in front of her. A kunai was pressed against Shinai's neck, held by none other than the supposedly vanished Shinai himself, though his body was charred black. After a moment of shock, everyone realized that Shinai had won the match. Though they couldn't understand how he had done it, the title of genius now had a new owner. You brat, you scared me to death. Tsunade's anger erupted as she symbolically pounded on Shinai's chest, though not with much force. Shinai was tough enough to handle it. Tsunade sis, take it easy. Do you know how strong you are? Shinai's words made Tsunade feel awkward, and the somber atmosphere lightened. You brat, how did you do it? Tell your sis. We'll talk about it another time. Shinai let go, releasing Fugaku. Fugaku's eyes were filled with hatred, but even more so with awe. Clearly, Shinai had intimidated Fugaku with his strength. Not only was Fugaku overwhelmed, but everyone in the audience also erupted in cheers. They had witnessed a battle of geniuses. Although they didn't understand how the victory was achieved in the end, there was no doubt that Shinai would become Konoha's new legend. The third Hokage stood not far away, refraining from interrupting Shinai, allowing him to fully enjoy the joy of victory. Alright, it's just a match. No need to get so excited. Everyone, disperse. The third Hokage said with a smile. The atmosphere in the crowd didn't affect Shinai, he just wanted to go home quickly and change his clothes. Right now, he looked like a coal miner, his face covered in dirt, truly unsightly. A student with great potential. I really want to take him as my disciple. Orochimaru said gloomily from a distance, his eyes gleaming. Stop dreaming. Tsunade won't let go so easily, though he might not be suited to be a medical ninja. Jiraiya was open-minded. Although he admired Shinai, he knew he couldn't compete with Tsunade, who had the advantage of proximity. Hey, if I take on a disciple in the future, they have to be as impressive as him. Orochimaru said with a smug smile. I'll just focus on my research. Maybe I can help you achieve that wish. Really? I have confidence in artificial human technology. Forget it then. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at him. Although he didn't understand the technique, just hearing the name made it clear it was a forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru was probably just talking. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned around, only to find that Orochimaru had already disappeared. Could he really be planning something? Jiraiya thought to himself. Shinai was unaware of the conversation backstage, his face full of helplessness as the third Hokage showed him off. He just wanted it to end quickly. The third Hokage, oblivious to his thoughts, continued to raise Shinai's hand high, proudly showcasing this rising star to everyone. Once the crowd's enthusiasm subsided, the third Hokage finally let go of Shinai. Before leaving, he reminded him that there might be a mission soon, then returned to his office. Shinai didn't get to rest. As soon as he got home, Tsunade grabbed him by the ear and started questioning him. Tsunade's sister, stop pulling. If you keep pulling, I'll only have one ear left. You brat, don't even think about sleeping until you explain everything clearly. Seeing Tsunade's serious expression, Shinai knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He grabbed some clean clothes and ran toward the training ground. Tsunade thought he was trying to escape and chased after him, but Shinai was fast, and she couldn't catch him right away. By the time Shinai stopped, they were already at the training ground. You brat, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say you wanted to see what's going on? Shinai focused, ignoring Tsunade. In truth, Shinai wasn't particularly skilled with this move, succeeding only 6 or 7 times out of 10. Earlier, he had just been lucky. Even if this move didn't work, he had other ways to win. He took a deep breath, quickly grabbed 4 kunai from his ninja pouch, and fixed his gaze on the wooden stake in front of him. Tsunade was also watching his movements closely. The next second, Shinai made his move. With a flick of both hands, the 4 kunai were launched in 2 groups. 2 flew toward the upper part of the wooden stake, followed closely by the other 2 at an even faster speed. The 4 kunai collided mid-air in pairs. The first 2 were deflected behind the wooden stake, while the other 2 were knocked away, landing in unknown locations. Kunai can be used like this? Tsunade was astonished. She had seen countless shuriken techniques, but this was the first time she had seen such a method. Then you just use the flying thunder god to teleport to the kunai's position, Shinai explained while retrieving the other 2 kunai, trying to avoid further questions from Tsunade. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief. I see. No wonder that Uchiha kid lost. But that phoenix flower jutsu earlier was clearly meant to kill you, Tsunade said. Shinai paused for a moment, then resumed his actions. It's fine. As long as he is smart, he won't cause trouble again in the future. However, he kept this matter in mind. If Fugaku continued to misbehave in the future, he wouldn't hesitate to let him taste the feeling of death. The only downside was that he might not get to meet Itachi, who piqued his interest. Let's go, Sister Tsunade. Although the plan was set, Shinai was still a child. Many thoughts could only be kept to himself, waiting for the critical moment to reveal them. Tsunade followed behind him, unaware of his thoughts. She felt that Shinai had extraordinary strength but a mindset still like a child's, making it hard to reason with him. In this cruel world, even comrades couldn't be fully trusted. For a ninja, this was both reasonable and unreasonable. Yet, such was the era, leaving no choice. Tsunade eventually shook her head, thinking that Shinai was still young and there would be opportunities to explain things to him in the future. The 2 returned home, each with their own thoughts. Unexpectedly, not long after, a figure wearing a patterned cat-shaped mask and a black cloak appeared at the spot where Shinai had just demonstrated his kunai technique. He tried the move himself but failed. Pretty impressive. The person seemed to be praising Shinai before disappearing without a trace. After 3 days of rest, the mission Shinai had been eagerly awaiting finally arrived. Before dawn, Tsunade woke him from his sweet dreams. So urgent? What's the matter? Wasn't there any prior notice? Shinai asked groggily. No, it's an emergency mission. I heard the client just arrived in Konoha not long ago and immediately issued this mission. Shinai, still drowsy, became instantly excited upon hearing it was an emergency mission. Although the process was slightly different from what he remembered, it wasn't his first time on a mission. 20 minutes later, under Tsunade's lead, Shinai entered the Hokage's office. The room wasn't large, and 2 other people were already seated inside. Tsunade, you can head back now. I'll handle the rest. Tsunade, confident in Shinya's abilities, gave him a simple reminder not to go hungry on the road before leaving to prepare supplies for his departure. After Tsunade left, the 3rd Hokage addressed the group. You are all elites of the village and should have heard of each other's names. Today marks your first mission together. Communicate and understand each other's strengths on the road to facilitate future cooperation. At this moment, Shinai carefully observed the 3 people and 1 dog in front of him. The leader sat at the front, back facing him, with no obvious markings to identify them, but he would soon find out. The other 2 were easy to recognize, the Hyuga clan's genius youth, Hyuga Hizashi, and Inazuka Claw, accompanied by a ninja dog. While Shinai was observing them, the 2 were clearly sizing each other up as well. To the 3 of them, everyone was a stranger. Don't worry, sensei. I will give my all for this mission and ensure its perfect completion. That voice. Shinai immediately recognized it. The figure turned around. It was Orochimaru. As a die-hard fan of Naruto, Shinai was thoroughly familiar with the plot. Crossing over to this world was equivalent to knowing the general direction of the ninja world's future. Although some details might be inaccurate, Orochimaru was definitely not a good person. But now, no one knew Orochimaru's true nature. What bad luck! Feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart, Shinai outwardly pretended to be excited, appearing very happy that Orochimaru had become his team leader. Although he didn't understand why he was assigned under Orochimaru, Inazuka Claw and Hyuga Hizashi were both strong fighters in the later stages of the Hokage era, so there shouldn't be much danger, right? The 3rd Hokage said the client is Mr. Yumatani Mukuda from the Land of Grass. The mission difficulty is between C level and B level. The village has been busy with many affairs recently, so they sent Yujin in to carry it out. But with Orochimaru leading the team, there should be no problem. The 3rd Hokage, full of confidence and wearing an encouraging expression, didn't give them a chance to object and immediately instructed everyone to prepare for departure. Tsunade's sister, why is Orochimaru leading the team this time? Shinai tried his best to control his emotions, speaking in a calm and casual tone. I heard Orochimaru is quite interested in you. For this mission, he even put aside his research to specifically come and lead the team. Tsunade didn't think much of it, only finding it a bit strange. Orochimaru usually never gave up his research easily, not even if enemies were at his doorstep. Now, he had actually taken on a mission for a child, which was completely unlike him. When Shinai heard that Orochimaru had specifically come for him, his hands couldn't help but tremble as he accepted the package Tsunade handed over. Even though he was usually very calm, he was somewhat afraid of being taken away by Orochimaru. Being taken away by Orochimaru wasn't the worst, the scariest part was being used for experiments. Who knew if Orochimaru would throw him into a secret base to cultivate some kind of monster? After all, those targeted by Orochimaru never had good outcomes. It's fine. Orochimaru may look scary, but his face is always pale. I've long gotten used to it. Once the mission starts, you'll find that he is actually quite reliable, Tsunade comforted. On the surface, Shinai nodded, but in his heart, he was pondering how to deal with Orochimaru. Although his strength had improved significantly, it was still not enough to face one of the legendary Sannin. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good solution. Time waited for no one, and soon it was time to gather at the village entrance. Tsunade's sister, I'm heading out now. Please take care of the house, Shinai said. Go without worry. When you return, I'll treat you to something delicious, Tsunade responded warmly. This care made Shinai's heart feel warm, further strengthening his determination to survive. When he arrived at the village entrance, the other three had already been waiting for a long time. You're quite punctual. An old man walked out from the guard post, straightened his posture, and praised. Not late at all, right on time. Shinai pointed at his pocket watch, actually a few seconds early. I spent B-rank mission money on this. Can such a kid handle it? The old man hunched his back, hands behind him, exuding an imposing aura. Mr. Munza Shangtian, rest assured. Even with just me, an elite jonin, the task will be completed. Think of it as keeping you entertained. Orochimaru said with a smile. It's hard to imagine that the cold Orochimaru could have such a side. These words slightly changed Shinya's impression of him, but he still remained cautious at heart. Munza Shangtian snorted disdainfully after listening, and walked at the front without looking back. Alright, let's set off. This is your first time participating in a B-level mission, so be careful. It will be a valuable experience. Although he was biased against Orochimaru, Shinyi strongly agreed with this statement. The mission location this time is the Land of Grass. Once we arrive at the station, Mingza will explain the mission details to Mr. Xiang Tian. Understood, the three responded in unison. In fact, Shinai had already guessed the nature of the mission. The ninja world values keeping techniques hidden, rarely revealing trump cards, but Shinai was familiar with all the techniques in Naruto, almost able to see through everyone's cards. The Hyuga clan is reputed to be the strongest in Konoha. Although the Uchiha have fallen from power, the Byakugan remains invincible. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs fight in tandem with their ninjas, often achieving unexpected victories. Both clans have extremely strong reconnaissance abilities, with the Byakugan and keen sense of smell being top-tier scouting tools. Coupled with Shinya's speed and Orochimaru's infiltration skills, this mission was very likely an infiltration operation. However, Mr. Xiang Tian seemed dissatisfied with this group of 11 or 12-year-old children, remaining silent and walking ahead by himself the entire way. Orochimaru occasionally stepped forward to ask if they needed a break but didn't say much either. This old man is so hard to deal with, not saying a word about the mission for half a day, Inuzuka Claw complained. Hyuga Hizashi reminded, don't discuss the client during a mission to avoid leaving a bad impression of Konoha. Although he said this, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Apart from Orochimaru, no one knew the specifics of the mission. Shinai, I heard you defeated Uchiha Fugaku in a one-on-one fight. Any chance for a spar? Inuzuka Claw, unable to stay idle, always tried to start a conversation. Hyuga Hizashi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, as if it had nothing to do with him. Shinai replied, during a mission, you must stay vigilant and avoid unnecessary energy consumption. He knew that the challenges ahead were not just unknown enemies but also the enigmatic Orochimaru in front of him. Throughout the journey, Shinai kept a close eye on Orochimaru, who remained at ease, as if strolling through a marketplace. Apart from a few words when they set out, Orochimaru stayed silent, his face adorned with an inscrutable smile. Shinya's vigilance only piqued Orochimaru's interest. As one of Konoha's top ninjas, Orochimaru's strength far surpassed Shinya's, yet he was unwilling to suppress him by force. What exactly was he plotting? Perhaps only he himself knew. Three genin were walking boredly when suddenly, the one at the front, Mengzi Xiangtian, let out a scream, followed by the sound of an explosion. What happened? Before anyone could react, numerous enemies appeared around them, surrounding them. Orochimaru, who had been in their sight, suddenly vanished. Shinya's heart tightened, suspecting it was Orochimaru's subordinates. He knew that Orochimaru no longer cared for the village, being obsessed with experiments on immortality, often cruelly using ninjas as test subjects, resulting in inhumane outcomes. While he was pondering, the two people and one dog beside him began to act. Byakugan. Kuromaru, let's go. They quickly entered combat mode, while Shinai quietly held his kunai, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The enemies were few, and with the strength of Hyuga Hizashi and Inuzuka Claw, they quickly defeated all the enemies. The sight of enemy corpses scattered on the ground made Shinya's stomach churn. In the ninja world, such scenes were common, but having lived in peace in his previous life, this was his first close encounter with death. He struggled to hold back the urge to vomit. I'll go check on Mr. Xiangtian. Shinai found an excuse to leave the bloody battlefield and returned to the explosion site, only to see a large crater with no sign of Xiangtian. Could he have been blown to pieces? In the world of Naruto, there was no mention of landmines or similar devices, and Orochimaru was also nowhere to be seen. Shinai looked around, and suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and a powerful explosion erupted from below. His heart tightened, and he quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shinai rolled to a stop behind Inuzuka Claw. Shinai, what happened? Inuzuka Claw was startled. Shinai patted off the dust and said, there were explosives buried ahead. Step on them, and they blow up. Luckily, I had the special kunai I gave you all, or I'd be done for. Hyuga Hizashi tied up the remaining enemies and walked over to Shinai. So, you're saying the client is all ready? Shinai nodded helplessly. The current situation indeed seemed to point to that. The earlier explosion was quite far from Orochimaru, and with his strength, even if he were at the center of the blast, he could escape. How could he have suddenly disappeared? As the three were still puzzled, a familiar eerie voice came from above. Mr. Xiangtian, now you should believe in the strength of these little ones, right? They looked up to see Orochimaru standing on a nearby tree, looking down at them. Beside him was none other than Mengzi Xiangtian. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, the other two visibly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Shinai secretly wished Orochimaru would die sooner. Although he later wanted to help the village, his thoughts were too dangerous. Just a bunch of brats, right? If I had reacted in time, they'd already be ashes by now. Yeah, but I'm still here. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the stubborn old man finally nodded reluctantly. After Xiangtian nodded, Orochimaru grabbed him and jumped straight down from the treetop. Inuzuka Claw, always irritable, immediately questioned, so all these people came to test our strength? During the earlier battle, she wasn't injured, but Kuromaru had taken a slash to the corner of his mouth. Although the wound wasn't deep, it bled quite a bit. Fortunately, Shinai used the medical kit Tsunade had brought to treat it simply. Orochimaru is right. These people weren't sent by us, they were sent by the enemy. Speaking of which, your mission this time is related to this. Orochimaru glanced at Mengzi Xiangtian, signaling him to explain the mission. Mengzi Xiangtian cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention away from the captives. There's a mountain next to my village, and inside it is a rare ore called Thunderstone. Thunderstone can be used to create many things unimaginable to the outside world, such as weapons, and it can also improve our lives. At this point, Mengzi Xiangtian's expression turned a bit despondent, but he quickly continued. An organization specializing in weapon manufacturing set their sights on the Thunderstone vein near our village. At first, they wanted to buy the entire mountain. But this is our only livelihood. Without Thunderstone, we wouldn't survive for long. So they just took it? Inuzuka Claw impatiently interrupted, this kind of thing is common. Resource disputes often bring trouble. Not only did they take it, but they also captured everyone in our village. The men were forced into hard labor, and the women were made to serve their pleasures. As for us old folks, no one even cares about us. Tears welled up in Mengzi Xiangtian's eyes, clearly hiding a lot of bitter stories. However, Shinai wasn't swayed by these tears. He seriously flipped through his ninja handbook for a while and asked, shouldn't this be an A-rank mission? He pointed to the mission classification guide in the handbook, which clearly stated, solving problems for other countries or villages is an A-rank mission. There was only one possibility: this old man deliberately reported the mission as a lower rank to save money. Shinai felt a wave of helplessness. This kind of thing was common in the world of Naruto, but only when you encountered it did you realize how frustrating it was. Orochimaru explained that mission classifications don't entirely follow the handbook. Mr. Xiang Tian applied for an A-rank mission, but the mission analyst downgraded it to B rank. Shinai felt something was off, but since it had been carefully analyzed, it meant the mission wasn't that difficult. They just needed to keep going. What exactly is our mission? Hyuga Hizashi, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but ask, fearing the old man might cry until tomorrow. Menza Xiangtian sobbed and said, I hope the Konoha ninjas can rescue the people of our village. Whether or not the Thunder Vein is reclaimed doesn't matter, as long as the villagers are safe. Who are these people? Shinai asked, pulling a captive who seemed to be the leader in front of everyone. This group is the organization members you mentioned, right? The ambushing team this time consisted of more than a dozen people, but their strength was insufficient. Despite their sneak attack, they couldn't harm even a hair of the three, and this was accomplished with Orochimaru missing the entire time. Xiangtian was also at a loss, not knowing how to handle the situation, so he hesitantly looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, revealed a sinister smile, clearly having a plan in mind. You all go ahead. I'll deal with these people, Orochimaru said. Hizashi and Claw obeyed, taking Xiangtian and continuing on their way, while Shinai found an excuse to patrol the surroundings and ran off in another direction alone. No one noticed him. Shinai circled back to the original spot, feeling it necessary to keep a close eye on Orochimaru. Leaving such a menace in the village was like a ticking time bomb. It would be best to find evidence and capture him as soon as possible. Hiding behind the leaves, Shinai exposed only one eye, perfectly concealing his presence, and watched Orochimaru's every move. What Orochimaru did next left Shinai utterly shocked. In Shinya's eyes, Orochimaru's ninjutsu was extremely disgusting. However, seeing it in person was completely different from watching it on a screen. Orochimaru formed a seal in some unknown way, and his body suddenly grew more than twice its size. His enormous mouth was as big as a person, and in an instant, several people were swallowed into his stomach. Strangely, it seemed as though there was another space inside his stomach. After swallowing the people, his body size remained unchanged, which was incredibly eerie. After swallowing the people, Orochimaru didn't leave. Instead, he stood there laughing maniacally. His laughter was sinister and terrifying, almost making Shinai think he had been discovered. Stop hiding. I saw you a long time ago. Sure enough, he had been discovered. Shinya's heart tightened, knowing that coming out now would definitely be dangerous. He might be turned into a specimen by Orochimaru at any moment. While hesitating, a figure quickly fled from the bushes at his feet, splitting into three and scattering in different directions midway. Trying to run? No way. Already having discovered that person's trail, Orochimaru's lower body turned into a snake. Although not fast, he caught up in an instant. That person froze, not expecting the opponent to be so strong, but quickly threw a shuriken. Over a dozen shurikens flew in from three directions, forcing an average person to retreat. But Orochimaru's body was as flexible as a snake, easily dodging all the shurikens. The person panicked, but Orochimaru had already closed in, his hands transforming into countless small snakes, instantly capturing three figures. The gap in strength was obvious. Speak, who are you? Why are you spying on me? Orochimaru reverted to human form, but the small snakes on his hands remained, becoming even fiercer. The man in the middle, unyielding, bit through the poison capsule in his mouth, foamed at the mouth, and passed out. As soon as he fainted, the other two instantly turned into white smoke and disappeared. It turned out to be a clone technique. Orochimaru looked at the corpse in front of him without any expression, as if he had expected this. After scanning the surroundings, he ignored the corpse and headed straight in the direction of Hizashi and the others. After Orochimaru disappeared, Shinai jumped down from the tree and walked to the corpse. Out of curiosity, he searched the corpse thoroughly but found nothing that could prove the person's identity. The only thing unusual was a glowing stone, which he carefully placed in his inner pocket for safekeeping. Shinai tucked it into his chest and then followed Orochimaru to find his teammates. Upon returning to the group, Claw immediately came over and asked, "How was it? Any new discoveries?" Shinai touched the stone in his pocket, shook his head, and said, "No more enemies. That group just now should have been all of them." Claw scoffed, "That weak? So boring. Let's rescue the villagers quickly and wrap this up." Hizashi, however, calmly reminded, "We still need to be cautious. We don't know the strength of the forces over there. They may not be ninjas from other nations, but we can't underestimate them." Shinai nodded in agreement. Hizashi is right. Until the mission is complete, we must stay vigilant and not let our guard down for a moment. Claw asked Orochimaru, "What did you do with those people?" Orochimaru smiled, changed the subject, but seemed a bit stiff. After more than 3 days of travel, the group finally arrived at Mengzi Shangtian's village. What lay before them was not a paradise but a scene of devastation. Broken doors and windows, collapsed houses were everywhere. In broad daylight, the streets were deserted, and faint traces of dried blood could be seen in the corners. Mengzi Shangtian was shocked and incredulous, as if the village had undergone a complete transformation in just a few days. Relying on acting alone wouldn't fool ninjas. Although Shinai and the others knew Shangtian was putting on a show, they didn't expose him, wanting to see what he would say next. Shangtian ran into a nearly demolished house, searching and shouting, "Long, where are you, Long?" The only response was a deathly silence. Shinai stepped forward to help him up and said, "Mr. Shangtian, speak up if you have something to say. Don't sit on the ground, your body can't take it. Who is Long? If you don't mind, you can describe her to us, and we'll help you look for her." Shangtian choked up and said, "Long is my daughter. My wife passed away early, and I raised my daughter alone. I'm old now, and I have no other hopes in this life. I pinned all my hopes on Long, but now." He almost broke into tears. The group quickly comforted him, but exchanged glances behind his back, knowing this matter was far from simple. 10 days ago, before I left, I told her to hide no matter what happened and not to come out. Those people only captured young adults, sparing the elderly and children. If Long is missing, it can only mean she was taken. Claw of the Inazuka clan, who had been watching from outside, walked in to comfort me. "Don't worry, maybe she just went out. Do you have anything of hers? I can help you find her." Hearing this, I was startled, more so with fear. After a moment of hesitation, I quickly replied, "Yes, yes." I then picked up a worn scarf and handed it to Claw. Without hesitation, he handed the scarf to Kuramaru. This scarf's scent has faded, making tracking difficult. "Do you have anything else she used?" "The dog can talk." I was so frightened it was as if I had seen a ghost. "It's okay, this is my companion. Talking is quite common among ninja beasts." Koromaru's words slowly calmed me down, but I still felt uneasy. I didn't expect the kid to have such a skill. Seeing my conflicted expression, Shinai knew that continuing the lie would only make it harder. If he lied again, everyone would have to give up. Finally, I sighed and admitted defeat. "Alright, I admit it, I deleted you all. Actually, even if you didn't say it, we noticed as soon as we entered the village." Shinai stepped forward to explain. "What? Didn't I make it convincing?" I was puzzled. "You acted well, but the collapsed houses and dried bloodstains show that this place has been in ruins for several months. Then why did you let me act?" I was full of confusion. These ninjas made me feel like a powerless child. Shinai replied, "You are our employer. We can only do or not do as instructed. Even if we know it's a lie, we still have to follow the employer's orders." I sighed deeply, filled with regret. No wonder Konoha ninjas are so skilled. Turns out they really are something. "You're too kind. Now, tell us what really happened." Although they enjoyed the compliment, the mission was still the priority. "I didn't mean to deceive you. Those bandits are ruthless. I was afraid that if they found out I escaped, my entire family would be doomed." As I spoke, I tidied up the dilapidated little house, memories flooding my mind. 3 months ago, a young refugee came to our village. He was covered in wounds at the time, and without timely treatment, he wouldn't have survived the day. The elder spoke, noticing everyone standing, and pointed to the freshly tidied bed. "Why don't you all sit there and rest?" The boy recovered quickly and was deeply grateful to us. However, those hunting him soon arrived, claiming he was a rogue ninja and demanding our cooperation in capturing him. Menzakuta's eyes were filled with memories, as if the story had just happened. After spending time with him, we realized he wasn't a bad person. But the pursuers were numerous, so we could only secretly help him escape. Shinai nodded. Such things were common in the ninja world. The land of grass, situated between multiple nations, often saw rogue ninjas fleeing there. Every village has specialized squads for hunting rogue ninjas. They're ruthless, and encountering them rarely ends well. Kuta and his people were unlucky, but it was understandable. After the boy left, the hunting squad also departed. We thought we had done a good deed, but it unexpectedly brought disaster upon us. Not long after, the boy returned with a large group of thugs, all because we had once taken him to the Thunder Vein to witness the wonders of thunder stones. Shinai recalled the faintly glowing stone they found during the ambush on Orochimaru. Using chakra to probe it revealed it only had conductive properties. Why were rogue ninjas interested in such a thing? Orochimaru, you're right. This matter should have been handled by our country's ninjas. Why go to Konoha? Menzakuta replied, I asked too. Those people weren't ninjas, only the refugee boy was. But I don't know which country he came from, so I could only turn to a nearby major nation. Although Kuta wasn't wrong, his earlier deception had reduced his credibility. After understanding the situation, the mission remained unchanged, though Kuta's background was more complicated. A ninja's duty is to complete the mission, not investigate backgrounds. Orochimaru stood up and asked, "Where is the Thunder Vein? What's the situation there? Our priority is to save lives. If those bandits insist on fighting, we'll eliminate them directly. Judging from the raiders' combat strength, they are not strong. If everything goes smoothly, we can take them all out in one go." When Mr. Xiang Tian heard that action was imminent, he stood up excitedly and hurriedly walked out with a few people. Along the way, he said excitedly, "Thank you for trusting me. The Thunder Vein is not far from our village, just separated by a mountain. But there are often people guarding that side, and entering rashly is very likely to get discovered." Shinai suddenly thought of a question: how many of them are there exactly? Although those people are not very strong, they have the advantage of numbers. If there are hundreds or even thousands, even with 4 people, it would take quite some time to deal with them. Xiang Tian hesitated at first, then said incredulously, "About 4 or 500, I think." Seeing everyone shocked, he quickly added, "When they first occupied our village, there were only about 30 people. But their numbers kept increasing. When I escaped a month ago, there were at least 200 of them. Now, I estimate there are over 300. What you fear most always seems to come true. With so many people, a proper plan is necessary. Orochimaru, you and Hizashi go scout the area nearby. Claw, come with me. We'll monitor the surroundings and protect them. Regroup in an hour." Even for one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, it wouldn't be guaranteed to face so many people and come out unscathed. The plan was simple, but it also showed that he didn't take these people too seriously. Understood. Shinai almost clapped his hands in joy but held back in front of everyone. "Move out." The 4 of them split up at the door of the small house. The sky was nearing dusk, the perfect time for stealth. As they rushed along, Hizashi suddenly spoke, "I heard you defeated a skilled peer from the Hyuga clan?" Shinai was momentarily stunned before recalling the unlucky guy he had defeated when he first arrived in this world, in order to let Nichi Xiang Yueshing rest. "Seems like it. That was a capable member of our Hyuga branch family, named Hyuga Chenhua. He asked me to spar with you." Shinye's face darkened as he thought, if you want to spar, just say so. Why drag someone else into it? Although that guy was a bit naive, he kept his word and was a decent man. "So, you want to find a chance to spar with me?" "Definitely, but now's not the time." Hizashi had a good impression of Shinai and spoke in a very polite tone. The two talked as they walked to the back of the mountain, faintly seeing the entrance of a cave in the distance. "That should be the Thunder Vein. Hizashi, can your Byakugan see the situation over there clearly?" Hizashi activated his chakra throughout his body and shouted, "Byakugan." The veins around his eyes bulged, a unique feature of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. "It's not very clear, but the guards at the entrance don't seem strict. We can get closer to observe." "Alright, thank you for your effort." Shinai patted Hyuga Hizashi's shoulder, showing concern. "It's fine. Let's move forward and scout." Hizashi coldly brushed Shinye's hand off, clearly not used to such intimate gestures. Shinai, however, remained at ease. "System, did you capture any skills just now?" The Byakugan in Naruto is as powerful as the Sharingan, a signature skill of major bosses like Kagaya. The system's response left Shinai a bit disappointed. "Skill successfully captured, rotation, cooldown 30 minutes. Although rotation is powerful, both offensive and defensive, it still falls short compared to the Byakugan." Luckily, he didn't steal a skill like 8 trigrams 64 palms, as it would be useless without the Byakugan. Shinai shook his head, dismissing the thought, and quickly caught up with Hizashi. "There aren't many enemies ahead. I'll draw their attention while you attack from behind. Don't let them sound the alarm. I've heard your speed and strength are impressive." Shinai nodded. It seemed Hizashi already understood his capabilities. The two split up to act. Shinai circled to the other side of the cave entrance, leaving behind the Flying Thunder God technique seal for a quick retreat. Before long, Shinai reached the designated spot, waiting for Hizashi to create a distraction first. To be safe, Shinai activated Sage Mode, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to prepare for battle. Sounds of fighting came from ahead, and many armed personnel rushed out from the cave entrance. "What's going on? Someone's here, it's a ninja. Go back and call for reinforcements." The burly man speaking ran toward the source of the sound, while another went to find his teammates. Shinai quietly followed the burly man who went to call for reinforcements, intending to locate their base. Before long, the burly man entered a nearby forest. Through the gaps in the trees, Shinai saw a mountain stronghold, which had been organized in an impressively orderly manner in a short time. Just as the burly man was about to reach his destination, Shinai suddenly struck, knocking him unconscious with a single blow, then dragged him into the depths of the forest. So this is their base. The defenses are really tight. Getting in 1T be easy. Let us leave a mark for now, Shinai murmured softly, finding an inconspicuous spot nearby to leave a flying thunder god mark, carefully concealing it. He looked back at the path he came from. The distance between the forest and Shandong wasn't far, but the tall trees blocked all sounds. Even Shinyi couldn't hear a single noise from there. It's time to go back and help Nikai. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly used the flying thunder god technique and appeared behind Nikai. Why are you so late? Although there weren't many enemies in front of Hizashi, more than a dozen were already lying on the ground. Let's talk about it later, first deal with the enemies in front of us. Shinyi didn't explain, delivering a fierce punch that sent the ambushing bandit flying. Hizashi saw Shinyi immediately engage in battle and shook his head slightly. These enemies were no match at all, but what angered him was that Shinyi had clearly promised not to act on his own, yet ended up breaking the agreement. He didn't show it, merely continuing to fight. In just a few minutes, the two defeated all the enemies. The only surviving enemy was tied up, ready for interrogation. Speak, who are you? The man was tough, remaining silent the entire time, only sneering, if you have the guts, just kill me. Then he fell silent again. Shinai and Nichi exchanged glances, clearly not skilled at interrogation. Shinai silently thought to himself how great it would be if Ibiki were here. But reality was harsh, and they could only try their best to make the man talk. Even using tricks like tickling had no effect. Just as the two were at their wits' end, the sound of a signal flare launching suddenly came from behind. Whoosh! The two turned around in alarm and saw one of the enemies lying on the ground using a signal launcher to call for help, completely unfazed by being watched. Little brats trying to stop us. Just wait, we'll show you the might of the mountain heroes. Shinai couldn't help but laugh. Mountain heroes? Just a bunch of bandits. If it weren't for your numbers, we would have taken you down already. However, the situation was far more complicated than Shinai had anticipated. Retreat for now. I sense strong chakra fluctuations in the forest ahead. Whoever's coming is no weakling, Nichi warned. Shinai put away his disdain, knowing it was not the time to linger. Let's go, tactical retreat for now, he said, glancing at the stubborn captive and shaking his head, indicating they couldn't take him alone. His gaze shifted to the enemy who had just sent the signal. You're all dead meat, the man roared. At this moment, the man hadn't realized he was in danger, feeling elated as he thought the two kids would scatter in fear from the signal flare. But what greeted him was a deathly cold gaze, like that of the Grim Reaper. What are you planning to do? He shouted in terror. Shinai said nothing, signaling Nichi with a glance. He walked up to the tied-up man and knocked him out with a single palm strike. Nichi, in sync, knocked out the other man as well. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here long, Nichi said, ready to leave. Shinai placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't rush. I want to see their strength first. Shinai always felt that this group of people couldn't just be ordinary individuals. How could they possibly subdue an entire village with just over 30 people? He suspected that only the first 30 or so were truly powerful, while the rest were just there to make up the numbers, or perhaps they had some special weapons. Are you crazy? Stay here and get surrounded by hundreds of people? Do you think you can escape easily? Hizashi questioned. Shinai smiled. Did you forget that I'm a ninja famous for my speed? He had left a flying thunder god mark in the forest they passed through. As long as he used chakra, the two of them could teleport instantly, even if surrounded by thousands of people. Seeing Shinai so confident, Hizashi decided to trust him. After all, Shinai had once defeated the genius Uchiha Fugaku, so he naturally had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Before long, Hizashi became alert. The people ahead are coming. Our trap is about to be triggered, Shinai said. Just as he finished speaking, a series of screams came from the distant forest. It was a crude trap they had set up using the remaining shurikens and kunai. Unfortunately, the trap was too simple, and anyone with a bit of training wouldn't fall for it. These enemies were clearly not regular soldiers. The screams didn't last long before stopping. It was evident that the other side had become alert and wouldn't be caught again. Was it you two brats who ambushed the mine? The man in blood-red armor at the front asked disdainfully. Noticing the Konoha forehead protectors on Shinai and Hizashi, he immediately became wary. Konoha ninjas. Everyone, prepare for emergency combat. At his command, over 100 people drew their katanas, the blades gleaming with a chilling light. These swords? Hizashi, intrigued by the weapons, casually asked Shinai. Shinai pulled out a stone from his pocket, its faint glow becoming brighter in the interplay of light and shadow. This is? Before the two could figure it out, the enemies had already charged at them, the sound of blades slicing through the air creating a terrifying momentum. Swish! Shinai narrowly dodged a strike, the blade cutting into the hard marble ground and leaving a clean incision. Hiss! Both of them gasped. The weapons used by the guards earlier weren't this powerful. Those blades hadn't even left marks on the ground, but the difference in these weapons was staggering. 8 trigrams, air palm. After a round of fighting, Hizashi's stamina was still holding up. However, this time, his air palm had a much weaker effect on the enemy, only pushing them back 2 steps. The opponent, seemingly unscathed, charged forward again. How is this possible? Shinai was anxious. The Hyuga clan's special technique could transmit chakra as force into the enemy's body. Even without visible injuries, it should make the opponent uncomfortable. Previously, enemies had always reacted, but this time, the opponent seemed like an impenetrable wall, completely unaffected. Unwilling to give up, Shinai dodged another strike and launched a heavy punch. Even with added strength, it didn't achieve the desired effect. It only sent the enemy flying, but they struggled for a moment and stood up again. But the man no longer charged forward, merely following behind the team, clearly having suffered some setbacks. Damn it, we can't beat them, retreat quickly. Shinai knew this was no longer a situation the two of them could handle. Nichiza had already retreated to a distance, and countless armored soldiers blocked the space between them. With no other choice, Shinai used his ultimate move. Both hands suddenly transformed into countless small snakes, flicking their tongues toward the enemy. Hidden shadow snake hands. Shinai was well aware of the power of the snake hands. In one-on-one combat, it was nearly invincible, but against multiple opponents, it was clearly less effective. However, it was enough to intimidate them for now. Sure enough, when the crowd saw his hands turn into snakes, they retreated in fear, with some even fainting on the spot. Great opportunity. Shinai used the hidden shadow snake hands to charge toward Nichiza's direction, scaring the soldiers blocking the way out of their wits. Nichiza, grab that prisoner. Nichiza turned back and saw Shinya's hands turned into snakes, momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, grabbing the prisoner he had previously discarded and clearing a path toward Shinai. When the two reunited, one of Shinya's hands returned to normal, while the other hand coiled around an armored soldier. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as the two of them came to their senses, now in the woods near a small village. What just happened? Back in the woods, Nichiza and Shinai collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The earlier battle had consumed a massive amount of chakra, and it was already a miracle they had lasted this long. Even another minute would have been impossible. Shinai shook his head, unable to understand why the combat strength of these people had suddenly surged, but he stared at the unconscious armored soldier with a face full of confusion and curiosity. The weapons in the hands of those armored soldiers were clearly made of thunderstone, something Shinai had noticed at first glance. He was puzzled, could thunderstone really possess such immense power? With this question in mind, Shinai began to dismantle the armored soldier's armor piece by piece. Strangely, Shinai felt that the armor's glow was not as bright as it had been earlier. He tried punching the armor with force, and to his surprise, the once nearly invincible armor shattered into pieces on the ground. Both Shinai and Nichi were stunned. How could the armor's defensive power change so drastically in just 1 minute? Although Shinya's strength was considerable, it was clearly not enough to shatter the armor so easily. The two were baffled and could only set aside their questions for now, planning to study it further after returning to the village and meeting up with Orochimaru. Time's almost up. Shouldn't we head back to the village? Shinai glanced at the time, estimating that an hour had already passed. Orochimaru and Claw should have returned by now. Nichiza nodded in agreement. The two of them carried 2 prisoners of war and quickly headed toward the dilapidated village of Munza Xiangtian. Back in the village, the atmosphere was much livelier than before. Munza Xiangtian was holding a young woman and crying, surrounded by a dozen people, with Orochimaru and Claw among them. The two were completely puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Claw sniffed the air, noticed their return, and hurried over. Your actions earlier were quite significant. If it weren't for you, Orochimaru and I wouldn't have been able to rescue these people. Claw pointed to the group of emaciated individuals not far away, who looked like refugees. Shinai looked closely and saw that these people were clearly malnourished for a long time, their faces pale, obviously having suffered greatly under the bandits. As Shinai observed, Claw also stared at the two prisoners they had brought back and asked, "Who exactly are these two?" Shinai, focused on his observations, didn't notice Claw's question. His eyes were fixed on the girl crying in Munza Xiangtian's arms and Orochimaru standing nearby. The scene looked warm and comforting, but Orochimaru's presence always gave off an inexplicable sense of unease. "These are the guards at the cave entrance, along with reinforcements brought by the guards," Claw said. "So, you two got completely beaten by the reinforcements?" Claw teased with a laugh. As a future elite Jonin, Claw had been sharp since childhood. He immediately noticed the obvious battle marks on the two, clearly indicating they had been pursued. The enemy reinforcements were very strong, with particularly strange equipment. Their armor was incredibly tough, and ordinary methods couldn't deal with it, Claw continued to analyze. Hearing this, Hyuga Nichiza, a top-tier member of the Hyuga clan, turned pale and hurriedly tried to explain, but Claw's face clearly showed disbelief. As the two argued, Orochimaru slowly walked out from the crowd. "How did your investigation go?" Speaking of the investigation, Shinai and Nichiza blushed. They had been so focused on fighting earlier that they hadn't gathered any intelligence on the cave. "We found that the guards at the cave entrance weren't strong, but the reinforcements wearing armor were well equipped. Their strength was average, but their armor and weapons were extraordinary," Shinai said, unwilling to admit they hadn't investigated, forcing himself to respond. "Also, their weapons and armor only remain powerful in a specific environment. Once removed from that environment, they lose their effectiveness." As he spoke, he handed Orochimaru a piece of broken armor, which still emitted a faint glow, though weaker than before. Orochimaru showed great interest in the fragment, taking it without asking further questions, simply staring at it intently. Seeing Orochimaru fall silent, Shinai noticed the two behind him still arguing about the strength of the armored soldiers. Up ahead, the crying had subsided, so he decided to step forward and ask about the situation. At that moment, the girl who had been crying in Munza Xiangtian's arms suddenly let out a scream, as if she had seen a ghost, and hid behind Xiangtian, her eyes filled with terror. Shinai was momentarily at a loss, stopping in his tracks without knowing what to do. Munza Xiangtian noticed the awkwardness and gave Shinai a wry smile while comforting the girl. "Don't be afraid, they were sent by my grandfather as reinforcements. They're on the same side as the ones who saved you." Hearing this, the girl timidly peeked out from behind the old man, her eyes still full of fear. Shinai spread his hands to show he meant no harm, and only then did she slowly step out from behind Munza Xiangtian, nodding slightly at Shinai. However, her gaze remained fixed on the Konoha forehead protector on Shinya's head. "Sorry, she's my granddaughter, Mengza Long. Those ninjas made her afraid of you, so that's why she's like this," the old man explained. Shinai shook his head to show he didn't mind. Hesitating for a moment, he decided not to ask further and instead returned to his companions. As for the details, they could discuss them later. The group noticed Shinya's slight awkwardness, but Orochimaru remained indifferent, continuing to study the armor fragments in his hands, occasionally breaking off small pieces to analyze their composition. Returning to Joie and Nichi's side, Shinai let out a deep sigh, completely unprepared for such a situation. They had just raided the enemy's stronghold, and now they had brought back a group of hostages. If the enemy reacted normally, they would soon discover the truth. Once those terrifying soldiers arrived, they would be in a desperate situation. Unfortunately, only Shinai realized the danger, while the others were still cheerful and completely unaware. Joie seemed to notice Shinya's concern and came over to comfort him. "It's not just this girl, the others are also very resistant to us. If we hadn't mentioned Munza Xiangtian's name, they probably wouldn't have even agreed to come with us." Black Maru, lying nearby, also nodded helplessly, clearly indicating that the rescue had not been easy. If it weren't for the intelligence about that strange thunderstone, dealing with those people would have been even harder. "It seems we'll have to wait until nightfall to act again." Shinai sighed, feeling even heavier inside. There was no other choice but to hold on until the others could accept them. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly said, "Shinai, come with me to set up a barrier. Joie and Nichi, go erase the traces around here to avoid being discovered." A chill ran down Shinya's back. Could Orochimaru be planning to make a move against him? "Understood," he replied, suppressing all kinds of speculations in his heart. Along the way, he remained vigilant against Orochimaru, but apart from sharing some ninja insights, Orochimaru showed no unusual behavior. Shinai breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to relax a bit. He had just replenished his chakra. "Orochimaru, do I look like I'm afraid of you?" He pulled out a talisman and handed it to me, casually asking a question. This made my whole body tense, staring at him intently, ready to activate Flying Thunder God at any moment. "Don't be nervous," he said. "You're the younger brother of my friend. I won't let her get hurt again. Actually, I just want to clear up your misunderstanding of me. But it seems like you're not too keen on discussing this. I didn't expect him to be so gentle, but I was also afraid it was just a trap. My nerves, which had just relaxed, immediately tightened again. Orochimaru said his new invention, the four-mist concealment formation, could make the scenery within a certain range invisible to the enemy. He handed 2 talismans to Claw, instructing him to stick one on a tree a kilometer away, and told me to place the other one before returning to the village. He was unexpectedly considerate, making me doubt whether the person in front of me was truly him. I cautiously took the talisman and sprinted in the direction he indicated. But I didn't know that behind me, he revealed a smug smile. Shinya, oh Shinya, your vigilance is useless. Even if I don't act, you'll fall into my hands sooner or later. I stayed on guard the entire way, even leaving a flying thunder god mark, but I never expected my only mistake would be trusting his words. After leaving, I scanned my surroundings, activated chakra detection, and only relaxed slightly after confirming no one was following. While running, I began to wonder if I had misunderstood Orochimaru. He didn't seem to harbor malice toward the village and was solely focused on his research. But in the original storyline, he should have been conducting terrifying experiments, with over 60 young ninjas following him. Why did he spare me? I couldn't figure it out, but I had no intention of removing him from the danger list. His strength was far too overwhelming for me. Staying vigilant was always the right choice. As I was deep in thought, the sound of something slicing through the air caught my attention. There was no time to look back. I dropped to the ground in a crouch. The moment I landed, the spot I had been in exploded repeatedly. Who's there? With my detection jutsu still on cooldown, I had no choice but to activate my Sharingan. The Sharingan is powerful in combat, but when it comes to observing enemies, it's far inferior to the Byakugan, which can directly see chakra. For now, Shinya could only rely on the Sharingan. Didn't expect you to have the Sharingan. That lord will definitely be even more interested now. That lord? Shinya's heart tightened. Could it be Orochimaru? That's right, as a transmigrator, Shinai knew the 2 people in Naruto who most desired the Sharingan, Orochimaru and the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. Clearly, the only one who could approach him was Orochimaru. It seemed his judgment was correct. Orochimaru wanted to take him back for experiments. But this time, Orochimaru was bound to be disappointed. Shinai secretly activated his chakra, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique. But strangely, there was no response from the technique. Why isn't it working? Shinai was shocked. System, what happened? Host, this space has been disrupted. The opponent has specifically devised a countermeasure against the Flying Thunder God, making it unusable now. Damn it! Shinyi, furious, could only activate the Sharingan to search around. Surrounded by dense woods on all sides, there was no trace of the enemy. Haha, you brat, your teleportation technique has failed, hasn't it? We've already gathered all your information and painstakingly prepared countermeasures against your troublesome techniques. As the voice fell, a figure swiftly charged in from the side. Shinai widened his Sharingan, quickly drawing a kunai from the ninja pouch on his back and blocking in front of him. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the figure halted. Only then did Shinai clearly see who it was. Small eyes without eyebrows, mouth covered by a scarf, wearing a Kusagakure forehead protector, it turned out to be a ninja from the land of grass. The blocked ninja was startled for a moment and quickly created some distance. I didn't expect you to be so strong, it surprised me a bit. Shinai didn't think much just now, directly unleashing his power to clash with the opponent, which also made the enemy wary and hesitant to approach again. Shinai took the opportunity to retreat, his eyes scanning the surroundings, fearing there might be more than one person. Being vigilant is a good thing, but you're still no match for me. The grass country ninja, seeing Shinai observing his surroundings, mercilessly charged forward again. This time, the ninja did not launch a frontal assault but kept his distance, forming hand seals with both hands, preparing to use ninjutsu from a distance to deal with Shinai. But Shinai had already activated the Sharingan, able to clearly see through every gesture. As the ninja began forming seals, Shinai mimicked the exact same movements. What? The fame of the Sharingan spread throughout the ninja world, but the ninjas of the Land of Grass did not know that the Sharingan could also copy ninjutsu. Since the hand seals had already begun, the ninja could only grit their teeth and compete with Shinai in chakra control. Shinai had already quietly accumulated Sage Mode energy. Although it wasn't much, if all of it was used on this technique, the power would be astonishing. Wind release, vacuum wave. The 2 launched their ninjutsu almost simultaneously. Sharp wind blades raged between them, instantly cutting and shattering giant trees. The powerful ninjutsu energy broke through the surrounding space ceiling technique, and the system notified Shinai that he could use the Flying Thunder God. But Shinai knew that now was not the time to flee. The moment he stopped supplying chakra, the powerful wind release ninjutsu would tear him apart. Even if he escaped, the ninja would report his strength to Orochimaru. It was better to completely eliminate this threat. The ninjutsu duel quickly determined a winner. Although the ninja from the land of grass was more skilled, Shinai infused natural energy into his wind release, making defeat inevitable. The ninja realized it too late to escape and let out a scream before being defeated. Shinai did not stop. His ninjutsu turned toward the rear. Ah! Impossible! Another scream rang out before Shinai finally stopped releasing chakra. At first, Shinai hadn't noticed the ninja behind him. It was only during the wind release clash that the Sharingan caught a shadow. He didn't turn around immediately because the intense duel required his full focus. After the ninja from the land of grass died, another ninja tried to take advantage of the situation to strike. Shinai decisively counterattacked and defeated him. Shinai, who had just graduated a few days ago, actually managed to defeat two enemy ninjas head-on. To others, this seemed impossible, but he had done it. After completing a series of counterattacks, Shinai sat down, gasping for air. Although the ninjutsu was powerful, it consumed a tremendous amount of chakra. In just a few seconds, his chakra was almost completely drained. Using the last trace of chakra to ensure the surroundings were safe, Shinai finally relaxed and rested. He began to plan his next mission and how to face Orochimaru upon returning to the village. What a hassle! Shinai thought. With his current strength, it would be difficult to resolve this incident, especially since the opponent was one of the Sannin. He took out a messenger clip from his backpack. As long as a carrier pigeon passed by, the letter could be sent. Shinai wrote a letter to Tsunade at home. At this moment, he could only rely on fate. After attaching the talisman given by Orochimaru, he used the Flying Thunder God without hesitation to return to a marked location near the village, avoiding potential pursuit by ninjas on the way back. Despite using the Flying Thunder God, Shinai was still the last to return to the village. As he expected, Orochimaru frowned slightly upon seeing him return but quickly resumed his approachable teacher demeanor. Everyone is back. I'll now use ninjutsu to seal the village within a barrier, Orochimaru said as he sat down and began drawing strange patterns. Taking this opportunity, Shinai pulled Joie and Nichi aside. Did you bring any communication tools? Shinai asked. Although the two were puzzled, Joie still took out a scroll from his backpack and handed it to him. Ninja Dog Transmission Scroll. Our Inazuka clan can sense messages with this. Shinya had never heard of it before, but he nodded and accepted it despite only half understanding. Now wasn't the time to study it. He directly tore open the scroll and had Claw perform the scroll ninjutsu, placing the information inside. All of this was done carefully while Orochimaru wasn't paying attention. After nightfall, the rescued people returned to their respective rooms, and the once desolate village gradually became lively. Mose Kuda's granddaughter also rarely enjoyed this peace and, heeding advice, went to bed early. After coaxing his granddaughter to sleep, Mose Kuda took the initiative to find Shinya and the others. I know you have many questions, and I will tell you everything I know. As for whether to eliminate the bandits in the mountains, that decision is entirely up to you. At this moment, Mose Kuda was completely different from before. The once rigid old man now spoke with a hint of pleading, as if seeing hope in the midst of despair, and his attitude toward these Konoha ninjas had drastically changed. This matter starts 15 years ago. Back then, there was no Thunder Vein here, and the mountain was just an ordinary one. The frequent wars were especially cruel for a small country like ours. Our original settlement was razed to the ground by the battles of powerful ninjas, and only 40 or 50 of us managed to escape with our lives, eventually settling here. Although this place is remote and the environment is somewhat better, it wasn't completely free of conflict. One day, a group of ninjas from another country fought here, and their terrifying ninjutsu flattened the entire mountain pass. That move seemed to be a mutual destruction explosion, and everything fell silent afterward. When we arrived, we discovered the Thunder Vein hidden in the mountain. The Thunder Stones from the Thunder Vein, when used as materials, make items exceptionally sturdy and durable. This solved many of our daily problems. However, this durability only works around the raw stones. Some suggested selling the Thunder Stones to make a living, but no one dared to touch the raw stones. They are our lifeline. Shinya suddenly understood. The reason the armored soldiers' defense weakened was because they left the range of the raw stones. But what exactly were these raw stones? Mose Kuda noticed Shinya's confusion and spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't explain now. It made sense such an important thing would never be left out in the open by the mountain bandits. Any normal person would hide the raw stones extremely well. So, it was rogue ninjas who stole the Thunder Vein and the raw stones, and you want ninjas to retrieve them? Orochimaru shrugged. A mission was a mission, he didn't care about anything else. Without replying, he walked off, saying he was going outside for some air. That's right. To the outside world, this place is a paradise. During wartime, having such a peaceful place is a blessing. I don't want to go back to a life of hiding and running. Mosukuta's eyes were filled with fear. Shinya stared at him intently, almost using his Sharingan to see through his thoughts. The old man's words were sincere and genuine, and even Claw beside him was moved to the point of tears. Don't worry, Mr. Kuta. We will definitely give you a safe home. Even if. Before Claw could finish his sentence, Hizashi quietly nudged him. Once a promise was made, the difficulty of the mission would increase significantly. After all, only Shinya and Hizashi had fought that group of armored soldiers and knew how tough they were. But have you considered that even if we drive away the mountain bandits, can this place ever return to its former peace? Hizashi knew his words were somewhat blunt, but the old man in front of him was clearly too naive. Even if the Konoha ninjas dealt with the bandits, this place was already exposed. Not to mention the mountain bandits who might be colluding with arms dealers, even the rogue ninja who had never shown up would surely come to investigate once they learned of this place. That person's strength was enough to deal with all of them. No matter how they handled it, the outcome was troubling. The best solution now was to abandon this place and have Kuta lead the villagers to find a new home. But such an ending was too cruel. Everyone knew it in their hearts, but no one was willing to say it out loud to the old man who still held on to hope. I understand what you mean. I've lived this long and have no attachments. But my granddaughter is only in her 20s and has never left the land of grass. To have her suffer with us, I can't bear it. The three genin felt heartbroken, but with their abilities, they couldn't change anything. Shinai knew better than anyone how much power it would take to change the situation. Thinking about the future, Pain, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Nagato all pursued peace in the ninja world, but in the end, none of them truly achieved it. Is there really no way? Shinai felt bitter inside. The old man wasn't wrong, he just wanted to protect his home and live a peaceful life. But in the ninja world, that wish was too extravagant. What are the characteristics of that raw stone? We'll do our best to help you find it. Once this is over, you should take the raw stone and the thunder stone and move to another place. This is the best help we can offer you. Otherwise, if rogue ninjas come one day, it will be a big problem. After Shinai finished speaking, Claw, who was moved to tears, nodded vigorously in agreement. Although Hizashi frowned, he didn't object. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning, we'll deal with the mountain bandits, and once that's done, we'll come back immediately to help you relocate. Shinai wasn't sure if this could be considered helping Mengza Shangtian. Forcing someone to move was indeed cruel, but there was no other way. Mengza Shangtian understood this too, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he closed it again. Although dissatisfied, he could only nod helplessly at this moment. Shinai, do you have a specific plan for this? After sending Mengza Shangtian back to his room, Claw and Hizashi surrounded Shinai. Since he had agreed, he should have a solution. But Shinai pushed the two of them aside, shook his head, and said he had no idea. Shinai left the two behind and walked alone to the outermost edge of the village. The vast mountains concealed the village so thoroughly that it was truly a place difficult to discover. If it weren't for the chaos caused by the mountain bandits, the people here might still be living peaceful lives. Shinya's mind was blank, he just wanted to enjoy this moment of tranquility. Thinking about tomorrow's plan, he felt a bit flustered and began to regret his earlier words. In this world, he was merely a passerby. The lives of these people were like a book he had flipped through, one he might never look back on again. But Shinai knew that if he had to choose again, he would still choose to help Mengza Shangtian. The joy of reading lies in fully immersing oneself in the emotions of the characters, just like how he was helping Mengza now. Just as Shinai was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that Orochimaru had silently appeared nearby at some point, not far away. Is this the strength of the Sannin? So far away, yet so fast, and without making a sound. Sannin is just a title others gave me. I prefer my own name, Orochimaru said calmly. Since you don't have any solutions, why did you agree to help? Shinai hadn't expected Orochimaru to ask so humbly. The atmosphere was no longer eerie but carried a sense of curiosity. I just want to do my best to make the world a better place. Maybe my efforts are insignificant, but if peace truly comes one day, I hope I can proudly say that I contributed to it. Shinai had never thought about these things before. Living in a peaceful era, he once found life dull and yearned for the passionate intensity of the ninja world. But after truly stepping into it, he realized that peace was built on countless sacrifices. Orochimaru understood Shinya's words, but whether he agreed was another matter. You remind me of a friend of mine, but true peace cannot be achieved by the tranquility of just one village. How far the road to peace stretches, who can say for sure? Shinai was somewhat surprised. Orochimaru's words carried a sense of helplessness and struggle. Although he couldn't understand Orochimaru's inner thoughts, Shinya's dislike for him gradually faded. Perhaps Orochimaru was also a complex person. This is an emergency signal letter. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, tear it open. You only have one chance, so use it at the most critical moment. Orochimaru handed Shinai a blood-red envelope. Although it was something new, Shinai wasn't surprised at all that it came from Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed like someone one couldn't help but rely on, yet Shinai still harbored caution toward him. What exactly was the purpose of that strange envelope? Orochimaru noticed Shinya's hesitation but said nothing more, simply placing the envelope on the stone table before turning and leaving. It was only after Orochimaru had walked far away that Shinai relaxed his tense muscles, his gaze fixed on the blood-red envelope, filled with doubt. In the end, as if driven by some unseen force, he pocketed the envelope. Strangely, he felt that this time, Orochimaru wasn't trying to harm him. Besides, even if the distress signal had been sent, it would take at least 2 days for people from Konoha to arrive. The armored troops were too dangerous, even a momentary clash could be fatal. If the envelope truly contained help, why not use it? The night was as silent as the calm before a storm. Outside the barrier, several search teams roamed the deep mountains, clearly having guessed the attacker's origin. Unfortunately, they lacked the strength to break through Orochimaru's barrier technique, which kept them outside. The teams passed by the village, but the villagers remained completely unaware. Time flew by, and the morning sunlight shone on everyone's faces, strengthening their resolve. Shinya's eyes were dark from lack of sleep, clearly having spent the entire night researching ways to deal with the armored soldiers. However, the results would only be revealed in actual combat. Orochimaru-san, aren't you going? Mengzi Xiangtian looked at Orochimaru, who was still lying in bed, full of confusion. Orochimaru was supposed to be the main force for this mission, yet he was leisurely lying there, leaving the young ones to head to the front lines alone. We've already discussed this. I'm responsible for protecting you. If they can't even handle stealing a few stones, what kind of Konoha ninjas are they? Orochimaru replied casually. Mengzi Xiangtian was about to retort but was stopped by Shinai. Shinai and the other two were already prepared. They understood why Orochimaru wouldn't go. This had been considered during the planning yesterday. Now was the best time to act. Any further delay would be too late. Then I wish you a safe journey. Shinai was the first to tear off the talisman paper at the village gate, and from then on, they were no longer protected by the barrier. The operation officially begins. In the morning sunlight, the three moved like generals heading to battle, their figures darting through the forest like leopards on the prairie. When encountering lone armored warriors, the three would swiftly advance, 3 against 1, resolving the fight before the enemy had a chance to react. After a night of analysis, Shinai didn't find any clever tricks, only realizing that there were some issues with his and Nichai's attack methods. The armor of the armored soldiers is their strongest defense, but last time, Shinai and Nichai's punches all landed on the heavy armor, and the damage was completely absorbed. This time, Shinai and the others got smarter. Every time they encountered a lone soldier, they would launch a sneak attack from behind, taking advantage of the opponent's lack of reaction to shove a kunai or shuriken into the gaps in the armor, maximizing the damage. Strangely, these mountain bandits seemed like they hadn't fully woken up. Even when patrolling in teams, they often got distracted, giving Shinai and the others a great opportunity. In just a few minutes, more than 20 bandits had already fallen to their assassinations. Remember my arrangement, Hizashi and I will go in to search, while Claw stays outside using his keen sense of smell to scout for enemies. If you spot a group of enemies, don't hesitate, retreat immediately. We will use the teleportation technique to return to your side. Shinai handed the specially crafted kunai to Claw. This was not just entrusting his life but also the future of over a dozen hostages from the village. Before long, the bandits around the village were mostly cleared out by the three of them. After confirming the area was safe, Shinai patted the shoulders of the other two, and the three of them instantly teleported to the enemy's main base. This was the large mountain villa Shinai had previously visited with the rescuers, now fully fortified. There were a few guards on the walls, but they posed no threat to ninjas. Finding a sparsely guarded spot, the three of them leapt over the wall. Before the guards could shout, Hizashi struck one of them in the throat, rendering him unconscious instantly. After hiding the body, the three quickly rushed toward the deepest part of the stronghold. Although no one had been here before, the layout of the stronghold was similar to others. Shinai speculated that any valuable items would definitely be hidden in the innermost building, which resembled the Hokage's office. Strangely, after passing through the walls, the stronghold was eerily quiet, completely devoid of the noise expected from a base housing hundreds of people. Every few steps, they saw men and women locked in cages, their hands and feet bound, like pets waiting to be sold. What Shinai found hardest to accept was not their cold, indifferent gazes toward the three of them, but the way their expressions shifted from hope to despair upon glimpsing the forehead protectors. However, if these people begged for help now, it would likely expose their identities. Shinai consoled himself with this thought. The deeper they went, the more something felt off. Such a large base, yet not a single person in sight. This overly simple mission made them suspect it was a trap. Hizashi, are there enemies nearby? In truth, even without Shinai asking, Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan had already scanned everything. But most of the surrounding structures were made of chakra conducting materials like thunderstone, which limited the Byakugan's effectiveness. As a result, no one had been detected so far. Shinai's chakra detection was similarly hindered, making the atmosphere even more eerie and oppressive. Perhaps, in some hidden corner, a large group of armored soldiers was lying in ambush, waiting for them. Someone's approaching, and there are many of them. As the three advanced, the first to sense danger wasn't Hizashi or Shinai, but Inuzuka Claw's dog, Kuromaru. They've already surrounded us. It seems they understand your abilities and are deliberately using these materials to nullify your ninjutsu. A rustling sound echoed around them. Even though Shinai didn't have Kuromaru's keen sense of smell and hearing, he could feel the enemies closing in. This mission was a complete failure. Without hesitation, Shinai grabbed the other two, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but it failed. What is going on? Hurry, teleport us out as planned. The sound of footsteps grew louder, with at least over 300 enemies approaching. Just like your Byakugan, it's also been restricted. This news hit them like a bolt from the blue. If they couldn't escape, all their efforts would be in vain. The footsteps drew closer, and shadows surrounded them from all directions. I never thought you'd dare come here. Are you planning to wipe us out? The leader of the armored soldiers, clad in even more imposing armor, sneered as mocking laughter and jeers echoed around them. Damn it, what do we do now? Claw panicked. Even Shinai was at a loss. Their original plan had been completely disrupted, and all their efforts from the previous night had gone to waste. Moreover, these people would never let them go easily. Charge forward and break through with all your might. If even one of us survives, it's worth it. Shinai was ready to fight to the death. With the Flying Thunder God restricted, they had lost their sense of absolute safety. Clutching a specially crafted kunai tightly, fighting was their only option. Fortunately, while long-distance Flying Thunder God was unusable, short-distance teleportation still worked. This became their sole lifeline for multiple escapes. How many more times can we use it? Not many. Chakra is almost depleted. At most, we can teleport the three of us twice more. Hizashi noticed Shinai's pale face. Using powerful ninjutsu repeatedly in a short time had consumed an enormous amount of chakra. The walls were too far away, and 2 teleports wouldn't be enough. Shinya, take Claw, and go quickly to find Lord Orochimaru. I still have enough chakra to hold off the enemy for a while. Hurry, Lord Orochimaru will come back for me. Niji knew it was impossible for everyone to escape, so he resolutely decided to stay behind. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his comrades. At critical moments, everyone understands that staying behind is a path to certain death. Being captured by the enemy would be worse than simply dying. But Niji firmly said, "Let me cover the rear." Tears welled up in Shinya's eyes. These people were supposed to be mere passers-by in his life, so why was it so hard to part with them? Watching an anime and experiencing it firsthand were completely different. Only by going through such fearless sacrifice could one truly feel the shock deep in their heart. I won't leave anyone behind. I have a way, trust me. Shinya said as he threw a specially crafted kunai and dashed toward the gate. Flying Thunder God technique. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two and activated the teleportation again. Shinya felt dizzy, his chakra already severely depleted. But he didn't collapse. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary inaction, he threw another kunai. This time, there were no obstacles, and the distance was farther than before. Although it was only a little more, every inch mattered in a life and death moment. Looks like this time, we're really done for. It's all because my plan was flawed and dragged you down. I'm sorry, Shinya said wearily, his chakra completely exhausted, leaving him with no strength at all. Don't be silly. It's the enemy that's too cunning. If we had Lord Orochimaru here, these lackeys wouldn't stand a chance. Shinya pulled out a blood-red envelope from his ninja pouch, the very one Orochimaru had entrusted to him. At this moment, Shinya was already at his limit, reaching the critical point Orochimaru had mentioned. Yet, his trust in Orochimaru remained half-hearted. Inuzuka Claw and Niji carried Shinya to sit against the wall, preparing to face the enemy again. Armored soldiers surrounded them from all directions, determined to capture them all. Claw, Niji, buy me some time. If you can't hold on, retreat. I still have one last trump card, but I need time to gather chakra, Shinya resolved, betting the lives of all three on Orochimaru's letter. Understood, the two responded in unison, darting toward the enemy. Orochimaru, oh Orochimaru, I hope you won't disappoint me. Shinai clenched his teeth and used the last bit of his strength to tear open the blood-red envelope. To his disappointment, only a wisp of thin blood-red mist emerged from the envelope, dissipating instantly without causing any change. What on earth is going on? Shinai was stunned, holding the envelope that had already been torn in half, yet there was nothing unusual. He had thought it would be some kind of powerful ninjutsu or a summoning of a spirit beast, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru had only released a bit of red smoke, which was completely useless. Damn Orochimaru, is he mocking me even on the brink of death? Shinya's heart felt like it was being torn apart. Looking at the two teammates beside him, who stood unwavering against hundreds of enemies, sorrow surged in his heart. Was it all going to end here? No way. Though filled with rage, Shinyi no longer had the strength to ensure all three of them would survive. He could only take a gamble. Sage energy surged and gathered within his body. Shinyi felt the flow of the forces of nature, as if he was glimpsing the mysteries of sage arts for the first time. But now was not the time for careful study. He focused solely on absorbing it quickly. 2 minutes passed, and the energy was still not fully charged. Hyuga Hizashi and Inuzuka Claw were successively struck down. Both of them, along with the dog, were covered in shocking wounds, clearly unable to continue fighting. Sorry, I couldn't buy more time. Though Hizashi had been knocked down, he still struggled to get up and fight again, but Shinyi forcibly stopped him. Inuzuka Claw, on the other hand, had been sent flying into a wall and was unconscious. Leave the rest to me. Shinyi trembled as he stood up. Ignoring the bandits mocking the three of them, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. You little brat, you've hurt quite a few of our brothers. You'll have to pay for that. One of the bandits shouted arrogantly. How about we turn you into a human stick? That girl's got some looks, why don't we let the brothers have some fun with her? Ha ha ha. The bandits burst into laughter. Hizashi gritted his teeth in anger but was too powerless to fight back, left only to glare helplessly. Wind release, vacuum wave. Shinai shouted loudly, unleashing a violent hurricane from his mouth. The intense energy blew all the enemies away. The seemingly sturdy houses collapsed in all directions, except for the ones built with glowing thunderstones, which remained intact. However, against this group of armored warriors, the wind release enhanced by Sage Mode couldn't inflict any damage. Instead, the immense force sent many soldiers flying in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Shinai immediately turned around and released a jutsu behind him, attempting to blow away the houses and walls to create an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, while the houses fell, the wall not far from them lit up, revealing its true nature. The wall was actually made of thunderstones. Shinai was instantly filled with despair as the power of his wind release weakened, and his chakra was nearly depleted. It seems the heavens are against me. Shinai muttered weakly, sitting on the ground. The enemies were closing in, and he couldn't even lift his arms. You've done well, Shinai. A familiar voice came from behind. Shinai turned around in shock, only to see Orochimaru appearing like a savior. Despite his inner reluctance, he couldn't deny that Orochimaru's arrival brought him a sense of relief. Orochimaru-sensei, when did you get here? Nichi asked with a face full of admiration, clearly viewing Orochimaru as a godlike figure. Orochimaru gave a mysterious smile, evidently aided by the blood-red envelope, which seemed to be some kind of summoning or communication technique that allowed him to arrive just in time. So what if there's one more of you? Your ninjutsu is ineffective against thunderstones. This has been proven countless times. Adding one more just means one more death. The opposing leader spoke with confidence, believing that even with another enemy, they could easily win. Oh? Is that so? Orochimaru sneered coldly. Brothers, attack. Let this creepy bastard see how powerful we are, the enemy shouted arrogantly. Shinya's face twitched, while Orochimaru's expression was full of intrigue. Watch closely. Battles at the Jonin level are rare to witness, Shinai whispered to Nichi and the recently awakened Claw, also reminding himself that this was his goal for the future. Infuriated by the taunts, Orochimaru bit his finger, letting blood drip down. He smeared the blood on his hand and began forming seals. Although no one knew what technique he was using, there was only one type of jutsu that required blood. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru shouted. Thick smoke rose, and 3 massive demonic iron gates appeared before them, as if a demon god had descended. The armored soldiers were stunned. They had only seen minor skirmishes before and had never encountered such a powerful ninja. Seeing these giant gates, they finally felt regret, but it was too late. The 3 iron gates formed a triangle, completely surrounding the soldiers and cutting off all escape routes. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile, leaping onto the nearest Rashomon, ready to engage in battle. Shinai and the other 2 wanted to climb up and witness Orochimaru's power, but at the moment, they couldn't even stand, let alone jump up. They could only watch from a distance as he stood atop the gate, unleashing his jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru leapt to the highest point, like a cat toying with mice, and began unleashing a barrage of attacks on the people below. Although the thunderstones could neutralize part of the ninjutsu, Orochimaru's powerful wind release still injured many. This finally made everyone realize the vast gap in strength. Shinai was not only shocked by Orochimaru's power but also yearned to possess such strength. The wind release Orochimaru used was merely a C-rank jutsu, yet its effect was almost on par with an A-rank technique, showcasing his immense power. What impressed Shinai the most was Orochimaru's combat intelligence. After using Rashomon to trap everyone, he didn't recklessly unleash jutsu. The powerful wind force of his wind release conveniently blew everyone away, slamming them heavily against the farthest Rashomon, effectively dealing with the heavily armored soldiers. Sure enough, as soon as the wind release was unleashed, everyone was blown away and fell to the ground, instantly losing their combat ability. Is this the power of the Sannin? It's terrifying. Claw said enviously from the side. Shinai glanced at her but felt pity in his heart. The Inuzuka clan's skills were the least worth stealing. Ninja combat methods were diverse, but the Inuzuka clans were both singular and highly restrictive. Without their ninja dogs, their combat power was significantly diminished. After spending so much time with Claw, Shinai never once had the thought of stealing her skills and even warned the system not to steal them, as they were utterly useless. Although feeling helpless, Shinai still smiled and said, "One day in the future, we will all have such power." If only that were true, Claw said, her voice full of melancholy. Kuramaru quickly licked her hand to comfort her. Claw patted Kuramaru's head and revealed a gratified smile. Don't worry. Although your combat style is different, you will all become special jonin in the future. Shinai said confidently. In Naruto's era, these people had already become renowned elite jonin. He was merely telling them about the future. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. Thank you, Shinai. Claw felt much better after hearing Shinya's words and continued to focus on Orochimaru's battle at the door. As soon as she finished speaking, Orochimaru had already used several jutsu in succession. The scene below was in chaos, with countless snake shadows gradually closing in on the soldiers. Although the armored soldiers bravely cut down a few snakes, facing the overwhelming number of serpents, fighting head-on only delayed the inevitable. Before long, screams began to echo from the middle of the 3 doors. At first, they were sporadic, but they gradually became more frequent and eventually subsided. Clearly, there were no survivors. The armored soldiers, who had been a headache for Shinai and the others, were completely annihilated by Orochimaru's terrifying jutsu within 5 minutes, with no one escaping. Bang! The 3 doors dissolved into white mist and disappeared, while the snakes scattered and crawled toward the surrounding rooms. Orochimaru walked up to the 3 of them and asked expressionlessly, "Are you all right?" His tone was cold, as if it were a routine inquiry. Shinai replied, "We're fine. Luckily, you arrived in time." A little later, and it would have been troublesome. Orochimaru ignored the implied meaning in his words. After confirming that the 3 were safe, though injured, he said, "If you're fine, then head back. The mission is almost complete, and it's time to return." He seemed eager to end this troublesome ordeal. Claw said, "But we haven't found the original stone yet, and not all the villagers have been rescued. After rescuing them, we still need to figure out how to settle them. None of these issues have been resolved." Orochimaru responded coldly, "Were you hired to do all that?" Claw shook her head. A ninja's duty shouldn't involve emotions, but when faced with homeless people, she still wanted to help. Orochimaru remained indifferent. Whoever wants to help can stay. Those who don't, come back with me. Claw was at a loss and turned her gaze to the resting Shinai. Shinai also glanced at her. Hizashi turned to look at him, seemingly waiting for his opinion. In just a few days of missions, Shinai had already become the leader of the three. Shinai didn't want to deal much with Orochimaru. He was puzzled by how this man had sent people to hunt him down yesterday but had come to save him personally today. It was truly incomprehensible. He said in a low voice, "Let's find the original stone first. The rest can be handled by our own people." Shinoya secretly observed Orochimaru's movements. Seeing no abnormalities, he finally felt at ease. A brief rest allowed Shinoya to recover some chakra. As long as he didn't face a large number of enemies, he could still manage. "No problem. I'm willing to go with you." Receiving confirmation, Claw eagerly expressed his stance, and after a moment of contemplation, Hizashi also stood up to join. 3 out of the 4 had agreed. Shinoya looked at Orochimaru, anticipating his reaction. Orochimaru merely nodded but did not say he would go along. "My snake swarm just discovered the raw stone. It's in the room ahead, to the left. However, there are a few armored warriors inside. I want to assist in the upcoming battle. Since graduation day, you've had to bear the consequences yourselves." After speaking, Orochimaru left without looking back. Shinoya was a bit puzzled, but since he had provided the direction, it saved them a lot of time. "There are only a few. I'll go in and distract them. Claw and Hizashi, strike them down with a single blow. Remember, use jutsu with impact force, otherwise, the armored soldiers will hardly be harmed." The two nodded heavily, clearly having learned how to handle the situation from Orochimaru's earlier battle. The three followed the direction Orochimaru had indicated, wasting no time as they headed straight to the target room. Shinoya still felt puzzled by Orochimaru's actions but trusted that he had his reasons. At the end of the path, Shinoya used chakra to probe and confirmed that Orochimaru was right. There were several people in the room, along with a special chakra convergence, which should be the raw stone. Remember, use jutsu with impact force. The two nodded. Shinoya left a specially crafted kunai at the door, ready to retreat at any moment. Shinoya memorized the enemy's positions, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, he used a shadow snake hand to take one down. The remaining 4 reacted, drawing their swords and charging at Shinoya, intending to kill him. However, with the speed granted by the Flying Thunder God technique, Shinoya instantly teleported outside the room. The plan was executed perfectly, but an unexpected situation occurred. 2 people who had been preparing for an ambush behind the room were poised and ready, but the enemy never came out, leaving them frozen in their positions. "What is going on, Shinoya? Aren't they chasing you?" Shinoya was baffled. Reflecting on the objective, he finally understood. The raw stone was heavily guarded. The armored warriors inside the room were far superior to the miscellaneous soldiers outside, excelling in both reaction and coordination. If it weren't for Shinya's sudden sneak attack just now, it would have been impossible to take down an enemy. But now a new problem had arisen. The people inside the room refused to come out, and the narrow terrain was extremely advantageous for the warriors wielding long blades. The room was made of thunderstone, almost indestructible from the outside. Shinai and the other 2 stood outside, completely clueless. "How about using water release ninjutsu to force them out?" Joie suggested. "Do you know how?" Nichi coldly responded, immediately dismissing the idea. Joie and Nichi were both taijutsu ninjas, and among the skills Shinai had stolen, there was no water release. The 3 of them were instantly at an impasse. "How about genjutsu?" Shinai suddenly remembered the genjutsu he had stolen from Yamashiro Aoba during Jiraiya's investigation 3,000 crows. "You know genjutsu?" "I thought we were all taijutsu specialists, which is why we were grouped together," Joie said in astonishment, and Nichi was equally shocked. If they knew the truth, they would be even more surprised, but Shinai had no intention of telling them. Tagging along with the Sannin, "You have to have something to show for it," Shinai said, and without hesitation, he dove back into the room. "You brat, how dare you come back? Take this." The people inside had been waiting by the door, and as soon as they saw Shinai enter, they swung their blades and charged. Ninja Art 3000 Crows Technique. Shinai instantly cast the genjutsu. The 4 swung their blades at the hem of Shinya's clothes but were deceived by the illusion, slashing wildly and soon injuring each other. Inside the room, no one but Shinai was left standing. Seeing this, Shinai immediately stopped the genjutsu and prepared to call Joie and Nichi inside. Just as he stepped out the door, a sudden killing intent came from behind. Reacting swiftly, Shinai instinctively dashed forward, dodging the fatal strike and rushing out of the room. What happened? Didn't the genjutsu take care of them? Nichi hurriedly stepped forward when he saw Shinai tumble out in disarray. Noticing the long blade wound on Shinya's back, he quickly looked toward the room. Strangely, the enemy who had just launched a fierce attack seemed to have vanished without a trace. As Nichi was about to go in and check, Shinai urgently shouted, "Don't go in." But it was too late. Hizashi's foot had already stepped inside the door. In an instant, he sensed a deadly killing intent and immediately released chakra. Rotation. Chakra spun rapidly, deflecting the terrifying blade. However, the residual force sent Hizashi flying, even farther than Shinya. What is going on? Facing a formidable enemy, Inuzuka Claw froze in place. Shinya's arm rested on his shoulder, and Hizashi had already been flung past him. Everything happened too quickly to react. After a brief moment of shock, Claw quickly carried Shinya on his back, directed Koromaru to grab Hizashi, and swiftly retreated. Claw's judgment was indeed correct. Those armored soldiers did not pursue them. Shinya and the others were clearly at a disadvantage, with a significant gap in strength, making retreat the only wise choice. Unfortunately, they hadn't anticipated that their opponent was not the soldiers Shinya had dealt with. At that moment, a figure emerged from the house, holding a glowing thunderstone in one hand and dragging a worn-out samurai sword in the other. A mask concealed his face, and a black hat obscured his identity, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. So this is the raw stone? Doesn't look like much. He muttered to himself, playing with the thunderstone before casually pocketing it. His gaze then shifted to Claw, who was preparing to flee. Are you Konoha ninjas? Have Konoha ninjas become this weak now? His tone was full of disdain and mockery. Who are you? Claw put Shinya down, ready to fight. Koromaru also released Hizashi, baring his fangs and staring warily at the masked man. Hey, little girl, don't be afraid. I'm not a good guy, no, I should say I'm a bad guy. The masked man spoke with ease, his overwhelming strength making him extremely confident. Originally, I just wanted to take this raw stone, but now I'm in the mood to kill a few brats for fun. His words carried a perverse killing intent. Just as Claw was about to retort, he suddenly felt Koromaru trembling uncontrollably at his feet. Looking down, he saw fear in Koromaru's eyes and unprecedented despair. Claw reassessed the man before him. Koromaru, who was usually combative, was now terrified. This man's strength was far from ordinary. Oh, the little dog is scared? Don't be afraid. Once you're in the afterlife, there's nothing to fear anymore. The masked man's gentle voice was like coaxing a child to eat candy, but the more soothing it sounded, the more chilling his words became. In the next moment, the masked man raised his blade to block an attack. Before Claw could react, Shinya had already appeared behind the masked man, a kunai in hand aimed directly at the spot where the blade was swung. Damn, he noticed. The sneak attack failed. Shinya hesitated no longer and immediately used Flying Thunder God to return swiftly to Claw's side. When did you get back? Claw stared at Shinya in surprise. Just moments ago, he had been watching the wooden substitute lying quietly on the ground. Brat, trying to fool me with such a simple substitution technique? And you even know spacetime ninjutsu. Impressive. Are you a descendant of the second Hokage? The masked man clearly knew a lot about Konoha's history, though his guesses were entirely wrong. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you two choices, turn around and leave, or die here. Compared to the fear of Claw and Koromaru, Shirai was much calmer, but still on edge when facing a formidable enemy. The memory of narrowly escaping death just moments ago was still fresh in his mind. Oh, the little brat from Konoha is really scary. Should I beg you to spare my life then? The tone sounded like a question, but it was actually provocative. If you don't want to live, then leave your life here. Shirai signaled to Claw with his eyes, then suddenly sprang into action. His hands formed seals as chakra gathered in his chest. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball shot out, carrying intense heat as it rushed toward the masked man. Oh, quite interesting. The masked man neither dodged nor avoided it, taking the fireball head-on, leaving Shirai shocked. As the flames dissipated, he remained standing, his hands slightly moving, clearly having blocked the fireball barehanded. That defense is way too strong. Shiny's heart tightened, but he showed no sign of it. He threw specially made kunai in all directions and quickly closed in. Claw, support me. Knowing that it was difficult to defeat a powerful enemy alone, Shirai relied on teamwork to overcome challenges. He remained flexible and adaptable, while Claw and Koromaru were responsible for delivering the fatal blow. Understood. Claw comforted Kuramaru, who had just recovered, and handed him a red pill. Just like usual, Kuramaru, get ready. Kuramaru regained his spirit, and the pill's effect caused his body to swell, gradually reaching human height. Beast imitation jutsu. Beast human clone technique. A cloud of white mist spread out, and Claw and Kuramaru instantly transformed into bloodthirsty werewolf-like forms. Seeing this scene, Shiranui felt a surge of joy. Claw's fighting spirit had been somewhat scattered earlier, and going into battle in such a state was extremely dangerous. That was why Shiranui had Claw assist him instead. Even if you two brats team up in front of me, you're nothing more than cattle waiting to be slaughtered. The masked man swung his katana, the blade's wind howling as its immense power suppressed Shiranui. That force was comparable to the feeling of Tsunade going all out. Shiranui could only roughly estimate based on his experience. Shiranui pondered for a moment, once again forced to change positions by the masked man, preparing to launch a sneak attack from behind. However, this time the masked man seemed to have figured out his pattern and directly confronted him. Shinya's heart trembled at such a short distance. There was no time to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving him no choice but to take the blow head-on. Gripping the kunai tightly, Shiranui prepared to counterattack when a roaring sound suddenly came from his ears. Fong over Fong. Two brown spinning figures attacked from behind the masked man. Seeing this, the masked man dared not be careless, halting his attack and turning to face the new enemies with full force. The masked man spared Shiranui, but Shiranui showed no mercy, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind, thrusting a kunai straight at him. The masked man found himself caught in a pincer attack, forced to use a serpentine twist to narrowly dodge Shinya's kunai, while simultaneously using his katana to withstand the Fong over Fong assault. Shiranui suddenly changed direction just as the kunai was about to make contact. Although the masked man dodged desperately, he was still struck in one spot. Facing the reality that Fong over Fong couldn't harm the masked man, Kiba quickly retreated to avoid overextending himself. The masked man turned to search for Shiranui, only to find no one behind him. Enraged, he roared like a wild boar, "You little brats dare to anger me? Today will be your death day." The katana in his hand swung no longer with composure, as a terrifying aura akin to that of an Asura erupted from within him. Is that a curse mark? Shinya's heart sank as an unsettling feeling surged within him. He knew that only a curse mark could instantly amplify one's combat power to such an extent. Sure enough, as the aura gradually dissipated, eerie patterns emerged on the exposed skin of the masked man, and his mask fell off as well. Before the two could get a clear look at his face, the curse mark had already spread rapidly, covering him entirely. He then transformed into a creature resembling a land shark merman. Tremble! Feel my power! For you two little brats to die by my hands is an honor. The transformed masked man exuded a terrifying aura, making the surrounding air feel like murky water, suffocating those nearby. Die! Shiranui had yet to adapt to this liquid-like killing intent when a chilling roar came from behind him. His power has increased so much after transforming. In an instant, the monster had leapt behind Shiranui. Unable to react in time, Shiranui immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique, but the monster kept up with him effortlessly. Clearly, its speed and perception had been greatly enhanced. Despite using the Flying Thunder God technique multiple times, Shiranui couldn't shake off the monster. He began to feel his chakra depleting, his breathing growing rapid, and his reactions slowing down. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck in the waist by the monster's punches. This can't go on. I have to think of something. Although this was an entirely unexpected situation, a ninja's duty is to face all dangers until the mission is complete. Even as a transmigrator familiar with the Naruto world, Shiranui found himself at a loss at this moment. Nearby, Kiba could only watch anxiously. The two were moving too fast for him to intervene. The transformed masked man was like a black lightning bolt, and Kiba dared not act recklessly for fear of injuring his teammate. If this is all you've got, then just die. Once again, the monster and Shiranui appeared simultaneously beside a kunai. The monster, clearly losing patience, prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Shiranui. No matter if you want to eat me, you'll lose a few teeth first. Anger, unwillingness, and regret transformed into the last trace of chakra within Shinya's body. Rotation. The two were only a few centimeters apart, the monster's protruding horn almost grazing Shinya's face. At such close range, the rotation technique made it difficult for the monster to evade. The two clashed with full force in mid-air, and a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, Shinya's defeated form was revealed. However, the monster was also covered in scars, its once smooth clothing now tattered and in a pitiful state. Cough, cough, the difference in strength is just too great. Shinai was helped up by Claw, blood foaming at the corner of his mouth, his bones deformed in multiple places. The heavy blow from the monster had left him severely injured. Don't worry, as long as I'm still standing, he won't lay a finger on you. Shinai collapsed, forcing Claw to step into the fight. Black Maru, who had originally taken on a dog form, quickly reverted to a beastman about the same size as Claw. Though he said nothing, his determination to protect Shinai was evident. Don't run, find reinforcements. Shinai said haltingly, unable to form a complete sentence, yet still concerned for his companion's safety. At some point, Shinai felt as though he truly belonged here. For his companions, he was willing to sacrifice himself, and they felt the same for him. Claw gently placed Shinya's bloodstained hand back on his body, comforting him. Don't worry, I will protect everyone. After speaking, Claw couldn't help but glance at the unconscious Nichi not far away. It seemed that even without transforming, the masked man's strength was still terrifying. Yet Claw's stance remained resolute. Stupid monster, come fight me one-on-one. Are the brats from Konoha so eager to die these days? The masked man, now transformed into a monster, seemed to relish the thrill of tormenting his prey. After nearly defeating Shinai, he wasn't in a hurry to end the fight, instead showing great interest in yet another ninja stepping forward to court death. Claw pulled a blood-red pill from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation, his body trembling as he fused with Black Maru in a cloud of smoke. Inazuka style, human-beast fusion transformation, two-headed wolf. After a piercing wolf howl, the smoke cleared, revealing a giant two-headed wolf where Claw had disappeared. It's actually the two-headed wolf. Shinai felt a sense of relief. Fong had been able to use this technique shortly after becoming a genin, so it wasn't surprising that he could use it as a child. This move is incredibly powerful, but its duration is extremely short. Exceeding the time limit means certain death. The monster didn't seem in a hurry to end things. Interesting. Let me see what kind of fun you can bring. After speaking, his fist suddenly grew larger. Shinai saw clearly that he wasn't using the Akimichi clan's secret technique, but his body instantly became enormous. Fong over Fong. The strongest punch. Two powerful forces collided, dust flew everywhere, tiles shattered and scattered, and cracks appeared in the walls of the Thunderstone room. However, this momentum vanished in an instant. After the collision, both the Claw and Kuromaru fell back beside Shinai, unconscious. Cough, cough. You little brats are quite capable. The monster was also injured in the battle with Fong over Fong. Shinai staggered, trying to stand up to shield the two, but his injuries were too severe. Even a slight movement caused unbearable pain, let alone standing. You little brats, I take back what I said earlier. You do have some skills, but this is the end. The monster wobbled out of the smoke, reverting to human form, still bearing the wounds inflicted by Fong over Fong. Despite this, the samurai sword in his hand remained tightly gripped. You've managed to excite me, but now, it's time to die. Shinai looked at the raised blade, his heart filled with regret. If he hadn't made that decision, he might now be leisurely eating ramen in Konoha village, with Tsunade by his side. But now, he was about to bid farewell to this world. Life is so short. Who dares to touch my brother? Just as Shinai thought of Tsunade, her voice suddenly reached his ears. Could it be that I'm hearing hallucinations before death? Shinai smiled bitterly. Shinai, you can't die. I won't let you die again. This time, the voice was clear. It was Tsunade. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and in front of him, Tsunade's tear-filled eyes were focused on him as she used medical ninjutsu to heal him. Tsunade's sister, be gentle. Finally seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Shinai sighed. The person he trusted most in his heart was Tsunade. Shinya, that's great. Ahem, now's not the time for reminiscing, Tsunade. A discordant voice broke the warmth, as Jiraiya looked at Shinya on the ground with a hint of jealousy. Jiraiya, big bro, do you need help with that enemy up ahead? You brat, I shouldn't have come to save you. Despite his words, when it came to a real fight, Jiraiya would never hold back. Shinya, stop talking. You're so badly injured. Was it that bastard who did this? Tsunade asked through gritted teeth as she treated him. Sis Tsunade, go check on Claw and Hisashi quickly, they're hurt too. Don't worry, I'm here. Claw's condition isn't great, but Hisashi should be fine. Shizen's gentle voice came through, and Shinya, seeing his companions being cared for, finally felt at ease. He could no longer hold on, his head drooped, and he passed out. This kid is so loyal, holding on purely with willpower. Facing the heavily injured masked man, Jiraiya didn't take him seriously at all, occasionally glancing back at Shinya. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Finish him off quickly and bring him back to the village so I can give him a good beating. At this moment, Tsunade was focused on healing Shinya and had no time to deal with the masked man. Otherwise, that guy would have already been turned into minced meat. As you command, my goddess. Jiraiya easily blocked a strike, stepped back, and his gaze instantly turned sharp and serious. 1 minute, I still need to find Orochimaru. Faced with the timely arrival of Konoha's reinforcements, the masked man hesitated slightly, clearly struggling internally over whether to fight. Just as he wavered, Jiraiya had already launched a full-force attack. How dare you go after my best friend's little brother? Get ready! Jiraiya said as he quickly formed hand seals, determined to finish the enemy as soon as possible. Stupid ninja, do you think 3 people are enough to stop me? The masked man suddenly put on another mask, never revealing his true face, but there was already a trace of fear in his voice. As soon as the words were spoken, he turned and ran without hesitation, completely exposing his unwillingness to fight head-on. Jiraiya had no intention of letting him go. Fire style, giant flame bullet. Jiraiya spat out a massive fireball from his mouth, heading straight for the masked man. If the masked man didn't dodge, he would be hit. If he dodged, the flames would block his path forward, leaving no way to escape. Jiraiya was confident in his technique and didn't get distracted by using other jutsu. The two quickly moved behind the masked man, seemingly trying to show off in front of the goddess. Unexpectedly, the masked man suddenly erupted, transforming into an ugly monster. His speed increased sharply, narrowly avoiding the giant flame bullet. Jiraiya was shocked. The monster's feet were scorched by the fireball and wouldn't get far. Don't chase him. Let us take these kids back to the village first. Tsunade hurriedly stopped Jiraiya. In her eyes, her brother's safety was more important than anything, no matter how hateful the enemy was. Jiraiya looked frustrated but was unwilling to let the masked man go, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Shadow clone jutsu. A shadow clone identical to Jiraiya appeared, nodded in understanding, and then chased after the masked man. Unnecessary. If that's the case, why fight head-on in the first place? Tsunade's expression slightly softened, but Uchihon was still dissatisfied. If Jiraiya hadn't wasted the opportunity earlier, the masked man would have already been captured. Didn't we agree to take the little ones back to the village first? Let us go. By the way, what about Orochimaru? Someone asked. We're not returning to Konoha yet. Let us head to the location mentioned in Shinya's letter. At the mention of Orochimaru's name, the atmosphere turned icy. Tsunade's heart was filled with conflict and anger. More than a day ago, Shizen and I were drinking in a tavern in Konoha when we suddenly received an encrypted letter. Its contents were so shocking they were hard to believe. The letter only had a few words: Orochimaru's deadly trap, come quickly for rescue. Along with an address and a name. This was a desperate plea for help from Shinai to Tsunade. Just as Tsunade was urgently preparing to leave the village, she happened to run into Jiraiya, who had just returned from gathering materials. She decided to bring him along, thinking it was better to utilize his combat strength than to let him waste time elsewhere. After more than a day of rapid travel, Shizen sensed something unusual, and the situation began to unfold. Tsunade felt deeply conflicted. She had long suspected that something was off about Orochimaru, but she never imagined he would experiment on live humans, let alone target her own brother. After Nawaki's death, her brother was the closest person to her, and she would never let Orochimaru succeed. The 3 of them, carrying 3 children on their backs, quickly arrived at the location mentioned in Shinya's letter. The scene before them was like hell. Blood had stained the village's entrance monument, making the writing illegible. The ground was littered with brutally killed corpses, and the dilapidated houses were in complete disarray, with not a single intact spot. Help, help me! A faint cry for help came from near their feet. Shizen looked down to see an old man barely clinging to life. But just as he finished speaking, he passed away, his death gruesome. What is going on here? The 3 of them exchanged glances, unsure if they had come to the wrong place. This didn't look like a village at all, and there was no sign of Orochimaru. Where are we? Jiraiya, carrying Hizashi on his shoulder, woke up and was left speechless at the sight before him. Ninjas, no matter how many brutal scenes they had witnessed, rarely showed their emotions. But at this moment, Hizashi was filled with rage. These people had been alive just moments ago, and now they were nothing but a field of corpses. Who did this? Hizashi demanded angrily, but the 3 others could only shake their heads helplessly. Unlike young ninjas fresh out of the academy, they had experienced real war and seen bloodshed. But this indiscriminate massacre of villagers enraged them to the core. Well, you're all here, and you even brought our little heroes along. How thoughtful. A cold, sinister voice rang out, and a figure appeared, one that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Orochimaru, who killed these villagers? You saw it all, so why didn't you stop it? In his anger, Hizashi forgot to address Orochimaru with respect. His fury not only made him lose his manners but also caused him to overlook the most basic details. However, while he didn't notice, the other three certainly did. Was this all you're doing? Jiraiya was the first to speak. He had always regarded Orochimaru as a brother, but his gaze remained fixed on Orochimaru's blood-stained hands that should have been clean but were now covered in blood. I had no choice. Shinai refused to cooperate with me. I didn't want to use these people for experiments either. Orochimaru admitted it without any hesitation. The four of them were stunned, but what shocked them even more were the words that followed. Unfortunately, this group of people is not as effective as the ninjas. It seems that physical differences are also very critical. You bastard, Orochimaru. Did you experiment on Konoha's comrades as well? Upon hearing this, even Jiraiya could no longer remain naive. As a disciple of the third Hokage, he knew that those ninjas in Konoha who had no family or support often went missing. Coupled with Orochimaru's words, it was evident that he had captured these people for experiments. But what kind of experiments could turn people into this state? Jiraiya looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, the tragic scene unforgettable. You bastard! How could you do this when we trusted you so much? Hyuga Hizashi was so furious that he wanted to charge at Orochimaru and fight him to the death, completely ignoring the disparity in their strength. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya wouldn't let Hizashi throw his life away. With a flick of his long hair, it transformed into a white dragon and instantly wrapped around Hizashi, pulling him back. Kid, you're not qualified to fight this battle. Your task now is to take care of the remaining two children. Jiraiya's tone was firm, his gaze cold and resolute. Anyone who harmed Konoha, no matter who they were, would fall by his hand, even an old friend. Niji had never seen Jiraiya so ruthless. The usually flamboyant legend actually had such a side. Niji blankly took Shinai and Claw from Tsunade and Shizen's backs, carefully set them down, and stood guard vigilantly. Bastard, betraying Konoha comes with a price, your life. Tsunade was the first to charge forward, her eyes filled with confusion and pain. She understood that this battle was no ordinary one. In her heart, she still regarded Orochimaru as a teammate, but what he had done went against her beliefs. Tsunade, what are you hesitating for? If you can't do it, let me. As Tsunade's friend, Jiraiya immediately noticed her hesitation. But at this moment, there was no confusion in Jiraiya's eyes. To him, nothing was more important than the village. Not to mention Orochimaru, even if it were Tsunade, as long as she did something harmful to the village, he would never forgive her. Jiraiya started late but appeared in front of Orochimaru first. Emotionally, he was clearer than Tsunade. Jiraiya, it's been a while since I got serious. Recently, I developed a few moves, just perfect to deal with you. How fitting. Orochimaru said arrogantly. Jiraiya's uppercut was easily blocked. Clearly, Orochimaru didn't take this opponent, who had never beaten him since childhood, seriously. The two advanced and retreated, evenly matched. Judging by their expressions, Orochimaru seemed more relaxed. In that case, don't hold back. Jiraiya understood in his heart that Orochimaru was serious this time, aiming to kill him to silence him. He abandoned his last hope. Just what I wanted. The two distanced themselves, forming hand seals simultaneously, surprisingly the same seal. Summoning Jutsu. They spoke in unison, slamming their hands to the ground. A circle of seals appeared, summoning two giant beasts over tens of meters tall. Jiraiya, you brat, disturbing my sleep again. Orochimaru laughed and said, Manda, long time no see. Orochimaru, did you prepare the offering this time before summoning me? Jiraiya questioned. Gamabunta, this isn't a reunion. Orochimaru has betrayed the Leaf Village. Jiraiya said to the toad Gamabunta. Gamabunta wanted to catch up, but Manda struck first. The long, slender body weaved through the rubble, and while Gamabunta was off guard, a tail whip lashed out fiercely. Clang! A loud crash echoed as dust flew. Gamabunta's short blade blocked the tail horizontally, the tail striking the hilt. Looks like this isn't just for fun. Gamabunta frowned, sensing danger, and quickly leaped into the air. Jiraiya, prepare the fire style. Got it. Their years of cooperation made them perfectly in sync. To deal with a snake, use fire. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya spewed a pillar of fire from his mouth, which met the toad oil sprayed by Gamabunta. The flames instantly spread into a raging inferno, surging toward Manda and Orochimaru. How is it? Gamabunta landed, staring at the blazing fire. Don't let your guard down. They're underground, Jiraiya warned. The hesitant Tsunade clearly saw that the fire style just now hadn't harmed anyone or the giant snake. They were even hiding underground, waiting to counterattack Jiraiya. Orochimaru, take care of that loud-mouthed woman first. Good idea. Manda emerged from the ground, glaring viciously at Tsunade, flicking its tongue. Tsunade is one of the Sannin, don't underestimate her. Just as Manda charged forward, Shizen suddenly stepped in front and shouted loudly. Though her legs trembled in fear of the giant snake, she stood firmly to protect Tsunade. At that moment, a hand gently supported her waist. Shizen turned her head to see Tsunade, her face full of determination. Staring at the approaching Manda, Tsunade said, "Don't worry, Shizen, I know how to face both friends and traitors." After speaking, Tsunade lightly pushed Shizen toward Shinai, signaling her to help with healing, and then leapt toward Manda. Heavenly foot of pain. With a single kick, the entire ground shook, the earth cracked, and Manda, feeling Tsunade's power, bounced away like a spring. Trying to run? Tsunade had let go of all hesitation and attacked with full force. She quickly formed hand seals and performed a summoning technique. Summoning Jutsu. A slug emerged from the white mist, spraying a glob of white mucus, targeting the retreating Manda. Acid slime. Manda, dodge it. Manda twisted quickly, evading the two streams of mucus. The mucus hit the ground, dissolving the shattered earth upon contact. As expected, facing the two of you at once is still a bit challenging. Orochimaru, who had retreated to his original position, sighed. He was confident he could escape even against two opponents. Now, he only wanted to take Shinai away. Shizen, take those little ones far away. Orochimaru's gaze was greedy as he gave instructions to Shizen. Understanding his intent, Shizen picked up Shinai, while Hizashi carried paws, and they turned to flee. I always knew the day would come when I'd leave Konoha, but I never thought it would be so soon, and sent off by two old friends. Orochimaru sighed. Jiraiya sneered, Orochimaru, you are no longer our friend. Surrendering you might live a few more years. Resistance will only lead to death. Jiraiya, who gave you the confidence to kill me? Have you beaten me even once in over 20 years? One-on-one, maybe not. But what about with me added in? The three formed a triangle, the battle evenly matched, tension crackling like drawn swords. Tsunade, you know, as medical ninjas, we face so many dead people every day. But my technique can make people immortal. Don't you want to try it? Maybe you could even see your already deceased brother again. Mentioning her younger brother, Tsunade clearly hesitated for a moment, her eyes glistening with tears, and her tightly clenched fists also loosened. Obviously, Nawaki had always been a pain in her heart that she couldn't let go of. Orochimaru succeeded. On the battlefield, even a moment's hesitation could mean death, especially when facing the terrifyingly powerful Orochimaru. A single second of slack could change the course of the battle. Gamabunta. Fortunately, it wasn't just Orochimaru and Tsunade here. Ninja art, stall collapse technique. Jiraiya didn't form any hand seals, simply freeing one hand. Chakra spun and condensed in his hand as he prepared to have Gamabunta close the distance to Orochimaru. Orochimaru heard Jiraiya's ninjutsu sound, but seeing his empty hands, he sneered coldly and aimed directly at Tsunade, who was lost in her memories. Prepare to die. In the next moment, Orochimaru's neck stretched infinitely like a rubber band, quickly wrapping around Tsunade. Before Tsunade could react, his sharp fangs locked onto her, ready to strike at any moment. Rasengan. Gamabunta's massive figure suddenly slammed down, leaving Manda, who carried Orochimaru, with no escape and firmly suppressed. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to leap off Gamabunta, heading straight for Tsunade. The Rasengan struck Orochimaru's elongated neck with precision, sending him spinning and flying away while simultaneously rescuing Tsunade. Are you okay, Tsunade? Don't get distracted during a fight. The enemy will always use sweet words to confuse you. You need to stay focused. Jiraiya landed on Katsuyu's back, full of concern. Tsunade gradually recovered, her clenched fists revealing the anger burning within her. I understand. With that, she jumped off Katsuyu's back, preparing for close combat with Orochimaru. How stubborn Jiraiya saw through Tsunade's intentions but didn't stop her, letting her charge forward. You bastard, Orochimaru! How dare you deceive me? Upon landing, Tsunade erupted in fury, unleashing her full strength. She quickly caught up with the free-falling Orochimaru, grabbed his still extended neck, and delivered a heavy punch to his still handsome face. What I said is all true. You just don't want to believe it, yet you're beating me so desperately. Even as Orochimaru took hit after hit, the smile on his face grew increasingly arrogant, as if he were the true victor. Shut up! Tsunade delivered a powerful kick, the immense force transferring to Orochimaru's body. Yet it felt like hitting a sponge, leaving Tsunade with an unsettling, indescribable sense of falseness. Orochimaru, hidden shadow snake hands. He was sent flying but refused to flee passively this time. Instead, he used his snake hands to close the distance, continuing to exert influence over Tsunade. Suddenly, a kunai flew out, piercing through the hand of Orochimaru, which had transformed into a small snake. Immediately after, a small, slender figure appeared. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, Shinai launched a fireball directly at Orochimaru's face, causing him immense pain. The distance was widened, giving Tsunade a moment to catch her breath. Sister Tsunade, are you okay? Shinji asked with concern after landing, but Tsunade tightly embraced him, her body trembling slightly. Shinji sighed helplessly and gently patted Tsunade's back, giving up the pursuit of Orochimaru. How dare you ambush me? Orochimaru's cold voice rang out, but it sounded somewhat unfamiliar. The masked man from earlier. Shinji turned around in shock, only to see Orochimaru's face slowly peel away, revealing the familiar face of the masked man beneath the one who had severely injured them before. I didn't expect him to show up so soon, Orochimaru roared. The more you stand out, the more I want to capture you. Half of his face was burned, his voice eerie and terrifying, sending chills down even Shinya's spine. The younger generation is Konoha's hope. As a Konoha ninja, I will never stand by and let you do as you please. Shinji declared firmly. Jiraiya, rarely serious, spoke up, moving Shinji deeply. However, Orochimaru's overwhelming strength weighed heavily on him, leaving him uncertain when he could escape this shadow. Jiraiya, Tsunade, farewell for now. You can't always stay by Shinya's side. This boy will be the key vessel for my immortality jutsu. Just wait and see. Orochimaru sneered coldly. You think you can do all this and escape right under our noses? Tsunade glared angrily at Orochimaru. In her heart, the title of the legendary Sannin was equal among them, and she couldn't tolerate Orochimaru leaving so easily. Tsunade felt uncertain, but Shinji was well aware of the situation during the Sannin's confrontation years ago. Although the anime had its limitations, in terms of strength, it would still be challenging for Jiraiya and Tsunade to stop Orochimaru. Unwilling to accept this, Tsunade charged at Orochimaru, determined to stop him. Painful heaven kick. This was Tsunade's widest range taijutsu, highly effective against a fleeing Orochimaru. However, as a former teammate, Orochimaru knew them too well. Orochimaru, serpentine movement. His body twisted bizarrely like a snake, skillfully dodging the flying stones and swiftly attacking Tsunade. Scattered snake annihilation. Several massive snakes appeared out of nowhere, lunging at Tsunade and Shinji. Tsunade had no time to react and desperately shielded Shinji, crossing her arms and choosing to take the hit herself to protect him. Just as Tsunade prepared to counter, a tremendous force suddenly pulled her from behind, yanking her body dozens of meters away in an instant. Jiraiya, big brother. Orochimaru is getting away. Shen Yi shouted. Quiet, kid, he's coming. Jiraiya responded. The surrounding chakras surged violently, and Tsunade could clearly sense the anomaly. Jiraiya had entered his full sage mode, his face covered in markings, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed. Mount Mayaboku's toad sage, Jiraiya, has arrived. Jiraiya removed 2 wooden clogs and crouched like a toad. Though his posture was comical, his power was awe-inspiring. So this is your trump card? Impressive, Shinji marveled. Stop talking, leave the fight to me. Gamabunta, you go rest. Shinai, take Tsunade, and retreat. Jiraiya said, then charged fiercely toward Orochimaru in the distance. What incredible explosive power! Tsunade exclaimed, amazed that Jiraiya's strength could now rival her own immense power. Orochimaru had never seen this side of Jiraiya before and used the same techniques he had employed against Tsunade, only to suffer a major setback. Jiraiya grabbed Orochimaru's elongated neck, swung him around effortlessly twice, and flung him into the sky. What? His reaction is that fast. Orochimaru cried out in shock. Flying through the air, Orochimaru's face was filled with disbelief. But with no foothold in the air, he couldn't evade Jiraiya's ninjutsu from the ground. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. A Rasengan larger than both of them combined appeared in Jiraiya's hand. Using his enhanced legs to leap, he reached Orochimaru in the blink of an eye. Repent, Orochimaru. The deafening roar shattered the canyon, causing the mountains on both sides to tremble violently. Orochimaru was struck, his body twisting and collapsing weakly to the ground, motionless. Is it over? Shinai and Tsunade approached the battlefield, noticing the silence. Seeing Orochimaru lying motionless on the ground, Jiraiya exited Sage Mode and walked over to check. Be careful. Tsunade and Shinai were unsure, but Shinai understood Orochimaru's cunning and unpredictable nature, suspecting he might be feigning death. Before the words were finished, Orochimaru's body on the ground split open, transforming into a pure white snake that quickly darted into the forest behind, covering dozens of meters in an instant. There's even a technique like this. Jiraiya, surprised, chased after him, but at this moment, he struggled to control Sage Mode. His body began to swell like a balloon as chakra surged. Brother Jiraiya, stop chasing. The situation was dangerous. If he didn't stop in time, Jiraiya might turn into a statue. Realizing the anomaly, Jiraiya quickly ceased his chakra flow, dispelling the frog transformation. However, he missed the chance to catch up to Orochimaru, only able to watch as the white snake disappeared into the vast forest. Damn it! If I were just a bit stronger, I could have caught him. Jiraiya, you've done your best. Let's head back to the village. Tsunade walked over to comfort Jiraiya, a hint of affection in her eyes. Shinai said nothing more and silently returned to the place he had come from to find Shizun. Shizun sister, how is Claw doing? Hizashi saw Shinai return and hurriedly asked. Shinai first advised him not to worry, then stepped forward to check on Claw's condition. After all, it was his fault that Claw got injured, and Shinai could only hope she would recover quickly. Emergency treatment has already been done. The equipment here is incomplete, so we'll wait for Lady Tsunade to handle it. After 2 days of rest at Konoha Hospital, she should recover. Shinya's concern for his companion warmed Shizun's heart, but she couldn't help but ask, logically, you were the most seriously injured. How did you recover so quickly? When she examined Shinai earlier, she found that his body seemed to have suffered severe trauma, with extremely serious injuries. However, within just a few minutes, she had almost completely healed him. Clearly, her medical ninjutsu hadn't suddenly improved, which could only mean there was something unusual about Shinya's body. Even with her years of studying medical ninjutsu, she had never seen such an extraordinary physique. Shinai simply chuckled and didn't explain, because he himself didn't understand the reason. He had just felt like his body was on the verge of collapse, but strangely, it had started repairing itself. It was truly incredible. System, is this caused by your upgrade? Shinai thought of the only possible explanation. Yes, but not entirely, the system teased, saying, this is a random ninjutsu function that came with the system upgrade, so it doesn't count as a true system benefit. Hearing this, Shinya's heart stirred. In the Naruto world, there weren't many ninjutsu techniques with such strong regenerative abilities. Since he had always been in Konoha, it was unlikely to be a jutsu from another village. Then this jutsu must be. That's right, it's Tsunade's forbidden technique, the strength of 100 technique. Shinai was so excited he almost jumped up. If it weren't for the people watching around him, he would have shouted to celebrate this stroke of luck he had actually acquired such a powerful skill. Wait, this jutsu doesn't seem like something I stole. I don't recall the system ever mentioning that I stole the strength of 100 technique, Shinai said, puzzled. That's correct. This is the brilliance of the system upgrade. It can extend stolen skills into more powerful jutsu, which could be forbidden techniques or even S-rank. However, it requires a certain amount of time to accumulate before it can be used again, the system explained. Shinai could only describe it with 2 words: game-breaking. He had stolen Tsunade's super strength, and it had turned into the strength of 100 technique. This meant that in future battles, he would practically be an unkillable cockroach. So how many skills have I extended so far? Shinai asked. Only 1, and skill extension is random. However, the extended jutsu are all extremely powerful, the system replied. Hearing the first part, Shinai felt a bit disappointed, but the latter part reassured him. Although the strength of 100 technique was passive, as the strongest jutsu he currently possessed, it was already more than enough. Just as Shinai was excited about his newly acquired ninjutsu, a wave of weakness struck him. Unlike the usual chakra exhaustion, this felt like the aftereffects of burning his life force, leaving him gasping for air under immense pressure. It seems this is the side effect of the strength of 100 technique. I can't use it recklessly, Shinai said with a bitter smile. He led Hizashi and the others to the village that had been destroyed beyond recognition. At this moment, the slugs summoned by Tsunade had already disappeared. Among the ruins, only Tsunade remained, treating Jiraiya's injuries. Seeing that everyone else was safe, both Tsunade and Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. After we bury the villagers' bodies, we'll return to Konoha, Tsunade said as she stood up, signaling Shizun to help treat Jiraiya. Shizun handled the minor injuries while Tsunade focused on the severe ones. After nodding in agreement, everyone got busy. While treating injuries, Shizen said to Shinai, "Shinai, how could you dare charge at Orochimaru like that?" Shinya's courage impressed Shizun. Despite the vast difference in strength, he showed no fear. As soon as she finished speaking, Shinai gripped the shovel tightly, clearly provoked. "I'm too weak. If something like this happens again, I'll just be a bystander. If I don't get stronger quickly." His tone was filled with helplessness and determination. Orochimaru's predatory gaze earlier had left him terrified. The gap in strength was too vast, leaving him powerless to resist. If Orochimaru had been ruthless, he would have already been taken for experiments. "You just graduated. It's normal to feel nervous when facing a powerful enemy like Orochimaru. You still have a long way to go." "As long as you." Shizen's words were cut off by Shinai. "I don't have that much time. The pressure Orochimaru gives me feels like a needle stabbing into my head. I must get stronger as soon as possible." His outburst drew everyone's attention, especially Shizun, who was visibly startled. Realizing his loss of composure, Shinai bowed to everyone, threw down the shovel, and left alone, leaving the group bewildered. The pain in his heart was something only he could understand. Arriving at an open space, Shinai squatted down, recalling the events of the past. He had always been the top performer among his peers, his strength standing out, naturally drawing attention. But Orochimaru, Danzo, and ninjas from other nations would not let him grow easily. At this moment, for the first time, he doubted himself. Should he keep a low profile? Admit defeat to survive? Seek Danzo's favor and cling to a powerful figure? No. Absolutely not. If they feared his growth, then tomorrow he would make them fear his strength. Why should a genius bow down? So what if he had no background? So what if he lacked the support of a tailed beast? He had a super system cheat, which was 100 times stronger than them. He was Shinai, and he would walk his own path to become the ruler of the ninja world. With his goal firmly set, Shinai regained his vitality, his eyes reflecting the determination of a rebirth. Previously crushed by various pressures and unsure of how to face the future, Shinai now had a clear goal, and the confusion in his eyes had vanished. "Shinai, you don't look very happy," Tsunade suddenly said from behind him. Shinai was just about to plan for the future when he was surprised by Tsunade's words. "It's okay, Sister Tsunade. I've already figured it out. Those who want to plot against me only dared to act today because I'm weak. In the future, I will become a man they fear just by mentioning my name." Tsunade didn't expect Shinai to speak so boldly. The little boy in front of her exuded the demeanor of an adult. "Are the ones plotting against you not just Orochimaru?" Tsunade asked in confusion. Shinai chuckled lightly and brushed it off, following Tsunade back to the village. "I'm sorry, Shinai. I was out of line earlier. Orochimaru is so despicable, targeting our new Konoha ninjas. He must be eliminated as soon as possible." Shizen quickly apologized to Shinai. Shinai was more magnanimous than she expected. "I was the one at fault earlier. I had too much on my mind and lost my temper. I'm sorry." After speaking, he even bowed in apology. Everyone finally laughed again, and after handling the matter, they returned to Konoha. The first thing upon returning to the village, Tsunade took Shinai and two genin to Konoha Hospital. Although Shinai said he was almost recovered, he was still forcibly sent to the hospital. Tsunade and Jiraiya reported the information they had gathered along the way to the third Hokage. The third took it very seriously, locking down the village and, under the pretext of investigating Orochimaru's remnants, almost turned over every ninja's home. The incident caused a huge stir, and even Shinai, lying in the hospital, heard everything clearly. Where did the information come from? No one said. Shinai, just a few days after arriving at the hospital, Misho came to visit Shinai with a fruit basket. The next day, Shinya's friends crowded the ward to the brim. "Choji, can't you eat a little less? The hospital ward is already small, and you're taking up space for several people." "I can't help it. My dad says that's just how the Akimichi clan is. He's never told me to lose weight, but instead encourages me to eat more." "Do you two know you're supposed to keep your voices down in the ward? You're disturbing Shinya's rest." With just one sentence from Misho, Choji and Shikamaru fell silent, though the two continued to compete silently. "Shinai, have a piece of apple." Misho gently offered a small piece of sliced apple to Shinya's mouth. "I'm really fine. If it weren't for Sister Tsunade's orders, I would have already taken on the next mission." "No way, the nurse said you need to rest quietly and avoid using chakra. Just let us keep you company and help pass the time." Makoto, standing to the side, was not to be outdone and handed a piece of orange to Shinai, her gentleness flawless. Compared to the lively atmosphere around Shinai, the other side of the ward where Hizashi was seemed much quieter. Until not long ago, his brother Hyuga Hayashi had come by to deliver a fruit basket, but no one else had visited since. Hyuga Hayashi only stayed for a while, saying he needed to go home to train, and then left. When he glanced over at Shinya's side, his eyes were filled with envy. The guy on the opposite bed, Nichiya, is my teammate for this mission. If it weren't for his help, I wouldn't have been able to come back so easily. Shinya's gaze was sharp as he looked at Nichiya through the gap. Nichiya, noticing his gaze, lowered his head in silence, clearly unwilling to reveal his inner emotions. Since we're all friends, let's celebrate together. To honor the triumphant return, tonight's barbecue is on me. Oh. Amid the cheers, Shinai noticed a glimmer of tears in Hizashi's eyes, but he quickly turned away. Shinai knew that in the future, his group of companions would gain another member. Dingze is treating, I must bring my savior along. What? Shinai, you're so strong, and yet you were saved by someone? After hearing Shinya's explanation, Namake's Minato, who was closest to him, was quite shocked but nodded repeatedly, supporting his decision. Hizashi, who was recovering in the ward, was also shocked to hear that Kuroga had been seriously injured by that masked man. He had been knocked out early on and knew nothing of what happened afterward. It was only through Shinya's account that he realized how severe the crisis had been. Ahem. Just as everyone was discussing where to go for barbecue that evening, a familiar and steady coughing sound came from behind them. Ah, all the little ones are here. You all look full of energy. Lord Third. Everyone immediately stepped aside, knowing that this time he was here for Shinai, and they just happened to be nearby. As they were about to leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped them. Don't rush off. This matter concerns all of you. Since you're all here, it saves me the trouble of finding you. Ha? What's the matter? Does it involve us too? You've all qualified to become genin. It's time to assign you teachers. We've finally reached this point. That's great. When will the teams be assigned? I want to be in the same team as Shinai. Hearing this news, everyone became excited, except for Shinai, who seemed a bit hesitant. He was used to acting freely, mingling with various strong individuals, and learning more ninjutsu. But once the teams were assigned, he would be fixed with a few people, limiting his opportunities to learn new techniques. Although unwilling, Shinai still agreed, while secretly contemplating whether to join the Umbu to enhance his skills. Lord Third, the class divisions are almost finalized. In a few days, you'll receive a notification, and then you can meet the teacher. The third didn't say much, only suggesting that Shinai imagined the class divisions being similar to the Konoha 12, but with many changes. The specifics would have to wait for the notification. There's one more thing. I need to speak with these two alone. The rest of you can go back, the teacher will find you later. Goodbye, Lord Third. Everyone said their goodbyes in unison, waving to Shinai and Hizashi before heading home. Lord Third, just say what you need to. No need to be so formal, we are the future pillars of Konoha. After the unrelated individuals left, Shinai handed Hiruzen Sarutobi an apple as a gesture of hospitality. The third removed his hood, took the apple, and bit into it heartily. Let me tell you the follow-up on this matter. Regarding Orochimaru's defection, it is indeed my failure as Hokage to manage it properly. I ask for your understanding. Despite his words, there wasn't a trace of sadness on his face. Instead, he seemed to enjoy the apple even more. I've already ordered an investigation into Orochimaru's laboratory and rescued many missing ninjas. Based on Danzo's suggestion, we've captured ninjas closely associated with Orochimaru, which might help in his subsequent capture. Very detailed, but what use is this information to me, Lord Third? Shinai was already prepared in his heart, knowing that in the original story, the third handled it this way. Orochimaru had many external bases, and his research wasn't in Konoha. Capturing more followers wouldn't make a difference. This is very important. I hope you can continue to follow up on this matter. Me. Shinai almost choked on the apple, not expecting the kind-looking third Hokage to plan on making him take the blame. I had dealings with Orochimaru before, and that oppressive feeling still gives me nightmares. The third Hokage actually wants me to follow up on this? You really overestimate me. You brat, only using respectful language when it's bad news? Of course, I won't let you go alone. The third Hokage had anticipated Shinya's reaction. He clapped his hands lightly and said to the air, "Come out." White mist rose, and a familiar voice came from behind the third Hokage. Let me introduce myself. I am the personal disciple of the great sage of Mount Myaboku, the toad sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. Shinai helplessly held his forehead. This guy Jiraiya was so familiar with him, yet he still pretended they hadn't met, starting with a self-introduction. Coupled with this formal entrance, if one didn't know his infamous title as the pervy sage, they might actually believe him. Jiraiya, old bro, what are you doing here? With Jiraiya's sudden appearance, Shinai immediately felt uneasy. It seemed the third Hokage had schemed against him again. From now on, stop calling me bro. You should call me Teacher Jiraiya. Don't joke around. We're so familiar with each other, why bring this up? This is, no way, right? Shinai couldn't believe it, but seeing the calm expression of the third Hokage, he realized it was true. No way, you're making this old pervert my teacher? The reputation I worked so hard to fix will be ruined. What? You brat dare to call me an old pervert? Watch me spank you. Wild Lion's main technique. You bastard, take this fire style. Their argument quickly turned into a scuffle on the hospital bed, completely ignoring the hospital rules and the presence of the third Hokage. Ahem, that's enough, stop messing around. Although the third Hokage's words were serious, his expression betrayed him. He clearly hoped the two could cooperate harmoniously. Let me make this clear, if the third Hokage pairs me with this old pervert, I absolutely won't agree. You brat, don't think you can act wild just because you're Tsunade's little brother. The third Hokage's orders aren't something you can just ignore. The two started arguing again. Alright, I have my reasons for assigning you two. Your mission is special, and I need trustworthy and strong ninjas. After much thought, only you two fit the bill. The two reluctantly sat down as the third Hokage continued. Your mission is to track Orochimaru's whereabouts and capture his loyal defectors to prevent them from leaking Konoha's secrets to other nations. At the mention of other nations, even the two who were usually at odds realized the gravity of the situation. The Second Shinobi World War had just ended, and ninjas from other nations harbored deep prejudice against Konoha, the victor. Any slight disturbance could ignite the Third Shinobi World War. By then, a single Orochimaru on the run would be the least of their concerns. Shinai, well versed in the history of the ninja world, knew that the Third Shinobi World War occurred shortly after the Second. The war claimed thousands of lives, its brutality far beyond what a young man from a peaceful era like him could comprehend. He wished the peace could last indefinitely until he became strong enough, but time waits for no one. Shinai exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, seeing reluctant compromise in each other's eyes. To avoid embarrassing the third Hokage, he could only grit his teeth and agree. After the two agreed, the third Hokage happily gave a few brief instructions before leaving, entrusting the rest to them. Perverted sage, don't let the women's bathhouses delay you during the mission. Though he teased him, Shinai held great respect for Jiraiya in his heart. In the ninja world, there were only two people he truly admired, and the other one hadn't been born yet. Jiraiya, whether in character or ninjutsu, perfectly embodied the essence of a ninja. If the true meaning of being a ninja had to be defined, it would be the endurance and perseverance represented by Jiraiya. Unfortunately, he ultimately died at the hands of his own student. Shinai made a silent vow to save Jiraiya's life in the future. But one sentence from Jiraiya almost shattered his resolve. Admiring beautiful women is one of life's great pleasures. If it delays intelligence gathering, so be it. Though Shinai knew Jiraiya was trying to lighten the mood, he couldn't shake the image of him peeking into the women's bathhouse from his mind. As the two were chatting, a striking figure appeared at the door of the hospital room. Little Shinai, how are you feeling? Still feeling weak? Tsunade's sister, I told you I'm fine, but you just won't let me leave the hospital. I'm really okay. Since he was admitted 2 days ago, Tsunade had visited him twice a day without fail, completely ignoring the presence of the medical staff. Paying no attention to the lecherous Jiraiya nearby, Tsunade walked straight to Shinai. To prove he had recovered, she activated her chakra to examine his body. You may feel fine, but you're not a medical ninja, so you don't understand how important this is. If you don't behave, I still have that needle from the other day. Want to try it again? Mentioning the injection from the day before yesterday, Shinye's heart tightened. Previously, he had adamantly refused to be hospitalized or cooperate with Tsunade's examinations and treatment. After all, the strength of 100 technique he had secretly learned was already sufficient, and he was worried that once it was discovered, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Unexpectedly, Tsunade agreed verbally, but turned around and secretly gave me an injection. After the injection, I remained in a daze, completely at the mercy of others. My body felt numb, but my mind was painfully clear. Stop messing around, Tsunade sis. I'm so obedient, I'll listen to you. I have no choice but to accept the loss. That's my good little brother. Come, let me check on you. Tsunade's hands glowed with a faint green light. After a series of operations, she said. You're recovering well. You can be discharged today. But don't eat barbecue for now, eat at home. I'll prepare a recovery meal for you. But Choji and the others. It's fine now. At this moment, I understood patients fear doctors the most. Even though the doctor is cool, all these restrictions are truly intimidating. Go handle the discharge procedures later, then come find me at the training ground. I have something to tell you. The training ground? I've been staying at Tsunade's house, but she hasn't taught me any ninjutsu, only saying it's not suitable. Why is she asking me to go to the training ground today? I didn't think much about it. After all, in the Hidden Leaf Village, besides Minato Namikaze, the person I trust the most is Tsunade. She would never harm me. Seeing my reluctant compliance, Tsunade smiled bitterly, shook her head, and left without saying anything. Shinya, you might not know this, but Tsunade's younger brother and lover both died during the Second Shinobi World War. At that time, she could no longer work as a medical ninja. It wasn't until you appeared that she found a reason to stand up again. So, you absolutely cannot die. Normally, I would argue with Jiraiya, but now, I nodded and softly replied, I won't die. I understood what Jiraiya meant by could no longer work as a medical ninja. Developing hemophobia during wartime meant the end of a battlefield medic's career, and Tsunade was no exception. Thinking back, Tsunade never showed any signs of after effects in front of me, which means I must be very important to her. Don't be down. Go handle the discharge procedures. With a serious expression and under a lot of pressure, I was about to leave when Jiraiya came over to comfort me. Gesturing with chopsticks, he asked, want to go grab some Ichirako ramen? No need. I'll listen to Sister Tsunade and eat at home tonight. If you want to treat me, wait until her orders come through. While changing clothes, Shinya spoke to Jiraiya. Looking around at the barrier and then at the confused face of Hizashi outside, he couldn't help but marvel at the third Hokage's barrier technique. Even without moving, Shinya hadn't been detected. Shinya walked out of the hospital room alone. Jiraiya gave an apologetic smile to Hizashi next door, then dispelled the barrier and left the room. It feels so good to have someone who cares about you. After the two left, only Hizashi remained in the room. He sighed, reflecting on how strong individuals always seem to gather around Shinya. Perhaps this was the charm of his personality. Shinai completed the discharge procedures, gathered his belongings, bid farewell to Jiraiya, and returned home. Tsunade was still busy, so he quietly waited for her to come back. Shinai was shaken awake after an unknown amount of time. Tsunade had finally returned. I went to discuss something with the third Hokage, so I was a bit late. It's still daylight now, come with me to the training ground. Shinai followed in confusion, and the two arrived at the empty training ground. Tsunade sister, what's the matter? I'll teach you a couple of moves so you won't get bullied when I can't make it in time to help you. Though Tsunade's words were brief, they couldn't hide her concern. Shinai remained silent for a long time. Tsunade hurriedly stepped forward to check on him, and he quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Alright, Tsunade's sister, what are you going to teach me? If it's too simple, I won't learn it. Although he had already stolen her skills, learning directly from the master was far more effective. Tsunade held nothing back and taught Shinai the forbidden technique she had studied for a long time, including the application of the Strength of 100 technique and the method of chakra storage. The two trained until midnight before returning home. The next day, Shinai was completely drained of chakra. The Strength of 100 technique is the strongest forbidden technique for medical ninjas, so the difficulty of training was only natural. It wasn't until the third day, while Shinai was training alone, that he finally recovered. Jiraiya didn't come to disturb him either, seemingly having learned about his condition from Tsunade. After mastering the essence of the 100 healings technique, Shinai finally recovered. Today was also the first day Tsunade agreed to let him stop the medicinal diet. Big sister Tsunade, I'm going out to find my friends. After speaking, Shinai hurriedly ran out the door, leaving Tsunade inside the room smiling at the open door. Lady Tsunade, Lord Third is looking for you. He said there's a new mission. Shinai had not yet left the house when a shadow landed beside Tsunade, kneeling on one knee and humbly saying, understood. I'll handle the mission later. Let these kids relax for now. Is this really appropriate? The person looked up, their voice filled with doubt, their expression hidden behind a painted mask. It's just a mission for a group of genin. How important could it be? It seems to be related to the land of rain again. Lady Tsunade, you'd better head over as soon as possible. After speaking, he disappeared as swiftly as he had arrived, leaving Tsunade alone in thought. After a long while, Tsunade snapped out of it, gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance and murmuring to herself, the land of rain, such a place full of memories. At this moment, far away in the Akimichi clan, Shinai was completely unaware of this. Choza, I'm feeling better today. Let us go out for a feast. Are you in? Why start with Choza? Because if someone joins in, others usually follow suit. As for Choza, as long as there's meat, he'll definitely come. Sure, let us go. Choza excitedly leaped down from the high wall of the Akimichi residence, his movements light and agile, making it hard to believe he was a big guy. Choza, how did you become so nimble? Shinai asked in surprise. He still remembered the first time he met Choza, who had gotten stuck in a narrow doorway from overeating. Thinking back, it might still happen. Don't even mention it. Our new teacher is a total demon, super strict with us. Choza's face instantly turned pitiful. Who's in your team? Shinai asked curiously. He had been practicing the strength of 100 seal at home recently, while the others had already been assigned to teams. Of course, it's Shikaku and Inoichi. The Ino Shikacho trio is a classic combo in Konoha. Choza's face was full of excitement. Inoichi? Shinai didn't immediately recall, but the mention of the Ino Shikacho trio reminded him of that white-haired man. That's right. The Ino Shikacho combo is really strong. If there's a chance, I'd like to spar with you guys using the new jutsu I've learned. The so-called new jutsu was actually an enhanced version of an old one, with significantly increased power. This jutsu was none other than the strength of 100 seal that Tsunade had just taught Shinai, though what Shinai referred to was its flexible extensions and application of monstrous strength. Let us definitely spar when we get the chance. The two chatted as they walked and finally arrived at a place not far from Minato Namake's house. Minato, let's go out for a meal together? Shinya. You're recovered. Hearing Shinya's voice, Minato immediately jumped out of the window. After calling out to someone behind him, he directly pounced on Shinya. We were so worried about you. I didn't expect you to invite us for a meal as soon as you got better. You really are my best friend. Just recovered from a serious illness, I need to treat myself well. And I'll invite quite a few people too. Let's go. They arrived near Minato's house, where the others lived not far away. Soon, Shinya gathered all the friends he could call. Unexpectedly, as soon as they left the house, nearly 10 people had gathered around Shinya. These were all future powerhouses of Konoha. Shinya hadn't expected to make so many friends so quickly in this other world. Perhaps this was the charm of his personality. With so many people, let's go to the largest barbecue restaurant in Konoha. The compensation from the last mission just arrived, so this time it's my treat. Sounds great. The boys cheered, their excitement completely unlike the war-torn world outside. Not far away, on a rooftop, an old man wearing a bamboo hat watched everything, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting into a smile. He smiled and turned his gaze to the Hokage rock in the distance, where the statues of past Hokage stood tall. The old man's face overlapped with the Hokage's face on the third giant stone. Not long after, a figure swiftly landed beside him. When the wind stopped, a handsome face was revealed. It was none other than Kakashi Shigeru. Do you want to carry out the mission with them? The third Hokage sensed Mashua's arrival and asked softly. I do, but the village is in danger right now. I'm more concerned about its safety. Third Hokage said that those who want to make a move must first consider Konoha's strength. But since you want to go and blend in with them. As for the grouping, I do have an idea. What? The grouping hasn't been decided yet? At Konoha Barbecue City, everyone was shocked to hear that Minato still hadn't found a teacher. After all, the companions from the same group had already started their missions under the teacher's arrangements. Even Choji, who dreaded exercise the most, had been trained rigorously, not to mention the others. No choice, I also went to ask the third Hokage. He said the groupings have already been arranged, and what happens next depends on the Jonin themselves. He won't interfere further. At the dining table, everyone was chatting, but Shinai had a suspicion in his heart. Could it be that Minato was in the same group as him? He hadn't gone out recently, so he hadn't seen the teacher? However, baseless speculation was useless. Shinai shook his head, thinking that he must ask the third Hokage for the specific group list when he had the chance. Even if the third Hokage wouldn't say, Tsunade should know. There was another thing that Shinai didn't expect. His sister Tsunade, one of the Sannin, actually became a Jonin instructor. Coincidentally, the team she was leading included Mike Due, Hizashi, and another guy who hadn't shown his face. According to Hizashi, Tsunade gave their group a day off today, but starting tomorrow, they would begin their missions. Shinai felt a warm sensation in his heart. It was obvious that this unexpected day off was a special exception made by Tsunade so he could join the gathering. To the next generation of Konoha, cheers! Alright. Everyone raised their glasses repeatedly, and the half-day gathering finally came to an end. Tsunade's sister? Just as they walked out of the barbecue restaurant, they saw the teachers of their respective teams. At the forefront was the voluptuous Lady Tsunade. Find your respective teachers. There's an urgent mission. Tsukumo Hatake, return to your team. Shinya and Minato, stay here and wait for Jiraiya. Everyone else, move out. This was the first time Shinya saw Tsunade ignoring him, and the reason was obvious: this mission was no ordinary one. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, everyone immediately went to find their teachers, disappearing in a few swift movements. After the others had left, Tsunade bent down, looked at Shinya seriously, and said, "Little Shinya, this mission is urgent, and there's no time to explain much. The ninjutsu you've learned can only be used in the most critical moments. And, make sure you come back alive." Shinya didn't fully understand what Tsunade meant, but he could feel her tension and concern, so he nodded. Tsunade also nodded, then left in a few swift movements with Maitouei, Hizashi, and Tsukumo, who had been catching up with the other two. Looks like we're in the same team. Shinya patted Minato, who hadn't yet reacted, on the shoulder, hinting at welcoming him to Jiraiya's team, though it sounded like bad luck. So our teacher is Lord Jiraiya? Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement. If you don't mind having a teacher who's a peeping Tom and a pervert, then it's not bad. That said, Jiraiya was indeed Konoha's strongest ninja for a long time to come. No wonder I sneezed just now. Someone must have been badmouthing me behind my back. A figure appeared behind the two of them, followed by a petite figure standing next to Jiraiya. Her aura was no less imposing than Tsunade's, like a tomboy. "I'm Anko Mitarashi. Please take care of me from now on." Since they were all from the same village, Shinya and Minato naturally knew her and were aware that she was Orochimaru's apprentice. When Anko appeared, the curiosity of the other team members was satisfied. Shinai was not surprised. As someone who understood the history of the ninja world, she knew Anko could help locate Orochimaru. Jiraiya had also told Shinai about Anko's importance to the team, so the result was not unexpected. Minato Namikaze appeared cautious, clearly harboring some reservations about Anko's identity. Alright, the third Hokage has already investigated. Anko knows nothing about Orochimaru's plans. She only studied under him for a while. Having her here might be the key to finding Orochimaru, Jiraiya said. Anko secretly touched her neck. Only Minato failed to understand this gesture, his gaze remaining calm and composed. "From now on, we are a team until you all become Jonin. We will be together." Why did we suddenly gather just now? And why are multiple squads acting together? Why so sudden? Shinai asked. Jiraiya's face darkened, clearly indicating that this mission was no simple matter. There are too many people. We'll discuss the details at the Hokage's office. Everyone's here and acquainted now, so let's go. With that, Jiraiya took the lead and headed toward the Hokage's office. Shinai and Minato, already familiar with each other, followed, while Anko silently trailed behind. "Are all the markings ready?" Shinai asked Minato seriously, like she was protecting a younger brother. "Everything's prepared. The kunai are also engraved with the markings. Now we just wait for the enemy to show up," Minato said, brimming with enthusiasm. Shinai still felt uneasy and said, "Leave a marking on me. If something happens, you can teleport over immediately. I'll protect you. I can handle things on my own now. Let's go quickly, don't keep Lord Jiraiya waiting." Minato, though stubborn in his words, still left a Flying Thunder God marking on Shinya's ninja tool pouch. Shinai also left a marking on Minato, still feeling unsettled. She knew this mission was dangerous, but the silver lining was that the people of Konoha were finally becoming wary of Orochimaru, and she was no longer fighting alone. The three arrived at the Hokage's office, where Jiraiya and Anko were already waiting. Lord Third Hokage. They mimicked Jiraiya's posture, kneeling on one knee, awaiting Hiruzen Sarutobi's instructions. Hiruzen Sarutobi paid little attention to such formalities and waved for them to stand. Jiraiya should already know the situation. "Explain it to your team on the way. I'll assign the mission now." He wasted no words and signaled his assistant to bring out a map. The border between Konoha and the land of grass. Orochimaru's base has been confirmed here. We are sending people immediately. You must intercept Orochimaru and his subordinates before they escape to the border of the land of fire. Move out at once. The usually gentle third Hokage was now uncharacteristically stern. Removing his hat, he revealed tight-fitting armor, looking every bit like a warrior ready for battle. The four of you heed the order and depart immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they wasted no time. Lord Jiraiya, what exactly happened? Minato asked. Having just graduated, he was unfamiliar with the details and knew little about the history of the ninja world. After Orochimaru defected, we have been tracking his whereabouts. Yesterday, the Umbu discovered his base at the edge of the Land of Fire. To avoid exposure, the Umbu returned to report to the main force and found 2 more similar bases along the way, Jiraiya explained. 3 burrows for a cunning rabbit, huh, Shinai remarked. Although he knew Orochimaru had many bases, he was unaware of their exact locations. Orochimaru's meticulous arrangements not only ensured diverse research but also prepared for future contingencies truly impressive. After bringing back the information, we believe these bases are not the only ones. Those locations seem more like places he deliberately let us discover. This joint operation is aimed at capturing Orochimaru as quickly as possible. Jiraiya sprinted along the countryside path, his tone serious, clearly showing his tension. If the number of bases is unclear, why not scout first before taking action? Acting now would only alert the enemy, wouldn't it? Minato asked. Shinai also wanted to know. If Orochimaru wasn't caught the first time, it would only get harder later. The current ninja world is somewhat different from what he remembered. Orochimaru shouldn't have defected so early. The third ninja war hasn't even started yet. He originally thought it was the war that provoked Orochimaru, but why did it happen so much earlier? Could it be the butterfly effect brought by transmigration? If that's the case, my greatest advantage will be gone. I must not let Orochimaru cause trouble, or the plan will fail prematurely. Fortunately, both Konoha and Shinai are eager to capture Orochimaru. Logically, they should wait for him to come to them, but intelligence reports indicate that Orochimaru has already made a deal with the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Although the details are unclear, even a 1 in 10,000 chance cannot be allowed to put Konoha in danger. If something truly goes wrong, it could trigger the next great ninja war. This is the worst-case scenario, and no one wants to see it happen. Shinai is just as worried as Konoha, though they are unsure of what Orochimaru's next move will be. So, what is the mission this time? Minato asked. Find Orochimaru in the known bases, bring him back to Konoha, or execute him on the spot if unsuccessful. Shinai responded. The floral pattern mask on his waist was the symbol of Konoha's Umbu. Jiraiya set off wearing his mask, his intentions clear. Jiraiya seemed to have anticipated this day. Usually lecherous, his expression was now solemn, revealing his determination to sever the past and personally resolve his bond with his close friend for Konoha's future. How can we confirm Orochimaru's location? It's said there are several bases, Minato asked, puzzled. Jiraiya did not answer directly but glanced at the child following closely behind a child who regarded Orochimaru as a mentor and was willing to assist him in his experiments. Do you know why we are called a squad while others are called teams? I don't know. The difference is, teams are groups of students led by a teacher to carry out missions. Squads are special units formed with the sole purpose of executing missions, led by me. We are called the Snake Hunters. The objective was clear. Hiruzen Sarutobi had made up his mind to eliminate Orochimaru. Shinai wondered, with their current strength, could they really kill Orochimaru? A few children in Jiraiya, who could rival Orochimaru, seemed insufficient. Perhaps the squad was merely bait, and the real snake hunters were someone else, possibly even Hiruzen himself. But everything depended on the performance of a key individual. My curse mark can help us locate Orochimaru, but it can only sense if he's nearby, not pinpoint the exact direction. These words left everyone stunned. It was practically like a human GPS, albeit with limited functionality. After a brief moment of shock, everyone regained their composure. After all, relying on Anko to find Orochimaru, who had bases scattered across the world, was unrealistic. Moreover, Orochimaru's location was constantly changing, so they could only proceed step by step. Although limited, this ability had already exceeded Jiraiya's expectations. No one had anticipated that the seemingly irremovable curse mark would have such a capability. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had only thought that Anko might be of some help in dealing with Orochimaru, never imagining this possibility. Since you have this ability, the task of tracking Orochimaru is even more suited to us. But does Orochimaru know about your ability? Jiraiya asked. Anko thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I never told Lord Orochimaru because I always thought I would never be separated from him. She was only 10 years old, already a genin, yet she couldn't understand why Orochimaru had suddenly defected. As she spoke, her eyes reddened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Let's head to the nearest suspected Orochimaru base and be prepared for anything we might encounter, the four said as they hurried on their way. Unknowingly, several UMBU members wearing floral patterned masks appeared nearby, though they kept their distance, and their numbers were unclear. Since they had encountered the UMBU, it was evident that the base was close at hand. Jiraiya-sensei, can we really defeat Orochimaru with just the few of us? The closer they got to the base, the more complicated everyone's emotions became. Minato was most concerned about this question, as Orochimaru was one of the Sannin. Don't worry, during the operation, you only need to assist. If there's any danger, I won't let him harm you. Jiraiya tried his best to hide his unease, but Shinai still noticed the uncertainty in his eyes. How is it? Do you sense anything? At the entrance of the base, Jiraiya asked Anko. Anko closed her eyes to investigate, while Shinai used chakra perception to scan the underground base. Strange. Shinai spoke first. What is it? Everyone asked. This base is made of special materials. My chakra perception can only detect a very short distance, so it's not much help, Shinai said helplessly. Jiraiya already had a hunch. If detection jutsu were effective, there wouldn't have been a need to form a snake hunting squad. Just as Shinai finished reporting the situation, Anko also opened her eyes but shook her head regretfully, clearly finding nothing unusual. Jiraiya sighed lightly and gestured to the UMBU members behind him. They quickly rushed toward the underground base. Just as they were about to enter, Shinai suddenly shouted, "Retreat quickly!" Everything happened too fast. Shinai had no time to save the UMBU members who were about to enter the base. Jiraiya, however, reacted instantly and shouted, "Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo!" In a flash, he rushed to the entrance, and his long white hair immediately extended, wrapping around himself and several UMBU members like armor. The strands stood upright, both sturdy and capable of deflecting damage. Shinai couldn't save the few UMBU members, but he immediately threw the kunai in his hand, while grabbing Anko with one arm and Minato with the other, retreating swiftly. At that moment, a rhino-like monster burst out of the underground base. Its single horn was extremely destructive, instantly shattering the base's door and crashing directly into Jiraiya's hair armor. Shinai, carrying Anko and Minato, used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport dozens of meters away, avoiding the impact. Don't touch Lord Orochimaru's research. If you dare come closer, I'll make you explode, the monster roared, its voice deafening. Shinai and the others instinctively covered their ears. Anko anxiously asked, "How is Jiraiya-sensei?" Shinai stopped her, saying, "The pervy sage won't go down so easily, but your combat ability is far inferior to his. You found an important lead on Orochimaru, you can't take risks." Anko shouted angrily, "Jiraiya-sensei is the only one who accepted me. I can't just sit by when he's in danger." Her voice was filled with pain and dependence. Shinai is right. A small ninja like this can't hurt me. Even if I get injured, it's not your place to take risks. Jiraiya's voice came through. The smoke cleared, Jiraiya's hair armor disappeared, and he and the UMBU ninja stood unharmed on the surrounding branches. Although the monster roared arrogantly, it didn't harm anyone. "You go after Orochimaru first, leave this to us," an UMBU member said calmly, clearly full of confidence in defeating the monster. As the Hokage's direct unit, both strength and loyalty are essential requirements for joining the team. Jiraiya nodded without saying much, turned around, and headed to the next location. Before leaving, he reminded the three of them to keep up. They're fighting desperately to hold the rear, why aren't we helping? What if they get hurt? Wouldn't it be because we didn't stay behind? Minato stood still, full of confusion, wanting to help the UMBU ninjas fighting the rhino monster. "Minato, what is the first rule of being a ninja?" Shinai asked. "To unconditionally follow orders from superiors." "And what about now? You want me to just stand by and watch them fight without helping?" "Shinai, when did you become so cold-hearted?" Jiraiya didn't stop walking, while Anko left marks along the way. Shinai sternly said to Minato, "You're already a ninja, not a child playing games. Being a ninja means taking responsibility. If you can't handle that, then don't be a ninja." This was the first time Shinai had scolded Minato so harshly. Minato stood there, lost and unsure of what to do. After a long time, he finally made up his mind, ignored the UMBU ninjas in the fierce battle, and turned to run in the direction Shinai had left. "Looks like you understand?" Shinya's voice suddenly came from above him. "Not completely, but I know you wouldn't harm me. Let's talk after the mission is over. For now, let's finish the task." Minato replied. Shinai let out a sigh of relief, not expecting Minato to accept it so quickly. "Wait." Minato suddenly stopped and turned back, glaring as he asked, "Did you do that on purpose?" "Just as I was about to sprint, you interrupted me." Were you trying to kill me on purpose? The two laughed and let go of their grievances, their bond returning to how it was before. Shinai mysteriously beckoned with his finger. If we chase now, we definitely won't catch up. I just marked the pervy sage. Let's use the flying thunder god to teleport there. You're so lazy, Minato said with a smile, but still placed his hand on Shinya's shoulder. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Shinai used the flying thunder god technique, and in an instant, they appeared beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya sensed the chakra fluctuation but ignored them and continued on his way. Anko, who hadn't seen many jutsus before, was full of curiosity but said nothing. The three sped through the forest, encountering Ambu and other ninja squads along the way, but they still couldn't locate Orochimaru's second base. Perverted sage, are you sure you're leading us the right way? Why is it taking so long? Shinai asked. Brat, I'm the Toad Sage, that's just a nickname. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. The next base is close. This one is much larger than the last. The four soon arrived at the edge of Konoha's borders. If they couldn't find Orochimaru here, things would take a turn for the worse. I sense him. Anko suddenly clutched her neck, convulsing violently. Her body leaped through the trees before she let out a muffled groan and plummeted to the ground. Minato! Shinai shouted. Minato dashed over in an instant, barely catching the falling Anko. What happened? Jiraiya asked urgently. I feel Orochimaru is just ahead, and there's a group of people controlled by the cursed seal around him. They're very powerful. Anko's face twisted in pain as she struggled to speak. Bang! Jiraiya struck the back of Anko's neck with his palm, and she immediately fell unconscious. She's completed her mission. The pain might lessen after she passes out. Once she wakes up, we'll take her back, Jiraiya said seriously. Facing a formidable enemy, he remained vigilant and immediately fired a signal flare. Let's go! Before the flare had even exploded, Jiraiya was already charging forward. After only a few steps, the forest opened up to an endless grassland. At the boundary lay the ruins of a fierce battle. The ground was stained with blood, and corpses were scattered everywhere, evidence of the heavy price the ninjas had paid to delay Orochimaru. Orochimaru, long time no see. How about coming back to the village for a visit? Jiraiya sneered. Orochimaru responded indifferently, Jiraiya, still as foolish as ever. Take him down. It seemed he had been waiting for Jiraiya's arrival all along, and the signal flare's explosion didn't faze him in the slightest. You too, buy me some time. I'll use Sage Mode to finish this in one strike. Jiraiya instructed before sitting down to begin gathering natural energy. You're really good at giving orders, sensei. Shinai complained helplessly. Come on, let me show you my new ultimate move. Minato said excitedly, clearly eager after not having fought in a long time. Shinai looked at him helplessly. After exchanging a glance of mutual understanding, the two launched their attack simultaneously, though their approaches were entirely different. Minato threw a kunai, his hands quickly forming seals that Shinai had never seen before. This kid is really diligent, Shinai thought. Immediately after, Minato shouted, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The kunai instantly multiplied into several shadow clones. This was a ninjutsu reward given by the third Hokage. It wasn't very useful for ordinary ninjas, but for them, it was extremely effective. The specially crafted kunai thrown by Minato displayed even greater power. Suddenly, he shouted, Flying Thunder God Technique. Shinai frowned, could it really be that one? Minato shouted again, Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Hall Style 3. Shinai helplessly held his forehead. The ninjutsu was impressive, but the name was just too plain. Minato continuously shuttled between the kunai, throwing flash bombs from his waist one after another, greatly slowing the advance of the enemy creatures. The explosions of the flash bombs caused chaos in the enemy ranks. Each time Minato teleported, another wound appeared on the monsters, accompanied by constant screams. Minato, let me! Shinai suddenly shouted. Minato immediately stopped his movements and flipped back to his side. Partial Expansion Jutsu. Shinai focused, channeling the monstrous strength taught by Tsunade. His fists, carrying immense power, smashed towards the enemies. The monsters, unaware of Shinya's strength, recklessly charged forward, attempting to clash head-on. The result was disastrous. Before the monster could even scream, it was crushed into pulp by a single punch from Shinai. The remaining monsters, realizing the unfavorable situation, quickly fled. Shinai retracted his fists, wiped the blood off his hands, and proudly looked at the few remaining enemies, who were now cowering, their previous arrogance completely gone. Orochimaru, where on earth did you find these guys? Their level is just so-so. Shinai wasn't exaggerating. These weaklings were clearly no match for members of the Umbu. Even against just the two of them, they were completely outclassed. They could only rely on the physical strength gained from their cursed seal transformations to fight, completely incapable of using ninjutsu. Against the agile and versatile Shinai, they were utterly powerless. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru, upon hearing Shinya's taunts, didn't show the slightest anger. Instead, he laughed gleefully. Shinai, the better you perform, the more I like you. If you could become my experimental subject, perhaps I could fully unlock your potential. But now is not the time. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, his face twisting grotesquely, with some parts even cracking open. Shinai, doesn't his face look a bit strange to you? Shinai and Orochimaru weren't far apart, and even without the Sharingan, it was clear that the cracks at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth weren't caused by his smile but by another face hidden beneath his own. Celebrate while you can. In 3 years, I will come to claim your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru turned to leave, seemingly forgetting the reason for their fierce battle. Orochimaru, the rogue ninja of Konoha, today I will eliminate you as a Konoha ninja. Little Jiraiya, we're eating right now. If it's not urgent, I wouldn't have come. Kid's mom, if Jiraiya called us out, it must be urgent. Do you think Jiraiya is as rude as your boy? Alright, I get it. Stop talking. No meat in tonight's dinner. Alright, you two sages, take a look at your enemy first. A figure slowly approached, but it wasn't the Jiraiya Shinai was familiar with. It was Jiraiya in sage mode, along with the strongest forms of the two sages. Looks like Pervy Sage is getting serious. Ha! Shinai knew Minato didn't recognize this form, but he had no intention of explaining. Battles between strong individuals were rare, and this move of Jiraiya's might become his own secret weapon in the future. If he didn't learn it now, when would he? Isn't that Orochimaru? Why is he standing among a bunch of monsters? Looks like he's been captured? Kid's mom, Orochimaru's hands are free. Doesn't look like he's been tied up. That's right, great sages. Orochimaru has already defected, and I'm chasing him down. To prevent him from starting a war, I called you here. Then no need for small talk? The purple toad looked fiercer and asked Jiraiya and the other white-haired toad. Shinai knew these two were powerhouses, either of whom could easily take him down. They were not to be underestimated. You two kids, step aside. Leave the rest to me. As soon as Jiraiya appeared, his aura was overwhelming, and he commanded authority. Shinai and the other person immediately became spectators. I thought he was a master, but after all this time, he just summoned two toads. What a joke. Brothers, go. If we can't beat the man, we can't lose to the toads. The leading monster taunted, and a group of subordinates charged at Jiraiya with more enthusiasm than they had shown against Shinai earlier, clearly underestimating Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, they look down on us. I'm a bit angry now. Then let's go. As soon as the words fell, the two toads standing on Jiraiya's shoulders simultaneously released their hand seals, each forming completely different seals. Jiraiya also quickly began forming seals. Before the monsters could react, it seemed as if all the chakra between heaven and earth had gathered onto the man and the two toads. Something's wrong, run. The leading monster screamed, but no matter how fast they reacted, they couldn't escape the jutsu. Sage Art, Gomen. A combination of fire release, wind release, and toad oil instantly turned the grassland into a sea of fire, burning the monsters to ashes in an instant. Is this Jiraiya Sensei's full power? So strong. Actually, it's not all his doing. The two toad sages on his shoulders are also very powerful. Shinya's explanation didn't diminish Minato's admiration, his eyes sparkling with stars. Shinai ignored it and continued to focus on observing Jiraiya's battle, seizing every moment to learn techniques that could be useful in the future. After clearing the field, Jiraiya said nothing more, removed his wooden clogs, and lunged at Orochimaru on all fours. Scattering wild snakes. Orochimaru didn't form seals, instead releasing a large swarm of snakes from his sleeves, which surged toward Jiraiya. Friendly reminder, all these snakes are coated with my specially made poison. If you get infected, don't expect me to provide an antidote. Helpless, Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, maintaining a half-crouched stance. Sage Art, Needle Jizo. His long hair turned into steel needles, sweeping through the poisonous snakes and annihilating them in one round. Your sage techniques are impressive, but no matter how strong they are, they can't compare to the science I've been researching. Orochimaru's neck suddenly extended like a giant python, his mouth wide open, attempting to plant the cursed seal of heaven on Jiraiya. Keep dreaming. After activating Sage Mode, Jiraiya's ninjutsu power increased significantly, and his reaction speed improved greatly. Facing Orochimaru, who was about to bite his neck, he quickly transformed his steel needle-like hair back into ordinary strands. Then, his hair danced and turned into a giant python, engaging in an aerial battle with Orochimaru's head. Wild Lion's main technique. The two giant pythons fiercely clashed in mid-air, their combat methods extraordinarily complex. The battle quickly reached a conclusion. The originally single white-haired python split into three. Though they appeared thin, they were agile and unpredictable, instilling fear in Orochimaru. He dared not keep his head there and swiftly withdrew it in an instant. Orochimaru is really hard to deal with, but you still can't escape. Orochimaru clearly admitted he was no match for Jiraiya. He pointed to the desolate grassland behind him. Just a few hundred meters ahead is the land of grass, where ninjas are waiting to assist me. If you don't want to start a war, don't make a move in the land of grass. Do you think I'll let you reach the land of grass? Shima Sage, take action. Jiraiya shouted. The purple-haired toad that had been perched on his shoulder received the command, suddenly opened its mouth, and shot out its tongue like a bullet toward Orochimaru, who was preparing to flee. What? Orochimaru didn't react in time and was caught off guard by Shima Sage's tongue attack, his entire body tightly bound by a sturdy rope. Fukasaku Sage, water slash. Jiraiya and another white-haired toad spoke almost simultaneously, as a sharp water line slashed toward the bound Orochimaru, cutting deeply into the ground. The water line was about to strike Orochimaru when he suddenly turned into a pile of small snakes. The tongue battle lost its target, and the water line almost failed to kill Orochimaru. Substitution jutsu? Where did Orochimaru go? Shinai hid in the tree and immediately activated chakra detection to prevent a surprise attack from Orochimaru. Orochimaru was clearly focused on his duel with Jiraiya, without any diversionary tactics, and remained on the main battlefield. Pervy Sage, underground. Shinya's voice came from afar. Regardless of whether Jiraiya heard it, he pulled Minato and changed positions. The old tactic, hit and relocate. In the distance, Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, his hearing greatly enhanced. He heard Shinya's warning from afar, leaped up suddenly, and gathered chakra in his hands mid-air, preparing to fight. Natural energy converged into Jiraiya's hands, quickly forming a chakra sphere. The sphere grew larger and larger until it was the size of two people. Jiraiya hurled it fiercely toward the ground. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. The attack struck the spot where he had just been standing. The ground instantly cracked like a spider web. Orochimaru struggled to crawl out from underground, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, clearly heavily injured. Who would have thought that the fool from back then now possesses such power? I really can't underestimate you. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru staggered to his feet, but the smile on his lips remained, making it seem like he would never admit defeat. Jiraiya, I look forward to our next battle. Don't worry, I won't hand over Konoha's intel, at least not for the next 3 years. But after that, who knows? Don't worry, Orochimaru. Tomorrow, we'll meet in the prison beneath the Hokage Rock in Konoha. You still don't understand me, Jiraiya. Orochimaru spoke as if addressing a child with great strength but immature wisdom, his tone filled with emotion. Summoning Jutsu, Reverse Summoning Jutsu. He formed a series of hand seals, white mist rose, and his figure disappeared, replaced by a tiny snake trembling and unable to escape. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The two sages were astonished. Even Jiraiya couldn't stop him. Just like that, Orochimaru escaped right before their eyes. The reverse summoning technique requires prior preparation. It seems he had planned this for a long time. Unfortunately, he fell short at the last step. The reinforcements arrived late. After Jiraiya briefly explained the situation, they returned to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then what should we do? Orochimaru had escaped. After discussing with the two sages, Jiraiya concluded that pursuing him was futile and had to exit Sage Mode. However, the two Toad sages did not leave and stayed in place. Facing the trio's confusion, Jiraiya looked at the two great sages and said, since Orochimaru used reverse summoning, he must have gone to Ryuchi Cave. That place is hard to find, and even if we find it, we can't defeat him. You should stay here and train. He won't appear again for a while. Fukasaku Sage also nodded in agreement, and to Jiraiya, these words were like an imperial decree. Then I'll reluctantly train you little brats for a while. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Shinai. Shinai was Orochimaru's primary target, and if his strength couldn't be improved quickly, it would be hard to counter Orochimaru in the future. Wait a moment. Just as Jiraiya was about to take everyone back to rest, Fukasaku Sage suddenly pointed at Shinai and asked, how do you know Sage Jutsu? Everyone was stunned, even Jiraiya didn't immediately understand what Fukasaku Sage meant. Did you take on a new disciple? No, I haven't even mastered Sage Mode myself. How could I teach someone? Besides, we're not in Mount Mayaboku. It's very difficult to start training in Sage Jutsu here. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Shinai. Internally, Shinai was silently complaining, not expecting the sage to sense that he knew Sage Jutsu. Although his mind was in chaos, he had to come up with an excuse. After all, if the system were exposed, not just Konoha but the entire Naruto world would be in danger. I secretly learned it while the pervy sage was training. I didn't learn much and can't activate Sage Mode, only absorb some natural energy. This wasn't entirely untrue. Shinai indeed couldn't enter Sage Mode. It required extensive training and practice. His self-taught ninjutsu couldn't compare to having a dedicated teacher. Since you've learned Sage Jutsu, make good use of it. It's a trump card. Fukasaku's sage clearly appreciated Shinai's talent and didn't seem to mind too much. But since you've learned Sage Jutsu, you need to come with us to Mount Mayaboku to sign a contract. As he spoke, the short Fukasaku sage hopped over and directly lifted Shinai off the ground, carrying him toward Shima's sage, clearly intending to take him back immediately. Wait a minute, I only secretly learned Sage Jutsu. I can absorb some energy to convert into chakra. There's no need for such a complicated ritual, right? Shinai was helpless, suspended in mid-air. Facing the two powerful sages, he couldn't resist at all. With Jiraiya standing nearby, there was no chance to escape, so he can only try reasoning. Without guidance from us native sages, if something goes wrong during your training, you'll turn into a toad and eventually into stone. If you want to become a stone, that is fine too. Although that was said, Fukasaku had no intention of letting go and continued to hold Shinai high. I won't transform. The energy I absorb directly converts into chakra. I'm just using senjutsu to absorb chakra, not natural energy, so I won't turn into a frog. That means you haven't grasped the essence yet. I can sense only traces of natural energy in your body, nothing else. Since that's the case, learning one more technique won't hurt. I can learn in Konoha too. Why must I go to Mount Mayaboku? I'm afraid I might not train well there. Great sage, please put me down. No, you must come with me. The two maintained this strange posture as they conversed, while Shima had already prepared the ninjutsu for their return. Once Shinai was taken, he would follow the two sages to Mount Mayaboku. Wait, I have a good idea that can satisfy both of you. Just as Shinai was about to be handed over to Shima, a figure appeared between the two sages. It was Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, you know that after learning senjutsu at Mount Mayaboku, one must sign the scroll, and no one can change that. You just said it yourself. Orochimaru sees Shinai as an experimental subject for 3 years later. Wouldn't hiding at Mount Mayaboku for a while be safer? Jiraiya's interference prompted Fukasaku to reveal his true intentions, but Jiraiya clearly had another plan. I know, and what I'm suggesting is a win-win solution. With that, Jiraiya placed the long scroll from his back onto the ground. The scroll was filled with summoning seals, stretching over 10 meters long. Found it! Lying on the ground and searching intently, Jiraiya finally located his target at the end of the scroll. Forming hand seals, he quickly summoned an even larger scroll. Could it be that you intend to? That's right, Sage. Since it's just signing a contract, the location doesn't matter. I'll handle the training from now on. If 3 years later Shinai is indeed stronger than Orochimaru, then I'll send him to Mount Mayaboku for training. What do you think? This idea is not bad. Hearing Jiraiya's suggestion, Fukasaku's sage finally placed Shinai on the ground. As soon as Shinai touched the ground, he instantly teleported behind Minato. Shinai, you're really amazing, even a sage wants to take you as a disciple. But why are you so unwilling to go to Mount Mayaboku? You have no idea, aside from toads, Mount Mayaboku was full of bugs. Training there for 3 years, I'd rather someone just kill me with a single slash. Shinya's face showed a troubled expression, but he didn't share his concerns with Minato. After all, being grouped together meant fewer skills to steal, and if he went to Mount Mayaboku, there would be no chance to steal skills at all. After the two great sages left, Jiraiya called Shinai over to complete the handseal ceremony. A flash of bloodlight passed, and Shinai became Jiraiya's disciple, forming a contract with the frogs, a position that was originally meant for Minato. In the future, when stealing skills, don't leave any traces. No one will help you like this again. Jiraiya earnestly and sincerely taught Shinai, but little did he know that Shinai was secretly stealing his skills at that moment. System, I just touched Jiraiya. Did I steal any skills? Shinai had repeatedly witnessed the pervy sage's battles, and those incredibly powerful ninjutsu made him yearn for more. He secretly felt fortunate to be paired with Jiraiya. Congratulations to the host for stealing the ninjutsu Rasengan. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. You must be doing this on purpose, right? Jiraiya has so many powerful ninjutsu, yet you won't let me steal them. Instead, you give me the Rasengan. Isn't this? Wait a minute, Rasengan? Although the Rasengan seemed very powerful in the early stages, with Shinya's current strength, he didn't really need such a single target burst skill. However, having already experienced a skill enhancement once, a new idea emerged in Shinya's mind. Since I know Sage Mode and have learned the Rasengan, could I possibly develop a Sage Art version of the Rasengan myself? Host, theoretically it is possible, but it requires long-term experimentation. The system's response made Shinyi extremely excited. Previously, all the ninjutsu he used was either stolen or learned through the Sharingan. He had never learned anything through his own efforts. Now, developing the Sage Art, Rasengan on his own gave him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. However, the most important thing right now is to first master Sage Mode. Pervy Sage, when are we going to train? I'm counting on you to teach me Sage Mode. Sage Mode isn't that easy to learn. Let's head back to the village and plan things out first. Jiraiya's expression was complicated, and Shinai couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Returning to Minato's side, the usually carefree boy was now silent. Unlike Jiraiya, Shinai could tell at a glance what was on his mind. Strength isn't something that can be improved overnight. As long as you work hard and study diligently, you'll soon find your own path to becoming stronger. But Shinai, you're the same age as me. Why are you so powerful? Even though it's not a good thing, Orochimaru targeting your body is because of your potential. That indirectly proves how strong you are. Don't talk nonsense. If something like that happened to you, would you enjoy it? Enjoy it? Not really. But at least it proves that my strength has improved. Minato gave a bitter smile, clearly aware that this wasn't a good thing. He turned and ran toward Jiraiya, who was still packing up. Jiraiya-sensei, I want to learn Sage Mode too. Jiraiya didn't look up and continued packing. Learning Sage Mode isn't that simple. You also need talent. I'll train you both and see if you're suitable. The words sounded fair, but the final decision was entirely in Jiraiya's hands. Minato returned to Shinai with a face full of regret. The excitement from earlier had completely vanished, leaving only dejection. Don't worry, you still have me. Even if Jiraiya doesn't teach you, I'll teach you ninjutsu. After coming back, Minato seemed uninterested in hearing these words. He gave a perfunctory response and continued packing. Let's go, it's time to head back. Before long, Jiraiya took the two of them back to the village, bringing along Anko, who had been knocked out earlier. Returning to Konoha village, the atmosphere was different from the usual bustle. The village had already entered a state of war preparation. Orochimaru's defection had a significant impact on Konoha, and since it was not yet a time of true peace, being prepared was essential. The third Hokage has already sent ninjas to continue tracking Orochimaru. We don't have any missions for now. During this break, I'll train you all. Next time you face Orochimaru, you can't still be at today's level. Meet at the main gate tomorrow morning. After speaking, Jiraiya turned and left, ignoring the expressions of the other three. Shinya, want to grab a bowl of ramen? Minato invited. Shinya shook his head in refusal, as he still had many questions he wanted to ask Jiraiya, especially why his sage techniques couldn't enter Sage Mode. Solving these issues early would allow him to quickly develop new ninjutsu, and he couldn't wait. Minato, you take the new members to familiarize themselves with the environment. I'm going to find Jiraiya. After saying this, Shinya directly chased in the direction Jiraiya had left, not waiting for Minato's response. Why is everyone in such a hurry today? Minato watched Shinya run off, then turned to ask Anko, want to grab a bowl of ramen? If you're paying, I'll go. Alright. Shinya followed Jiraiya's trail all the way, but even at the treetop outside the women's bathhouse, where Jiraiya often lingered, there was no sign of him. What's going on? Has he turned over a new leaf? With no other options, he turned and headed to the third Hokage's office. Before he even entered, Jiraiya's hearty voice could be heard. Why do I have to take these brats? I can handle this on my own. Even if I have to take someone, Anko alone is enough. Don't you trust my abilities, master? The response didn't come from Hiruzen Sarutobi but from a gloomy-voiced Danzo Shimura of the Konoha Anbu. Of course, I trust your abilities, but Shinya's identity is not simple. He's evasive about his past. After all, he's not originally from our village, so we must be cautious. This isn't just about surveillance. Shinya is the most promising kid in the village. No one else is suitable to teach him. Since you're always wandering outside, perhaps you can cultivate him into a strong asset for Konoha. I know teaching is important, but according to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, I've already taught the child of prophecy, and that must be Nagato. Nagato? The one with the Rinnegan among the 3 kids you taught in Amigakure last time? The third Hokage's voice trembled slightly. The Rinnegan was a legendary divine I said to belong only to sages, with extraordinary power beyond ordinary comprehension. The room fell silent, and it was Danzo who first broke the stillness. He's not a Konoha ninja, after all. Who knows if he'll become an enemy in the future? As one of Konoha's strongest jonin, you have a responsibility to guide the next generation. Shinya, standing at the door, was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that Danzo, who had always wanted to personally eliminate him, would speak up for him, and behind his back no less. If only Shinya could hear you say that. I'm not talking about him. At the mention of Shinya's name, Danzo's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, he never deserved to be in your team in the first place. If it weren't for Hiruzen Sarutobi's interference, he wouldn't have had a chance. I actually think Shinai fully deserves to be called Konoha's #1 genius among the genin. What do you think, Shinai? Shinai, who was eavesdropping behind the door, was called out truly the demeanor of Konoha's strongest. Lord Third noticed me. Shinai awkwardly pushed the door open and entered, glancing at the expressions of the 3 people inside. Danzo's face was full of anger, while Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi remained as calm as ever, clearly aware that Shinai had been eavesdropping at the door. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just looking for Jiraiya-sensei. He had something to do, and I couldn't find him after searching for a long time, so I came to ask you. Shinai didn't say much. Since the eavesdropping had been discovered, there was no point in explaining further, so he simply let it go. Just as well, we were talking about you. Want to come in and listen? Danzo invited him through gritted teeth, but Shinai tactfully declined. No need. Jiraiya-sensei is busy. I'll wait until he's free to find him. I won't disturb you all. I'll take my leave now. After leaving the room, Shinai politely closed the door behind him and then ran off directly. Who knew what they were thinking? It was better to stay far away. After leaving the Hokage's office, Shinai headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. Lifting the curtain, he indeed saw Minato and Anko chatting and laughing. Shinai, why are you here? Weren't you in a hurry just now? Is everything resolved? Sort of. Later, come with me to the training ground to practice. Shinai, without hesitation, sat down and ordered a bowl of ramen, eating heartily. Compared to Minato and Anko's relaxed conversation, Shinai strictly adhered to the rule of not speaking while eating or sleeping. While the two weren't paying attention, he had already eaten more than half of 2 bowls of ramen. Just as he was about to call the owner for another bowl, Minato quickly stopped him. Shinai, didn't you say you were going to the training ground to practice ninjutsu? Let's go quickly. I'm done eating too. Training is more important. Ah, that's true. Shinai responded, standing up to get ready to leave. Reluctantly putting down his chopsticks, Shinai turned and left, leaving Minato silently emptying his wallet while Anko watched him from the side, her heart full of pain. 10 minutes later, at the training ground. Shinai, what ninjutsu are you planning to practice? I've never heard of you needing someone to accompany you for training before, Minato asked curiously. This ninjutsu is very dangerous, a slight mistake could turn you into a statue, Shinai replied. Could it be Sage Jutsu? Minato was shocked. He hadn't expected Shinai to train in such a difficult Sage Jutsu. Not only was it hard to master, but even getting started was extremely challenging. Shinai shrugged with a smile, the person I trust the most is you. Only with you here can I feel at ease. You also need to believe in yourself. Minato was moved by his brother's trust and nodded firmly. Shinai asked him to find a random tree branch, signaling him to get ready. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The two clasped their hands simultaneously, summoning 4 clones each. 1 person for each clone. If you notice any signs of turning into a frog, stop immediately. Even if you're just tired, call it off. Your focus is tied to my life. Shinai instructed solemnly, patting Minato on the shoulder. Then, he sat down and began absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This time was different from before. It wasn't just about restoring chakra but transforming the energy of heaven and earth into another type of energy similar to chakra, maintaining a constant connection with nature. This cross-stage training was extremely dangerous. Even with gradual progress, it was inevitable to encounter numerous challenges. Shinai knew that success could only come through continuous attempts. The entire afternoon, Shinai and his clones spent their time absorbing energy and enduring beatings. The system was of no help, so he could only rely on his own efforts to sprint toward the path of becoming stronger. Minato, who was supervising on the side, was also under great strain, maintaining a high level of vigilance throughout. Although he was only looking after one person, the pressure of bearing his friend's life made him feel the weight. However, the chakra control of both of them improved rapidly as a result. In the forest not far away, a pair of eyes secretly watched them as time quietly passed. The sun set and the moon rose. That's it for today. I can't hold on anymore, Minato groaned, dispelling his shadow clones and collapsing to the ground. Shinai also stopped his training, his body covered in bruises from Minato's strikes, swollen all over. Open. As the clone dissipated, overlapping memories and exhaustion surged into his mind. Shinyi endured the pain, almost fainting.